My name is Jiang Qing, and it seems I have transmigrated into a novel, a very strange story perhaps. In this story, I will be killed by the original host's girlfriend 1 month from now. Jiang Qing. I'm talking to you, don't just stay silent. A woman whose brows arched like distant mountains, naturally dark as if traced with ink, gave a slight push to the young man reclining against the hospital bed, her tone and gesture edged with faint displeasure. At the horizon, blue as silk, a blush of pink slowly spread, and the first ray of sunlight streamed through the window into the spacious ward. But Jiang Qing could not see it. The original host was blind. At the age of 7, he had been hit by a car while saving Gu Kursin. Though he miraculously survived, he lost his sight forever. Perhaps out of guilt, perhaps out of self-reproach, or perhaps out of genuine affection, Gu Kursin had always taken meticulous care of the original host. Until 3 years ago. The original host's mother died unexpectedly, and his father married his former first love, bringing into the family a younger half-brother 1 year his junior. From then on, the shift began. His younger brother Jiang Yuan was always eager to assert his presence in front of Gu Kursin, and by the time the original host sensed that something was wrong, everything was already too late. This time Jiang Qing was hospitalized mainly because the night before Jiang Yuan had asked him to talk on the second-floor balcony of the villa and deliberately provoked him with all kinds of disgusting remarks. Unable to endure it any longer, he struck Jiang Yuan in anger. Yet as a blind man, he had no advantage in a fight. Jiang Yuan shoved him hard. He crashed into the balcony railing, and by coincidence, the railing gave way. After waiting for half a day and seeing no response from Jiang Qing, Gu Kursin folded her arms across her chest and said, "You're doing it again. Whenever you're angry, you just go silent. Xiao Yuan already told me it was you who hit him first. He instinctively pushed you away, and who could have known the balcony railing was so old and worn that you would fall off? It's not Xiao Yuan's fault, you just didn't stand firm. Can't you at least react a little?" Her words broke his thoughts. Jiang Qing sneered inwardly. The original host had actually loved such a woman. "What kind of reaction do you want?" He replied with a question of his own, his voice so calm it carried not a single trace of it. Gu Kursin was stunned for 3 seconds. Clearly Jiang Qing's attitude left her uncomfortable. She frowned and said, "I've told you so many times Xiao Yuan is your younger brother, which makes him my younger brother too. I'm just taking care of him a bit more like an older sister, and yet you insist on imagining something filthy between us. Disgusting." Facing her attempt to twist blame onto him, Jiang Qing let the corner of his mouth hook up in a faint arc and mocked Gu Kursin. "I may be blind, but I'm not stupid. How many times have you two kissed right in front of me? Did you really think I was just a prop in your little play? Don't tell me you call it lip friendship." Jiang Qing was not the original host. Melodramatic scenes like this are all too common in real life. No one understands men better than another man. It always comes down to the same pattern. First she's a friend, then a sister, and in the end she's called baby. At his words, panic flickered in Gu Kursin's eyes, but she quickly composed herself. Her voice was low yet firm. "I think you must have damaged your brain in that fall. I'm your girlfriend. How could I possibly kiss someone else?" Jiang Qing suddenly let out a chuckle, and the tight atmosphere shattered at once. "Just a joke. Did you forget? I can't see anything at all." The corner of Gu Kursin's mouth twitched as she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "That joke wasn't funny at all." Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone rapping on the door reached their ears as Jiang Yuan, wearing half-rim glasses, appeared at the entrance of the ward. One hand in his pocket, the other lifting his glasses slightly, he smiled gently and said, "Kursin, we still have an important gala to attend tonight. You should go back and get ready. As for my brother, I'll hire a nurse to take care of him." Gu Kursin gave Jiang Yuan a slight nod. Then she reached out, intending to take Jiang Qing's hand. The moment her fingertips touched him, Jiang Qing moved his hand away. "I hate people with no sense of boundaries." For an instant, time seemed to freeze. Gu Kursin's face turned ugly. She felt that his words were aimed straight at her, an insult as filthy as it was direct. At the door, Jiang Yuan leaned slightly against the frame, a hint of unruliness under his subdued posture, a storm hidden beneath his seemingly gentle smile. This was the scene he had been waiting for. He even hoped Gu Kursin and Jiang Qing would quarrel and drift further apart. But in the past, whenever Jiang Qing was caught between anger and cowardice, he always chose to swallow his anger. Today, had he taken the wrong medicine? Or really cracked his head open in that fall? No matter. Jiang Qing's misery was Jiang Yuan's delight. He was determined to seize back everything that should have been his: wealth, status, and all the people who loved Jiang Qing. Taking a deep breath, Gu Kursin forced down her irritation, her tone turning icy. "I'm very disappointed in you. Maybe I need to rethink our relationship. If only you were half as sensible as Xiao Yuan." "Enough. You can't go 3 sentences without mentioning Jiang Yuan. Aren't you even trying to pretend?" Jiang Qing stared into the void where his sight should have been, utterly disinterested in continuing the conversation. "There's no need to rethink anything. Let's break up." He was not the original host. The only woman he loved was his own wife. The words "break up" flew from the string like an arrow driving straight into Gu Kursin's heart. Her pupils gradually contracted, confusion, hesitation, and struggle flickering within them. She shook her head and said, "You're emotionally unstable right now. When you're discharged, we'll sit down and talk properly. With that, she rose and walked out, each step heavier than the last. After Gu Kerson left, Jiang Yuan looked at Jiang Qing, whose forehead was wrapped in bandages, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of Kerson. I've already spoken to the nurse. With your weak stomach, you're better suited to eating soft rice anyway." Truly a tiger fallen to the flatlands to be bullied by dogs, Jiang Qing murmured. He did not like trading insults and was not especially skilled with words, but that did not mean he would never strike back. No, the handsome Jiang Yuan wagged his index finger, a smile that never reached his eyes, twisting his features. Right now you're the stray dog. No one is on your side. 3 years. How you've lost. Speaking of which, Kerson feels pretty good to the touch. In an instant, a fruit knife slammed into the door, strands of hair fluttering down to the floor. Jiang Yuan's breath caught, then he exploded in curses. "Damn it, you lunatic. You should be grateful the law protects you, or you'd already be a corpse," Jiang Qing said in the calmest tone, words chilling to the bone. A prickling unease ran down Jiang Yuan's spine. Inexplicably, he felt that the man before him was no longer the same useless coward as before. What bad luck, he snorted. Life was precious. Provoking a madman into a life-and-death struggle simply wasn't worth it. Hearing the door close, Jiang Qing lay on the bed, lost in thought. By all rights, I should be dead. Why did I transmigrate into a book? He wondered. And if I had to transmigrate, why give me this identity? In a month, Gu Kerson will kill me, and even if I change the plot, it means nothing to me. She's gone, and I don't want to live either. He did not know how much time had passed when the ward door opened again. Jiang Qing thought it was the nurse. "Hello, could you pour me a glass of water?" The woman in white did not fetch water. Instead, she sat down beside him. A camellia blossom slid from her hair and fell softly to the floor. Jiang Qing frowned, about to speak again when his body suddenly went rigid. He lost all control over his limbs. "What's happening? Who are you?" he tried to ask. The woman cupped his face in both hands, gazing at him for a long time. Her voice was soft and gentle. "Jiang Qing, this may be the last time we ever see each other. I really want to go back to that world. I really, truly miss you." Jiang Qing's head grew heavy. He could no longer make out her words clearly, and at last he collapsed into unconsciousness on the bed. Staring at the now unconscious man, the woman dug out her own pair of eyes. She seemed to feel no pain at all, as if she were doing something utterly natural. At the same time, a ghostly shadow appeared out of thin air, took the eyes from her, and transplanted them into Jiang Qing. The woman gently stroked the young man's face, as if caressing her lover, a desolate smile on her lips. "I've lost," she whispered, "failed at the very last step. But I still managed to seize half of its authority." She paused. "I'm sorry. I know this is selfish, but you must live. And then, use my eyes to see this world." The afterglow of the setting sun poured over the earth, draping the ward in a veil of golden gauze. Jiang Qing slowly opened his eyes. After a long bout of dazed confusion, his scattered thoughts finally drifted back piece by piece. I can see." He stared up at the ceiling, stretching out his right hand as if to grasp something, yet his fingers closed on nothing but empty air. "No. I transmigrated into a book as a blind supporting male character who will be killed by Gu Kerson in a month. That was how the plot went. The original owner was blind up to the moment he died." Grumbling inwardly, Jiang Qing straightened his back, pressed his thumb against his temple, and murmured, "Could it be that my arrival has altered the course of the story? TSK. My head hurts. I can't remember what happened." Sitting on the hospital bed, he tried his best to sort through his memories, only to realize that his current situation was anything but optimistic. The original owner's father greatly appreciated Jiang Yuan and had been grooming him as the heir. 3 years ago, after his father remarried, his younger sister chose to live at school, utterly disappointed in this family. His girlfriend Gu Kerson was pure scum, eating from one bowl while eyeing the pot. Those relatives all preferred the sensible and clever Jiang Yuan over the homebound, reclusive Jiang Qing. As a result, after he was killed by Gu Kerson, almost no one called the police to investigate. They simply defaulted to the explanation of an accident. Thinking of this, Jiang Qing narrowed his eyes. "You were quite pitiful too. After losing your sight, you were redeemed by Gu Kerson and took her for a beam of light piercing your darkness. You clearly knew about her affair with Jiang Yuan, yet chose to endure it, believing marriage would fix everything. Idiot. Your feelings were as easy to deceive as your teleport." Jiang Qing silently mocked a few times, then habitually bit the nail of his right thumb, pondering something of grave importance. Should he choose to go on living? He had once thought death would be a form of release. He had never expected to transmigrate into a book. He muttered under his breath, "I should first ask the doctor why I regained my sight." He stopped dwelling on those tangled, chaotic questions. Jiang Qing slipped on his shoes. His body was still extremely weak, supporting himself against the wall. He walked step by step toward the ward door. He tried to open the door, but it would not budge. Is the lock broken? Or is this one of Jiang Yuan's tricks to stop me from going to some party tonight? The original owner's body is too weak, otherwise with my strength I could have kicked down a door of this quality in 2 kicks. Jiang Qing glanced around the room. On a table bearing a bouquet of sunflowers, he spotted a key. He picked up the key and examined it, his gaze turning hazy. As if driven by some unseen force, he slid it into the lock. This is your key and also your curse. A strange voice coiled around his ears. With a creak, the door swung open. Beyond the threshold lay nothing but darkness, not a shred of light. He could not even see the corridor, could not see a single human figure. Everything was silent and terrifying, like a broken pocket watch for which time itself had come to a standstill. Before Jiang Qing could react, a red thread wound itself around the throat of his fate and dragged him into the darkness. A detached villa in the garden. Jiang Qing's sight and control over his limbs returned. He narrowed his eyes, studying the other 6 people. It was utterly inconceivable. One moment he had been in a hospital ward, the next he had appeared in the garden of a villa. A youthful girl in a light gray trench coat, her hair tied in a ponytail and radiating the vigor of youth, spoke up. 7 people. Looks like this mission will be a bit easier than the last one. The man in the white coat looked at the youthful girl. What's going on here? The youthful girl pursed her lips, thinking how to explain. Simply put, we have to complete a mission before we can return to reality. No, to be precise. Return to the world of the book. A mission. Jiang Qing, a bandage wrapped around his forehead, arched a brow. What if we fail? Death, the girl replied, concise and to the point. The man in the white coat drew in a sharp breath. You're kidding, right? Not at all. The girl blinked her beautiful eyes, her tone devoid of any hint of a joke. A storm of thoughts raged through Jiang Qing's mind. Things were far beyond his expectations. He was not the only one who had transmigrated into a book. Judging by her accent, the youthful, cute girl in front of him, who looked about 18 or 19, was from Sichuan. The man in the white coat, from his accent, was from Tianjin. In one corner stood a man and a woman holding hands, warily surveying the villa, most likely a couple. Another man with tattooed arms, around 1.85 meters tall, was burly and powerfully built, giving off a hard-to-mess-with impression. There was also a woman dressed impeccably in a black dress, her expression dark and displeased. Jiang Qing could not fathom why such a group of people who seemingly had nothing to do with one another had been gathered together. What exactly was this mission? Enough. I don't have time to play role-playing games with you. There's no such scene in my script. Hurry up and send me back. I've got a dinner date with my dream guy. The woman in the black dress spoke in a commanding tone. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No one responded. The atmosphere grew awkward. She exploded with anger. Do you people have any idea who I am? As it turned out, no one present had the slightest interest in who she was. Fine, you'll regret this, she spat, flinging down the threat before turning toward the wrought iron gate. The girl shed her earlier easygoing demeanor and said solemnly, listen carefully. Before we know what the mission is, it's best to stay within the grounds of the villa. The woman in the black dress hesitated, then glanced back and flipped the girl off. What brand of trash bag are you that you can stuff so much in? As soon as the words left her mouth, she stepped her right foot past the wrought iron gate and fell heavily to the ground. Everyone witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Jiang Qing felt his heart tremble. The woman's right leg looked as though it had been cleanly severed by some sharp weapon, yet the severed leg itself walked toward the villa's front door, kicked it open, and hopped inside. A hysterical scream split the air. The woman in the black dress lay on the ground, nerves overwhelmed by pain, her eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. My leg. My leg. The tattooed man froze for a brief second, then immediately ran over and crouched down to check her injury. What the hell? This is insane. How much force would it take to slice a leg clean off like that? Hey, white coat, you're a doctor, right? The tattooed man called over his shoulder. The woman in the black dress kept shrieking, tears and mucus blurring her face. Regret consumed her. The man in the white coat spread his hands. Does wearing a white coat automatically make me a doctor? And another thing, I'm not. Hey. My name is Song Ping'an, and I hate it when people call me Hey. Song Ping'an. The youthful girl smiled lightly. Safe and sound, what an auspicious name. I'm Feng Yaoao. I believe in metaphysics. How about we team up? I hope you'll keep me safe. Hey. Song Ping'an let the topic slide and instead asked, this isn't your first time, is it? Not really. This is my second mission. You could say I'm a slightly experienced newbie, Feng Yaoao admitted frankly while observing the micro-expressions of the others. The two of them chatted idly, not in the least concerned about whether the woman in the black dress lived or died. Jiang Qing chose to remain a bystander in the face of the unknown. It was best to watch and wait. Worried that the screams might attract something horrific, the older man in the couple spoke with quiet authority. Let's get her inside first. The tattooed man nodded effortlessly, scooped the woman in the black dress into his arms, and headed for the open villa door. The others exchanged glances, then silently followed him inside. On the table in the first floor living room lay 7 sheets of paper. Blood-red characters surfaced upon them one by one. Prepare a dinner and deliver it to the basement. At all other times it is best that you do not go there. Each person has one and only one chance to deliver a meal. The mission lasts 3 days. You may not leave the grounds of the villa. Those 3 simple lines weighed on the older man's heart like a boulder of 1,000 pounds. Like Feng Yaoao, he was not a first-timer, but on his second mission. This mission was painfully abstract, offering scant information. To survive would not be easy. The woman in the black dress had already fainted and had been placed motionless on the sofa. Jiang Qing rubbed the mission sheet between his fingers, silently reciting the words over and over, a faint sense of wrongness rising within him. It's best not to go. His gaze shifted toward the staircase and his pupils suddenly contracted. Moments ago the stairs had been empty, yet now there was an extra leg there. The right leg of the woman in the black dress was standing bolt upright on the steps. To be honest, Jiang Qing, who had lived for over 20 years, witnessed such a supernatural phenomenon for the first time. That bloodstained right leg seemed to be watching their every move, sending chills down their spines. Song Pingan swallowed hard and also noticed the right leg. What the hell is there? A ghost here? As soon as those words were spoken, the temperature seemed to drop a little. Feng Yao's expression was serious. It might be a ghost, or it might be something strange. Is there a difference? Jiang Qing asked. The mature man held the gentle woman's hand and calmly informed, if it's a ghost, we still have a slim chance of survival. If it's something strange, this mission will definitely end in total annihilation. Everyone will die. The tattooed man tied the severed leg of the woman in the black dress with cloth and looked up, saying, without treatment she won't last much longer. In this environment, with no doctors and no medical equipment, unable to leave the villa, the fate of the woman in the black dress was self-evident. There's no saving her. After a silence of 7 or 8 seconds, Feng Yao said in a low voice, Uncle, saving the beauty requires the right circumstances. Do you understand the situation we are in? Let me tell you, in my first mission there were 10 actors, and I was the only one who survived. What we are facing is ghosts, or strange entities that humans absolutely cannot defeat. I get that martial artists don't fight with cultivators. There's no chance of winning against them. How could humans possibly defeat ghosts and monsters? Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as everyone gazed intently. That right leg hopped and disappeared around the corner of the staircase, heading to the second floor. This scene was certainly terrifying, but the few people present had strong mental fortitude, and none of them were paralyzed by fear. The mature man sat steadily, fingers interlocked at his lips, calmly surveying the group. He exuded an air of authority, his voice rich and deep. To summarize, in this mission there are 3 elders and 4 newcomers. I don't expect any contributions from you newcomers, just don't cause trouble. 3 elders. Feng Yao fixed her gaze on the woman who had been silent the whole time. Are you two a couple? The mature man shook his head. My wife. To get to the point, the mission is to prepare a dinner to be delivered to the basement. Clearly the ghost is there, and we need to make something it likes to eat, otherwise it might eat us. That's how I understand it. What about you? Me. Feng Yao pointed to herself, then pondered how to express her thoughts. I think whether we can make something it likes hinges on clues in the basement, but going to the basement represents risk and death. At this moment, Jiang Qing, standing by the window, spoke up. Don't you all find it strange? The others turned their gazes toward him. Jiang Qing observed outside the window. The environment here clearly looks like an urban village. The surrounding houses are old. Who would build a luxurious villa worth a fortune in an urban village? Feng Yao seemed uninterested. What a waste of excitement. I thought you discovered some important clues. Listen, every mission has a strange environment. This is not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning, Jiang Qing silently echoed, feeling something was amiss, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. The mission is to prepare dinner. Observing the environment is meaningless. The mature man's tone was indifferent. Who here can cook? What are you looking at? I usually order takeout, Feng Yao huffed proudly. In this day and age, cooking isn't difficult. The challenge lies in whether the food tastes good. After pondering for 3 seconds, Jiang Qing smiled slightly. I can cook. Before I transmigrated, I was a chef at a 5-star hotel, proficient in all 8 culinary cuisines. Upon hearing this, the mature man looked at the young man with a bandaged forehead seriously for the first time. Among the 7 present, excluding the critically injured woman in the black dress, Jiang Qing was the most overlooked. After all, Feng Yao had some experience as a second-time participant. The tattooed man clearly had great strength and was not to be trifled with. The Song Pingan was very good at integrating into the team, hugging the thighs. Only Jiang Qing had kept his distance from everyone from the beginning, like a lone wolf who didn't fit in. The mature man withdrew his gaze. Currently there are too few clues. We have 3 days. The first day should be relatively safe. Everyone should search for clues on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors, but avoid the basement. Are you sure the first day will be safe? Song Pingan was skeptical. Going upstairs might lead to encountering that right leg. Just thinking about it gives me chills. The mature man stood up and sneered. If it's unsafe, should we not act? To stay alive, we must actively seek clues. If we can't complete the mission in 3 days, we will all die. Do you understand? The couple left the living room and headed straight for the kitchen. Since it was related to dinner, there might be important clues in the kitchen. Feng Yao poked Song Pingan's arm with her finger. Don't mind him. Are you brave enough to go to the 2nd floor with me? Count me in. Song Pingan squinted his eyes, showing no fear. Sister, is it fun to deal with ghosts? What, are you hungry? Can you eat anything? The two were really bold, chatting as they went to the 2nd floor. Jiang Qing looked at the tattooed man thoughtfully. Acting alone is too risky. We are all newcomers. How about teaming up for mutual support? From snippets of conversation, he understood that what they were about to face was not something humans could defeat. The man in front of him seemed formidable, but the woman in the black dress was injured, and he was the first to rush in to rescue her. Based on his various behaviors, he probably wouldn't abandon his teammates, or at least that was what Jiang Qing hoped. At least he was better than the others, and Jiang Qing was more willing to team up with the tattooed man. The tattooed man didn't like to dwell on things, smiling as he extended his right hand. I'm Chen Tianyue from Shandong. Jiang Qing. As they shook hands, the two exchanged smiles. Chen Tianyue curiously asked, "Are you really a chef?" "I keep smiling," Jiang Qing replied. "When you're out and about, your identity is what you make of it. If I don't demonstrate my value, I might become the first sacrifice. Human hearts are often scarier than ghosts." Hearing this, Chen Tianyue was stunned for 2 seconds. "That makes sense. I feel you're quite smart. It's no joke, I didn't even graduate from middle school. My education level is low and am not good at finding clues. I'm good at fighting." Jiang Qing pinched his chin and pondered seriously. "Currently the clues are too few, and those 3 elders don't plan to chat with us in detail. Let's go check the kitchen." The two made their way to the kitchen, where the woman in the black dress on the sofa quickly lost her breath. The kitchen was very clean, as if it had just been cleaned, and there were many delicacies laid out on the dining table outside. Buddha jumps over the wall, water-boiled cabbage, rock sugar, bird's nest, Peking duck. A total of 10 dishes. The mature man muttered to himself, 10 dishes, are we supposed to choose one to send to the basement? What do you think? Chen Tianyue asked quietly. Jiang Qing did not respond. He walked around the kitchen, his gaze lingering on a large pile of expensive ingredients in the corner for 3 seconds, before finally stopping in front of the refrigerator. He opened the refrigerator and was stunned. Rotten tomatoes, sprouted potatoes, wilted greens, and a bowl of red bean smoothie. They were completely out of place with those expensive ingredients. Jiang Qing closed the refrigerator door and gave Chen Tianyue a look. The two then went to the second floor. "Did you find any clues?" Chen Tianyue asked eagerly. In the corridor on the second floor, Jiang Qing shook his head. "I have some guesses. Let's continue looking." "Oh, you two are just wandering around on the second floor," Song Pingon teased, casually fiddling with a book. Feng Yaoao emerged from the master bedroom. "I found an ID card." She did not hide the clue. This mission leaned towards teamwork. If there was a clever fellow among the newcomers, they could lead everyone to complete the task, so why not? Jiang Qing focused his gaze. "Name Isiki. Gender female. Ethnicity Han. Address Beijing." Song Pingon clapped his hands. "This clue is too important." Suddenly a familiar female voice echoed. "I've found you." Jiang Qing looked over, his scalp tingling. There she was. The woman in the black dress appeared at the corner of the staircase, her face devoid of any color, standing upright on just one leg, with a strange smile at the corner of her mouth. Silence hung heavy and deafening among them. Song Pingon, clad in a white lab coat, swallowed hard and dared to ask, "You're not dead?" Jiang Qing sighed inwardly. Such a question was undeniably blunt. He gazed deeply into the brown eyes of the woman in black, his mind churning with fragmented thoughts. Under normal circumstances, severing all 4 limbs would not cause immediate death. Without medical intervention, within 10 minutes the victim would lapse into shock from hemorrhagic loss and eventually succumb to cerebral hypoxia. At least 20 minutes had passed since the woman's right leg was severed, which meant the figure standing before them was without doubt no longer human. The woman in black maintained an eerie smile and replied offhandedly, "I have a lead, follow me." With those words, she turned slowly, descending the stairs with silent, disjointed hops. Chen Tianyue, broad-shouldered and imposing, trembled visibly at the sight. He turned to Jiang Qing and whispered, "A ghost." Jiang Qing found no words. His gaze flickered leftward, searching desperately for answers. "What are you staring at?" Feng Yaoao planted her hands on her hips. "This is my first time encountering something like this too." Song Pingon raised his hand. "I propose we rush her, grab her down, all 4 of us." "Agreed." Jiang Qing nodded. 3, 2. Song Pingon began the countdown. 1. No one moved. "All right, boys, let's play dirty." Song Pingon adjusted the ring and chain pendant at his neck. Before Jiang Qing could speak, a woman's face peered around the corner. Feng Yaoao nudged Song Pingon. "You go first, I'm a girl. I'm timid. I'll stand in the middle." "Me too," Song Pingon declared, utterly unashamed. After a moment of quiet observation, Jiang Qing stepped forward and descended the stairs. His intuition whispered that she posed no immediate threat. The woman's head vanished back around the corner. The group regrouped on the ground floor, where the married couple stood watching the woman in black from afar, one gripping a kitchen knife, the other clutching a wooden staff. "Follow me," the woman in black murmured, low yet not somber, her voice laced with something uncanny. Jiang Qing quickened his pace, keeping 3 steps behind her as they approached the basement entrance. "Are you still alive?" he asked directly. She paused mid-step, her body motionless, her head rotating fully 180 degrees as she smiled. "Do you wish me dead?" "Your mother." Jiang Qing's hair stood on end. He whirled and bolted upward in blind panic. Intuition, it seemed, was profoundly unreliable. Thankfully, she did not pursue. Instead, they heard the basement door creak open. 3 seconds later, thud. The door slammed shut. In the living room, Jiang Qing gasped for breath, heart hammering, not from cowardice, but from primal certainty. If I hadn't run, I would be dead. Brilliant. Song Pangon gave a thumb up. Feng Yaoao rolled her eyes, reckless fool. You'd risk your life just for bravado. The composed man pressed, what did you see? Regaining his composure, Jiang Qing recounted plainly, her head twisted fully around, like she was about to strike. And at the stairwell's end there stood a rust-eaten iron door. We're doomed, Feng Yaoao groaned. That woman's become a ghost. Once 3 days pass. Jiang Qing paused, startled. You mean the creature in the basement is restrained for 3 days only? If we fail the task by then, the restraint lifts. And the woman's death has become the monster's blade, prematurely sharpened to kill us. Feng Yaoao. The composed man strode toward the dining table, studying the 10 dishes laid out with deliberate calm. Truth is, this task is deceptively simple. We need no chef nor any cooking skill. There are exactly 10 dishes here. Surely one pleases it. We originally had 7 delivery chances. Now, 6 remains more than enough. Pure chance, nothing more. They gathered around the table. Feng Yaoao produced the ID clue sheet uncovered. Yi Siki, female Beijing. The man mused aloud, Beijing roast duck. So every Beijinger loves roast duck. Song Pangon scoffed. And how sure are you it's Beijing roast duck? What if it's Tianjin roast duck instead? Must you always assert yourself? Oh, so now I can't speak. That's called reasonable deduction. Act. Song Pangon taunted. Fight me. Loser's a dog. The man didn't waste words, just clenched his fists. Between men, disdain needed no translation, only force. Fine, I yield. You win. Song Pangon spread his hands wide, a gesture infuriatingly nonchalant. The man's face darkened as he lunged, but his wife seized his arm. The woman wore a crisp white tracksuit, her long black hair cascading down her back. Her fair skin and gentle neighborly smile radiated warmth as she spoke. Cooperation is essential this time. We've already lost 1 delivery chance. Internal discord will cost us dearly. I'm Su Muran. This is my husband Lin Gubei. We're all actors, let's get acquainted. Actor. Jiang Qing heard the term for the second time, first from Feng Yaoao. After introductions, he asked cautiously, Su. Sister Su, what does actor mean? Su Muran exuded the quiet poise of an elder sister, patient, measured, reassuring. Literally, we transmigrators each enter a distinct script playing supporting roles. Not only must we survive our annual death scene, but also complete 1 assigned task per year. Later, some began calling us actors and the spirits audience. Those words stung, like branding them clowns on a stage of suffering. Jiang Qing recoiled inwardly. An annual death scene. Then why was his scheduled for 1 month hence? Was he being singled out? Sister Su, you're practically my real sister. Song Pangon instantly ingratiated himself. Could you tell us more about scripts and tasks? Su Muran's smile remained warm and approachable, utterly unlike her husband Lin Gubei's sharp-edged demeanor. She paused for 3 seconds, then said gently, we're nearly as new as you are, our knowledge is scarce. One thing I can tell you, there are 25 tasks total. Reach the end, and you shall. Her smile softened, her voice dropping to a reverent hush. Ascend to godhood. My intel differs, Feng Yaoao countered. I heard that completing 25 tasks lets you meet a god and make a wish. Jiang Qing, Song Pingan, and Chen Tianwei felt their pulses quicken. Sister Su, I have one more question, Jiang Qing said, his expression grave. Lin Gubei wrapped his fingers sharply against the table. 3 newcomers. You ask too many questions. Chen Tianwei. He hadn't uttered a single word. Go ahead, ask, Su Muran said, gently clasping Lin Gubei's hand and signaling him to stay calm. For now, persuading newcomers to deliver the meal was paramount. No one knew what dangers lay in the delivery. Someone had to test the path first. Jiang Qing held Su Muran's gaze unwaveringly. We play supporting roles across countless books. Let me think. Su Muran nibbled her lower lip. Here's how to imagine it. We've crossed into a vast, boundless world, one forged entirely from books. Within that same world, we each hold different scripts and embody different characters. Newcomers often brim with questions, answers take time. If we survive and return, let's meet somewhere. More friends mean more paths forward. Now, who'll deliver the meal? Most had already narrowed it to Beijing roast duck. But as the question hung in the air, silence settled. No one was foolish enough to volunteer. The basement was perilous. I'll go. Chen Tianwei stepped forward, close-cropped hair, gray tank top, and snatched up the dish, striding resolutely toward the basement. He halted before the pitted iron door, set down the Beijing roast duck with careful reverence, and knocked softly. Instantly, crimson threads slithered from the crack beneath the door, long, sinuous, like strands of hair. A nauseating stench of blood flooded the air, freezing marrow and prickling every pore with icy dread. Damn it. Chen Tianwei spun and fled. At that very moment, Jiang Qing stood at the stairhead, watching as countless scarlet filaments coiled tightly around a female corpse. Don't look back. Jiang Qing shouted desperately, palms slick with sweat, the metallic tang of blood sharpening every nerve. Death swept in like a cold wind. Chen Tianwei swore this was the closest he had ever stood to oblivion. He took the stairs 3 steps at a time, bursting onto the first floor and halting only upon reaching the living room. Sliced Peking duck had been hurled upward, scattered across the floor, and the female corpse retreated. Huff, huff. Chen Tianwei gasped, chest heaving, his gray tank top drenched through. The group realized delivering the wrong dish triggered an attack, but fortunately the female corpse could not ascend to the first floor. Lin Gubei exchanged a glance with his wife Su Muron, a barely perceptible nod passed between them. A suffocating aura, fear itself, thickened the air. Even Feng Yaoao, who had already survived one trial, cowered in the corner of the living room. Ultimately confronting a specter wasn't a matter of self-reassurance, it was beyond willpower. Human beings cannot fully command their emotions. Chen Tianwei wiped cold sweat from his brow. Now it's your turn. The remaining 5 stared silently at one another. Song Ping'an let out an awkward chuckle, his Tianjin accent thick. Sister, why don't you go? Su Muron clicked her tongue inwardly yet smiled gently. Let's search for more clues first. Feng Yaoao nodded in agreement. 9 dishes, 5 chances. We'd do well to proceed with caution. Lin Gubei gazed out the window. Night had fallen, swallowing the earth in darkness. It's dark now. We'll discuss it tomorrow. Dim light refracted human nature, actors ganging up on an honest man. Chen Tianwei bristled with fury. After I deliver, you'll just stand there. Damn right. His burly frame and heavily tattooed arms made him intimidating when enraged. Jiang Qing pressed a hand firmly onto Chen Tianwei's shoulder and leaned close to his ear. Stay calm. Come with me. Damn it. Chen Tianwei shot the others a venomous glare before heading upstairs. Having agreed to team up with Jiang Qing, he would honor that pact. Face saved. Only 4 remained in the living room. Lin Gubei sneered, voice laced with quiet menace. This Chen Tianwei, muscle over mind, might well drag us all into oblivion in a fit of rage. After all, he's already lost his value. Song Ping'an spread his hands wide. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yao, shall we share the master bedroom tonight? He invited warmly. Feng Yaoao kicked him hard. Yao, my foot. I'm taking the master bedroom. You find another room. Got it. Song Ping'an waved dismissively over his shoulder as he ascended the stairs. A troupe of actors, or rather a pack of bastards. He climbed to the 2nd floor, found Jiang Qing and Chen Tianwei entered their room and shut the door behind him. Gentlemen, mind if I join you tonight? I'm terrified. A troupe of actors, or rather a pack of bastards. He climbed to the 2nd floor, found Jiang Qing and Chen Tianwei entered their room and shut the door behind him. Gentlemen, mind if I join you tonight? I'm terrified of ghosts. Song Ping'an offered the plea with unblinking audacity. The bedroom was modest, furnished with 2 bunk beds, an odd contrast to the villa's elegant style. Jiang Qing sat motionless in a chair, studying him intently. Sharing the room is acceptable if you provide us with one useful clue. Come on, we're all newcomers. Unity benefits everyone, doesn't it? Song Ping'an shrugged. Chen Tianwei scoffed. Kid, you're acting exactly like a double-crosser, first clinging to that girl then cozying up to us. What game are you playing? I'm not a traitor. Song Ping'an wore the expression of a man burdened by unspeakable grievance. I was gaming at home when a key suddenly appeared on my desk. The moment I picked it up, my body moved against my will. I opened the door and found myself here in this accursed place. Feng Yao has survived one trial. I had no choice but to latch onto her. Staying alive is the only priority. I know she's manipulating me. If real danger strikes, I'll be the first to die. Seeing their silence, Song Ping'an drew a slow breath and said, Let me tell you something. Feng Yao intends to sleep alone in the master bedroom tonight. From what I've observed, she possesses some means of resisting spirits. Chen Tianwei shook his head. That tells us nothing. We already knew that. Cold pale light bathed Jiang Qing's eyes as he raised a single finger. You may join us, but only if you agree to one condition. All talk of sleeping together was mere pretense. He had laid his cards bare. He sought inclusion. After all, that married couple clearly needed no one's allegiance. Song Ping'an seated himself beside the young man and waited quietly. Jiang Qing cut straight to the point. Tomorrow morning you'll make the delivery, and what dish you carry will be my decision. What? Brother, we're heart-o-heart, and now you're playing mind games. Song Ping'an's eyes widened in disbelief. Given what had happened before, who would dare deliver again? One misstep, a wrong dish, and the female corpse would strike. Chen Tianwei had raw strength and speed. Even half a second's delay would see him seized. Song Ping'an doubted he could outrun her. Jiang Qing slung an arm around the white coat man's shoulders. Trust me, I'll get you through this. Save it. Who's the elder brother isn't settled yet. Song Ping'an pushed his hand away. Silence stretched for nearly half a minute before he asked solemnly, Do you truly have a plan? Worst comes to worst, we die together. Jiang Qing spoke lightly. Life and death held no weight. A defiance was its own creed. Song Ping'an's face flickered between doubt and resolve, then teeth clenched. Fine. I'm in. The 3 sealed their alliance, forming an impromptu novice team. Night deepened. Lying on the wooden bunk, Jiang Qing stared upward, a phrase surfacing in his mind. Complete 25 trials, and you shall behold the divine, one wish granted. A wish. Suddenly Song Ping'an on the opposite bunk spoke. Old Jiang, if we fail in 3 days, can we surrender? I mean, surrender loses half, but dying here for no reason. I'd be utterly finished. Before Jiang Qing could reply, Chen Tianwei, leaning against the window, spoke first. 9 dishes, 5 attempts, we still hold solid odds. No child cries endlessly, no gambler loses forever. Song Ping'an sighed wistfully. I've never won a single luck-based game in my life. And trusting your life to chance is riskier than trusting a stranger. If Lin Gubei and Su Muron had accepted him, he would never have joined Jiang Qing or stayed near Feng Yaoao. After all, Su Muron radiated warmth and quiet reliability. Jiang Qing yawned. Words won't change anything. Rest first, replenish your strength. Chen Tianwei takes the first watch tonight, I'll take the second. Tomorrow night it's yours. Song Ping'an stared incredulous. Wait, you're actually going to sleep? This villa housed more than one specter. Merely imagining it sent chills crawling across his skin like swarming ants. How could anyone possibly rest peacefully? Jiang Qing ignored the chatterbox. His host had tumbled from the 2nd floor yesterday. Today he'd endured wave after wave of supernatural horror. Without proper rest, how could he endure the next 2 days? Endure it barehanded. When body and mind alike crumble to exhaustion, facing a ghost is indistinguishable from suicide. Time slipped away, until a creeping chill seeped into the air. Dong, dong, dong. Jiang Qing heard the chimes stirred groggily, and his expression shifted to stunned disbelief. He had slept on his side. Directly facing him sat Song Ping'an in his white coat and Chen Tianwei in his gray tank top, both rigid with tension, staring fixedly at him. The moment Jiang Qing opened his eyes, Song Ping'an urgently gestured for silence, then pointed emphatically downward, mouthing the words, under the bed. Shoo. Jiang Qing sucked in a sharp, icy breath, the last trace of drowsiness vanishing. Bracing himself on both hands, he rose slowly, careful not to make a sound. Inch by inch he eased forward, intending to vacate the bunk, yet couldn't resist glancing beneath it, and met the gaze of a pair of horrifying eyes. Someone was under the bed. No, not someone. A spirit. Jiang Qing's breath hitched. Jolted awake from the brink of death, he bolted barefoot toward the door and roared, "Run! Brother Jiang, wait for me!" Song Ping'an rushed after him. Chen Tianyuan, naturally unwilling to remain alone with the woman in the black dress, fled at full speed, surpassing both of them in an instant, and dashed into the living room on the 1st floor, snatching up a glass ashtray from the table as a weapon. The bedroom light flickered off, then flared back on 1 second later. The woman in the black dress stood rigidly at its center, advancing with unhurried precision. Her severed leg no longer bled. In the living room, Jiang Qing broke into cold sweat. What's going on? Song Ping'an swallowed hard. Half an hour ago I couldn't sleep. I turned onto my side and saw her beneath your bed, and she gestured for silence. Hearing this, Jiang Qing's mind froze for several seconds. His face darkened. So, you stared at her for half an hour and didn't call me? Song Ping'an nodded solemnly. We held our ground like true brothers, stood firm against a ghost for 30 minutes without abandoning you. Granted, I have no idea why she was hiding under your bed, but still respect. Damn it. Jiang Qing burst into bitter laughter. Indeed, speechless disbelief could truly twist into mirth. Chen Tianwei spoke up. We dared not move rashly. I've watched countless horror films. Ghosts are untouchable by human hands. She signaled us to stay silent. If we made a sound, she might kill you instantly. Jiang Qing arched a brow, baffled. Of the 6 people in the villa, 3 pairs. Why had the woman in black singled out their group for attack? Could it be the others were already dead? Shouldn't we hide? Song Ping'an crouched behind the sofa, peering out cautiously. Chen Tianwei snapped. You and your cover are equally absurd. She's a ghost. Hiding won't save you. Instantly, the living room lights died. Silence fell, thick, suffocating, and the temperature plummeted. By moonlight, Jiang Qing glimpsed a shadow standing at the stairwell, slowly descending. He clenched his fists, dared not draw breath, his heart hammered wildly, yet his mind remained unnervingly lucid. Why attack me? Once in the basement, now again tonight. When she was alive, I never wronged her. Thoughts tumbled. Jiang Qing stepped backward, just as the lights reignited and Su Muron and Lin Gubei descended the stairs, their expressions graver than ever, yet they did not retreat. Beneath the light, the woman's face was grotesque, her brown eyes locked unblinkingly on Jiang Qing's thigh, her eerie smile unwavering as she drew nearer. Truth be told, this deliberate creeping advance bore far greater psychological weight than sudden shocking apparition. Soon all 3 were cornered. Chen Tianwei smashed the ashtray against the window in desperation, but it shattered while the glass remained intact. We're doomed, we're doomed. Song Ping'an huddled behind Jiang Qing. Brother Jiang, could it be she's fond of you? That's why she follows you so closely. Look, her cheeks are flushed redder than any confession. That's blood. Suddenly, from the 1st floor bathroom, the woman's severed right leg emerged, walking steadily toward the villa's front door. Jiang Qing's pupils contracted. Could it be? At that life or death moment, he shouted to Su Muron's senior sister Su, grab the leg. The gentle elder sister understood instantly. Without hesitation, she sprinted to the door, seized the limb, and hurled it toward Jiang Qing. Chen Tianwei, taller and quicker, caught it midair and fired off. Shall we give it to her? Jiang Qing said nothing. He took the gory limb in both hands, stepped forward, and offered it out. Your death was not our doing. This is your leg. The woman froze. Her hollow eyes shimmered with sudden life. Her ghastly smile softened. She accepted the limb, voice trembling. I want to go home. With a soft thud, she collapsed, lifeless. I want to go home, whispered her final breath. As relief washed over the group, they noticed crimson threads binding her wrists, ankles, and throat, now severed, writhing like living things as they slithered back toward the basement. She wasn't transformed into a ghost, she was possessed by one. Feng Yaoao watched from the corner, her eyes darting, calculating, unreadable. Su Muron asked softly, how did you know returning her leg would stop the attack? Intuition, Jiang Qing replied, evasive. Surviving the ordeal, Song Pingan grumbled, is she insane? Why target us instead of Feng Yaoao? In my experience, ghosts prefer lone prey. More people should mean safety. Attack my sister. Feng Yaoao lunged forward, hurling a pillow, fierce and unyielding. Jiang Qing knelt, gently lifted the woman in black, laid her on the sofa, and covered her with a quilt. She didn't seek to harm us, she sought our help in recovering her lost leg. Had she truly meant to kill, she could have done so unseen, no need for theatrics or fright. As for why us? Jiang Qing paused, glancing at Su Muron. They must possess something even malevolent spirits fear. Su Muron smiled faintly, silent. Feng Yaoao deflected, those red threads may reanimate corpses, or worse. We're truly doomed. 3 days left, perhaps not even tonight. A heavy hush settled over the room. After a moment's reflection, Lin Gubei spoke, voice low and resonant. No time to rest. Tonight the mission must be completed. You'll deliver the meal. Song Pingan blinked, then slouched onto a single-seat sofa, legs crossed. Pfft. You can advise, but don't command me. Little master refuses. Try biting me if you dare. Their gazes clashed, tense, electric. Shall we fight? Song Pingan wasn't fazed. My 2 brothers stand here. Lay a finger on me, and all 3 of us will beat you senseless. Who do you think you are, Captain? Thick-skinned people have only one flaw, thick skin. Jiang Qing bit his thumbnail. You'll go. Brother Jiang, let's not joke. Not joking. After 3 seconds hesitation, Song Pingan rose. Fine, I entrust my life to you. If I die, I'll haunt your bed every night. I'll terrify you. Su Muron looked astonished. From all she'd seen, Song Pingan was defiant, unbending to authority. Yet within hours, Jiang Qing had persuaded him to risk his life. I underestimated him, she murmured inwardly. The newcomers ignored the veterans entirely. They approached the dining table, staring at the 9 remaining dishes. Brother Jiang, what do we choose? Song Pingan asked. A subtle smile played across Jiang Qing's lips. He entered the kitchen, retrieved a large steaming pot. Children, choose. You'll deliver all 9 at once. Brilliant. Song Pingan slapped his palm. The trio hurried to load the dishes. Lin Gubei panicked. Wait, you're breaking the rules. This will get us killed. TCH. Song Pingan rolled his wrists. Little Lin, are you picking a fight? Try us, we'll wreck you. Threatened. Lin Gubei bristled, but restrained himself. He was no weakling in combat, but against 3, no chance. And besides, he had to protect Jiang Qing patted the white-coat man's back. Remember, at the basement door, set down the food, knock once, then turn and run. Do not linger. I don't care, I'll haunt your bed if I die. Song Pingan declared, defiantly proud. Jiang Qing's forehead twitched, crude words, yes, but undeniably truthful. This was the second delivery. 5 figures stood at the stairwell watching Song Pingan descend step by step, steaming pot in hand. At the landing, he spotted the weathered iron door, drew a deep breath, steadying his nerves. He approached, set down the pot, knocked firmly, and spun away, swift and decisive. The iron door swung open. Countless crimson threads erupted, coiling around a female corpse that lunged straight for Song Pingan. Brother Jiang. My roommate. Save me. Song Pingan ran to the corner, and a hand as dry as a branch grabbed his shoulder. Despite his quick reaction, he could not escape the pursuit of the female corpse. This was unexpected for everyone. In addition to the woman in the black dress, there was also a female corpse. Jiang Qing's heart sank to the bottom, and he instinctively rushed down, grabbing one of Song Pingan's hands, but no matter how hard he tried, it was futile. He turned to the girl and shouted, You've experienced this before, do you have any way to deal with the female corpse? It wasn't that Jiang Qing was particularly kind, at least during the time the woman in the black dress appeared under the bed. Song Pingan and Chen Tianwei did not abandon him. Should I save them? Feng Yaoao asked herself, biting her lip and quickly analyzing the pros and cons. To be honest, Song Pingan had no value to her anymore. It would be a waste of valuable life-saving money to save him. But if Jiang Qing died, there would be one less opportunity to deliver food, making things harder for them. Old Jiang, I can't hold on any longer. Song Pingan shouted, loudly gripping the guardrail of the stairs tightly, his shoulder bone being crushed. Jiang Qing gritted his teeth. Help me. I will save him, but you have to protect me once. This is a deal. Feng Yao huffed angrily and took out a copper. She threw it towards the female corpse, and the red thread caught the coin, and the female corpse released Song Pingon. Jiang Qing immediately turned and ran back to the first floor. Old Song in a bloodstained white coat also rushed upstairs, lying directly on the carpet and laughing loudly, saying, "Ha ha ha. I'm still alive, ha ha. Old Jiang, am I awesome or what?" After confirming with a glance this guy had a kind of madness that was unknown to others. Little did they know Song Pangon had a hidden card, and he couldn't die at all, which is why he dared to deliver food and deliberately tested Jiang Qing. The people present were all a bunch of drama queens. Feng Yao kicked him. "Stop showing off. If it weren't for me, you would have been dead long ago. Thinking of my life-saving money wasted on you, ah. I'm really going crazy. Letting you be reckless, making you deliver 9 dishes at once, letting you." Feng Yao was furious and kicked him a few more times, though the force was light. "What do you know? Gambling is a kind of wisdom. I just like people like old Jiang." Song Pingon struggled to sit up, pain making his body tremble, unlike you looking cute and lovely, yet actually cunning and bad. Feng Yao placed her hands on her hips. "Being cute is enough. Why do you care if I'm good or bad? I look cute, of course, to facilitate doing bad things," she added in her heart. Song Pingon's left hand had completely lost sensation. He continued to complain, "Yao Mei, you're not being fair. You hesitated for so long before choosing to save me. If old Jiang hadn't spoken up, would you have just watched me die? I'm just a little girl. What bad intentions could a little girl have? A 1.5-meter little girl." Feng Yao stepped on Song Pingon's leg, gritting her teeth and enunciating in 1.5353. The two were arguing, and the previously terrifying atmosphere eased a bit. Jiang Qing stared at the basement. After about half a minute, the steamer and 9 dishes were thrown up. Everyone scattered to avoid it, and soup and water drenched Song Pingon, but fortunately he wasn't hit. "Indeed. It was wrong from the beginning," Jiang Qing murmured. Chen Tianwei was astonished. What was wrong? Jiang Qing's gaze turned to Lin Gubei, his voice low yet firm. The task was to prepare a dinner to be delivered to the basement. We saw 10 dishes on the dining table and instinctively assumed we needed to choose a dish that the ghosts liked to eat, which was itself a mistake. The task is not to choose 1 out of 10, it is to prepare a dinner. Chen Tianwei realized belatedly. Feng Yao's eyes widened. "Were we played, eh?" "Not played, it's a kind of guidance. People are always deceived by appearances." Jiang Qing habitually bit his thumbnail, seeing the luxurious villa. "We instinctively think the owner must be very wealthy, eating exotic delicacies regularly. Coincidentally, the dining table is filled with 10 famous dishes." I asked, "Why build a 3-story villa like this in a city village? Surrounding buildings are generally 6 or 7 stories tall, closely spaced with poor lighting, and the walls are old and peeling. Compared to them, this villa is too outstanding." Sumu ran in her clean white sportswear, paused, thought of something, and asked intently, "You mean what we see is all an illusion? A mirage?" Jiang Qing shook his head. "I can't be sure if it's an illusion. I just think the contrast is too great." Feng Yao pressed her lips together. "There are some women's clothes in the master bedroom wardrobe, particularly cheap, at most 50 or 60 yuan, and some lipsticks probably around 10 yuan each from unknown brands. This villa is worth at least 10 to 20 million. Would the female owner living here wear clothes worth 50 or 60 yuan? Would she use lipsticks costing 20 yuan each? It's unreasonable. Besides, what wealthy person would place 2 very unattractive bunk beds in the bedroom? The contrast is too strong." Lin Gubei stuffed his hands into his pockets. "What does this indicate? Can't wealthy people be low-key? Can't they wear clothes worth a few dozen yuan? Use cheap lipsticks? Argumentative." The hurt Song Pangon raised his middle finger at Lin Gubei. "You don't understand women at all," Feng Yao retorted seriously. "Not to mention the very wealthy ones, even women earning 3,000 a month. You can ask Sister Sue, would she use a lipstick that costs 20 yuan? Su Muran raised an eyebrow, opened her mouth. "I wouldn't dare use cosmetics under 1,000 yuan on my face, including lipsticks. After all, you get what you pay for. Take lipsticks. Those made from natural cochineal are relatively safe and have no harm to the body. Those cheap lipsticks may use inexpensive synthetic dyes, which can easily exceed heavy metal limits and harm health. 1,000. I only use lipsticks worth 100. She must be really rich," Feng Yao envied. Lin Gubei knocked his fist against his forehead, going in circles. "So it's about the strong contrast, then what? What does this have to do with the task? Did you find any answers or important clues?" "No. I'm tired, going to sleep." Jiang Qing and Chen Tianwei helped Song Pingon up, and the 3 walked towards the 2nd floor. "Wait for me, you have to protect me once." Feng Yao changed her attitude faster than flipping a book. Without the life-saving money against the ghosts, she dared not continue sleeping in the master bedroom alone. The living room was in disarray. Lin Gubei spoke up. "This newcomer, named Jiang Qing, is not just any arrogant." Su Muran smiled meaningfully. "At least in this situation, he managed to come up with the idea of delivering 9 dishes at once, which is a bit smarter than most newcomers. However, it's his first time experiencing a task, and a lot of things are still confusing, just like we were back then. To perform like this without crying or shouting is already quite good." Lin Gubei shook his head. "I was very calm during my first task too. I know my husband is the best. Su Muran spoke softly, you don't need to have hostility toward them. After all, we aren't much different from the newcomers. In the last task out of 12 people, only you and I survived. Husband, we can't fight alone. In this dangerous world, we need to make friends, trustworthy friends. Friend. That chatterbox Song Ping. That simple-minded Chen Tianwei. That seemingly innocent, but actually cunning Feng Yao Yao. That seemingly ordinary Jiang Qing. Lin Gu Bei rubbed his temple with his thumb. Let's talk about survival first. On the second floor's master bedroom, 3 men and 1 woman. Feng Yao Yao sat at the edge of the bed, her short stature allowing her to swing her legs while she babbled, stop looking. I've searched both the second and third floors. There are no other clues. Jiang Qing ignored the girl's words, continuously rummaging through the wardrobe. He reached into the pocket of a white trench coat and felt a piece of paper. Jiang Qing discreetly took out the paper, opened it, and his pupils focused on 7 words. Usiki latest stuff. What? What? Feng Yao Yao leapt forward, pressing her face close to Jiang Qing's. She studied him intently and her expression slowly turned strange. Latest stage stomach cancer. Is that the cause of the villa woman's death? A faint fragrance drifted to his nostrils. Jiang Qing instinctively stepped aside, keeping his distance from the girl. Feng Yao Yao noticed this keenly, and to her surprise, her fondness for the young man grew. Disheveled Song Pingon sat by the window, tending his wounds, his soiled clothes tossed in a corner. A late-stage stomach cancer patient. He shouldn't be eating greasy or spicy food, right? Chen Tianwei stood at the door, considering aloud. I have a question. If we prepare dinner for a ghost, do ghosts eat humans? Or should they eat me? Song Pingon joked. The atmosphere turned unusually quiet. He twitched his mouth. I was only saying it casually, don't take it seriously. If by some dreadful chance they intended to use them as ingredients, there was no doubt the injured Song Pingon would be in grave danger. Jiang Qing held the medical report and paced the spacious master bedroom, his brows drawn into a deep frown. He felt that something was wrong, as if something had been overlooked. Are you sure you've searched both the second and third floors thoroughly? There are no other clues. MHM. Feng Yao Yao's voice was sweet. Song Pingon rolled his eyes. Stop pretending to be a sweet girl, Chuan Yu Balong. Feng Yao Yao kicked, sending Song sprawling to the floor. She clenched her fist and threatened, I am a sweet girl. A Chuan Yu girl who refuses to be sweet is not a proper Balong. Jiang Qing ignored the bickering pair and instructed, I'll check the third floor. You two stay in the room and rest. Chen Tianwei replied with concern, can't we wait until morning? Your body. Jiang Qing still had bandages wrapped around his forehead and his spirit was only fair. I'm fine. I can't betray your trust. He forced a light smile. As the door closed, the 3 inside exchanged uneasy glances. Feng Yao Yao hesitated, then after a moment asked, isn't he afraid to go alone? Song Pingon, sitting on the floor, grew unexpectedly serious, rubbing the ring on his necklace with his right hand and speaking in a low voice. Someone like him likes to shoulder everything alone. He probably has never truly been loved. After a few silent seconds, Feng Yao Yao slapped the back of Song Pingon's head. Ouch! Are you out of your mind? Don't think I won't hit a woman. Feng Yao Yao snapped, you messed with my head. I get angry just seeing you. Don't pull my hair. Damn it, you female Balong. Irregular periods, huh? Feng Yao Yao fired back. You're the one with irregular periods, she repeated. Chen Tianwei watched in speechless bewilderment. At a time like this, who had the mood to quarrel? I'll go to the first floor and look for clues. He said it offhand and left the master bedroom. On the villa's third floor, 3 rooms were used to store miscellaneous items. Jiang Qing stood in the corner of one room before a painting thick with dust. In the painting, the girl wore a white dress and white shoes, her hair tied in a ponytail, as she sat on the lawn under sunlight like the pale moonlight of the boy's unspoken affections. Yisiki. Jiang Qing murmured the name, crouching to stroke the frame and brush away the dust. Suddenly he sensed something unusual. There seemed to be something behind the painting. Jiang Qing turned the half-meter canvas over, opened the frame, and discovered a pink diary. Feng Yao Yao, Feng Yao Yao. Truly unreliable. The girl had earlier said, this is my second mission. I am a somewhat experienced newcomer. Jiang Qing had taken it for modesty, as it turned out that experience was worthless. He gathered himself and opened the diary, reading silently, 20160307, so tired. Only a freshman, yet everyone in class is already preparing for the postgraduate exams, a flock of overachievers. I can't fall behind. But the boy in the library is so handsome, sitting alone in the corner reading. I don't know which department he's from. If I see him again tomorrow, I'll ask for his contact. Go for Isiki. 20160713. I did something big today, hehe. I confessed to Mengwano on the playground. Just thinking of his blushing face makes me so happy. He's so adorable. I swear I'll dote on my boy for a lifetime. 20170501. Not happy. I met Zuzu's mother. The aunt isn't kind to him. Although Jojo said his father died when he was 17 and his mother remarried, I didn't expect. He feels like a guest in his own home. 20180627. A third year is over. I still plan to take the graduate exams. Jojo supports my decision and plans to study for the exams with me. 20190101. This was our first New Year's Eve together. The fireworks were beautiful. Jojo confided that before meeting me he had never been chosen so firmly. It hurt me, he's such a kind boy yet has endured so much. 20190703. We drank a little and talked a lot. I asked him how much he loved me. Haha, such a straight man, he said, from the moment you walked into my heart no one could compare. Jiang Qing paused to the following entries bore no dates. I made it ashore. Passing the exam was exhausting, endless practice problems. Sadly, Jojo did not pass. I comforted him for a long time and took him to the amusement park. Watching the sunset from the Ferris wheel was so romantic. We rented a single room in an urban village for 450 yuan a month. Though less than 10 square meters, I would decorate it and make it our home. That night we couldn't buy a proper quilt. Jojo held me as we slept on the hard plank bed. He vowed to work hard and before long buy me a big villa. Today we went to the hospital. The diagnosis is late stage stomach cancer. I'm collapsing. I am only 25. I don't want to die. It couldn't be concealed. For the first time I saw him kneel with red eyes and weep. He comforted me over and over. It's okay, it'll be fine, urging me to accept treatment calmly. I'm in so much pain. He rose early and worked late, spending every penny on my treatment. Even my parents, persuaded by my brother, gave up on me, but he refused to give up. My hair fell out more and more. We went to the barber. When my head was shaved, he turned his back to me. That fool must have cried again. I don't want him to cry. He proposed to me. I didn't accept, saying it lacked sincerity, and asking him to propose again on July 13th, the day I confessed. Jojo, I'm sorry, I really can't hold on. I left you a recording. After I die someone will send it to you. The diary ends there. 1,000 thoughts surged through Jiang Qing's mind. Wrong, it's not Yusuke's ghost, it's Meng Wanzhou. No. Perhaps after Yusuke died Meng Wanzhou committed suicide for love. 2 ghosts. A clue. The recording. In the hazy moonlight the painted woman grew eerie and a red thread crept forth without a sound. Lost in thought, Jiang Qing did not notice the danger. In the next instant the red thread snatched the diary away. Momentarily stunned, Jiang Qing bolted, unwilling to remain on the 3rd floor. He had already witnessed the power of specters. Physical force was useless against them, and they could not be slain by ordinary means. He ran straight back to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor and swallowed. Where is Chen Tianwei? Feng Yao sat on the bed and blinked her bright eyes. He went to the 1st floor to look for clues. Why are you so out of breath? Seen a ghost? Song Pingon squatted in the corner with a blanket over him. Jiang Qing had barely spoken when someone knocked at the door. Knock. 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 Who is it? Jiang Qing questioned, narrowing his eyes. In the dead of night, if it were Chen Tianyue, he surely wouldn't knock on the door, as that would create too much noise. It's me, Su Muran. The 3 of them sighed in relief. If they had encountered a ghost knocking at night, they would truly have no way to escape. So far, they couldn't grasp the situation regarding the ghosts in the basement. They only knew that the ghosts could not leave the basement and had the ability to control corpses, but nothing more, leaving them in a passive state. Jiang Qing grasped the doorknob, hesitating for 3 seconds before opening the door. Is there something wrong? Su Muran had a serious expression. The corpse is missing. The 3 of them hurriedly followed Su Muran to the living room on the 1st floor, where Chen Tianwei and Lin Gubei were present. What's going on? Jiang Qing stared at the quilt that had fallen to the ground. It was the shroud he had given to the woman in the black dress. Chen Tianwei shook his head. I searched the 1st floor for a while but found no clues, so I went outside to get some fresh air. When I returned, Lin Gubei and Su Muran had just come downstairs, and we discovered the corpse was missing. This is bad, Feng Yao said with a mournful face. If I had known, I would have just burned it in the yard. The corpse must have been controlled by the ghosts, and it could be hiding in the bottom of the bed. She emphasized the last 3 words, leaning closer to Jiang Qing's ear to scare him. Jiang Qing scanned the dirty marble floor, took 2 steps and crouched down. Footprints covered in grease do not lead to the basement, but instead go upstairs. This further confirmed that the corpse of the woman in the black dress was indeed upstairs. Song Pingon punched the sofa in frustration. There are ghosts in the basement, and there are also ghosts upstairs. What the hell is going on? They don't even give us any clues for the mission. Do they really think we're a bunch of detectives or police? At this moment, everyone felt an immense weight on their hearts. Nobody wanted to die. Jiang Qing knew that if they continued like this, they would only become more dangerous and wouldn't make it until dawn. I need your help to find something. A recording from Yusuke before she passed away. A recording? Everyone looked confused. Lin Gubei asked in confusion, who told you that Yusuke had a recording before she died? Jiang Qing didn't want to waste any words, she herself. The 3 words sent chills down their spines. Wasn't she already dead? Chen Tianwei believed in Jiang Qing's judgment. Although he wasn't very clever, he was an action-oriented person. Time passed second by second as the 2 of them formed a team to rummage through the villa. The reason they didn't search together was primarily due to the danger of escape being inconvenient. The staircase could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side, and searching together would result in low efficiency. Jiang Qing and Chen Tianwei stayed on the first floor while secretly warning Feng Yaoao not to go to the third floor. This way, seeing Feng Yaoao and Song Pingon on the second floor, Lin Gubei and Su Muron headed to the third floor. After all, dead friends don't keep the living from searching. In fact, they had searched more than once, but there were no significant clues, nor had they found any recordings. A scream erupted from the third floor of the villa. Jiang Qing quickly looked up. Su Muron has been attacked. Should we go help? Chen Tianwei asked earnestly. Help with what? She won't die. Since Feng Yaoao has the means to fight against ghosts, Su Muron must also have some. We don't need to worry about her safety. Jiang Qing replied nonchalantly. Tap tap tap. Feng Yaoao came running down the stairs with his cell phone in her hand. Big brother Jiang Qing, I found a cell phone under the mattress in the master bedroom. A cell phone. Jiang Qing's eyes lit up. Recordings were most likely stored on phones. Of course their phones had no signal, and aside from checking the time, they were useless. A password. Only 2 attempts left. Jiang Qing was taken aback. Feng Yaoao looked a bit guilty. I tried and I entered the wrong password 3 times. Chen Tianwei couldn't help but curse, you idiot. If your IQ is insufficient, don't even try. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Feng Yaoao bit her lip, looking aggrieved. Sounds of footsteps and objects shattering from upstairs could be heard. Jiang Qing examined the cell phone and felt at a loss. With only 2 attempts left, if they entered the wrong password, the phone would be locked. None of them understood how to unlock it without the password. Password, 6 digits. Think, come on. Jiang Qing paced back and forth, suddenly stopping in front of the window, and an idea struck him. Confession. Without hesitation, he entered the 6 digits, 160,713. Unlock successful. Feng Yaoao was stunned. Just one time, and it worked. Could it be? This guy is a genius. Jiang Qing found a recording in the phone, took a deep breath, and clicked play. Hi. Have you missed me? After I left, did you remember to eat on time? I'm doing well here. I don't have the pain I had during chemotherapy, and I have no worries. I'm still that long-haired girl. The girl's voice was sweet yet tinged with weakness. The only thing I worry about is you, because I know you definitely want to take care of yourself. You're so foolish, so silly. Silly boy, don't cry, I'm always here. All these years, although we haven't had much money, those were the happiest times of my life. You love the red bean smoothie I make. I've left a bowl in the fridge. This might be the last time. I have just one small request. When I'm gone, you must take good care of yourself. The girl's voice broke as she began to cry. Joe, I miss you so much. Will you forget me quickly? Will you find a new girlfriend soon? I've dreamed of marrying you. They say online that death isn't the end, but forgetting is. Can you forget me a little slower? A little slower. I really love you so much. The recording ended and Feng Yaoao's eyes turned red. Jiang Qing put down the phone, walked to the fridge, and took out the bowl of red bean smoothie. He felt a chill in his fingertips and his gaze deepened as everything became clear to him. The villa and the life of wealth were just a dream woven by Wanzhou for Yusiki. Jiang Qing walked towards the stairs with the red bean smoothie, but Feng Yaoao grabbed him. Don't act impulsively, this might be a trap. I don't believe the task is so simple. Whether it's a trap or not, we'll know when we try it, Jiang Qing interrupted the girl. Looking at her frail figure, Song Pangon couldn't help but shout, Old Jiang, don't die. At the stairway, Jiang Qing turned back and smiled. If I die, I'll sleep under your bed every day. You no way. Song Pangon pretended to be disgusted. Jiang Qing withdrew his gaze, turning away and waving, I'm off. The sounds of chasing from upstairs continued as he stood before the mottled iron door of the basement, gently tapping twice. Creak, the door opened a crack. As he was about to step over the threshold, Jiang Qing couldn't suppress the fear inside him. You're so pathetic, what are you afraid of? Ghosts. They're just ugly creatures, so what's there to fear? You've died once, be brave. He comforted himself and pushed open the iron door. What came into view was a small rental room. The walls were adorned with wallpapers of various colors. A cheap wardrobe stood in the corner along with a table and 2 plastic chairs. Behind the table was a wooden bed on which lay a terrifyingly pale female corpse, completely still. Jiang Qing paid no mind to this, but fixed his gaze on the man by the window. After a minute of silence, he spoke first. You're not what I expected. The man in black questioned, do you think I'm not scary enough? Jiang Qing nodded. The man in black chuckled silently. There's nothing strange about that. Before I died, I was a person too. Those words were equivalent to saying nothing at all. Jiang Qing silently mocked. He scrutinized Meng Wanhou intently, the black trench coat draping over a body as thin as a stick devoid of any color, with a hint of sadness in those eyes. Just from those eyes one could tell that the person must have been quite handsome when alive. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qing placed the red bean smoothie on the table. Does this count as completing the task? Meng Wanhou did not answer but instead asked, well, have you completed it? This smile sent shivers down Jiang Qing's spine, and 1,000 curses were stuck in his throat. Was he wrong? No, he was trying to deceive me. Based on the clues available, the answer must be this bowl of red bean smoothie. Sigh. Curiosity killed the cat. Had I known I should have left it at the door, why did I insist on coming in? Various thoughts surfaced in Jiang Qing's mind. His body stiffened. He wanted to escape, but could he really? Meng Wanzhou enjoyed the scene with a twisted sense of humor, slowly approaching his right hand, touching the edge of the bowl, his gaze softening as he spoke. Originally, my game was called Seeking Love, with the entire city as the playground where one had to find 7 memory fragments and 7 letters in 7 locations: schools, hospitals, parks, urban villages. Later I grew tired and resisted his orders, so I was demoted to beginner village. I enjoyed the leisure and changed both the game setting and clues, not killing a single person in 3 years. You analyze that I cannot leave the basement, but in my game the rule is that there are no rules. I could instantly kill all. Hearing this, Jiang Qing felt surprisingly relaxed and sat down in a chair. So, what are you trying to express? Meng Wanzhou sat down as well, asking, do you still not understand? This isn't called letting go, this is akin to unleashing a vast ocean. That girl named Feng Yaoyao was the only one to survive among 10 actors in the last game. That couple among 12 actors, only 2 survived in the last game. I am quite merciful, am I not? Jiang Qing nodded and politely said, thank you. The emaciated Meng Wanzhou was taken aback, muttering the words thank you. He chuckled, you are the first human to say thank you to something strange. Strange. Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow. What's the difference between a ghost and something strange? Meng Wanzhou extended a red thread with his finger, curling up a nearby spoon to lift the red bean smoothie. Want some? Siki's cooking is top-notch. When praising his girlfriend, he couldn't suppress a smile. Jiang Qing shook his hand in refusal. No thank. Meng Wanzhou scooped a mouthful of red bean smoothie, chewing as he informed, strange beings are more powerful than ghosts. They are humans who awaken miracles in life. Normally, you wouldn't encounter strange beings in a level 5 game. I almost forgot you're a newbie and don't understand difficulty levels. 25 games categorized into 5 levels based on the numbers 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. Level 5 is beginner, totaling 9 games. Level 4 is despair, totaling 7 games, and so on. I was initially a level 3 strange being in my game. There were absolutely no survivors. However, I mentioned before that I offended him and was sent to beginner village. I resolutely slacked off, not killing anyone for 3 years. Listening quietly, Jiang Qing appeared indifferent on the surface, but internally he was turbulent. This equated to his first mission, with the difficulty being despair within despair. Had it not been for Meng Wanzhou slacking off, it would have been a complete annihilation. Thank you to the ghost who slacked off at work. Jiang Qing felt sweat on both his palms and back, while various questions surged forth. Were you an actor in your past life? Yes. Meng Wanzhou candidly admitted. Was Yi Siki also? Meng Wanzhou shook his head. She was not. Not. Jiang Qing was astonished. You fell in love with someone from a book. Meng Wanzhou, who had put down his spoon midway through eating, looked serious and said, have you ever thought about a question? Is this truly the world from the book? Who determines this is a false world, just based on our memories? But memories can be altered. To take a step back, so what if the world is fake? Yi Siki loves Meng Wanzhou and Meng Wanzhou loves Yi Siki. Love is real. Seeing Jiang Qing's dazed expression, he chuckled softly. Laugh, if you wanted, this isn't the first time I've been mocked. Siki came from an average family, but she was the goddess of the university back then. Many people mocked me, saying I was a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Later, when Siki was in the late stages of stomach cancer, her parents and brother chose to give up treatment, but I remained by her side. They laughed at me for being foolish, for having a love brain, for being an idiot. Words can be numerous in the world, but none hurt quite like love. After regaining his composure, Jiang Qing shook his head and said earnestly, you misunderstand, I don't mean to mock you. In my eyes, only infatuation is not worthy of ridicule. Yi Siki was very fortunate to have met you in her brief life. You are very gentle. Meng Wanzhou smiled. Do you know why I deeply love Siki? Others use gentleness to describe me, but only she uses me to describe gentleness. Jiang Qing took a deep breath to steady his emotions. This is damn being force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Meng Wanzhou was very smug. He enjoyed showing off his love in front of others, even after death. Sounds came from outside the iron door, and Jiang Qing focused. Last question. Do you discuss these matters with everyone who completes a task? He felt something was off, especially the way the other looked at him. No. Meng Wanzhou replied with a sinister smile. You are the first person to see me. Those who encountered me in the level 3 game all died. In level 5 games, I wouldn't open the door for them. As long as I stood at the door with a plate of scrambled eggs, they would pass the game. Anxiety surged within him, and Jiang Qing forced himself to remain calm. I am just an ordinary actor. His mind raced, pondering ways to escape. Would surrender work? As the saying goes, if you can't win, join in. Meng Wanzhou enunciated. You are extraordinary. Those beautiful eyes resemble a person. Jiang Qing, I lost it. Will you accept? Accept? What the hell? I do not accept, Jiang Qing countered. Meng Wanzhou widened his eyes, and a red thread bound Jiang Qing's left hand. My miracle is called longing. This is the longing thread. A one end binds you and the other. No matter whom it binds, you will fall in love. Among the 5 outside, do you prefer Song Pengon or Chen Tianwei? Chen Tianwei has a good physique with your small frame. Haha. Jiang Qing laughed out of anger. Oh good, you are also trying to take over the work of the matchmaker. If you're going to connect people, can you not pair men with men? Can you be a decent person? Meng Wanzhou shrugged. I can't be a decent person anymore. Let me ask you one last time. I lost to will you accept? What do you want to do, eh? That's not an answer. Looking at the other end of the longing thread floating towards the iron door, Jiang Qing tightened his lower body and gritted his teeth. I accept. In the next moment, Meng Wanzhou's body gradually became transparent, meaningfully saying, don't be nervous, we will meet again. Don't burn that woman's body. She will replace me and become the new master here. Remember, the game has just begun. Meng Wanzhou vanished and Jiang Qing let out a sigh of relief, for the pressure from the other was far too strong. He scanned the rental apartment, stood up, walked out through the mottled iron door, and stepped into the living room. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had already brightened and the golden light of dawn spilled in where a group of people was waiting for him. In the hospital ward, Jiang Qing gazed out at the setting sun, then looked at the date on his phone, murmuring, Feng Yaoao didn't deceive me. The timeline in the task world is different from that in the book world. A day spent in the task world only amounts to a few minutes in the book world. Let's go home. Jiang Qing paused, opened his phone's memo, and entered an address. Today is March 12th. Assume Muron arranged a gathering, scheduling to meet them on March 14th. Having finished all this, Jiang Qing stepped out the door and a figure immediately stood up, moving around his feet. It was a golden retriever guide dog named Happy. For years ago, Jiang Qing's mother bought him this dog, hoping he would go out more often. It was a very obedient and intelligent golden retriever with very stable emotions. Jiang Qing crouched down and patted Happy's fluffy head, and the dog licked his palm. After a day in the hospital, only this golden retriever had been waiting at the door. As for the caregiver Jiang Yuan mentioned, he chuckled. Jiang Qing guessed that his cheap younger brother hadn't even hired a caregiver for him. I can be sure. My recovery from blindness has nothing to do with the hospital. It might be the power of ghosts and spirits. I must keep this ability to see a secret. It will serve as my camouflage. Life is like a play. It's all about acting. From now on, I want to be a qualified actor. He had decided to survive, to complete 25 tasks, and to fulfill a wish. Happy whined, persistently expressing its worries. I'm fine, let's go home, Jiang Qing said with a gentle smile. He led the guide dog without going through discharge procedures, avoiding the nurse's gaze, and quietly left the hospital. Passing by an eyewear store, Jiang Qing bought a pair of sunglasses to better conceal himself. He lived in a high-end residential area near Wuyue Plaza, which had large flats and standalone villas. His father was a businessman who made a lot of money in his early years, which enabled them to afford a standalone villa worth over 3 million. Of course, their family was not particularly wealthy. Their fixed assets were around 7 to 10 million, and they couldn't produce even 1 million in liquid funds. Their living conditions could only be described as acceptable, considering they had to support 3 children, resulting in substantial daily expenses. Back at home, Jiang Qing released the golden retriever and strode into the kitchen in search of food. Happy tilted its head, bewildered by the scene. There are no leftovers. Let's eat some bread and drink some milk. Jiang Qing glanced over and saw Happy squatting in front of the automatic feeder, pawing at it until the dog food fell out. It was a familiar sight. Is the golden retriever this smart? He had never owned a dog before and found it quite interesting. Happy, come here. Happy, halfway through its meal, immediately ran over, displaying high obedience and not guarding its food. After testing a few times, Jiang Qing patted the dog's head, saying, all right, go eat your food. He sat on the sofa with a glass of milk, squinting his eyes in contemplation. The original owner's father and stepmother are in another province and won't be back for the next couple of days. His younger sister is in her 3rd year of high school, living at school. No wonder Jiang Yuan dared to provoke the original owner. The balcony railing on the 2nd floor must have been tampered with by him. He might regret not having killed the original owner. If the original owner were to fall to his death, he could explain it as an accident. If I were to kill him, would the plot change? At 11 o'clock at night, the front door opened and Gu Kersen helped the drunken Jiang Yuan into the house. Kersen, I love you. I really love you. All right, I love you too, hurry up. Gu Kersen turned on the lights, her expression visibly flustered. Jiang Qing. Her head buzzed, feeling a sense of shame as though she had been caught cheating. On the single sofa, Jiang Qing sat, still wearing sunglasses, while Happy lay sleeping at his feet. After waiting for a long time without hearing a response, Gu Kersen carefully placed the drunken Jiang Yuan on the long sofa. She cautiously approached, calling out, Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing looked as if he had just woken up, confused. Why are you in my house? At that moment, Gu Kersen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So he had fallen asleep. She changed her previously tense and guilty demeanor, speaking in a calm tone. Xiao Yuan got drunk. I brought him back. Aren't you supposed to be at the hospital? Jiang Qing did not respond, instead staring at the woman through his sunglasses. He only remembered Gu Kersen's appearance before she turned 7. This was the first time he saw her as an adult. No wonder Jiang Yuan was competing. The girl's looks were indeed not low, with delicate features, bright eyes, and a pure yet alluring appearance. Though she couldn't be called a goddess, she was undoubtedly a beauty. Hey, I'm talking to you. Gu Kersin nudged his shoulder. Jiang Qing yawned and replied, I'm not used to staying in the hospital, so I came back. Oh, all right then. Gu Kersin showed no interest in asking further and walked toward Jiang Yuan, kneeling down to gently stroke his face with a tender gaze. Xiao Yuan drank too much. I'll stay here to take care of him tonight. Love is about meticulous care, and she did it, but not for her own boyfriend. Suddenly Jiang Yuan embraced Gu Kersin and kissed her. Gu Kersin struggled symbolically for a moment, but then stopped resisting. Her flushed cheeks resembled the rosy hues of a sunset, and the kiss. Jiang Qing watched the scene with amusement. Is it thrilling? As soon as he spoke, Gu Kersin was startled, pushing Jiang Yuan away forcefully. What are you saying? Are you nervous? Jiang Qing chuckled. I was asking if tonight's banquet is thrilling. What's thrilling about a banquet? It's just a bunch of people exchanging resources, Gu Kersin replied, dismissively bending down to help Jiang Yuan up. She wore a low-cut evening gown, and Jiang Yuan definitely caught a glimpse of a beautiful view. I'll take Xiao Yuan back to his room. As her footsteps faded, Jiang Qing adjusted his glasses and joked, Gu Kersin, you can't hide your feelings for someone, but liking two people. You must hide it well. He didn't care that Gu Kersin and Jiang Yuan were being affectionate in front of him. She wasn't his girlfriend. He just felt. The original owner was quite pitiful. Gu Kersin got angry. Why is your mind so filthy? Xiao Yuan and his aunt are homeless. They only have a stable life now because Jiang uncle found them. He's your brother now. Isn't it natural for me to take care of him? If it were the original owner, he would have already created a scene. Jiang Qing, however, remained as calm as water. He had his own wife, and his pair of eyes seemed to resemble hers exactly. Besides, Gu Kersin was merely a passerby, an NPC in the book world. Who would care about an NPC? Was he foolish? Jiang Qing sat quietly, homeless. A home can be rebuilt to you, and Jiang Yuan are as cheap as can be. To be honest, I've had new insights lately. The more people I interact with, the more I like dogs. Happy lifted its head and gently rested it on Jiang Qing's knee, offering a silent comfort. Gu Kersin was both annoyed and furious. How dare he speak to her like that? How dare he curse like that? All her life she had been the one in control of Jiang Qing. The angrier she became, the more she threatened. Do you believe I'll really break up with you? Fine, let's break up, Jiang Qing replied without a ripple of emotion. He was contemplating whether breaking up with Gu Kersin would change the plot, which was destined for death in a month. If the plot changes, what kind of butterfly effect would it create? Crash. Gu Kersin let go, causing Jiang Yuan to fall to the ground, and she rushed over, raising her hand to slap Jiang Qing. Woof. Woof. Happy stood protectively in front of Jiang Qing, barking at the woman and showing its. In fact, Gu Kersin was very afraid of dogs, instantly backing down 2 steps, her face darkening as she said, Jiang Qing, if we break up, I will absolutely never get back together with you, even if you beg me on your knees. Now I'm giving you a chance. Apologize to me and swear not to target Xiao Yuan again. Jiang Qing laughed heartily, gently stroking Happy's head with his right hand. You're quite interesting. You proposed the breakup and I agreed. So why should I apologize? Gu Kersin, talking to a brainless person is really tiring. Please stop tormenting me. The other party relied on the original owner's blindness and the fact that the original owner loved her deeply, not knowing how many disgusting things she had done with Jiang Yuan over the past 3 years. Jiang Qing couldn't comprehend why, if Gu Kersin didn't like the original owner, she wouldn't end the relationship. Are you torturing me? Gu Kersin laughed, a laugh filled with irony and pain. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath as if making a certain decision, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Yes, I like Jiang Yuan. I have never liked you from the beginning to the end. Everyone, including my parents, has morally bound me, saying I owe you a life. They say I should take care of you They say I must marry you. Why should I? When I was 7, did I ask you to save me? You lost your sight and ruined my life. Gu Kersin said, emotionally, her delicate body trembling, slightly, her eyes turning red as she continued. In the 2nd semester of senior year, you took this foolish dog to wait for me at the school gate every day after evening classes, telling everyone that you were my fiancé. Huh. Do you know how my classmates mocked me? They laughed at me for marrying a cripple, laughed at me for having to take care of a blind person for the rest of my life. The pressure of studying was already great, and with all the topics about me in class, I almost fell into severe depression. I could clearly have gotten into a better university. Jiang Qing, you ruined me. On the single sofa, Jiang Qing, wearing sunglasses, felt a tremor in his heart as the original owner's memories surged into his mind. He did not fully absorb the original owner's memories, only knowing the key plot points, and that a month later Gu Kersin would find a way to kill him. As the past was brought up, fragmented memories began to coalesce. Jiang Qing's brow furrowed gradually. This was completely different from what he had expected. Gu Kersin stood in place, clenching her fists tightly, on the verge of tears as she recounted, It was hard for me to finally get into university. I thought I could escape the constraints of you and my family. I was truly happy in my freshman year. I actively participated in activities, studied hard, and everyone described me as a gentle and kind girl, an optimistic and cheerful girl. But you wouldn't let me go. Last year, at the start of sophomore year, you brought this foolish dog to university to find me again. Later, do you know how pity, sympathy, mockery, schadenfreude. Jiang Qing, I am just a 20-year-old girl. I have no great capacity for endurance. My life shouldn't be like this. When I was young, I played too much, I made mistakes, and I bore the consequences myself. Why should I pay for your life just because you saved me? Why should you morally bind me? Everyone has overestimated Gu Kerson's endurance and underestimated the lethal power of words. She did not dare to break up with Jiang Qing once her parents knew she would face various accusations. At 20, she still couldn't escape the constraints of her family. Moreover, her parents and Jiang Qing's mother were childhood best friends. The two families had always been neighbors. Before Jiang Qing's mother passed away, her parents had promised all the relatives that Gu Kerson would take good care of Jiang Qing for a lifetime. This seemed like a shackle firmly binding her hands and feet, leaving her powerless to resist, and no one cared about her resistance. A phrase, "You owe Jiang Qing a life," was enough to make her collapse. Gu Kerson bit her lip, tears streaming down her face, and choked out loudly, "Why did you save me then? Wouldn't it have been better if I had died? I have never said I liked you, nor have I ever acknowledged you as my fiancé. You all bullied me. Only Jiang Yuan said my debt to you has been repaid." Sadness washed over her like a tide as Gu Kerson crouched on the ground, hugging her knees, and began to sob uncontrollably. Upon learning the truth, Jiang Qing's brow furrowed. He only had a part of the original owner's memories and could only judge from the original owner's perspective, unclear about all this. In a sense, the original owner was a bit disgusting, using the life-saving grace to morally bind. However, before the original owner broke up with Gu Kerson, she had an unclear and unethical relationship with Jiang Yuan. Right or wrong, who is to blame? Jiang Qing pressed his thumb against his temple, his voice deep as he said, "Since that's the case, I will give you back your freedom from now on. I will explain to uncle and aunt, so don't worry about them scolding you. That's it." Gu Kerson, crying like a flower in the rain, slowly raised her head, sniffing, her lips pursed in grievance. "You will definitely go and tell on me. You always do this. If I upset you, you will find my parents to scold me. I hate you. Unfortunately, I also hate you." Jiang Qing interlocked his fingers on his knees. Two people who mutually dislike each other won't be together. Congratulations, you are free. Pursue whatever kind of life you want. We are simply not people from the same world. The former Jiang Qing is dead. The current me does not like you. Gu Kerson stopped crying, her swollen eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. These were words that the sensitive, suspicious, cold-hearted Jiang Qing would say. "Did you hit your head?" Jiang Qing replied expressionlessly, "No, I awakened. I have my own things to do, and I'm not interested in playing out the drama of love and hate with you." "Your own things?" Gu Kerson did not understand. What can you do as a blind person? You can't see at all, what can you do? Seeing that Jiang Qing did not speak for a long time, she puffed out her cheeks and tentatively said, "If you can really persuade my parents and those annoying relatives, I will reconcile with you like before, like we did when we were young, and take you out to play, but you must not say I am your fiancé." "No need." Jiang Qing interrupted Gu Kerson's words, staring straight out the window. "We are not from the same world." After 25 missions, he had barely completed one, and the subsequent 24 would face even more terrifying ghosts, and he needed to concentrate all his energy on surviving rather than enjoying life. "You. I hate you." Gu Kerson wiped her tears and helped Jiang Yuan upstairs. The dog, looking unhappy, rubbed its head against Jiang Qing's palm, whimpering. It is not a foolish dog, it can understand all its master's commands. Unhappy. Jiang Qing gently stroked the dog's head and fell asleep against the soft sofa. In his dream, Jiang Qing arrived at an old-fashioned library. Hundreds of bookshelves lined the walls, forming an irregular cylindrical space. In the corner, an old fireplace burned smokeless charcoal, releasing faint light and warmth. In the center of the library, there was a dark red carpet, and 11 single sofas were arranged haphazardly. On one of the sofas, a gaunt man in a black trench coat was reading. Dream Wanzhou put down the book, a strange smile curling at the corners of his lips, and raised his hand to greet him. "I told you we would meet again." Jiang Qing's mind went blank, and fear and unease quickly spread. Is it impossible? Didn't I finish the mission? Was my experience tonight an illusion? No, this guy can enter my dream. Dream Wanzhou enjoyed the scene, knowing he would never get a chance to see Jiang Qing in the library again. This is Jiang Qing's world. In other words, Jiang Qing is the god here. Don't just stand there. The main seat is reserved for you. Dream Wanzhou pointed to the sofa beside him. Jiang Qing remained unmoved, pondering for a long time. He questioned, "You asked me to say the word accept. Was it to help me escape the world of missions, right?" Dream Wanzhou fiddled with a thread of longing. "You are half right. I just shifted from one cage to another. You can understand it as picking sides. So, are you interested in making a deal?" Jiang Qing took a deep breath, his expression gradually settling. "What transaction?" The firelight from the fireplace illuminated the two of them as Meng Wanzhou whispered, "I want to walk with you to the end and meet the divine. I want to resurrect Yi Siki. In exchange, when you encounter danger, I can lend you my miracle temporarily." Jiang Qing was taken aback. "A miracle can be lent? It seems you truly know nothing." Meng Wanzhou murmured, casually stating, "You are the master of this library, and I reside here. If you are willing, you can use my miracle. However, you're human and I am an anomaly. Overusing my power may lead to backlash, shortening your lifespan or causing a quicker death. Everything comes at a cost. The situation was perplexing. Jiang Qing was merely an ordinary person. His mind was overwhelmed after experiencing so much in just one day. Not wishing to ponder further, he paced and sat in the main seat, lightly tapping his forehead with his right hand. What is a miracle? Can I awaken? Meng Wanzhou poured him a cup of hot tea, vividly explaining, creating a miracle allows one to possess a miracle such as my miracle Xiangxi love for Siki. After Siki's death, I frantically completed tasks, progressing from one to the next, eventually collapsing during the 14th time. Jiang Qing took the teacup, gasping. This was a figure of legendary status. Aren't you afraid of death? Death. Haha, Meng Wanzhou laughed heartily, tears streaming from her laughter. You don't understand. If I cannot resurrect her, I will go accompany her. Since ancient times, dying for love has never been a mere joke. Jiang Qing fell silent, feeling a twinge of envy for Siki. In this transaction, you won't lose too much. Meng Wanzhou turned her body, gazing at the handsome youth who matched her beauty. My miracle is powerful with 3 abilities. 1 is dream weaving, 2 is puppet theater, and 3 is the thread of longing. With you and my miracle combined, we may have a chance to go all the way. Jiang Qing felt a stir in his heart. He lacked means of self-preservation. In the face of spirits, human resistance seemed laughable. A fleeing was his only option. Taking a sip of hot tea, Jiang Qing asked seriously, are you sure that every person or anomaly who reaches the end can meet the divine? Can everyone realize a wish? Has anyone succeeded? No one has succeeded, Meng Wanzhou admitted. Currently, the most powerful human has cleared 18 games, the second level of the 3rd round. In the game of level 3 difficulty, the death rate is nearly 100%. Every survivor is someone at the pinnacle of intellect and strategy. Although no one has reached the end, don't you want to see the end? Don't you have a wish you want to fulfill? In fact, whether you wish to or not, if you don't reach the end, the next round will be the same. Siki, this is my last chance. I must resurrect you, I must. Meng Wanzhou silently resolved. Jiang Qing's thoughts swirled, his gaze gradually becoming resolute as he said earnestly, I need information, your experience, your power. Ha ha. Meng Wanzhou laughed, sickly laughing to the point of pain, collapsing on the carpet. That's more like it. We will definitely overturn the era of anomalies and become divine. That night the two conversed extensively in their dreams. Meng Wanzhou told Jiang Qing, humans cannot kill spirits and having miracles won't help either. In every game there is more than one way to survive. The 2 most straightforward paths. One is to follow the game rules, complete the tasks, and stay alive. The second is to seek everything about the spirit before its death, fulfilling its wishes. This can reduce the spirit's hatred towards you, greatly increasing your chances of survival. The light blue sky resembled a pure silk painting as the morning sun slowly rose. Jiang Qing opened his eyes, having been in the dark for too long, his eyes unaccustomed to the blinding brightness. His gaze shifted downward. A blanket covered him. On the couch diagonally opposite, Gu Kursin curled up with her knees tucked, exuding a pitiable beauty. This girl didn't sleep with Jiang Yuan last night. Jiang Qing couldn't comprehend Gu Kursin's actions as he lifted the blanket and quietly stood up. Wuwa, the happy moment, startled awake and the fluffy tail wagged back and forth. Where are you going? Gu Kursin, still half asleep, stretched lazily. Jiang Qing remained silent, leaning against the wall as he walked towards the bathroom, acting like a drama queen. So vengeful, Gu Kursin huffed. I hope he can handle Dad and Mom. Today is Saturday. Gu Kursin, a sophomore, has no classes. She went upstairs to check on Jiang Yuan, then put on her shoes and headed home. Her house is just next door in the villa. Jiang Qing leaned on the couch, listening to the news on his phone while contemplating various matters. Tap, tap, tap. Sunlight was handsome as Jiang Yuan, wearing half-frame glasses and pajamas, came downstairs. He lazily sat beside Jiang Qing and provocatively said, Bro, did you know? Last night Kursin said she loved me and even slept with me. Oh, good luck. Jiang Qing responded dismissively. Gu Kursin was just an NPC character, not even 1/10th of my wife. He mocked inwardly. Jiang Yuan was stunned. Is this blind guy sick? Let me cheer you on. Retreating to advance. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan chuckled. You don't have to pretend to be strong. You can't beat me. Do you know how proactive Kursin was in bed last night? Just showing off. He picked up his phone and messaged the contact labeled Mom. Jiang Yuan, Mom, haven't you settled things yet? Mom, focus on pursuing Gu Kursin. Don't worry about anything else. Jiang Yuan, I don't like that sweet and innocent girl. Hurry up and take control of the Jiang family's assets. Mom, what's the rush? Let me remind you, never expose your identity. Jiang Yuan, got it, that old fool still thinks I'm his son, how foolish. Mom, don't bring that up. Hurry up and delete the message records to prevent others from seeing. Glancing sideways at Jiang Qing, who wore sunglasses, he inwardly cursed, calling him a blind man. However, Jiang Qing observed everything, a barely perceptible smile on his lips. Truly a dramatic scene, and the script did not mention it. Perhaps because I die a month later. It turns out Jiang Yuan is not my half-brother. The Jiang family's assets are insubstantial: 3 houses and a car, total about 7 to 8 million. Is it worth lying low for 3 years? And Gukerson, do you know Jiang Yuan's opinion of you? Jiang Qing didn't want to meddle, he only needed to change the plot of his death a month later. After deleting the message records, Jiang Yuan deliberately said, Kurson messaged me to ask me out. You can stay home and play with the dog. Bye. Childish. Jiang Qing felt not a single ripple of emotion. To provoke someone, you need to find the right point of provocation. Using inconsequential people or matters to provoke the other party will only see you as a clown. A peaceful day passed just like that. March 14th, Saturday, 9 a.m. Jiang Qing took his golden retriever out. The subway was crowded and the happy dog curled its tail tightly, obediently lying by Jiang Qing's feet. Half an hour later, Jiang Qing arrived at the financial street in the Twilight District, finding the Red Rose Cafe. Suddenly, a pair of hands covered his eyes and a familiar voice came from behind. Guess who I am, sweet girl. Bingo, you got it right. Jiang Qing turned around to see a girl on her tiptoes, her face beaming with a bright smile. Feng Yaoao stepped back 2 paces, spinning in place. Her loose dark green sweatshirt slipped off her shoulders, revealing delicate skin paired with light blue jeans, and her ponytail was tied high, giving her a vibrant look. Do I look good today? Jiang Qing joked. It suits you, but it's a bit old shoulder too sly. This is called fashion, you just don't appreciate it. Feng Yaoao placed her hands on her hips, looking fierce. A figure quickly approached. Yo Lao Jiang walking the dog. Why not take the nearby treks for a walk? Feng Yaoao. The chattering Song Pingon was dressed in high-end brands, with his left hand in his pocket and the car key in his right hand, a smirk playing on his lips. Feng Yaoao grabbed Jiang Qing's arm to steady herself, kicked out and scolded, You little rascal, you think you're so great. I've said it 100 times, sweet girl, sweet girl. The desire to hit someone couldn't be hidden in her gaze. Hiss. Song Pingon was kicked in the belly and quickly stepped back 2 paces. Old Jiang, hurry and tie her up with a rope. The Tyrannosaurus can bite when it gets angry. This pair of sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks started cursing at each other as soon as they met, as if they were enemies from the last life. Jiang Qing was speechless, separating the 2 of them and handing the dog leash to Feng Yaoao. In public, you 2 don't care about face, but I just want to keep a low profile. Humph. Feng Yaoao squatted down proudly and scratched the face of the golden retriever. What's its name? Happy. Jiang Qing adjusted his sunglasses and continued, It's my guide dog. I'm a blind person, you get what I mean. Feng Yaoao froze for a moment. Got it, it's a classic character setup. Girls have no resistance to fluffy animals. She kept playing with Happy. Jiang Qing's gaze fixed on the handsome man's shoulder. How's your injury? Oh, it's nothing. Song Pingon said smugly. The medical methods in the book world are not simple. External and bone injuries can be healed in a day or 2. I seriously suspect that the author who created this world did it on purpose, hoping we complete tasks with healthy bodies. Of course, this author is quite uneducated, as they say it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. A loud rumble echoed. The clear sky rumbled, startling the nearby crowd. Song Pingon's expression froze. No way, not a single sound from the cricket. Feng Yaoao patted her chest, glaring fiercely at Song Pingon. That's what you get for being so mouthy. Jiang Qing pondered. Do you remember what Su Muron said, another term for actors in relation to ghosts? The 2 spoke in unison. Audience. Exactly, we are actors and they are audience. Who knows? Jiang Qing paused. They have been watching us all along. The bustling financial street felt colder, and the 3 of them stopped laughing, feeling a chill down their spines. Song Pingon complained, Isn't it supposed to be a life with few spectators? This is absurd. A buzzing sound approached as a cool motorcycle rode in. Qin Yue, dressed in a black leather jacket and helmet, parked the bike in the designated spot. Wow. Feng Yaoao ran over with the golden retriever, forgetting what had just happened. Old Qin, is this your motorcycle? It's so cool. Take me for a ride later. Old Qin. The burly Qin Tianwei chuckled awkwardly. You can call me Uncle Qin. He was 35 years old, while Feng Yaoao was only 19. Calling him uncle wasn't out of line. Humph, I arrived in a $3 million sports car. Song Pingon leaned closer to Jiang Qing and whispered, Old Jiang, this girl doesn't seem like a good person, you should stay away from her. Jiang Qing ignored him, looking at his phone. It's 9:42, why aren't they here yet? Su Muron scheduled it for 9:30, yet everyone is late. The 4 stood chatting by the street, looking like a mismatched group. After waiting another 10 minutes, Su Muron and Lin Gubei finally arrived. The woman wore a ginger-colored knitted coat paired with brown-red casual pants, her slightly curled hair spilling over her back and chest, holding a white canvas bag, exuding a refreshing sense of fashion. Hey sister, you're almost half an hour late. Song Pingon waved hello. Su Muron smiled, lightly ignoring the topic, and scrutinized Jiang Qing. Why are you wearing sunglasses when the sun isn't glaring? Before he could respond, the talkative Song Pingon threw an arm around Jiang Qing's shoulder. My Jianga wants to be the most dashing guy on the street. Jiang Qing pushed his hand away, stating succinctly, My identity is that of a blind person. I see. Is it a script arrangement? After some small talk, the 6 of them entered a private room on the 2nd floor of the cafe. The warm sunlight poured in through the windows, illuminating every corner, and Su Muron sat gracefully. I have something important to discuss with you all. I've done my research. There are tens of thousands of actors in the book world with many factions, the two largest being Liberation and Dream Pursuit Society. To be frank, the possibility of completing 25 tasks alone is almost negligible. We need to unite and form a faction of our own. What do you think? Jiang Qing leaned back slightly. He had already guessed Su Muron's intentions before coming here. When facing insurmountable ghosts, fighting alone and dying is the same. Having one more friend means one more path, provided they are trustworthy and reliable. Sister Su, I have two questions. First, with so many actors, are there enough scripts? I mean, is it possible that multiple actors exist within one script? Second, for a group of newcomers, what's the point in forming a faction? Jiang Qing spoke up, and the others turned to Su Muron, awaiting her answer. After a moment of contemplation, Su Muron spoke softly. I can assure you that every actor has a unique script. You might think tens of thousands is a lot, but our great Xia has a total population of 1.4 billion. What does that mean? To put it bluntly, each person's circle is limited, and those who can influence our decisions are even fewer. Therefore, you don't need to worry about other actors existing in your script. As for forming a faction, Su Muron sighed softly. Tomorrow marks 1 year since Old Lin and I entered the book world. During this time, we've encountered people from the Dream Pursuit Society whose admission requirement is to complete 3 tasks and also disclose your script. Disclosing the script is too risky. Jiang Qing, do you know? That group of audience is toying with us. The yearly death plot, if the plot doesn't change, means certain death, and if the plot changes, the difficulty of the next task will increase. This is a deadlock. Moreover, if others know your plot and kill the protagonists in your script, that is also a change. The greater the plot change, the harder the next task will be. Other factions also don't look kindly upon newcomers. After listening, Jiang Qing and the others exchanged glances. This truly is a deadlock. Feng Yao raised her hand. I agree that we should form an organization, and newcomers are all potential stocks, and as we gradually grow, we will become figures of the elder level. Chen Tianwen nodded. If most tasks are of the puzzle-solving type, then I need a clever partner. Song Pingon shrugged. I'm not one to be an outcast, so let's do it together. The 3 expressed their opinions, their gazes shifting to Jiang Qing, who had remained silent. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing smiled lightly. Sister Su, what should we name the organization? New World, Su Muron blurted out. She murmured, our organization doesn't have a hierarchy, we only do 3 things. First, share experiences and information. Second, help each other complete tasks. Third, survive. Bang bang, the group fell silent as the waiter entered the private room, gently placing cups of coffee on the table. After the waiter left, Jiang Qing picked up his coffee cup and said earnestly, although we are just a bunch of rookies, poor creatures who might die at any moment in this game. But the only uncertainty in life is the future. Cheers to us. Surviving. The group raised their cups. To surviving. The bitterness of coffee slid down his throat, gradually rising with a rich aroma. Jiang Qing set down his cup, his gaze becoming more serious. I want to engage in the second game today. Who among you is willing to join me? Lin Gubei frowned. Today? You're not joking, are you? We just went through a mission and have a 1-year buffer period. We should use this time to improve ourselves, like enhancing our physical fitness. Jiang Qing shook his head. 25 games. If we really complete one in a year, that's 25 years. I don't want to wait. I aim to finish 20 games in 3 years. That's my goal. Jiang Qing shook his head. 25 games. If we really complete one in a year, that's 25 years. I don't want to wait. I aim to finish 20 games in 3 years. Su Muron lightly pressed her red lips together, patiently persuading him. Jiang Qing, you're very smart and rational. In the last mission, you led us to survive, but that doesn't mean the next mission will be just as easy. You don't need to push yourself too hard. Take a break and relax. Jiang Qing refused. We lack experience in facing ghosts and monsters. Practice is the fastest way to grow. I'll join you. Chen Tianwei pounded his chest, pointing at Jiang Qing with a trusting demeanor. Song Pingon crossed his legs. If Lao Chen dares, I have no reason to hesitate. Let's go. These 3 exuded a kind of calm madness. Feng Yao clicked her tongue, hesitating for 3 seconds. This is my 3rd mission. It shouldn't be too difficult. Let's go. Lin Gubei was astonished, lightly tapping his forehead with his fist. Are you all being too idealistic? Each mission allows a maximum of 3 people in a group, and you need to fuse keys. A maximum of 3 people. Feng Yao was confused. She had spent 6 months in the book world and knew nothing about many things. Keys. Fusion. Jiang Qing was puzzled. Lin Gubei demonstrated directly, and with a thought, an ancient bronze key appeared in his hand. Su Morong also produced her key, and the 2 keys merged upon contact. Under the bronze exterior, a pure white pattern emerged. Every actor's key is hidden in their heart. When needed, it will appear with a thought. The fusion of keys lasts a maximum of 10 seconds, during which you can open any door to enter the mission world. Su Morong explained. Soon the fused keys separated and returned to their respective hands. Song Pingon exclaimed in wonder, incredible, hidden in the heart. What are you looking at? Feng Yaoao covered her chest. If you keep staring, it'll poke your eyes out. Jiang Qing summoned his key, contemplating as he asked, is there no other way? The fusion limit is 3 keys, yet 4 of them wanted to participate in the game. Su Morong took a sip of coffee. It's not impossible. The 4 of you can form pairs to fuse keys. If you open the door at the same time, there's a chance to match with the same mission. Pairing up. Jiang Qing looked at Chen Tianwei. In the next second, Feng Yaoao tugged at his sleeve. Well, be a team. Jiang Qing stroked his chin and analyzed that Chen Tianwei and Song Pin Gon paired better in terms of intelligence and strength. He now had a trump card, so bringing Feng Yaoao along wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, if they matched together, it would be 4 of them working together. Xin darling is calling. The sudden ringtone interrupted Jiang Qing's thoughts. He raised his eyebrows, staring at the caller ID on the phone on the table. Xin darling. He didn't answer, hung up the call, and thought about changing the contact name later. Alright, I'll team up with Feng Yaoao and Song Pin Gon will. Xin darling is calling. Just as Jiang Qing was about to hang up, Su Morong smiled and said, answer it if it might be something important. Everyone stared at him with gossiping eyes. Everyone loves a bit of drama. After thinking it over, Jiang Qing answered, what's up? Where are you? Get to the point. If there's nothing, I'm hanging up. Don't hang up. Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jean are coming back tonight. Our families are having dinner together. I don't have time in with friends. That's it. Friends? Where did you get friends? Hey. Jiang Qing hung up the phone and looked up, speechless. Stop gossiping. It's not a girlfriend. Hee. Feng Yaoao blinked her big eyes. Jiang Qing giggled. I'm very curious. What type of script does someone as smart as you have? Type. Jiang Qing lightly tapped his fingers on the table, quickly organizing his words. It's a cliché romance where childhood sweethearts fall in love unexpectedly. What about you? Song Pingan's eyes lit up. This script is amazing. Unlike mine, which is about a rich heir being gradually sidelined after inheriting a company, it's a business war type. Chen Tianwei crossed his arms. In the owner of an escape room with a supernatural script where a real ghost is mixed among a group of NPCs. I have 11 months left and the ghost will kill me. Ghost. Are there ghosts in the book world? Jiang Qing asked. The script is arranged that way. I'm not clear on more details, Chen Tianwei sighed. Other scripts are either romantic or about rich heirs. A script leads to the underworld. Feng Yaoao swung her legs. My script isn't much better. I'm a freshman and a group of idiots want to bully me. In the end, the original character can't bear the humiliation and commits suicide by jumping off a building. Mentioning scripts, Su Morong smiled wryly. My script is also disgusting. I'm a university teacher and a group of rich heirs want to humiliate me. Tomorrow is my death scene. They will kidnap me in an empty corridor and accidentally kill me. The solution is simple. I'll just take a day off tomorrow and stay home the whole day. Lin Gubei lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of grayish-white smoke. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a low but firm voice. I will eliminate that group of rich heirs. As for my script, it's a police and criminal type. In the book world, I'm a police officer who will be sent out tomorrow on a dangerous mission. I share the same thought as Su. I'll take a day off tomorrow to avoid the death scene. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Everyone's script was not very good. Besides facing the ghosts and monsters in the game, they also had to deal with the powerful figures in the book world and the intrigues. Jiang Qing took a sip of coffee, shifting his gaze to the left. Can that coin of yours be bought? Feng Yaoao, lost in thought, was stunned. I can't buy it anymore. I was lucky once and met a Taoist on the road. He said my fate was dark and I would face bloodshed. He sold me a talisman coin to ward off evil for 30,000. Oh right, 30,000, I need to pay you back. Song Pingon widened his eyes in shock. You want 30,000? You're a rich heir while I'm just a college student. Can we compare? Feng Yao's family was strict. Her parents would check her phone's spending records at any time. That 30,000 was still the original character's pocket money from Feng Yao's family was strict. Her parents would check her phone's spending records at any time. That 30,000 was still the original character's pocket money from childhood, so it wouldn't be checked for now. After chatting for a while, they decided to find a safe place to engage in the next game. At the bank, Song Pingon withdrew 30,000 in cash and rolled his eyes as he handed it to the girl. Boss is generous. Feng Yaoao was beaming, her smile never fading. Leaving the bank, she strutted with one hand holding 10,000 and the other holding 20,000. In the sunlight, Song Pingon looked at the girl's back and asked, Hey, aren't you going to conceal that? Feng Yaoao raised the stack of cash in her hand. I've already concealed it. Don't be shy, I'll treat you all to milk tea from Mishueb Bingjing large cups. Jiang Qing face-palmed, wondering if he could handle such teammates. Soon a group of 6 stood by the street holding milk tea, and Feng Yaoao was indeed treating them. Not drinking was not an option. Feng Jia insisted that if they didn't drink, she wouldn't take it kindly. This left Song Pingon, who was used to high-end coffee, speechless. He finally suggested, I have a villa that usually doesn't get much traffic. We can use it as our gathering place temporarily, as it would be relatively safe during the mission. All right. Jiang Qing nodded without hesitation. The reason he wanted to conduct the second game today was mainly to vent the pent-up frustration inside him. It was akin to participating in an authoritative competition, enduring all hardships to secure first place, only for the organizer to suddenly reveal that this was the easiest competition ever with an ocean laid before them. In that moment it felt as if everything he had done was negated, utterly meaningless. In an instant, a Volkswagen worth around 200,000 stopped by the street, and the pure-looking Gu Kurson exited the passenger seat, almost immediately spotting the young man holding a golden retriever. Furrowing her brows, she shouted, "Jiang Qing, why didn't you answer my call?" Gu Kurson's appearance surprised Jiang Qing, who immediately fell into a blind state, secretly pondering, how does she know I'm here? Searching his memory, Jiang Qing suddenly realized the original owner once got lost while out alone and only returned home late at night with the help of a police officer. Although it had nothing to do with Gu Kurson, her parents had scolded her harshly. After that incident, Gu Kurson had linked her phone to his, allowing her to locate him at any time. It's troublesome. Change your phone, please. Jiang Qing muttered to himself, taking advantage of the distance between him and Gu Kurson to say to Chen Tianyue, "Do me a favor and scare her off." Chen Tianyue pondered for a moment, then removed his black leather jacket, casually draping it over his shoulder, revealing a black vest and tattoos on one arm, along with his slicked-back hairstyle, a robust figure, and a cold gaze. Clearly someone not to be trifled with. Seeing this, Gu Kurson, the female university student, was genuinely intimidated. She had never encountered such a person before. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan parked the car and quickly approached, standing in front of the girl, and spoke out in admonishment, "Brother, why didn't you answer Kurson's call? You a blind person wandering outside. What if you encounter a bad guy?" This statement was pointed. Chen Tianyue put his right arm around Jiang Qing's shoulder. "Get lost. Jiang Qing is my little brother, and I've got his back. What are you, a little nobody, daring to point fingers at me? Oh, could this be the little nobody who intrudes on other people's relationships?" Song Pingon tossed the car keys while glancing at Gu Kurson. "Old Jiang, your taste is lacking, and with a girl like her I could call 8 for you in one night. Almost forgot you're blind." You all. Gu Kurson and Jiang Yuan were infuriated. Lin Gubei lit a cigarette, his sharp gaze exuding an air of authority, and coolly said, "Have the little third parties become so brazen nowadays?" Jiang Qing had mentioned that his script was about childhood sweethearts falling in love as fate would have it, and the nature of the three's relationships was not hard to guess. Faced with this intimidating group, Jiang Yuan's face turned red, and he dared not utter a word of retort. Inside, he was roaring, unable to comprehend when Jiang Qing had made friends with such a group of people. One resembled a gang leader, another an indifferent rich second generation, yet another was a mature and authoritative figure alongside a fashionable and charismatic woman and a sweet and cute girl. This was simply unscientific. He was well aware of Jiang Qing's circle of friends, or rather, Jiang Qing had no friends at all. Besides constantly pestering Gu Kurson, he either stayed home playing with his dog or just sat around dazed. Jiang Yuan's silence left Gu Kurson somewhat disappointed. She didn't like boys who bullied the weak and feared the strong. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset, gathering her courage to step forward and say, "Jiang Qing, come home with me. You drove all the way from Wuyue Plaza to Financial Street just to take me home. Do you have some major illness?" Jiang Qing spoke with a hint of annoyance. He had never been in a relationship and couldn't grasp what Gu Kurson was thinking, nor did he want to know. The previous night they had already made things clear, and their breakup was finalized. He hoped to have no further entanglements with Gu Kurson. It must be said that Jiang Qing's irritated tone struck Gu Kurson hard. Not long ago, he was like a devoted puppy to her, inquiring about her well-being every day. When she merely said goodnight to him, he would be elated and unable to sleep all night. The stark contrast was too great for Gu Kurson to accept. Lin Gubei discarded the cigarette and interjected, "Little friend, the adults have matters to attend to, no time for playing a love triangle game, hurry back home." As soon as he finished speaking, he took Su Muron towards a Mercedes-Benz worth over 500,000, waving his hand behind him. "Song Pingon, remember to send the villa's location to the group." In the coffee shop, they had created a group for convenient information sharing. Song Pingon shrugged. "Yao Mai, come with me. Call me sister, not Yao Mai." Feng Yaoao kicked him in the rear and took the golden retriever towards a nearby sports car worth 3 million. Chen Tianyue brought Jiang Qing along, hopping onto a cool motorcycle. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Yuan didn't dare to breathe a word, his eyes flashing with jealousy. That was the latest model of a supercar worth over 3 million. How could Jiang Qing, a good-for-nothing, know such a rich second generation? Virum. The roar of the engine erupted. Gu Kurson clenched her fists, threatening Jiang Qing, "If you don't come home with me, I will never talk to you again." As the motorcycle sped away, Jiang Qing said nothing. At the traffic light, Chen Tianyue inquired curiously, "Do you like that girl?" Jiang Qing was taken aback. "Are you blind, or am I blind? Of course I don't like her. But your insults are quite impressive. Have you been to Hong Kong before? Or Guangdong?" He changed the subject, not wanting to mention Gu Kurson. Chen Tianyue looked straight ahead, recounting, "I used to hang out with a big brother, traveled to many places, fought many battles. He treated me like a real brother. Before he died, he entrusted his sister to me, and we later got married and had a daughter. And you a student? As the red light turned green, the motorcycle surged ahead. Jiang Qing's clear and bright eyes gleamed with excitement. He loved the feeling of wild wind and freedom. I'm not a student. I've spent a long time in a mental hospital. They said I was crazy and dangerous, but I know. I'm not sick. I'm more normal than anyone. After a while, they arrived at the Wind Bell Villa area. Upon reaching Villa No. 7, Su Muron reminded there isn't just one way to complete the mission. One is to follow the task instructions and complete the mission. The second is to find the killing patterns of the monsters. Every monster will kill according to a pattern, and as long as we identify the pattern, there is hope to pass the mission. In the corridor on the first floor of the villa, they stood in front of 2 guest rooms. Jiang Qing bit his nails. Patterns. Monsters kill according to a pattern. This was something Meng Wanzhou didn't tell him. In fact, he had asked Meng Wanzhou many questions like the existence of the library, who that it was, and how to awaken miracles. Meng Wanzhou chose to remain silent. That's right. Su Muron nodded gently, her expression serious. Also be careful of other actors. Chen Tianwei crossed his arms. Shouldn't we unite during the mission? Old Chen, you're really dumb. Song Pingon fiddled with the keys. Sister Su already said that monsters kill according to pattern, so how do we find the patterning? Qin Tianyu's pupils constricted. Everyone, let's set off. Jiang Qing took a deep breath. He and Feng Yaoao touched their keys. The 4 of them split into 2 groups, inserting their keys into the locks simultaneously and opening the 2 guest room doors. The darkness beyond the doors seemed capable of devouring souls. A strange child's voice echoed within the villa. Searching for friends, found. Found you. A ghostly hand gloved in white grasped Jiang Qing's neck, dragging him into the darkness behind the door. Dim light illuminated the seats, and the blood-red carpet exuded an eerie aura. This was a screening room with a massive silver screen flickering with static and 20 people seated in the front row. Jiang Qing regained her vision and hurriedly checked if Song Pingon and Chen Tianwei were also part of this game. It turned out they were quite lucky to be matched together. 20 people, Feng Yaoao murmured softly. This is bad. The task must be especially difficult. Jiang Qing, puzzled, leaned closer to the girl's ear and asked, does having more people mean the task is harder? I don't know, it just feels that way. The last task with 7 people was quite simple, Feng Yaoao replied, her autumn-like eyes blinking with innocence and a carefree smile on her face. Simple, my foot. Jiang Qing silently criticized, not wanting to undermine the girl's confidence. The last task was purely a result of Meng Wanzhou's negligence. Otherwise, Meng Wanzhou's game rules were essentially lawless. If she wanted to, she could have wiped out all the actors right at the start. Jiang Qing also noted that the actors referred to this as a task while the audience called it a game, indicating that in the eyes of those ghosts, they were merely toys for amusement. At this moment, a message appeared on the screen. Welcome everyone to the dimming yellow cruise ship. This trip lasts for 4 nights and 5 days. During the day, you can enjoy VIP services. Every night from midnight to 6 in the morning, a game of hide and seek will be arranged. Please do your best to evade the ghosts. Tip: ghosts are afraid of darkness. The method of announcement was completely different from the last task, and Jiang Qing quickly took a photo with her phone. She found that her phone had signal and was connected to the cruise ship's Wi-Fi, but she couldn't reach Su Murian or Lin Gubei, leaving her only able to contact Feng Yaoao and the others. The text on the screen lasted for a minute before disappearing, and 20 golden room cards fell to the ground. Song Pingon, quick on his feet, rushed to find 4 room cards with adjacent numbers. The others silently recited the task, leisurely picking up the room cards while observing those around them. Old Jiang Song Pingon handed over a room card and asked seriously, what do you think? Jiang Qing took the room card, pondered for a moment, and said, literally, it should be safe during the day. The danger comes from the hide and seek game every night from midnight to 6, a full 6 hours. If we can evade, we will be safe, but if found by a ghost, death is inevitable. As for the ghosts are afraid of darkness, but I can't figure that out. Based on our established concepts, darkness is the realm of ghosts. What kind of ghost is afraid of the dark? However, there's no doubt that this is an important clue for evading the ghosts. While whispering, he counted. There were 10 men and 10 women, 9 of whom formed 3 groups, each with 3 members, presumably knowing each other from the world of the book. Jiang Shuyu stood on the platform of the screening room, her wise eyes sweeping over everyone as she said, excuse me, may I ask how many tasks you have completed? I need this information to assess the difficulty of this task, which will be beneficial for everyone. She seemed like a leader, confident and flamboyant, her red lips like flames exuding an exceptional aura. This is my 4th time. Me too, my 4th time. Jiang Shuyu's 2 teammates chimed in, and the others followed suit. Except for Jiang Qing and her 3 companions, this group of actors were all on their 4th or 5th tasks. When it came to Jiang Qing, she smiled slightly. This is my 4th task. Feng Yaoao understood immediately. I'm on my 5th. Chen Tianwei remained expressionless. 4th. Song Pingon mischievously interjected, a bunch of younger brothers. This is my 7th time. A hush fell over the group. Jiang Qing couldn't help but feel she had underestimated the audacity of this thick-skinned fool who dared to say anything. Everyone stared at Song Pingan, some in shock, some in admiration, and some with ulterior motives. In their eyes, an actor who had survived to the 7th task was already a big shot. Jiang Xiu nodded at Song Pingan. This is my 6th task. Averaging it out, the difficulty of our current task should not be high at a moderate level of 5. It was now 1 in the afternoon, 11 hours until midnight. Everyone could form pairs or groups of 3 to search for clues on the cruise ship. At 6 o'clock sharp this evening, we'll meet in the screening room to share clues. I'd recommend everyone take a nap during the remaining time, as we will need energy to evade the ghosts after midnight. In just their first meeting, she had clearly arranged everything for everyone. The problem was, upon reflection, it was indeed hard to refute, as it was currently the optimal solution. After a brief silence, everyone nodded in agreement. Jiang Xiu took out her phone. I'll create a group. Please all join. If there are any issues, contact us in the group immediately. After adding each other to the group, Jiang Qing and her group of 4 left the screening room first and made their way to the deck. This cruise ship was very large, with a total of 16 decks. They were currently on the 9th floor, and their room cards were for the preferred balcony rooms on that same floor. With no one else around, Feng Yaoao was furious and kicked Song Pingan from behind, saying, "What's wrong with you? Everyone else is saying 4 or 5 times, and you insist on saying 7. Clearly you're showing off." Song Pingan ducked behind Chen Tianyue, peeking out. "You don't understand anything. This is a feint. Who knows if those bastards are telling the truth?" Chen Tianyue looked at the artsy youth and said, "Something is indeed off this time. How could we, a group of 2nd and 3rd time taskers, be matched with a group of 4th, 5th, or even 6th time taskers? If we categorize a level 5 task into 9 stages, we should be in the 2nd or 3rd stage, not the 4th or 5th. Feng Yaoao puffed her cheeks. "We haven't altered the plot of our scripts, so it wouldn't make sense for the difficulty to increase out of nowhere. It's like a group of bronze players being matched with a group of gold players." As the 3 analyzed, Jiang Qing gazed at the azure sky and the vast sea, smiling as she said, "I forgot to tell you. I have changed the direction of the plot." In her script, she was always the girlfriend of Gu Kersen before her death, but the night before last the two broke up and some plot points began to change little by little due to the butterfly effect. The sea breeze howled as Chen Tianyue tucked his hands into his pockets. "It's fine, we'll have to face level 5 difficulty sooner or later." Song Pingan, unconcerned with the difficulty, curiously asked, "Old Jiang, what did you change? It wouldn't be that you broke up with your childhood sweetheart, would it? That's how most novels go. After breaking up, the childhood sweetheart slowly realizes your worth and begins to regret, leading to a scene." "Stop right there." Jiang Qing raised her hand to stop him, saying, "Your imagination is quite vivid. Right now we need to think about how to survive the hide and seek game at midnight rather than gossip about me." Song Pingan leaned against the railing, speaking lightly. "That's easy. The cruise ship is so big, as long as that ghost doesn't cheat or use hacks, we can just find a place to hide. I bet my life that it absolutely won't find me. What if you get found?" Feng Yaoao glared at him. "If I'm found, I'll just give it a life." Song Pingan joked. Basking in the warm sunlight, Jiang Qing took off her sunglasses, revealing her beautiful eyes as she said solemnly, "The task definitely won't be that simple. There are too many points of confusion. Why are ghosts afraid of the dark? Why is the hide and seek game only played at midnight? Is it really safe during the day? Most importantly for this task, could there be more than one ghost?" After Jiang Qing finished his analysis, everyone fell silent for several dozen seconds. If there was only one ghost in the game, the actors would be 20 people all dispersed, and with a stroke of luck perhaps someone could survive until the last day. If there is more than one ghost in the game, then the difficulty of this task will be unprecedented. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Qing arranged, "I will team up with Feng Yaoao and you will form a group. While it's still light, let's search for clues, especially ask the waitstaff if there have been any deaths on the cruise recently." "Got it, let's meet here at 5 this afternoon." Song Pingan waved his hand to say goodbye. Chen Tianyue had no objections and followed Old Song to find the elevator to check out the higher decks. The midday sun was glaring. Feng Yaoao adjusted the collar of her dark green sweatshirt and sweetly asked, "Brother, where are we going now?" "Don't call me that, I'm not your brother." Jiang Qing stood by the railing looking down and thoughtfully said, "Let's first head to the VIP restaurant for a meal." The restaurant usually had a large flow of people, and he thought they should be able to gather some information. The back of the room card indicated the floor and location of the VIP restaurant, and the two took the elevator to the 4th floor. On the way, Feng Yaoao looked around and continued chatting. "The life of the wealthy is indeed different. This is my first time on a cruise. I thought about going with friends after graduating high school, but when I saw the ticket price of 3,000 or 4,000 it was too expensive, so I didn't go." She was just an ordinary girl without a wealthy family background, outstanding looks, or admission to any top universities. She was just a normal girl. Jiang Qing smiled gently. "You are still young. After you graduate from university and find a good job, once you make money, you can go wherever you want to play. You make it sound like you're very old. Also, I don't drink toxic chicken soup. The probability of me making a lot of money is even lower than my chances of clearing 25 games." Feng Yaoao bounced along her ponytail swaying smiling as she said, "Let me tell you, when I meet God, I want to wish to become a super rich woman with money that I can't spend in my lifetime." The girl's dream was simple and unadorned, yet it felt genuine. They found a windowside seat, and the waiter brought over the menu for them to order. After ordering, Feng Yaoao swung her legs, saying, "Participating in this task is also a way to broaden my horizon." Seated directly across from her, Jiang Qing chuckled softly. What it means to have seen the world is not to dine in a fancy restaurant or to travel at sea, but to face the gradual unfolding of human nature before you with calmness. As he spoke, Jiang Qing noticed a man sitting alone by the window sipping red wine, looking troubled. He stood up and walked over, sitting across from the man. "Hello." The man paused, his drinking, visibly annoyed. "I don't like sitting with others." Jiang Qing seemed not to hear and asked on his own, "Is something wrong on the cruise recently? Has someone died?" At these words, the man's panic was evident, quickly taking a sip of red wine to cover it. "I don't know what you're talking about." He put down the glass and got up to leave. Jiang Qing grabbed the man's wrist with one hand, applying enough force that the other gritted his teeth in pain. "Don't rush to leave, let's chat. Are you the murderer?" He was completely guessing, aiming to read something from the man's micro-expressions. "Am not," the man instinctively retorted. Realizing too late, he became even more anxious, shouting, "Waiter, there's a lunatic here." Jiang Qing released the man's hand, speaking earnestly, "Sir, be careful, I could sue you for defamation." The waiter approached, and the man snorted coldly before striding out of the VIP restaurant. Jiang Qing sent the waiter away and returned to his original seat, succinctly saying, "That man has a problem. Should we not follow him?" Feng Yaoao seemed eager to act. "You go check which floor he takes the elevator to, but do not make contact for now," Jiang Qing instructed. On the 12th floor, at the bow of the ship, there was an open-air swimming pool. Song Pingon lounged leisurely on a deck chair, basking in the sun, speaking lazily, "Old Chin, don't look so serious. There's still plenty of time. Resting won't delay anything." Jiang Qing and Feng Yaoao are working hard to find clues while we enjoy ourselves here. It's not fair. Chen Tianwei sighed, unable to understand what this fool was thinking. Song Pingon scoffed, "Working hard to find clues. Who told you that? I bet old Jiang is either eating in the restaurant or has taken Yao out to the bar." "Why?" Chen Tianwei didn't understand. "Shouldn't finding clues be the most important thing at the moment?" Song Pangon took the drink the waiter brought over, taking a sip. "Old Chin, you're too naive. This cruise has a total of 16 decks, so vast that relying on just a few people to find clues is utterly meaningless. It's impossible to find any useful information. The reason I say old Jiang might be in the restaurant or the bar is because it's noon, mealtime. Furthermore, the bar is a mixed crowd, making it an excellent place to gather information. Oh look, there's a single beautiful lady. Watch closely, I'll only teach you once." Song Pingon put down his cup and walked over to a coolly dressed beauty, greeting her with a nonchalant attitude. "Hey there, are you alone? Get lost." The girl had a cold demeanor, as if she were an iceberg. "Isn't it inappropriate to suggest that we get in bed on our first meeting?" Song Pingon, known for his thick skin, simply sat down beside the girl. He pulled out his phone, intentionally showing her a glance at his 9-digit balance, smiling. "Let's get acquainted. My name is Xiao Shuai. Seeing you alone, I'll keep you company for a chat. If you chat with me for an hour, I'll give you 100,000. How's that?" He had tried it before. The money from the book world could be used in the task world. The iceberg melted instantly, the girl's demeanor softening as she gently brushed her hand over Song Pingan's abs. "It's boring to chat here. Shall we go to a room to talk?" No, I like the sea." Song Pingan shrugged off the girl's hand. "After all, the sea is a good thing. You can look at it when you're happy, jump into it when you're depressed, and dive in when you're broke." Having her hand brushed off and being ridiculed by words, the girl was not shy or angry. Instead, she found his personality appealing. Chen Tianwei couldn't bear to watch, thinking this was purely throwing money at her, and he was just saying he'd only teach once. "What are you looking at?" The girl playfully winked at Song Pingan. "Xiao Shuai, what do you do for a living?" She was skilled at providing emotional value. When she called him brother, it was irresistibly sweet. "Don't ask what you shouldn't, just know that having money is my greatest asset, and everything else is just a bonus." Song Pingon displayed a domineering aura, the corners of his mouth curling up. "By the way, I didn't sleep well in my room last night, and had a dream where this cruise was haunted." "What do you think that means?" "Haunted." The girl's face turned pale in an instant, stammering for a long time. "No, it can't be." "Oh, what do you know?" Song Pingon narrowed his eyes, coaxing gently. The girl bit her lip, remaining silent. Song Pingon smiled. "Don't be afraid, I won't speak carelessly. Let me transfer you 200,000 first, and we can chat casually. If we have a good conversation, you can accompany me tonight." After this round of persuasion, the girl looked at the 200,000 that had arrived, her brows lifting in a smile, seemingly forgetting her fear. She looked around, leaning close to Song Pingan's ear to whisper, "Brother, I'll only tell you. 3 days ago, on the 6th floor of this cruise, in a balcony room, 5 people died. I happened to be staying in the room next door, and the scene." "Ugh." The girl clutched her chest, gagging twice. "Just thinking about it makes me nauseous. 2 girls were skinned." Hearing this, a chill ran down Song Pingan's spine. Under the sunlight, 5 people died. There are 5 ghosts. After accepting the reality, Song Pangon feigned nonchalance and asked, "Do you know who the deceased is?" "I don't." The woman dressed in revealing attire pondered for a moment and replied, "There were 7 people present at the time." A middle-aged man called for the waiter, saying that there was a foul odor and a strong smell of blood coming from room 6444. The room was opened and I glanced inside, nearly fainting from shock. After that, the corridor was sealed off and the guests were moved to other rooms. The captain met with the 7 of us and offered a hush money, but of course, it wasn't as generous as what little handsome brother gave. Song Pangon smiled silently, quietly remembering room 6444. Seeing that the other party was indifferent, the woman began to doubt her charm. She removed her outer coat, revealing a sexy swimsuit, gently linking her arm with Song Pangon's, her previous nervousness dissipating as she smiled brightly and said, "Since that day, some guests have reported hearing knocking at midnight along with the sound of a girl crying as if, 'I'm afraid of the dark.'" "Yes." The girl kept murmuring that she was afraid of the dark, which is quite frightening. The rumors of the haunting spread quickly and no one dared to go to the 6th floor. "That's all I know. Little handsome brother tonight." Song Pangon's lips curled into a smirk as he took out his room card and handed it to the woman. "Come find me at midnight and we won't miss each other." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised a glass of sparkling wine and strode away from the deck of the outdoor pool. Chen Tianwei followed closely behind and asked, "Why did you give her your room card?" "What did she say?" Song Pangon did not conceal anything, recounting the information he had learned, and chuckled. "Old Chen, is there a possibility that the 20 room cards given to us for the mission are actually a way for the ghosts to lock onto our location?" "Dammy, you have a sharp perspective. I never thought of that," Chen Tianwei exclaimed in shock. He then frowned. "What if that woman gets killed by a ghost? If she dies, then so be it." Song Pangon shrugged nonchalantly. "What kind of place is this?" "A world of ghosts. That woman and the others are all NPCs. Let the NPCs explore the rules of ghostly killings. It's better than us risking our lives. In short, it's better for the dead friend to not endanger the living friend. A staying alive is more important than anything else. When you can't guarantee your own survival, why would you care about whether others can survive?" Chen Tianwei opened his mouth, changing the topic. "Where to next?" "The 6th floor." "Not going there." Song Pangon stopped and looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Everyone knows there are ghosts on the 6th floor, and since it's uncertain that the ghosts won't act during the day, why go there to die? You bulky and dull don't like to think. Hand over the room card. Oh, let's go upgrade our cabin." "The 6th floor, old Jiang should go there. Leave it to him." Chen Tianwei slapped the back of his head. "What are you acting tough for? Dammy. Don't think that just because you're tough in society, I'll be scared of you." Song Pangon assumed a fighting stance. "I've practiced. I've never flinched even when facing 3 at once." The two began to tussle in a secluded corner. Moments later, Song Pangon covered his waist and said, "No more joking. You really don't know how to hold back. Give me the room card." Chen Tianwei leaned against the glass, tugging at his collar, looking cool and suave. "Should we also upgrade the rooms for Jiang Qing and Feng Yaoao, since you have money?" Song Pangon sat next to Chen Tianwei, chuckling. "This is just my speculation. It hasn't been tested. What if upgrading makes it even more dangerous? Among the 4 of us, someone has to survive until the end." "So sorry, old Chen, I'm taking you on a gamble this time. You little rascal." Chen Tianwei ruffled Song Pangon's hair, deliberately messing up his hairstyle. "The first thing my eldest brother taught me was to be loyal. A head can be severed, blood can be shed, but loyalty must not be lost. Although you have a sharp tongue and love to show off, which makes you quite annoying, but gambling with your life and with you, brother. The friendship between men is not defined by time." Song Pangon's pupils suddenly constricted, his eyes slightly reddened as he turned his face away, pushing his hand away. "Don't touch me, it's kind of gross with 2 big men. By the way, let me remind you, be careful of old Jiang." "Hey, that's not fair. Are you trying to sow discord between me and Jiang Qing?" Chen Tianwei lightly patted his shoulder, his strength gentle with a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Song Pangon looked up at the light blue sky, slowly exhaled. "You're foolish, you don't understand. My intuition tells me that old Jiang is a madman, the kind who can't even control himself when he goes insane. I even suspect that he made a deal with a ghost." "A deal with a ghost?" Chen Tianyu's expression turned serious. "What do you mean?" Song Pangon fiddled with the golden room card, lowering his voice. "The last mission was too simple. Old Jiang delivered dinner to the basement at the end, stayed in there for 20 minutes, during which—" "What did he see? What did he say to the ghost?" "We know nothing. Also, it seems like he's holding his breath, eager to proceed with his second mission. In short, old Jiang is definitely the most dangerous person among us. When I say be careful, I don't mean he will kill us, but be wary of him going insane and killing himself. Behind everything lurks an increasingly deep-rooted terror." The dimly lit cruise ship 6th floor. Jiang Qing stood in front of the signboard, scanning the entertainment options on this floor. "There are so few people on this floor, it's not lively at all." Feng Yaoao looked around left and right. "It's good that there are few people. It means we are headed in the right direction." Jiang Qing withdrew her gaze and walked towards the left. Along the way, the indoor children's attractions were empty, completely devoid of visitors. They arrived at a corridor where a red warning tape blocked their path and a waiter raised his hand to stop them. Sir, miss, this area is temporarily closed to the public. Please return the way you came. Closed to the public. This area belongs to the guests. Why is it sealed off? The answer is obvious. An important accident occurred or someone died. Jiang Qing glanced sideways at a door nearby, quickly assessing the number in the middle position, and smiled politely. Hello, we are guests of room 6440 and have left valuables in our room. The waiter looked surprised, contacted his superior via intercom, and soon received a response. I'll take you to retrieve them. Jiang Qing's mind raced. Our room has been moved to the 9th floor. We don't have the room card for here. As she said this, Jiang Qing felt uncertain inside, purely hoping to pass through smoothly. Fortunately, the waiter didn't seem to suspect anything and didn't ask about their identities, nor was he investigating. He led them to stand in front of the door of room 6440, took out a room card, and opened it with a beep. Grab what you need and leave quickly. The waiter seemed inexplicably nervous, glancing at the nearby room 6444. Jiang Qing caught these details and thanked him as he entered the room, closing the wardrobe door to block the waiter's line of sight. You have great composure. You don't even blush when lying, Feng Yao muttered softly. Jiang Qing focused on the wardrobe, pondering what might be in room 6444 while frowning. Just talk, don't hold my hand. The room was silent. Jiang Qing suddenly felt something was off. The hand holding his felt very small and cold. He looked down in horror as fear spread through him. The one holding his hand was not Feng Yao at all, but a dirty little girl in a white dress. The little girl lowered her head, her black hair covering her face, her voice tinged with a sobbing tone. Don't go. I'm afraid of the dark. Are you afraid of the dark? I'm afraid of ghosts. Jiang Qing's heart sank to the bottom as he slammed the wardrobe door shut. With no sight of Feng Yao and the attendant, he instinctively burst out of room 6440. The corridor lights flickered unpredictably and blood oozed from the walls, a chilling aura sweeping over him. Don't go. I'm afraid of the dark. The little girl sobbed softly, gripping Jiang Qing's hand tightly. Without time to think, Jiang Qing ran towards the corner of the corridor while confirming one thing: daytime does not equate to absolute safety. After running for half a minute, the corner of the corridor, seemingly within reach, felt as distant as ever. Ghost wall. 3 words floated in Jiang Qing's mind. He glanced sideways. The little girl still clutched his hand. No matter how fast he ran, she kept up. He had even lost control of his right hand, unable to lift it or pull it back. Don't go. I'm afraid of the dark. The lights behind him extinguished one by one, and Jiang Qing heard footsteps, sending chills down his spine. There was not just one ghost. In such a dire situation, it seemed that Meng Wan's hiss-longing miracle could not break the deadlock. Stay calm. Jiang Qing adjusted his breathing, his beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings, searching for a way out. Strangely, as the footsteps grew closer, the little girl let go of his hand. Jiang Qing took a deep breath and sprinted to the corner of the corridor, peering intently. What he saw was a pair of eyes swollen from crying. The little girl reached out to him, then despairingly let her hand drop. The lights went out and someone grabbed the little girl, taking her away. Hey! What are you doing? No entry here. A uniformed security officer approached. Jiang Qing, having narrowly escaped, felt his hands and feet grow cold. Just moments ago it was an attendant, and now it was a security officer. Was the attendant a ghost in disguise? Thinking of this, he turned to leave and called Feng Yao. Where are you? I'm in the VIP restaurant. You've been in the bathroom for half an hour. What? Feng Yao complained on the other end. This response sent Jiang Qing into an icy panic, meaning the person who came up to the 6th floor with him was not Feng Yao but that little girl. A chilling realization. I have diarrhea. I'll be back soon. Wait for me. Jiang Qing found an excuse and hung up. He opened the photo album and read each word on the screen one by one. This trip lasts 5 days and 4 nights. Enjoy VIP services during the day. From the beginning, the task never mentioned the words daytime is safe. It only said to enjoy fully during the day. They assumed danger would only come from midnight to 6 in the morning. Arriving at the 4th floor via the elevator, Jiang Qing collected his thoughts and silently analyzed. That little girl didn't harm me. She just asked me not to leave because she was afraid of the dark. Then a ghost appeared behind me, and the little girl seemed very frightened, which is why she let go of me. The lights in the corridor went out one by one. I see. Let's assume there are 2 ghosts on the cruise ship. One is afraid of the dark and cannot kill in the dark, while the other is afraid of the light and can only kill in the dark. But wait, the little girl is afraid of the dark, yet she didn't harm me in the light. Jiang Qing had unknowingly returned to the restaurant, where a pile of plates had accumulated on the table in front of Feng Yao. Bro, if you don't come back soon, I'll think you fell in the toilet. Hearing her call him bro, Jiang Qing felt relieved, confirming it was Feng Yao. Have you not eaten in 800 years? Jiang Qing sat down and teased. Feng Yao smiled, sweetly patting her plump belly. I haven't had good food. You don't know, the cafeteria at Hong Maple Leaf University is really terrible, and the restaurants outside are too expensive for me. You're at Hong Maple Leaf University. Jiang Qing was astonished. What's wrong? Nothing. Jiang Qing casually replied. In fact, Gu Kersin and Jiang Yuan were also studying at Hong Maple Leaf University. Such a coincidence. Feng Yaoyao looked unhappy. Are you hiding something from me? We are life and death friends. I consider you a close brother, and you think I'm an outsider. Jiang Qing pondered for a moment before recounting the dangers he had just experienced. Feng Yaoyao upon hearing felt a wave of fear. That's too eerie, it can even disguise itself as me. Indeed eerie, we should establish a code. Jiang Qing casually suggested. Feng Yaoyao blinked then. Red phoenix, yellow phoenix, pink phoenix painted on the wall. Jiang Qing wet. What? Oh dear, you don't know this. Come on, I'll teach you in Sichuan dialect. The sun gradually set. Jiang and Feng returned to the 9th deck, seeing the carefree Song Ping and the expressionless Chen Tianyu in the distance. Of course I'm the sweet girl, Feng Yaoyao said with a sweet voice. Old Jiang, what's going on? This young master didn't provoke her. He's fake beat him. Feng Yaoyao kicked out. He ran, she chased, he covered his backside, unable to fly away. Jiang Qing caught the back of Feng Yaoyao's collar with one hand and rubbed his forehead with the other. Don't make a fuss, aren't you the sweet girl? Of course I'm the sweet girl, Feng Yaoyao said with a sweet voice. Old Jiang, what's going on? This young master didn't provoke her. Song Ping and's backside still hurt a bit. With everyone gathered, Jiang Qing's expression turned serious as he shared his experience. Song Ping also became serious, recounting the news they had gathered. Song Ping and's backside still hurt a bit. With everyone gathered, Jiang Qing consolidated the clues. There are conservatively 2 ghosts on this cruise ship with a maximum of 5. The little girl is afraid of the dark and cannot kill in the dark, while another ghost can only appear in the dark. Daytime is not safe, at least the 6th floor is very dangerous, try not to go there. Song Ping and's approach is correct. Tonight you and Chen Tian, you will stay in the suite on the 12th floor. Feng Yaoyao and I will stay together to test if the room card is a tool for the ghosts to track our location. Feng Yaoyao exclaimed softly, her cheeks flushing. Isn't that inappropriate? I snore when I sleep. Jiang Qing retorted, what are you thinking? The second half of the night is for hide and seek, not for sleeping. Feng Yaoyao turned her gaze away proudly. I'm just worried about you getting hurt. I'm single, it's no big deal, you have a girlfriend. What girlfriend? That's just a script arrangement besides. I broke up with her. Jiang Qing had never truly liked anyone. Before entering the story, the only close female friend he had was one who was also in the psychiatric hospital. The doctors had all said he was insane, claiming the girl had died before he was hospitalized. After chatting for a while, noticing it was almost 6 in the afternoon, the group walked towards the screening room. This screening room seemed specially prepared for them with no one else to disturb. Jiang Qing counted, his gaze deepening. 19 people, 1 is missing. As the leader Jiang Shuyu called those who hadn't arrived, but none answered. A seemingly timid girl in the corner raised her hand. He's dead. The air suddenly went quiet, fear spreading in everyone's hearts. The girl with braided hair explained weakly, we went to the 6th floor in the afternoon. There's a corridor that's off limits. He had a conflict with the attendant and then the lights suddenly went out. A little girl pulled me to run while he was dragged into the darkness by a pair of ghostly hands, and after a scream he fell silent. Another attendant. Jiang Qing crossed his arms, wondering if that attendant was also a ghost. So that confirmed 3 ghosts for now. Jiang Shuyu stepped toward the girl with braided hair, her powerful presence exuding immense pressure as she questioned, how did you survive? The girl, clearly introverted, dared not look Jiang Shuyu in the eye. I was pulled away by the little girl. By the time I realized, I was already standing in front of the elevator. A blonde-haired man mocked a little girl. You mean a ghost saved you? A girl with shoulder-length hair speculated, you didn't kill him and frame it on the ghost, did you? Such slanderous words broke the sensitive heart of the girl with braided hair, prompting her to immediately retort loudly, I did not lie. It was indeed a ghost that saved me, and there is more than one ghost on this cruise ship. Listen, is this even human speech? The short-haired girl tugged at the braided girl's hair, pulling it back forcefully. A ghost saving a person. If it really saved you, then it proves you are in cahoots with the ghost. The braided girl, Zhao shouting, winced in pain, her eyes glistening with tears as she said, let go of me. I'm not in league with the ghost. Why won't you believe me? The crowd was indifferent, especially Jiang Shuyu, who narrowed her eyes slightly and reached out to grip Zhao Xiaodong's neck, applying pressure bit by bit. I have experienced 5 tasks, this is the 6th, and not once has a ghost saved anyone. What are you hiding? Did you reach some kind of deal with the ghost? Are you trying to get us killed? The malice of humanity was vividly displayed at this moment as everyone bullied one girl. Seeing Zhao Xiaodong struggle desperately, Jiang Qing patted Song Ping on the back with his right hand. He was prepared to protect this girl not out of kindness, but because he had many important questions to ask. The reason he didn't intervene personally was mainly because Song Ping was too outspoken, claiming to be the boss of the 7th task. Having that status was far better than him stepping in. Old Song patted his chest, adopting I understand you posture, and took 2 steps forward, saying, wow, a bunch of people bullying a little girl, is that even decent? Who the hell said ghosts can't save people? What if that ghost is good? Jiang Shuyu was taken aback, not expecting the boss who had cleared 6 tasks to come forward to protect this girl. Why? This girl isn't even good-looking. Her appearance is average and her figure is ordinary. Is it about her looks? That can't be it. Jiang Shuyu slowly released her grip on the girl's neck, smiling faintly as she said, I don't believe a ghost would save anyone. The missing members might have been killed by her. To ensure our safety, she cannot be allowed to live. That is the optimal solution. Song Pingon scoffed, I never thought I'd see the day when a real-life Yama appeared. If she is guilty, the law will punish her, not you, old lady. One of Jiang Shuyu's male teammates angrily retorted, Are you out of your mind? This is a world of ghosts and monsters. The law has no authority here. Song Pingon stuffed his hands in his pockets. Whether I'm crazy or not I know, but whether you're crazy is debatable. You idiot with tonsils growing in your butt. You. What about me? You're ugly, everyone knows that, and no need to explain things. What about you? My name is Song Pingon, ensuring everyone is safe and sound. Thank you. You're insane. The man was furious. Song Pingon said mockingly, wrong. If you insult me, it's because you're sick. If I insult you, it's also because you're sick. Let's sort this out. If you're not sick, why insult me? If you're not sick, how can I insult you? Right, old Chin? Chin Tianwei crossed his arms. This idiot clearly looks brain dead. They say birds of a feather flock together. Who among you is on his team? Let me see how many brain dead people there are. The atmosphere became awkward. Everyone averted their gazes to avoid getting burned. This boss had a sharp tongue, and he was not to be trifled with. Jiang Shuyu scanned the silent crowd, then looked at the burly Chen Tianyue, calculated the strengths of both sides, gave a glance to the short-haired girl, and released Zhao Xiaodong's hair. Let's get down to business. Has anyone found any clues? Jiang Shuyu asked directly. A full minute passed and nobody spoke. Regardless of whether clues were found, no one had the desire to share. To put it bluntly, why should I share the clues? As the organizer, Jiang Shuyu also chose to remain silent. The ugliness of human nature lies in the fact that one clearly harbors selfish motives yet demands generosity from others. The first clue-sharing session ended in discord. With less than 6 hours until midnight, everyone returned to their rooms to prepare for rest. The latter half of the night would be a game against ghosts and monsters, and they needed to be well rested. At the stern of the 9th floor in Jiang Qing's room, a group of people gathered by the balcony with the beautiful afterglow of the sunset. The simply dressed Zhao Xiaodong finally gathered the courage to speak. Thank you for helping me. Jiang Qing did not beat around the bush and asked directly, what did the little girl who saved you look like? Zhao Xiaodong bit her lip, gripping her braids in front of her chest, and spoke softly. The girl should be about 5 or 6 years old, wearing a red dress with short hair and 3 or 4 very terrifying scars on her face, and her eyes are blood red, filled with resentment. Pausing her words, Zhao Xiaodong became emotional. You have to believe me, it was really a ghost that saved me. Chen Tianwei placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, trying to keep his tone as gentle as possible. Don't get agitated. We just want to understand some situations, and we won't harm you. Thank you, thank you. Zhao Xiaodong expressed her gratitude again. Her psychological quality was too poor. She didn't know how to resist against Jiang Shuyu. Chen Tianwei remembered that this girl had mentioned it was her 4th task, making it hard to imagine how she survived the first 3. Jiang Qing's expression turned grave as he bit his nails, pressing for details. How did your companions die? I want to hear the full process. Remembering that terrifying scene, Zhao Xiaodong couldn't help but tremble, her voice shaking. We passed through a corridor on the 6th floor of the ship, and a waiter stopped us, saying that this area was temporarily sealed. Xiao Xiao was quite assertive, pushed the waiter aside, and rushed forward. Let me think, we probably ran to the middle of the corridor, and suddenly the lights went out one by one. Xiao Xiao sensed something was wrong and tried to escape, but was a step too late, getting grabbed by a white hand around the neck and taken away. You never entered the corridor at any point. Jiang Qing interjected, asking for clarification. Zhao Xiaodong took a sip from the mineral water that Feng Yaoyao handed her, taking a deep breath as she said, I didn't go in. Instead, I apologized to the waiter. It happened too quickly. I was in a daze for a moment. After Xiao Xiao was grabbed and screamed, there was no more sound, and the waiter also disappeared. The girl in the red dress grabbed my hand and led me to the elevator, telling me to run quickly. I know this is absurd, but I swear to the heavens. Jiang Qing interrupted, I believe you. At a moment when everyone else doubted her, one person stood up and said, I believe you. At that moment, Zhao Xiaodong was so moved that she cried, lowering her head to wipe her tears, repeatedly saying, thank you. She truly was a very fragile girl, one who didn't belong in a world of tasks. Jiang Qing waved his hand. You should go rest now. Here's a clue for you. Don't turn off the lights tonight, and it's best to prepare some flashlights to ensure you stay in a lit area. But the task hints that ghosts fear the dark. Shouldn't we avoid dark environments? Zhao Xiaodong sniffled, appearing weak and helpless. Jiang Qing's expression was emotionless. Believe it or not, that's up to you. Go back, we need to rest now. Zhao Xiaodong bit her lip. I trust you, thank you. She seemed to really like saying thank you, waving goodbye to everyone as she left the room. Song Pingon leaned against the balcony railing, wearing Jiang Qing's sunglasses coolly, and asked, Old Jiang, have you figured out any clues? Jiang Qing sat on the edge of the bed, fingers interlocked on his knees, and spoke slowly. We have confirmed 4 ghosts: the girl in the white dress, the girl in the red dress, the waiter, and the ghost in the dark. Among the first 3, they are not afraid of light, nor have they shown any harm towards us. Once might be a coincidence, but twice is certainly not indicating that the girl and the waiter are good ghosts. The unknown ghost fears light, and killing must occur in darkness. Following this logic, I guess 4 people will die tonight. Feng Yaoyao exclaimed, 4 people will die. Why? Even the self-proclaimed intelligent Song Pangon could not make heads or tails of it. Why 4 people? Why not eliminate all the actors hiding in the darkness tonight? Why does old Jiang look even more handsome than me? Song Pangon pondered a myriad of questions, both serious and frivolous. Jiang Qing shifted his gaze to the left, looking out at the sunset. How many days is this mission? 5 days and 4 nights, Feng Yaoyao answered without hesitation. Song Pangon frowned. 4 nights, 20 actors? Do you mean that 5 people must die each day? 1 has already died, so 4 more will die on the first night. Jiang Qing shook his head, his tone calm yet tinged with seriousness. It's not that 5 people must die every day. It's that without understanding the pattern of how the ghosts kill, 4 more will die tonight. After all, they are the audience. If I go to the cinema and within the first 10 minutes both the protagonist and the supporting characters die, then that is definitely a terrible movie. To keep the story interesting and ongoing, there must be a cap on the number of deaths each day. In any case, the death toll on the first day will not exceed 5, and since we have grasped some patterns of the ghosts' killings, we can certainly survive the first day. As for the others, the hint in the mission, ghosts fear the dark, will be their demise. It all depends on who has good luck and who does not. After a pause, Jiang Qing picked up a remaining bottle of mineral water on the table, took a sip, and continued, of course much of this is speculation without evidence. Our understanding of ghosts and this world is too limited, and every step must be taken with caution. We can defeat them countless times, but losing once means death. Though it was very unfair, this was reality. Song Pangon entered the room, a confident smile on his face. What's there to fear? Strong individuals never complain about their environment. Old Jiang has brains, I have money, and old Qin has strength. Together we are invincible. Feng Yaoyao sat on the bed, resting her chin on her hands, and muttered, I don't just complain about the environment, I also complain about strong individuals. You all exclude me, humph. What do you understand? This is called protection. We take on the dangerous tasks, and you can win by lying down. Song Pangon walked over, reaching to pat the girl's head, only to be bitten. Hiss. Let go, are you a dog? Jiang Qing laughed at the scene. You all go back and rest. The dark ghosts might turn off the lights. Be sure to prepare some luminous items. Did you hear that? Get lost, get lost. Feng Yaoyao kicked Song Pangon. Old Song grabbed her ankle. Good thing you aren't wearing a skirt, or you'd be exposed. I'll kill you. Song Pangon bolted out of the room, thinking to himself, this girl is so fierce, not a bit as gentle as my sister. Once the two left, the room fell silent. Jiang Qing felt no drowsiness, strolling to the balcony to sit on a lounge chair and relax his mind while watching the sunset. Tap tap tap. Feng Yaoyao ran over barefoot, blocking his view. Bro, aren't you going to sleep? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow. Why do you call me bro? Feng Yaoyao met his gaze with her beautiful eyes and said earnestly, I'm an only child, and I've always wanted a gentle, pampering, and protective brother. When I was young, every time I saw other girls being picked up by their brothers after school, I felt quite envious. You're a boy, you don't understand a girl's feelings. Indeed, I don't understand. If you lack a sense of security and need someone to protect you, there's no need to call me brother. We are friends, and I will help you as much as I can. See, I told you don't understand a girl's feelings. Feng Yaoyao pouted. A girl's feelings. Jiang Qing silently repeated it in his mind, a figure surfacing in his thoughts. A girl who always liked to sit under the camellia tree. A girl who accepted her. A girl who once said to her, how dare you underestimate my love for you. Jiang Qing gazed at the setting sun, his eyelids gradually growing heavy, and he unknowingly fell asleep. At 1:59 p.m. Jiang Qing turned on all the lights in the room, including the bathroom, and drew the curtains. Actually, we could hide outside like in a bar. In a crowded and lively environment, the ghosts wouldn't dare to attack. Feng Yaoyao tightly clutched her phone, expressing her thoughts. No, Jiang Qing stared at the countdown on the phone. More people make it more dangerous. Don't forget there's a ghost that can disguise itself as us. The last 10 seconds. 987. 321. Ding ding ding. Feng Yaoyao's phone rang, startling Jiang Qing, who glared at the girl. Are you crazy? Why set an alarm, huh? Hee. Feng Yaoyao made a cute face, offered no explanation, and quietly turned off the alarm. Jiang Qing thought to himself that the sound of this alarm seemed familiar from the first mission. At that time he had fallen asleep and only woke up to the dinging sound, finding Song Pangon and Chen Tianwei sitting across from him, staring under his bed. The hide-and-seek game began. There were no anticipated surprises, and the room and corridor fell silent. After a while, Feng Yaoyao couldn't help but lean close to Jiang Qing's ear and whispered, Bro, are you scared? No. Well, okay, I am scared. Jiang Qing admitted, countering, what about you? Feng Yaoyao swallowed hard. I'm even more scared. What if 4 or 5 ghosts come to catch us? Can't you wish for something good? Jiang Qing flicked her forehead. Tap 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 tap. Suddenly footsteps could be heard and Jiang Qing immediately covered Feng Yaoyao's mouth signaling her to keep quiet. The person outside stopped in front of their door. Knock knock, are you in there? I know you're in there. Knock knock, I can see you. Feng Yaoyao's body stiffened, not daring to move, her breathing becoming cautious. Not in. The ghost at the door headed towards the next room. The footsteps gradually faded and Feng Yaoyao let out a sigh of relief, her face pale from tension. Jiang Qing kept his gaze fixated on the door, holding a powerful flashlight. If they were to break in, and if the lights went out, he would decisively turn it on to illuminate the entire room. So far the dark ghost could not directly enter the room. But that might not be the case, or perhaps it was because the lights were on inside that they didn't dare to come in. Meanwhile, Jiang Qing confirmed one thing: the room card, or this room, was definitely locked onto by the ghosts. It was only 0012. The fact that they reached the 9th floor so quickly indicated that the ghosts hadn't searched elsewhere for them. Their target was very clear. In the pitch-black room, the short-haired girl and the blonde boy exchanged glances, feeling uneasy. The short-haired girl shivered. I think I heard footsteps. Ghosts fear the dark. They won't enter the room to attack us. The blonde boy was sweating profusely. In such a dark environment, every minute and every second was a psychological test for them. The short-haired girl curled up on the bed with her knees drawn in. What if the ghost can turn on the lights? You shouldn't say that. The blonde boy's voice trembled. How about hiding in the closet? Even if the ghost entered and turned on the lights, the closet would still be dark. All right. They tiptoed toward the closet by the door, gently opening it enough to fit two. The cramped space gave them a sense of security. Bodies pressed together, the blonde boy grew restless. Don't squeeze me. You're the one squeezing me. What's the time? You're taking advantage of me. I'm not. The short-haired girl retorted. Their expressions gradually turned to fear, although it was too dark to see there was indeed an extra person between them. Searching for friends found. Found you all. A scream echoed, the closet shook violently and a torrent of blood flowed through the cracks. A group chat with 3 handsome men and 1 beautiful woman. Song Pingan, old Jiang, am so bored. Wanna play Who's the Spy with me? Feng Yaoyao, play it yourself. If you're bored, go find a ghost to hang out with, guaranteed to be thrilling. Jiang Qing, any activity on your end? Song Pingan, none at all. Everything's quiet here. Old Qin is guarding the door. He looks like he's fallen asleep. Qin Tianyue, not asleep. Disapproving image. Jiang Qing, I heard 7 doors being knocked on. I'm certain the dark ghost is no longer on the 9th floor. Perhaps some actors didn't hide inside their rooms. Song Pingan, this cruise ship is enormous. If someone truly hides, finding them will be nearly impossible. Qin Tianyue, we hear footsteps nearby. Feng Yaoyao, could it have gone up to the 12th floor? Feng Yaoyao, Uncle Qin, are you still alive? Qin Tianyue, yes, just wiped sweat. Image. Song Pingan, it didn't knock on our door. Maybe just the private steward passing by. Feng Yaoyao, you're still not dead. Disappointed image. Jiang Qing set down his phone, walked barefoot to the balcony and slowly drew back the curtain. Before him stretched an endless, fathomless sea, deep, terrifying, as if capable of swallowing souls whole, utterly devoid of light. Are we safe by 3 a.m.? Feng Yaoyao blinked her beautiful eyes. Jiang Qing let the curtain fall and shook his head. From the moment the mission began, we've been in danger. There is no safety until we return to the world within the book. That's true. Yao Mei stifled a yawn, grasping for conversation. Brother, I can't understand. Would Jiang Shuyu really dare kill Zhao Xiaodong? That's a human life. Jiang Qing cut straight to the heart. That woman is dangerous. She intends to kill Zhao Xiaodong, not because the ghost saved her, nor because she suspects Zhao killed a comrade, but to make an example of her. Jiang Shuyu wants to lead us. And leadership demands more than intelligence. It demands ruthlessness. She chose Zhao Xiaodong because the girl is fragile, easily intimidated, and unwittingly walked right into her line of fire. Feng Yaoyao listened in silence, then clenched the quilt tightly in her fists, her eyes flashing with fury. In her script, the original protagonist was timid and cowardly, bullied relentlessly by the heroine and her clique. Her humiliating photos circulated across campus. Unable to bear the shame, she leapt from a building in despair. Jiang Shuyu's actions mirrored the heroine in her script exactly. Brother, why do some people always seek out others just to torment them? It fulfills a psychological need, for instance, ruling the school like a monarch, watching those who surpass you academically, physically, or in every way kneel before you, humiliated, slapped across the face. She feels absolute dominion over their lives. The same holds true in workplaces, families, anywhere people crave supremacy over others. After a 3-second pause, Jiang Qing continued, I know your script. If we survive and return, ask Qin Tianyue for help. His imposing presence alone commands respect. With him standing guard, no one will dare bully you. Feng Yaoyao pouted. I want you to protect me. Me? A blind man, how could I possibly protect you? Jiang Qing replied half-jokingly. Should Feng Yaoyao truly face danger at school, He Qin and Song would rush to her aid. Jiang Qing still owed. As time slipped away, dawn broke on the horizon. The sea shimmered gold under the rising sun. At 6 a.m. The first night's game of hide and seek ended. Feng Yaoao tossed her phone aside and sank lazily onto the bed, finally breathing easy. Per Jiang Qing's analysis, daylight hours were relatively safe as long as they avoided the 6th floor. A group chat with 3 handsome men and 1 beautiful woman. Song Ping and old Jiang, we're coming down to meet you. Jiang Qing, don't come down yet, wait for my signal. Song Ping, question mark image. Jiang Qing, wait for my signal. That's final. After sending the message, he paced to the door and pressed his ear against it, listening intently to the corridor outside. 20 minutes later, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Jiang Qing messaged Song Ping, come down. He led Feng Yaoao out of the room. A crowd had gathered near a distant doorway, some young men slumped motionless on the floor, some girls retching violently. Jiang Qing approached, feigning bewilderment. What happened? She's dead, Jiang Xiyu said grimly. A nauseating stench of blood hung thick in the air. Jiang Qing stared, and his face paled slightly. Before him, 2 skinless corpses lay crumpled inside a wardrobe, limbs snapped, their flayed hides spread neatly across the bed, the entire room drenched in gore. Ugh. Feng Yaoao turned away after one glance and vomited violently, her stomach empty, only bitter bile surged forth. The ghost's cruelty surpassed even imagination. Jiang Qing's eyelids twitched as he counted heads. 13 people, where are the other 2? Shouldn't 4 be missing? Asked a balding middle-aged man. The next instant Song Ping and Shin Tianwei arrived, the count stood at 15. This room isn't locked, called a short, stocky man, waving everyone over. They pushed open the door, blood reek slammed into them, and silence fell heavy. Shreds of flesh littered the floor like scattered puzzle pieces. Zhao Xiaodong crouched sobbing in the hallway, her inner resolve crumbling piece by piece. Jiang Qing covered Feng Yaoao's eyes, and even he couldn't bear the sight, turning his gaze aside. His words proved true, exactly 4 were dead. In just one day 5 of 20 had perished, the mission's difficulty was staggering. Jiang Xiyu shut the door and asked gravely, did any of you hear unusual sounds last night? The balding man recalled, someone was knocking on doors last night. I heard knocking too, but not on mine. It seemed to stop around 130 m. Voices overlapped as everyone recounted fragments of the night. Jiang Xiyu's gaze settled on Song Ping. You weren't in your room last night. Who says we had to stay inside? Song Ping shot back and brandished a gleaming gold card. Behold, I upgraded cabins. The most expensive suite. Why would I bunk with fools like you? An oppressive silence followed. Upgrading is possible. Could the ghost be targeting only our assigned rooms? How selfish, you upgraded and didn't tell us. Ignoring the accusation, Song Ping dug idly at his ear and sneered. If your mother's giving birth, should I inform you? Brains are a rare commodity. Everyone warns that hanging around you lowers IQ, yet no one believes it. Frankly, those 4 idiots must have left their lights on last night. The hint clearly states ghosts fear darkness. Who else but fools would defy that and live? Song Ping excelled at muddying the waters. He cared nothing for the fool's fates, blaming the road when one lacks the strength to walk it. Zhao Xiaodong hunched in the corner, froze, then instantly understood. Without a word, she shrank further into invisibility. Last night the ghost had knocked on her door, but hadn't entered. Now she wondered, had the light kept it at bay? Her gratitude toward Jiang Qing deepened. Let's go, breakfast awaits. Jiang Qing waved to Song Ping. The 4 departed first. Zhao Xiaodong trembled violently, gripping the wall for support as she staggered after them. Jiang Xiyu reopened the room. The dismembered corpses had vanished. Such disappearances were routine to ensure mission continuity. The unseen audience cleansed all remains shortly after actors witnessed them, preventing panic among NPCs. The cleanup was immaculate. Not a single drop of blood remained, not even in the tiniest crevice. VIP dining room, 4th floor. Ugh. Feng Yaoao clapped a hand over her mouth, staring incredulously at the steak on Jiang Qing's plate. Jiang Qing speared a piece of meat, ignoring their stares. Tastes good, aren't you eating? Feng Yaoao doubled over the trash can, retching weakly. For a full month, I won't touch meat again. The grotesque deaths of the 4 actors replayed vividly in her mind. Meat now triggered visceral revulsion. Just then a tall, elegant woman strode over her, voice soft as flowing water. Big brother Xiao Shuai. How can such a cheap name be allowed for others to call? Jiang Qing and Feng Yaoao gave Song Ping a disdainful glance. The beautiful woman naturally sat beside Song Ping holding a plate of fruit and blinking her eyes. Old Song secretly clicked his tongue. The visual impact this morning was too strong, almost making him forget about this woman. Were you in your room all night? Not to mention it, but since you brought it up, the beautiful woman complained. I waited for you all night until 5 in the morning, got too bored, so I went out to the deck for some fresh air. I just came over to eat something because I was a little hungry. 5 in the morning. At that time she was still playing hide and seek as she left the room without being attacked. Jiang Qing seemed to ponder and gestured for Old Song to ask further. Song Ping was also quite puzzled, looking at this woman who would do anything for money, and casually said, you know, as a big boss I'm very busy every day. I had something come up last night and couldn't leave. By the way, did you encounter anything strange last night? Strange things. The beautiful woman recalled while eating fruit, last night someone knocked on my door. I thought it was my handsome brother coming back, so I went to open the door. And then, Jiang Qing couldn't help but ask, to dare to open the door to a ghost and still be alive is indeed a miracle. The beautiful woman pursed her lips, then it was very strange, the corridor was pitch dark probably because the lights were broken. I couldn't see anything, I just heard footsteps moving forward, probably a tourist who was drunk and knocked on the wrong door mumbling something like I've got the wrong person, sounding a bit paranoid. After hearing this explanation, everyone looked at each other in confusion. The wrong person. Were the ghosts targeting them, the actors? Song Ping suddenly thought, could this woman be a ghost in disguise? He tentatively asked, what's the balance on my bank card? Huh. The beautiful woman didn't understand but still said 378 million. At this moment silence spoke louder than words. Feng Yaoyao exclaimed in astonishment, more than 300 million. As an ordinary person she could never imagine how to spend more than 300 million in her lifetime. Although she knew Song Ping was a rich second generation, she never expected him to be this wealthy. In Feng Yaoyao's eyes, any family that gave their children more than 10,000 in pocket money each month was a rich second generation. Correct answer. However, Song Ping still felt uneasy. He reached out to touch the woman's cheek. It was soft and warm, not the icy touch described by old Jiang. How annoying, the beautiful woman pouted playfully, unable to resist the temptation of 300 million. Jiang Qing, directly facing her, put down his knife and fork and asked concisely, do you know the 5 people who died a few days ago? What I mean is, did you encounter them on the ship? What was their relationship? The beautiful woman's brows furrowed together, clearly reluctant to mention the matter, sitting silently. Song Ping was straightforward, transferring 10,000 to the woman. My friend, answer him one question, and you'll be rewarded 10,000. The woman's brows relaxed, unable to suppress her smile, and she flirtatiously glanced at Jiang Qing. I saw the 5 deceased people twice on the ship. The first time was at the bow deck on the 12th floor. They looked like a family. The man and woman were chatting, and 2 girls were squatting on the ground obediently, one wearing a white dress, and the other a red dress, but they were a bit dirty. The second time was in a bar on the 6th floor. A very glamorous woman was chatting with that couple, and the 2 girls were squatting on the ground. This part one found rather strange. How should I put it? The first time I saw them I thought the 2 girls were very obedient. The second time it seemed they weren't obedient, but fearful. They seemed to be trying to stay as far away from that couple as possible. I'm not sure, just a feeling. I looked at them a little longer, then didn't pay attention anymore. Later. Hee. The beautiful woman shook her phone, implying something. A money-hungry woman. Feng Yaoyao raised a middle finger in her heart. Song Ping indifferently transferred another 100,000 to the woman. Thank you, brother. The beautiful woman smiled brightly. As for later, I didn't see them, but they lived next door to me, and I heard a girl crying all night. I shrugged. That couple might have a tendency towards domestic violence. They hit the child for over an hour. Couple, girl, bar, woman, domestic violence. Fragments of clues pieced together. Jiang Qing's pupils constricted, guessing a certain possibility. Chen Tian, you lightly tapped the table. Domestic violence for over an hour. Didn't you try to stop it? They closed their door. It's their family's business. How could I stop it? The beautiful woman said, seriously, what if I tried to stop it, even just told the waiter? What if they held a grudge against? I'm traveling alone and my personal safety is the priority, right? Chen Tian, you was left speechless. Indeed, when out, personal safety always comes first. Jiang Qing leaned forward, staring at the woman. Are you sure they were a couple? The beautiful woman was speechless. How could I be sure? Am I supposed to go ask them? In short, she just subjectively felt they were a couple, of family. What else do you know? Jiang Qing pressed on. Let me think. On the day the body was discovered, a waiter went missing. I'm not sure if they found her. I'm not interested in these things, just purely listening to gossip. The beautiful woman took a sip of her drink, every move showcasing her charm. A missing waiter. The 6th deceased. Jiang Qing felt he was getting closer to the truth, eager to confirm something. Before leaving the VIP dining room, he casually asked, why didn't you leave the cruise ship after the murder occurred? Jiang Qing had checked yesterday. The cruise ship returned to its starting point, and the beautiful woman was one of the previous batch of 5 days and 4 nights tourists, so she should have disembarked yesterday. The woman replied blankly, once you're on the ship, are you supposed to stay on the ship for a lifetime? This answer sent chills down everyone's spine, deeply realizing the horror of the audience. Turning the unreasonable into the reasonable, perhaps these NPCs had their memories altered. On the deck, Jiang Qing faced the sea breeze, his short hair tousled, a hint of madness beneath the calm. The plan is like this, you all wait for me here. I will go to the 6th floor to find the ghost waiter. You're crazy. You're absolutely insane. Song Ping pressed Jiang Qing against the glass of the railing. Their eyes met, his expression unprecedentedly serious. Old Jiang, you will die. Chen Tian, you also disagreed. Jiang Qing, maybe your speculation is correct. The ghost waiter knows all the truth, but we don't need to take risks. We understand the ghost's killing pattern. For the remaining days, surviving shouldn't be a problem. Brother. Feng Yaoyao tugged at his sleeve, looking pitifully. Zhao Xiaotong stood by, not knowing what to say, just wanting to follow the boss to survive. Jiang Qing looked out at the endless sea, his tone calm. What pattern? Not going to the 6th floor during the day is safe, and not turning off the lights at night is safe. Is it really that simple? Last night the ghost knocked on 7 doors, but only the actors in 2 of the doors were killed. Excluding my and Feng Yaoyao's room as well as Zhao Xiaotong's and that woman's room, it implies that 2 rooms' occupants know the secret of not turning off the lights at night. In other words, the pattern we have is no longer a secret, or perhaps some guys know it better than we do. Now the question arises, if we follow these 2 rules we won't die. What will the audience watch for the next 4 days and 3 nights? Watch us enjoy ourselves on the cruise. After a pause, Jiang Qing took a deep breath. Don't forget, of the 6 deceased, only 4 ghosts have appeared so far. Will the remaining 2 follow these 2 rules? Song Ping found it hard to believe, realizing his thinking was completely on a different level from Jiang Qing. This level-headedness, this analysis, this boldness, was he just on his 2nd mission? Jiang Qing pushed Song Ping away and walked towards the interior of the ship. We can't rely solely on... In the elevator, Jiang Qing asked the air, if I connect myself with a ghost, will the ghost fall in love with me? And the voice of Meng Wanzhou echoed in his mind, good idea. I've tried this before, but it depends on the situation. If the ghost's resentment is too strong, the effect of the love line will be minimal. If the ghost has no hostility towards you, it will perceive you as someone it likes rather than a lover. You must understand that my miracles lean towards the spiritual level, and their effectiveness depends on the spiritual strength of both you and the target. Instead of the love line, I suggest using puppetry. Complete control is impossible, but I guarantee that regardless of whether the other party is human or ghost, you can control them for 3 seconds without issue. As for dream weaving, it's a type of illusion ability that you cannot use for now. Meng Wanzhou once said that his miracles were definitely at the forefront of all miracles. Normal miracles only possess 1 ability, but his miracles have 3, making them terrifyingly powerful. Control for 3 seconds. Jiang Qing squinted, realizing that while 3 seconds seemed short, it could be crucial for survival in a critical moment. This was his only means to counter ghosts. With a chime, the 6th floor arrived. The spacious hall was empty, as if he had entered a midnight graveyard. Calming his mind, Jiang Qing held a red thread in his right hand, ready to counterattack at any moment. Today's 6th floor felt even more eerie than yesterday's. Under the dim lights, the red carpet resembled blood. Tap, tap, tap. He moved forward, slowly glancing back, occasionally feeling insecure. Soon Jiang Qing reached the corridor and spotted a well-dressed attendant at a glance. Sir, this area is temporarily closed to the public. Please return the way you came. The exact same phrasing as yesterday. Jiang Qing leaned against the wall to gain a bit of security, his clear and bright eyes fixed intently on the attendant. After a long moment, he spoke. You are protecting us, right? The attendant's expression slightly changed, choosing to remain silent. Jiang Qing became more certain about his conjectures, saying, I've thought of many possibilities and believe one fits the situation. That couple are human traffickers. They made a financial deal with another woman, intending to sell 2 little girls. That night the girls fought back, resulting in a severe beating. By midnight, taking advantage of the traffickers' sleep, the girls secretly escaped the room, only to be discovered by the buyers. One of the girls hid the other to protect her, while the other acted as bait to divert the buyers. A light at the end of the corridor flickered out and something moved in the darkness. Jiang Qing's heart raced, but in the end the buyer caught the girl who was acting as bait, and you just happened to encounter the scene trying to save her but got killed. The buyer was a woman, so the likelihood of her killing you is low. The couple of human traffickers were also present, searching for the little girls, right? The lights in the corridor flickered off one by one, and a chilling aura of death spread rapidly. Jiang Qing tightened his grip on the red thread. That little girl hiding in a dark place is afraid of the dark and couldn't help but cry out, ultimately being found. He changed his tone. What are your last wishes? I will help you fulfill them, but you must help me. The attendant stiffened. Cold storage, so cold, so cold. As the last light in the corridor went out, Jiang Qing caught sight of 3 grotesque faces in the light from the corner. In a critical moment, the ghost attendant blocked the 3 ghosts, shouting, run. Jiang Qing gritted his teeth. I will find your body, I promise. In the next second, Jiang Qing's hands were grabbed on either side by a girl in a red dress and another in a white dress as they pulled him to escape. Behind them, screams echoed and the lights went out one by one. It was unimaginable how much torment they endured while alive. The elevator doors slowly closed. Suddenly, a ghostly hand reached in, followed by a head. Jiang Qing's neck was gripped tightly, his feet slowly leaving the ground. Meng. His face turned pale, every cell in his body ringing alarm bells, and he managed to squeeze out 3 words, Meng Wanzhou. Change places. Jiang Qing's vision went dark as he kicked the buyer ghost in the head. As he kicked them out of the elevator, a red thread bound the 3 ghosts, controlling them for 3 seconds. Immediately after, Meng Wanzhou calmly pressed the button for the 9th floor, the entire process flowing smoothly. As the elevator ascended, Jiang Qing gasped for breath, having nearly died inside. Meng Wan's hiss voice echoed in his mind. Don't waste today. A love is ultimately not your miracle. Using it once a day is already the limit. Jiang Qing trembled with excitement. I just kicked a ghost. Meng Wanzhou replied, aren't you focusing on the wrong point? No, this made me realize something. Ghosts are not truly unsolvable. Jiang Qing laughed heartily. Do you think? Can we develop a way to kill ghosts? Jiang Qing couldn't contain his excitement. Killing ghosts. Meng Wan's hiss mind went blank. As the elevator reached the 9th floor, the doors opened and Jiang Qing stood up from the floor, regaining his usual posture. He returned to the deck waving at Song Chenfeng and Zhao saying, it's done. Done. Song Pingon looked puzzled. What did you accomplish? In the sunlight, Jiang Qing recounted his guesses and encounters, concealing Meng Wan's existence and only mentioning that the two girls had saved him. Even without first-hand experience, everyone listened horrified. So reckless. Chen Tianwei frowned. How did you guess it was human traffickers? Her. Jiang Qing pointed at the quiet girl with braided hair. Zhao Xiaodong was taken aback. Me. She knew nothing. Jiang Qing nodded. She gave me an important clue, saying the girl in the red dress had 3 or 4 scars on her face. Then this morning in the dining hall, that woman said she heard the girls crying and they were abused for over an hour, but she wasn't sure if they were the girls' parents. Plus, when she saw them in the bar, she felt the girls were trying to stay as far away from that couple as possible. Everything became clear. Real parents wouldn't be cruel enough to abuse their 5 or 6-year-old daughters for over an hour, leaving them disfigured and with not a single intact part of their bodies. Not necessarily, Feng Yao retorted. In backward and feudal mountain villages, child abuse by parents is not uncommon. Don't argue with Lao Jiang, be careful or he'll argue with you. Song Pingon said. Feng Yao responded. Organizing her thoughts, Jiang Qing continued, about that attendant. I initially couldn't understand why the buyer and that couple wanted to kill him. The only answer is that the attendant saw something he shouldn't have and had to be silenced. After he died, he guarded that corridor, reminding everyone not to enter, which was a form of protection. Feng Yao puffed her cheeks. But why did he let you in the first time? What did they say? Jiang Qing self-deprecatingly remarked, it's hard to persuade a ghost that wants to die. He would probably only remind you once, and if you insist on going and he wouldn't stop you. Chen Tianyue, dressed in a black tank top, focused his gaze on Jiang Qing's face, astonished for a moment, and said, and can it be understood this way as well? Feng Yao bit her lip in thought. Having done something shameful, one fears the light after death. I suspect that old Jiang's mindset is different from ours. Song Pangon interjected with a critique. The disparity in thinking between individuals is quite significant. Jiang Qing shook his head. Mastering this rule does not guarantee our survival. Ghosts can destroy light sources, can turn off the lights, and possess some incredible powers. To be honest, he lacked confidence and often feigned calmness, not wanting to bring negative emotions to his teammates. His only means to combat the ghosts was Meng Wanzhou, which he could only use once a day, yet ghosts do not strike just once a day. He needed more clues and assistance from the ghostly waiter and the girls in red and white dresses. Humans cannot contend with ghosts, but ghosts are different. Even if he couldn't win, delaying them for a while to allow others to escape would suffice. Finding the ghostly waiter's corpse might enhance their favorability, a Jiang Qing thought to himself. In the corridor, Zhao Xiaodong timidly raised her hand and spoke. Big shots. I've experienced a similar task in a mountain village where we had to stay for a week. On the first day, someone discovered the rules by which the ghosts killed, and all 15 of us survived, but by the 6th day, the ghosts could temporarily ignore the rules and became terrifying, killing 12 of us within an hour. Fortunately, a big shot possessed a sealing item that briefly trapped the ghosts, allowing the 3 of us to survive until the task ended. Perhaps this time would be the same, and the ghosts would grow stronger on the last day and carry out a massacre. Chen Tianyu's heart sank, ignoring the rules. Song Pingon muttered under his breath, sealing item. Feng Yao appeared dazed. This is so difficult. The atmosphere became inexplicably heavy. Zhao Xiaodong thought she had said something wrong and looked at Song Pingon with a pitiful expression. Big shot, I didn't lie. You must know about such matters. No. What does this young master know? You make me feel very awkward. Can you refrain from using terms that I don't understand? Song Pingon cleared his throat twice, pretending to be serious. I've gone through this type of task several times, and each time I led the whole group to victory. Feng Yao rolled her eyes dramatically. Well, if there's danger later, you go take on the single-line tasks. Don't let my brother do it every time. Huh. Why do you call him brother? None of your business, Feng Yao said proudly. Jiang Qing did not get involved in the conversation, silently remembering the term sealing item, planning to ask Meng Wanzhou about it later. That love-stricken person never told him anything, leaving him quite passive. If there were experiences summarized by predecessors, their hope of survival would be much greater. After a while, under Song Pingan's money power, the group arrived at the 3rd basement level. As the door to the cold storage room opened, a wave of cold air rushed at them. Jiang Qing searched around and paused in a corner, his complexion not looking good. Someone has been here. A large pool of blood remains in the corner along with some skin fragments, but no corpse can be seen. Did someone get here first? Qin Tianwei frowned. Song Pangon asked seriously, old Jiang, who could it be? Jiang Qing shook his head, having thought he was the first to grasp this clue. It now appeared that among the remaining actors there were quite a few clever individuals. The corpse had clearly been dealt with. The disposing of a body at sea is quite easy. It's so cold, let's find another place to discuss it. Feng Yaoao rubbed her shoulders as she was only wearing a tank top and a sweatshirt, and staying long in the cold storage was truly unbearable. She envied Uncle Chen's physique. Wearing a tank top seemed to leave him completely unfazed by the cold. Jiang Qing took off his pure white coat and threw it to Feng Yaoao, reluctantly searching once more. Nothing. Old Jiang, let's go. There's nothing here. Qin Tianwei and Song Pangon said helplessly. The group returned to the deck where the sun shone brightly, dispelling the chill from their bodies. Jiang Qing felt somewhat down. A clue he had obtained at the cost of his life was taken by someone else. Who could it be? Jiang Shiyu. This was her sixth task. Perhaps she had truly mastered some means to obtain important clues without taking risks. Gripping the railing with both hands, Jiang Qing gazed out at the sea, gradually finding some peace within. Brother, are you okay? Feng Yaoao stood to the left, softly comforting him. It's fine. If danger really arises, I will protect you. Just for a minute, he. Jiang Qing was amused by the girl. In a minute, a ghost could kill you 60 times. He caught a glimpse of Zhao Xiaodong, who was looking down at her phone, and a suspicion arose. From the ghostly waiter's attitude, I must have been the first to dare to confront him and reveal the truth. I obtained the clue and went to the cold storage in just 20 minutes. Could it be? Feng Yaoao poked Jiang Qing's cheek. What are you thinking? You haven't talked to me for quite a while. It's nothing. Jiang Qing smiled, then looked at Zhao Xiaodong. Since you choose to trust us, then join our group chat. If anything happens, we will communicate in the group immediately. Thank you, big shot. Zhao Xiaodong expressed her delight. As night fell at 1 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Qing and Feng Yaoao also ascended to the 12th floor, staying next to Song Pangon and Qin Tianwei. Zhao Xiaodong naturally did not fall behind, as Song Pangon paid for her to have a suite. In the group chat, Jiang Qing asked, is there any news? Song Pangon replied, everything is normal, feeling dead tired. Zhao Xiaodong added, Brother Jiang, I have no abnormalities on my end. Jiang Qing responded, well, I want to tell you something. After we separated to rest, I discovered a way out. Jiang Qing continued, those three ghosts are not only afraid of the light, but also of crowded places, as their actions cannot be discovered by people. If the situation is wrong tonight, we should run to the bar. It's definitely safer than staying in the room. Song Pangon acknowledged, got it. Qin Tianwei asked a question. Zhao Xiaodong thanked him, thank you, Brother Jiang. After sending the messages, Jiang Qing smiled slightly, quietly waiting for the fish to take the bait. Feng Yaoao lay on the bed, swinging her legs. Brother, do you suspect Zhao Xiaodong is betraying us? I'm not sure. We will have an answer by tomorrow morning. Jiang Qing exhaled, slightly fatigued. He did not know how much time had passed when the sun broke over the horizon. After a full day, someone in the group finally sent a message. I am Li Bai, damn it, there's a dead person. You all quickly come to the bar on the 11th floor of the ship. Once the message was sent, the 20-person group exploded. Bodhisattva bless who? Who died? I control my life, are you an idiot? Running to the bar in the middle of the night. I am Li Bai, I don't know who it is. Their face has been disfigured, but it's a male. In just 10 minutes, the survivors rushed to the bar on the 11th floor. The scene. A headless corpse slumped on the sofa, fingers floating in the wine glasses, a disfigured head laid on the table. Jiang Qing quickly counted 14. As expected, it's correct. The others looked bewildered. Wait, this is a male corpse. Except for Zhao Xiaodong, everyone else is present. Could it be that the ghosts have started killing NPCs? Jiang Qing approached the corpse, pretending to examine the wounds while his hand searched the pockets, coldly stating, Zhao Xiaodong wouldn't dare come here. This is not an NPC, but her companion who died on the 6th floor. In an instant, everyone's expressions were filled with realization. Those who had survived to this point were not foolish. Feng Yaoao suddenly understood. While we were heading to the cold storage, she must have contacted this person and took the clues first. You dog, I saved her, and she backstabbed us. Song Pangon said with a grim face. Jiang Qing calmly retrieved an item from the corpse's pocket and then glanced at his phone. Zhao Xiaodong exited the group chat. The balding middle-aged man began to attack, pointing at Song Pangon and saying, don't act all hypocritical here. On the very first day when Brother Jiang wanted to get rid of her, you defended her. You two are definitely in cahoots. No, you're definitely plotting against us, trying to get us killed. Brother Jiang. Already calling him brother so soon. That made sense. Perhaps Jiang Shiyu, that old woman, had told them they needed to stay in the light after midnight to survive. So these fools had sided with Jiang Shiyu's faction. No wonder the survival rate last night was so high. Song Pangon sneered coldly. He was in a foul mood right now and didn't want to bother with these bastards. Of course, old Song didn't blame Jiang Qing. Anyone could misjudge a person, and no one could guarantee that someone by their side wouldn't stab them in the back. The short fat man chimed in, nothing to say. You deserve to die. The 10 actors glared at the 4 of them with united hostility. Qin Tianwei grabbed a bottle of liquor and smashed it on the table, sending countless shards flying. His eyes were fierce as he said, "There's no law here. If I kill you all, who would dare to stop me?" The 10 people opposite, mostly women with only a few men, were intimidated by Chen Tianyu's outburst. They silently shut their mouths, not daring to meet his gaze. "A bunch of cowards," Chen Tianwei said without any politeness. Big Brother had taught him that in this world, besides loyalty, the most important thing was ruthlessness. If you weren't ruthless, others would see you as a coward, a pathetic dog to be bullied, and they'd all come to trample on you. Jiang Shuyu clapped her hands to smooth things over. "That bitch Zhao Xiaotong tricked us. It probably has nothing to do with Song Pingon and his group. For now, we need to be careful not to get ambushed by that bitch. Pair up 2 people per group, and if you see her, kill her on sight." Everyone nodded, having lost interest in staying at the bar, and left in small groups of 2 or 3. Soon after, the corpse on the sofa vanished into thin air, and the tables were spotless. Jiang Qing and the others witnessed this miraculous scene for the first time. They didn't go for breakfast, but instead returned to their suite on the 12th floor. Song Pingon punched the wall. Damn it. That bitch's disguise was too perfect. Who would have thought that a timid, self-effacing girl with such low self-esteem could possess such cunning? This is my fault. After learning the situation on the first day, I shouldn't have gotten close to her on the second. Thinking back now, someone who survived the first 3 tasks couldn't possibly have the weak personality she displayed. Jiang Qing voluntarily took the blame. He had been so focused on finding clues and surviving that he had unconsciously overlooked the approach of certain people. Feng Yaoao puffed out her cheeks. "Brother, it's not your fault. She was too deceptive. No one expected her to start laying her traps on the very first day." Chen Tianwei patted Jiang Qing on the shoulder. "Next time we meet her, I'll let her taste my fist. It'll show her why the flowers are so red." Uncle Chen, what are you planning?" Feng Yaoao said with disgust. "Girl, what are you thinking? Flowers don't necessarily mean buttocks. Can't it be a face?" Chen Tianwei explained. Calming his mind, Jiang Qing raised 2 fingers. "First, from now on, no one outside our group can be trusted. Second, only 1 person died last night, which means everyone else now knows the rule about turning on the lights at night." Jiang Qing bit his nails, his mind racing. "I suspect the rules will change tonight. Perhaps the ghosts won't knock before entering the room, or maybe they'll destroy the light bulbs first. Is it possible they'll simply no longer be afraid of the light?" Song Pingon offered his opinion. Jiang Qing rebutted, "The fear of light won't change. If it did, the task would be meaningless and no one could survive until the end. The key is figuring out how to create a light source." "Create a light source?" Chen and Song pondered this, unable to think of any light source that couldn't be destroyed. "I've got it," Feng Yao shouted. Song Pingon glared at the girl. "Jumping like that? You scared me." Feng Yao stomped on the sofa in the sweet, hands on her hips. "I know of a special kind of luminescent material that can be found on the ship." "What is it?" Chen Tianwei urged. "Don't cruise ships hold nighttime activities? They hand out something to the passengers." Jiang Qing's eyes lit up. "Glow sticks." "Bingo," Feng Yao said triumphantly. "Ghosts can destroy light bulbs, but they can't destroy glow sticks. Even if the liquid spills out, it can still illuminate the surroundings. 1 glow stick might not be enough, but what about 50, 100, 300? Damn, Yao Mei, you finally had a smart idea," Song Pingon praised, giving her a thumbs up. 3 cobblers are worth a zhuge liang. The ancients were not wrong. One person's ideas are ultimately limited, but a group is different. Jiang Qing took a sip of mineral water. 300 won't be enough. Get as many as there are on the ship. We need to keep the room lit all night. Song Pingon, this is your task. Next, Jiang Qing took out a memory card they had found on the corpse. This should be a clue from the ghost server. The body was discovered too quickly this morning, so Zhao Xiaodong didn't have time to take it. Last night I set a trap for her, and she immediately pushed her companion into it. The ghost probably went looking for that guy last night. He couldn't stay in his room, so he ran to the bar. After all, I said staying at the bar was definitely safer than staying in the room. Song Pingon nudged Chen Tianyu's arm with his elbow and whispered openly, "See, don't offend old Jiang. He could sell you and you'd still be counting the money for him." "Idiot," Chen Tianwei shot him a glare and used the TV to read the memory card. After fiddling for a while, a video began to play. In the video, a female seller was holding onto a girl in a red dress, while a couple frantically slapped the girl. "Daddy, please don't hit me. Don't sell us. Mimi and I can eat just 1 meal a day. We're easy to raise. I'll do whatever you say." "Mommy, I was wrong. I won't run away anymore. It hurts so much. My leg is broken. Please don't hit me. Don't hit me." The screen showed a harrowing scene. The girl in the red dress was thrown to the ground, and the man stomped on her leg, breaking it, to prevent her from escaping again. The water bottle in Jiang Qing's hand was crushed out of shape, his eyes dark and terrifying. He had guessed wrong. The couple really were the girl's parents. Feng Yao ran to the balcony, her heart heavy with sorrow. Boom! Chen Tianwei smashed the glass tabletop with his fist, drops of blood seeping out. "Animals!" he roared in fury. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing turned off the TV and said earnestly, "Everyone copy this to your phones. This is a path to survival. I'll tell you how to use it." Nighttime 11:57 p.m. Jiang Qing and Feng Yaoao sat in the bedroom. All the lights in the suite were on. Every corner was filled with piles of glow sticks, and there were 4 or 5 boxes of glow sticks as reserves. "Brother, my heart feels heavy. We can't change the facts. All we can do is struggle to survive like pitiful worms." The room fell into silence again. Midnight 0000. Ding ding ding. Feng Yao's phone alarm went off. "The game has started, brother. Come with me to the bathroom." Due to nervousness, she suddenly felt the urge to pee. Even though the suite wasn't that large, Feng Yao was afraid to go to the bathroom alone. A ghost could appear from any corner at any moment. Jiang Qing nodded and followed her out of the bedroom, standing in front of the bathroom door. The door wasn't closed, a crack was left. Feng Yao finished using the toilet and walked to the sink to wash her hands. The next second the lights went out. A piercing scream shattered the silence. Jiang Qing kicked the door open, his mind going blank. A hole had been broken in the bathroom ceiling. 3 ghosts were hidden in the darkness, their ghostly hands reaching down from above to grab Feng Yao's head, twisting it with brutal force. The girl's headless body collapsed to the floor. It was eerily silent, like a broken pocket watch. Jiang Qingqian had calculated every possibility, yet he never anticipated that the bathroom ceiling would serve as a hiding place. The 3 ghosts indeed feared light. Even the faintest glow of a fluorescent stick was too daunting for them. However, their arms could contort into unimaginable shapes, lurking in the darkness to strike. More importantly, there were very few fluorescent sticks in the bathroom, only 6 or 7 scattered across the corners and in front of the mirror. When the lights went out, they illuminated merely half the space. Jiang Qing had mainly overlooked this location, believing he would remain in the bedroom for the entire night. The reason he followed Feng Yao to the bathroom was that he thought after midnight it would take the ghosts some time to travel from the 6th to the 12th floor. It turned out that the 3 ghosts had already infiltrated their suite, waiting for them to let their guard down. As for why they targeted them first tonight, Jiang Qing had his answer, suspecting it had something to do with his earlier encounter with the ghostly attendant on the 6th floor. A ghostly hand tossed Feng Yao's head into the sink. Jiang Qing stared fixedly at the ceiling, confronting the 3 terrifying and grotesque faces. With a loud bang, the bedroom door of the suite slammed shut, the lights in the living room extinguished, and the fluorescent sticks illuminated the room, making everything clearly visible. Jiang Qing had no time to feel sorrow, guilt, or anger as the 3 ghosts sprang into action, their ghostly hands creeping along the darkness of the walls. "It's no longer safe here, we need to escape fast." The voice of Meng Wannou echoed in his mind. "Unsafe?" Jiang Qing was taken aback as he saw a ghostly hand grab a bathroom towel and casually toss it over the nearest fluorescent stick, its cleverness sending chills down his spine. What they had considered during the day was that the ghosts might destroy the fluorescent sticks, they never imagined they would use objects to block the light, completely unexpected. Searching for friends, searching for finding a little friend hiding in the dark. The chilling laughter echoed in the... Jiang Qing turned sharply and dashed toward the balcony, grabbing the safety rope he had tied earlier, leaping down. They had prepared more than one escape route. If the indoors were unsafe, they would jump to the lower floors as quickly as possible. When a third of the fluorescent sticks were covered, the buyer ghost and the couple ghosts stood on the balcony. They looked down, unable to spot Jiang Qing. Perhaps he had gone to the 11th or 10th floor. After a while, the 3 ghosts fell silent. On the other side, Jiang Qing had not landed on the 11th or 10th floor, but on the 9th floor balcony. This was precisely his room from the first night, brightly lit with fluorescent sticks densely covering the carpet, serving as a second safe haven after encountering danger. Damn it. Jiang Qing couldn't help but curse, punching the wall in frustration. Despite having prepared thoroughly, having considered everything, and having promised to keep Feng Yao alive, Jiang Qing gritted his teeth. Humans were too weak before ghosts, utterly defenseless. The opponent had instantly snapped Feng Yao's neck, leaving him no chance to rescue her. Meng Wannou sighed. "Everyone should be responsible for their own lives. This is not your fault." "Not my fault." Jiang Qing shouted. "I shouldn't have let her go to the bathroom. She could have resolved it in the bedroom. I mistakenly thought it would take at least 5 minutes for ghosts to travel from the 6th to 12th floors. This was my misjudgment. She was only 19. Brother. Hee. Brother. I'm hungry. Brother." Jiang Qing stepped back, sitting on the bed, his head lowered in thought. After a long while, he exhaled, took out his phone, and messaged in the group. "Jiang Qing, we were attacked. How about you? Song Pingan, everything is normal. Chen Tianyue, is anyone hurt? Jiang Qing Yaoao. Song Pingan, what happened? Song Pingan, hurry up and type. Jiang Qing Yaoao is dead." The group fell silent. In the bedroom, Song Pingan stared blankly at his phone, his lips moving slightly, dead. The image of the lively girl flashed in his mind, his chest heaving as he struggled to contain his breath. Chen Tianyue gently patted his back. "Do you like that girl? Take it easy." Chen Tianyue shook his head. It was a sleepless night with screams echoing throughout the cruise ship. The rule of turning on the lights at night could no longer prevent the 3 ghosts from killing. "Take it easy." Chen Tianhua shook his head. It was a sleepless night with screams echoing throughout the cruise ship. The rule of turning on the lights at night could no longer— Searching for your mother. Jiang Qing cursed, giving the door a middle finger before rushing to the balcony, gripping the safety rope and jumping down, smoothly landing on the 8th floor. Without pausing, he decisively opened the door and ran outside. The buyer ghost and the couple ghost had learned to turn off the lights. Staying in the cramped room was no different from seeking death. Jiang Qing glanced at his phone. There were still 4 minutes until 6 o'clock. As long as he could survive 4 minutes, the 3 ghosts would have to remain on the 6th floor. On the deck runway, a hint of pink appeared on the horizon as the sun slowly rose, gradually dispelling the shadows over the cruise ship. Jiang Qing turned around, his heart nearly stopping. The ghosts were less than 5 meters away. What kind of grudge was this? The game on the 3rd night was about to end, yet they still wouldn't let him go. Meng Wanzhou urged, "Don't look back, hurry and run, the sun is about to rise." Jiang Qing shouted, unleashing his physical potential, running at his fastest speed. The dawn's light was blinding, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. Ha ha, come on, bite me. In the sunlight, Jiang Qing provoked the 3 ghosts, whose eyes were filled with resentment as they unwillingly retreated. He lay on the deck gasping for breath, his mood far from joyful. He didn't know how long it had been when he heard the sound of footsteps. "Brother." The familiar voice echoed in his ears. Jiang Qing was startled, looking up to see a girl in a dark green sweatshirt running toward him. What the hell? Jiang Qing stood up and ran. "Brother. Why are you running?" No, you're the one who's my brother. Don't run away." "Sister, it's my fault you died, but don't haunt me after you die." Feng Yao puffed up. "I'm not dead, really not dead. I have a trump card, a miracle." "A miracle?" Jiang Qing's pupils contracted as he stopped and turned back. "Wait, don't come over, what's the code?" The girl stopped, pouting unhappily. "Red phoenix, yellow phoenix, pink wall painted with phoenixes. I'm really not dead, touch me, I'm warm." The code was correct. Jiang Qing swallowed hard and cautiously approached, reaching out to touch the girl's cheek. "You're not dead." Feng Yao smiled brightly. "Impressive, right? You don't understand, this is called a miracle. I awakened my power during the first mission, calling it Zero Time. Activation condition: every night from midnight to 1:01, I must hear the clock strike. At the moment the clock chimes, I become invincible for 1 minute and no one can kill me during that time." After a pause, she spoke earnestly. "This is my greatest secret, and I'm only telling you. My miracle has 2 abilities. One is resurrection, within a minute, even if I am smashed to pieces, I won't die. The second is restoration, which allows a non-living item to return to a certain state from the previous day. For example, a broken vase. I can activate the miracle to revert it to the state before it was broken. Impressive, right? More than impressive. Compared to longing, the miracle Zero Time is a complete cheat. Invincible for 1 minute, that's such a concept. The downside is clear, it can only be used for 1 minute each day, must be active." Jiang Qing rubbed his temples with his thumb. "No wonder your alarm clock goes off every night." The gentle morning breeze brushed through Feng Yao's hair. The girl was not particularly beautiful, but her smile was sweet. "This is my biggest secret. As for miracles, well, being resurrected is a miracle. I've even thought of a line for miracle." The girl cleared her throat and posed coolly. "Do you hear the bell? Your countdown to death." "Bro, am I cool?" "Don't be jealous, I told you, I will protect you for 1 minute every day." Jiang Qing regained his composure, a smile creeping onto his lips as he lightly tapped Feng Yao's head, saying, "What are you pretending for? Do you think I don't know about miracles?" The girl covered her forehead, looking aggrieved. Jiang Qing raised his right hand, a red thread floated. "I also have a miracle called longing." "Meng Wanzhou." Feng Yao was dumbfounded. "You have a miracle too?" In the next second, she frowned fiercely. "Big liar, you didn't even tell me." "Silly." Jiang Qing strolled to the railing, admiring the sunrise. "What is a trump card?" "It's something you can't tell others. This is also my biggest secret, only told to you." Hearing this, Feng Yao couldn't stop smiling, leaning close to Jiang Qing, their shoulders touching. "Your eyes are a bit red. The wind is strong, it's uncomfortable." "What?" Jiang Qing clicked his tongue. "You talk so much." "I just talk a lot, come at me if you dare," Feng Yao said proudly. The two were quiet for a while. The girl smiled gently. "Bro, I thought you were the kind of person who doesn't like to smile and is very serious, but I found out. You are also a living person." "I am a person." Jiang Qing agreed. During his time in the psychiatric hospital, the doctors and patients all said he was a madman, a monster, an aberration that should not exist, and no one acknowledged him as a person. Breathing in the fresh air, Jiang Qing shifted his gaze to the left. "Did you stay in the suite on the 12th floor all night?" "Yeah. I'm timid. After the miracle wore off, I only dared to hide in the bedroom." Feng Yao said confidently. "Being timid is just being timid, she is a girl, humph." At that moment, Jiang Qing's phone rang. The caller ID showed Song Pin gone. "Old Jiang, where are you?" "On the deck at the bow of the 8th floor, are you all okay?" "I'm fine with old Chin, did you check?" 8 people died last night." Jiang Qing's heart trembled. 8. No, wait, it was 7. Yao didn't die, just got a little hurt. Damn me. I knew that Mother Tyrannosaurus couldn't possibly die. The listening Feng Yao got angry. "You're the Mother Tyrannosaurus." Your whole family is mother tyrannosaurs. Jiang Qing pushed the girl's face aside honestly, he didn't like being touched by the opposite sex. Who died? Where are the bodies? Except for us, for only Jiang Shiyu and Jing and Zhao Xiaodong survived. Most of the bodies are concentrated in rooms on the 10th floor. Jiang Shiyu took pictures and sent them to the group. There's one more thing, hurry to the 12th floor. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Qing and Feng Yao headed to the 12th floor, seeing Song and Chen from a distance. Yao Mei, you're not dead. Song Pingon couldn't hide his smile. He had been depressed all night, feeling sorrowful about Feng Yao's death, but now, this is great. Where are you hurt? Let me see. The girl kicked up, pouting, why do you care? Don't touch me or I'll hit you. Jiang Qing stared at the door, a red dress hanging on the doorknob, a little girl's dress. Pretty much. Qin Tianyu's expression was solemn. You guys were the first attacked last night. Perhaps this dress attracted 3 ghosts. The one who harmed you may be Zhao Xiaodong, she is still hiding somewhere on the cruise ship. Song Pingon took over the conversation. That woman is really insidious, constantly plotting against us. High-level hunters often appear in the form of prey. This describes Zhao Xiaodong perfectly. She initially presented herself as weak and I am the prey, which is highly deceptive. Where are Jiang Shiyu and Wenjing? Jiang Qing inquired. Song Pingon shrugged. The group disbanded. They are just 2 girls, unwilling to see us, worried that we have ill intentions, so they must have hidden away. Jiang Qing could understand this. Sigh. Qin Tianwei sighed. 20 people, only 7 left of this mission is more brutal than expected. Last time, only 1 person died in a mission with 7 people. Jiang Qing shook his head secretly. To be honest, the last mission was 10 times harder than this one. This time they faced ghosts and monsters lacking rationality and bound by rules. Last time they faced the eerie Meng Wanzhou, who could destroy a city in an hour and was not bound by rules. Meng Wanzhou had said that it was originally a level 3 difficulty eerie, but was arranged to the novice village because of its poor performance. Can we survive the last night? Qin Tianwei looked at Jiang Qing. After a series of events, he trusted Jiang Qing even more. That brilliant mind, that keen observation, that imaginative speculation. These were talents he did not possess. Difficult. One word, and the 3 felt a heavy weight on their hearts. If Jiang Qing said it was difficult, then tomorrow night would definitely be scarier than tonight, and perhaps the glow sticks wouldn't even be effective. He picked up the red dress. The smell of blood was strong, and there were some torn places, all a testament to the little girl's tragic experiences in life. We have 2 trump cards. One is that the glow sticks are a light source that won't be destroyed, and the second is the tape of the ghostly waiter. But even so, enduring 6 hours is too difficult, as there are only 7 of us alive, and the ghost's attention will be focused on us. In short, there were no more people to shield them from harm. Jiang Shiyu must have some means, either a miracle or a sealing item, which is why she has survived until now. The other girl, Wenjing, follows Jiang Shiyu, which increases her survival rate. Jiang Qing was a bit surprised that Zhao Xiaodong could survive last night, indicating that she should not be underestimated. He had exhausted all his means, he had found all the clues he could and thought of all the strategies he could. Phew. Jiang Qing looked at the 3. The last night of hide and seek, let fate decide. Feng Yao stopped giggling. Bro, why don't we stay in one room tonight? MHM. Jiang Qing nodded. There was no need to separate tonight, the risk was too great. After a brief discussion, the group headed to the VIP restaurant. On the 4th floor, as they walked, Jiang Qing felt his left hand grow cold. Looking down, it was the girl in the red dress. He was startled, realizing that the others had disappeared. Can you save me and my sister? The voice of the girl in the red dress held no emotional fluctuations. Jiang Qing slowly crouched down, meeting the little girl's gaze, and gently held her hand, apologizing. I'm sorry, I seem unable to help you. I cannot contend with the ghosts. The girl in the red dress shook her head. Just throw my sister and my body into the ocean. Bodies? Jiang Qing was taken aback. Are your bodies still on the ship? He examined the terrifying face, which resembled a centipede, feeling no fear, only heartache. The girl in the red dress spoke expressionlessly. Room 6444, hide in there, tonight the light won't go out. As soon as the words were said, the girl in the red dress vanished. Jiang Qing stood up, his gaze deep. The light won't go out, the only safe place. Old Jiang. Old Jiang. Song Pingon and the others came running, panting. How did you disappear as soon as you turned around? In the corridor, Jiang Qing lowered his voice. I found a way to survive. The daytime passed easily with eating and drinking. As dusk approached, Jiang Qing and others stood near the 12th floor rooftop pool, enjoying the view. Feng Yao held a glass of orange juice, biting the straw enviously, asking, so big, isn't it heavy? Pfft. Song Pingon chuckled. Honestly, you really are quite ordinary. Humph. Feng Yao turned her face away. How can one bring peace to the world with a flat chest? Song Pingon protested. Why am I a lecher? They're playing by the pool in swimsuits. I'm just appreciating them without a single wicked thought. Old Jiang is watching too. Jiang Qing. He wasn't watching, he was in a daze, lost in thought. Feng Yao raised an eyebrow. Bro, do you like them big? Jiang Qing replied, no, I like them. See. My brother is from the flat chest faction, Feng Yao huffed. Mei, you really don't understand men. The word man equals saying one thing and meaning another. Song Pingan made a knowing face at Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing was speechless, turning away from the pool, but when he looked up he met a pair of eyes. Zhao Xiaotong. On a higher deck, Zhao Shouting with braids hanging over her chest glared at them darkly. Song Pingan put down his drink to chase after her. Jiang Qing stopped him, saying, by the time you get up there she'll have already hidden. Feng Yao nodded. Maybe it's a trap to lure us up. If she doesn't have more tricks tonight she'll definitely die, Jiang Qing said coldly. Song Pingan paused. Guess she's lucky. After staying on the deck for a while, the group headed to the 7th floor, entering room 7444. Directly below was room 6444. It's still early, let's rest in pairs for a while to ensure we have enough energy during the game. Jiang Qing checked the lights and suggested. Feng Yao yawned. Without saying a word, she jumped under the covers. Seeing this, Song Pingan teased, you're really bold, sleeping with 3 men in one room. You idiot. Feng Yao rolled her eyes, setting her phone alarm before closing her eyes. Her courage had never truly increased, she just had someone to rely on. Song Pingan felt awkward pacing the balcony while tugging at the safety rope, which they would rely on to land on the balcony of room 6444 later. He poked his head out and by coincidence another head popped out below. A ghostly waiter. Bro, want a smoke? Song Pingan greeted him casually. The ghostly waiter was stunned, staring at him blankly for a few seconds before retracting his head. Chen Tianwei slapped him on the back of the head, saying, can you not provoke them? A gentleman speaks rather than fights. I'm just building rapport. Song Pingan punched Lao Chen's arm. So solid I can't move him at all. Once this mission is over I'll also work on my muscles. For some reason, with Jiang Qing around, Song Pingan felt an overwhelming sense of security. Time passed and soon it was 1:55 p.m. The 3 big men each carried a bag filled with glow sticks, ensuring that in case they reached room 6444 and the lights wouldn't turn on they wouldn't be completely defenseless. To be honest, Jiang Qing's decision was quite risky. Believing in ghost stories was inherently a gamble with one's life. Tonight is not a good night for weather. Chen Tianwei looked up the dark clouds obscuring the moonlight. Meanwhile, the cruise ship turned eerie as the lights dimmed layer by layer. Jiang Qing stared at the countdown. Listen carefully, don't act recklessly. While I confront the 3 ghosts, Lao Chen goes down first, followed by Yao, then Song Pingan, and I'll be last. MHM. The 3 nodded vigorously. They weren't clever, but they were highly obedient. As the clock struck, Jiang Qing and Feng Yao's phones chimed, signaling midnight. As the lights on the 7th floor went out, countless glow sticks illuminated the room with the walls and ceiling plastered with them. Having learned from last night's lesson, they wouldn't overlook a single corner. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 10 minutes passed. Jiang Qing opened his mouth, not coming. Went to find Jiang Shiyu. The 4 stood back to back in the center, observing their respective directions, not daring to relax even a little. 1 o'clock in the morning. Thud thud, are you there? I'm here, come in. Jiang Qing turned the tables. Sure enough, the ghosts outside stopped knocking and the world returned to silence. Those with poor psychological quality would have likely collapsed in such a high-pressure environment upon realizing what they had to face. Feng Yao asked, did they leave? Not likely, Chen Tianwei replied. What are those 3 bastards doing? A loud crash echoed. The door fell down and in the pitch-black corridor 3 figures stood still, a head rolling at Jiang Qing's feet. Wen Jing. Hiss. Jiang Qing gasped in cold air. Wen Jing was dead. Was Jiang Shiyu still alive? The 3 ghosts did not enter the room but instead wrapped themselves in a blanket. Yes, they wrapped themselves in it. Holy crap. Song Pingan's eyes were about to pop out. What kind of bizarre operation is this? Old Jiang, they're moving. Jiang Qing raised his phone. Don't move. As soon as I press this, the video recorded by the waiter will be sent to the police and your actions will be made public. A threat. When Jiang Qing first shared the plan with them, the 3 were shocked beyond belief. Was threatening ghosts effective? It turned out it was effective. The 3 ghosts retreated into the darkness, removing the blanket. Their resentful gazes seemed as if they wanted to devour Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing understood it. In this round he had won. Why did the buyer and that couple want to kill the waiter? Because the waiter recorded a video and the 3 were afraid their evil deeds would be exposed, fearing police investigation, thus they killed the waiter. As for why they all died later, Jiang Qing speculated. After killing the waiter, you hid his body in the cold storage, during which you also found the girl in the white dress, but you were too brutal, killing 2 girls outright. You took the buyer's money, and with the girl dead, the buyer was unhappy and demanded a refund. Hehe, you even sold your own daughter, which shows you have no humanity. Upon hearing about a refund, you directly killed the buyer, not realizing that under the influence of the audience, the buyer became a vengeful spirit. In the end, you met a tragic death at the hands of the buyer. Chen Tianwei arrived at room 6444, turning on the lights, feeling a chill to the bone. Feng Yao was the second to land on the balcony of room 6444. In room 7444, Song Pingan grabbed the safety rope, shouting, Old Jiang, let's get out of here. Jiang Qing stepped back cautiously as the 3 ghosts wrapped themselves in the blanket, again fearlessly approaching with the glow sticks. What did this mean? Were they planning to kill me at all costs? Jiang Qing dared not look back, fearing that if he did, the moment he turned, a ghost would snap his neck. Old Jiang, I'm at 6,444. Song Pingan's voice came, and Jiang Qing smiled. Sorry, we've won. Meng Wano. The three red lines bound the buyer ghost and the couple ghost heart, controlling them for 3 seconds. Jiang Qing tightened his grip on the safety rope and leaped down, successfully landing on the balcony of 6,444. As far as the eye could see, the room was a mess, with bloodstains all over the walls, the bodies of the girl in the red dress and the girl in the white dress stuffed in the wardrobe devoid of skin. Entering the room, Jiang Qing locked the balcony door and drew the curtains. On the entire cruise ship, only this one room's lights could be turned on without damage. Feng Yaoao looked worried. They're too clever. They can use the blanket to cover their bodies. If they come down to find us, it's fine. Jiang Qing stood in front of the wardrobe, shaking his head. The way out is through this room. They definitely can't open this door and haven't stayed in this room during the day. They are outside in the corridor. Because this place belongs to the waiter and the girl's sanctuary. Chen Tianwei asked, confused. Then why don't we act during the day? We can come down from the balcony without passing through the corridor on the 6th floor. Just because the room is safe doesn't mean the balcony is safe. Jiang Qing pointed at the curtains. You should pull them open and take a look. Chen Tianyue, being sincere, pulled them open, revealing 3 ghostly faces inches away. The light shone through the glass, and the 3 ghosts vanished in the blink of an eye. Jiang Qing took out the glow sticks from his backpack, throwing them in various corners to add an extra layer of insurance. If we don't lure them up, how can we safely come down? Every step of Jiang Qing's calculations sent a chill of terror through Chen Tianwei. Recalling their conversation before the mission, Jiang Qing mentioned living in a mental hospital. Chen Tianwei found it hard to comprehend how someone so intelligent and seemingly normal could end up there. In contrast to his wandering thoughts, Feng Yaoao wore an expression of pride. My brother is truly exceptional. This mission was undoubtedly of high difficulty, with a total of 6 ghosts. Even though 3 of them did not attack the actors, the other 3 were each more terrifying than the last. Those who had taken on 4 or 5 missions perished in this task. Instead, their group of 2-time and 3-time actors survived, primarily because Jiang Qing uncovered numerous clues and proactively engaged with the ghostly waitstaff, piecing together the complete truth. It was as if a celestial agent had accidentally entered a low-level dungeon, leading a group of novices to break through the encirclement. Jiang Qing arranged the glow sticks, glancing at the time habitually. 1:13 am, with over 4 hours left. We'll use the remaining glow sticks in 2 hours. The game isn't over yet, don't let your guard down. He directed his gaze toward the 2 corpses and sighed. Wrap them up, let the ocean be their final resting place. This was also the request of the girl in the red dress to Jiang Qing. Chen Tianwei nodded, disregarding the unpleasant smell, and wrapped one of the corpses in a blanket. It was lighter than he had imagined, far from the weight a 5- or 6-year-old child should have. Can we throw it out? Jiang Qing asked earnestly. Chen Tianwei flexed his wrist. You can question my intelligence, but not my strength. Without further ado, Jiang Qing pulled back the curtain to ensure the 3 ghosts were not on the balcony before slowly opening the glass door. Sorry, we can only do this. He said this for the 2 sisters to hear. There was no gentle way to place the corpses into the sea. Chen Tianwei stepped back to the door, took a running start of 4 to 5 meters, and forcefully threw the blanket-wrapped corpse out. The dark sea surface did not stir, remaining eerily calm. After a brief pause, he repeated the process, tossing the other corpse into the ocean. If it had been an adult's corpse, Chen Tianwei surely could not have thrown it out, but fortunately the 2 girls were too light, having likely never had a full meal in their lives, making it a struggle to survive to this point. The room was filled with the stench of blood and decay. Jiang Qing thought for a moment and left the glass door ajar by a finger's width, allowing fresh air to flow inside. Everyone step back a bit. Don't get too close to the balcony. Those 3 ghosts are very cunning, Jiang Qing warned. Time ticked by. Then why did that couple have a child if they didn't love them? Song Pangon asked. I'm not an encyclopedia, how would I know? Jiang Qing shot him a glare. Feng Yaoao sat at the edge of the bed, swinging her short legs, and casually said, that's quite normal. In reality, my parents don't love me. I only realized this when I turned 16. Before that, I always thought there were no parents who didn't love their children. But in truth, not loving is just not loving, and it has little to do with whether you are their child or not. She continued, of course, I have a younger brother 3 years younger than me who is particularly annoying. He takes advantage of our parents' favoritism and provokes me constantly. If I dared to fight back, my dad would slap me right away. To be honest, I'm actually quite thankful. While my parents in the bookish world might be poor, I am their only child and they treat me well. They would come to school to bring me warm clothes when it got cold. My mom had an accident years ago and has trouble with her legs. My dad earns $4,000 a month to support the family and gives me $1,000 as living expenses each month, occasionally asking if it's enough. After a pause, Feng Yaoao smiled at Jiang Qing and changed the subject. I have a close friend who is the opposite of me. Although her parents favor boys over girls, her brother is exceptionally handsome and always protects her, fighting against their parents' bias, like a superhero. Jiang Qing opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating. He wanted to express that he wasn't a superhero, nor was he particularly impressive, just an ordinary person. He now somewhat understood why Feng Yaoyao wished for an older brother who could protect her. Everyone's experience. Song Pingan with a complex expression spoke earnestly. Yao, may we come from the same place, and now we are part of the same organization, having gone through 2 life and death missions. If you don't mind, I mind. Feng Yaoyao interrupted. Song Pingan was taken aback. Am I inferior to Lao Jiang? My identity in the bookish world is that of a super-rich second generation. Well, once I find an opportunity to eliminate the boss, and the third, it'll be the sole heir. Even if I don't understand business, I could hire a professional team to manage it, living a life of ease and comfort. Isn't that good enough for me to be your brother? Song Pingan's mind raced with 1,000 chow and I mas. As they chatted, it was already 5 in the morning. If they made it through the last hour, they would be entirely safe. They didn't need to go out, they could simply open the door with the key in this room. The door was not the key. The magic of the key lay in the fact that any non-living object that held the concept of opening could serve as a door connecting the world in the book with the task world. Suddenly a noise came from the balcony. Jiang Qing focused his gaze, seeing 3 ghosts hiding under a large blanket, banging their heads against the glass. These 3 bastards are planning to make a desperate move in the final hour. Song Pingan felt a surge of fear, worried that the glass on the balcony might not be sturdy. Feng Yaoyao hid behind Jiang Qing. Although she was a concept god, she only had 1 minute of invincibility each day, and that had to be at midnight. Jiang Qing remained relatively calm, staring fixedly at the 3 ghosts. Don't waste your energy. You can't get in, all you can do is use your dull tactics to scare us. Chen Tianwei interjected, aside from your ugly appearances, there's nothing terrifying about you. Why do people fear ghosts? Their frightening looks are one aspect, but more lies in the unknown. You don't know if they will appear from under the bed, or jump out of the closet, or face to face in a sudden turn. The moment the ghosts cannot enter your space, fear diminishes. The 3 ghosts ceased their assault, remaining motionless on the balcony. Jiang Qing could imagine the 3 pairs of eyes beneath the blanket filled with venomous intent to devour him whole. Quickly, it was 5:49 a.m. Song Pingan let out a sigh of relief. Ha! You think you're so great. Come in, you scoundrels. Just a few nights ago you were scaring me. What are you even worth? 3 pieces of trash, not even as good as garbage. In an instant, the 3 ghosts moved the massive blanket, obscuring the balcony glass, and an eerie scream echoed from outside, sending shivers down their spines. The voice of Meng Wannou echoed in his mind. The couple ghosts are devouring the buyer ghost. Once successful, they will ascend to the next level. They likely can enter this room and are not afraid of the indoor lights. Jiang Qing's mind went blank. Brother, something feels off. Feng Yaoyao felt inexplicably anxious. The blanket obscured the glass, and they had no idea what was happening on the balcony. The screams were too terrifying. Jiang Qing's cold sweat poured down. 2 ghosts are consuming 1 ghost. If they succeed, they might evolve, and this room might not be able to hold them back. Everyone's hands and feet turned cold as they realized the last night of the hide and seek game was about to end, yet the ghosts had no intention of letting them go. What a deep-seated grudge. Song Pingan swallowed hard. Hey, outside couple, we were just joking, it doesn't have to be this serious. The screams of the buyer ghost grew weaker, and they could clearly sense the indoor temperature dropping. Jiang Qing waved his hand, urging everyone to retreat to the door. The blanket fell from the glass, and the balcony was stained red with blood, the couple ghosts appearing grotesque. Run! Jiang Qing shouted. The opponents were immune to the indoor lights. As the door opened, Chen Tianwei led the way, followed by Feng Yaoyao, then Song Pingan, with Jiang Qing bringing up the rear. The 4 dashed onto the deck, the sky a dark haze, showing no signs of the sun rising. The couple ghosts pursued them, wielding a large pair of scissors and a bundle of rope. At the stern, Jiang Qing's heart leaped to his throat. In the next moment, a ghost's hand grasped his ankle, slamming him down hard, pain piercing through him. It's over. These 2 words floated in Jiang Qing's mind. In a desperate moment, the girl in the red dress blocked the father, while the girl in the white dress blocked the mother. The girl in red turned around, shouting at Jiang Qing, run. Don't look back, run towards the rising sun, run. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Jiang Qing struggled to articulate the complex emotions swirling in his heart, gritting his teeth as he stood up and ran forward, not daring to look back. Don't hit my sister. It hurts. Bad people. You're all bad people. The voice of a little girl came from behind. Jiang Qing clenched his fists and ran towards the bow of the ship, towards the rising sun. However, the sky was unkind, dark clouds shrouding the cruise ship. The sunlight rising from the sea couldn't penetrate the clouds, nor could it bring hope and light. They ran to the bow in one breath. Feng Yaoyao fell to her knees on the ground. Her lungs felt as if they were about to explode. I can't run anymore. Ugh. Song Pingan leaned against the railing, retching twice. Jiang Qing took out his phone. It was 5:08 a.m., just over a minute left. Damn it. He cursed under his breath, gazing at the horizon, suspecting that the dark clouds were no coincidence. The ghostly couple might not fear indoor lights, but they would surely fear the sun. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed in the darkness. The ghostly couple had arrived, dragging the barely conscious little girl, their faces twisted into cruel smiles. With only a minute left, it was enough for them to kill Jiang Qing and his companions dozens of times. Song Ping had nowhere to retreat. What should we do? Jump into the sea. Jumping in would mean death too. Jiang Qing rejected this course of action and raised his phone as a threat. If you take another step forward, I'll send the video to the police. Thud thud thud. The ghostly couple showed no fear, as if they realized they were ghosts and didn't have to fear human police. They might simply want to break the net and kill the humans before them. The threat lost its effect and Jiang Qing was at his wit's end. 50 seconds remained. 49 seconds, 48 seconds. The ghostly couple released the miserable little girl, one fiddling with scissors, the other raising a rope. They planned to kill Feng Yao Yao and the others binding Jiang Qing to the 6th floor, torturing him slowly. Suddenly a hand grabbed the male ghost's pant leg. The girl in the red dress had a determined gaze, as she knew she was dead, and she didn't want more people to suffer at the hands of their parents. She couldn't save anyone, not even herself, yet she still reached out her hand. The male ghost paused for a second, his face dark and terrifying, the black mist around him visible to the naked eye. He stepped on the head of the girl in the red dress and kicked her away. The girl in the red dress looked weakly at Jiang Qing and the others. That gaze pierced Qin Tianyu's heart deeply. He remembered that gaze, remembered that despair. Daddy, what is leukemia? It doesn't hurt, Daddy, don't cry. Mommy, Daddy is back. Daddy, am I going to die? That gaze was exactly the same as his daughter's before she died. His daughter was only 7. Qin Tianyu's chest heaved violently, the suppressed rage breaking through reason. Qin Shu. Feng Yao Yao exclaimed in shock, come back. Qin Tianyu's eyes turned red as he rushed towards the ghostly couple, his voice hoarse, as he shouted, you don't deserve to be parents, you don't deserve to live in this world, you're nothing but beasts. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, the dawn light gathering on his fist. Can you withstand the love of a father that has accumulated over 7 years with this punch? In the mysterious cinema, the specters hid in the darkness, watching the game of hide and seek. Interesting awakening miracles under such circumstances. This human miracle poses a threat to us. Yes, the miracle of dawn brings hope and light, the nemesis of all darkness. One of the specters stood up. This game is over, I will go see something else. Humans are quite interesting, referring to ghosts as audience, unaware that ghosts have no right to sit here and watch, they are merely our pawns. Another specter spoke with a smile. Did you not notice? That human named Jiang Qing used longing. All the specters became serious. On the 6th floor bow deck of the cruise ship. When reason was consumed by rage, let alone mere ghosts, even gods would receive a punch. Qin Tianwei truly struck the male ghost, who fell to the ground unable to move. The light of dawn purified the ghostly energy, rendering them immobile for 7 seconds after being hit. The female ghost was stunned. A human could touch a ghost. She slashed Qin Tianyu's arm with scissors, blood staining the deck. Old Qin gritted his teeth and immediately countered with a punch. The two ghosts were forcibly restrained, the sun's light dispelling the shadows of the cruise ship. They let out painful screams, and after 7 seconds they instantly fled back into the ship. The ghostly couple had failed and lost their only chance to kill Jiang Qing. 6 o'clock in the morning. The last game of hide and seek had ended. Qin Tianwei collapsed on the ground, tears blurring his cheeks, thinking of his deceased daughter, thinking of his lonely wife. A miracle. Jiang Qing gradually regained his composure from the shock. The ability to harm ghosts seemed to stem from miracles. There appeared to be no other power. Though miracles couldn't kill ghosts, the 7 seconds of resistance brought hope for survival. Sister. The voice caught Jiang Qing's attention. He turned to see the girl in the white dress kneeling beside the girl in the red dress. Jiang Qing approached, reaching out to help the girl in the red dress, but his hand passed through her. As expected, without the blessing of miracles, humans could not actively touch ghosts. He withdrew his hand, squatting on the ground, speaking as gently as possible, does it hurt? The girl in the red dress said nothing, covering the horrifying scar on her face with her hand. The girl in the white dress tugged at Jiang Qing's sleeve. Big brother, my sister said that when people die they definitely go to heaven. Is that true? Jiang Qing was taken aback, taking a deep breath. Yes, they definitely go to heaven. After all, when you were alive you were in hell. Then will we be hungry in heaven? The girl in the white dress asked innocently. Jiang Qing smiled. No. Will anyone hit us? No. Then I like heaven. The girl in the white dress smiled sweetly. The two sisters held hands. Jiang Qing couldn't bear it. I want to let them enter the library. Meng Wanzhou asked back, isn't release better? Do you have to trap them in another cage? Carrying unpleasant memories, living forever in the library. Hearing this, Jiang Qing's heart trembled. Indeed, the library was just another cage. Meng Wanzhou belonged to the willing, hoping to walk with him until the end. This did not mean the little girls were willing. Abandoning the thought, Jiang Qing couldn't help but ask, can you tell me your names? The two sisters exchanged glances. The girl in the red dress shook her head. We have no names. Jiang Qing, watching the sisters drift away, standing on the endless sea, watching them transform into specks of starlight. Feng Yao Yao sobbed uncontrollably. They will definitely be happy in their next life, right? Jiang Qing withdrew his gaze, speaking blandly, in the next life. I hope they won't come to the human world. Jiang Qing finally understood why Meng Wanzhou fell in love with Yusiki. Perhaps this is a book, a story, a strange world, but here people have blood and flesh. So, what if they are NPCs? Old Jiang, hurry up, old Chen seems to be in trouble. Song Ping'an shouted loudly. Only then did Jiang Qing remember the injured Chen Tianwei and hurriedly ran over to check his injuries. The arm slashed by the female ghost was bleeding continuously, and the clothes couldn't stop it even when wrapped. I'll go find a doctor, wait for me. Jiang Qing quickly ran towards the 5th floor deck. The ghostly couple was still in the 6th floor interior. He wouldn't be foolish enough to enter the interior and take the elevator. The mission was for 5 days and 4 nights. He still needed to hold on until noon to return. In the 4th floor corridor, as Jiang Qing ran, his steps gradually slowed as someone blocked his path. No, it was a ghostly waiter. Their eyes met. Jiang Qing furrowed his brow. You can leave the 6th floor. He immediately realized how redundant the question sounded. Only the bride and groom ghost and the buyer ghost were bound there even in daylight. The ghostly steward spoke in a flat, deliberate monotone. Corpse, room 9337, help me. Jiang Qing stroked his chin, weighing his words. Your corpse is in room 9337. Shall I dispose of it? Ahem. Deliver it to the sea. He grasped the truth for the ghosts aboard this cruise liner. The ocean meant liberation, final release. The ghostly steward nodded. So Zhao Xiaodong's accomplices didn't cast the corpse into the sea after all. They concealed it in its original room, intending to use it as leverage to compel the steward's protection. Jiang Qing speculated wildly, then snapped back to focus and declared firmly, I'll help you, but I have one question. Are Jiang Shuyu and Zhao Xiaodong still alive? Yes. The steward's reply was terse. Both were alive. It was unthinkable. Jiang Shuyu surviving made sense, but Zhao Xiaodong, who had already completed 3 trials, enduring until now. Surviving last night should have been impossible. Even miracles would not suffice. Irritated, Jiang Qing's eyes flickered shrewdly. I'll help you if you'll return the favor. Agreed. Agreed. The steward paused briefly. At 1027 m. Sunlight spilled across the deck. On the 14th level, Jiang Shuyu and Zhao Xiaodong sat side by side, clinking wine glasses. Cheers. To victory. Their moods were light. They had just cleared another trial. Smiling warmly, Jiang Shuyu praised, your acting was flawless. You deceived Song Ping'an and his group without effort. Fools all of them, Zhao Xiaodong sneered. I wonder if they're dead yet. The truth. The 2 women belonged to the same organization. They were members of the Dream-Chasing Society. Why had Jiang Shuyu asked upon first meeting how many trials each actor had endured? She was assessing, determining who could become an ally, who a tool, who merely expendable. Learning that Song Ping'an was on his 7th trial, she fixed her gaze upon him. She sensed his faction's disunity and their unwillingness to submit to her command. The simplest solution, infiltrate his group with one of her own. And so Jiang Shuyu and Zhao Xiaodong staged an elaborate performance, betting Song Ping'an would intervene. He did. He rescued Zhao Xiaodong, and thus she slipped seamlessly into his ranks. On the first day, Zhao Xiaodong kept her distance, careful not to appear overly friendly. Only on the second did she join Song Ping'an's party naturally, gathering vital clues one by one. The 2 women had orchestrated the downfall of many, sacrificing others as shields. Their survival last night hinged on both strength and fortune. Jiang Shuyu possessed a sealed artifact that precisely countered those 3 ghosts, and the trio's hatred for Jiang Qing ran deeper, sparing the women from fatal pursuit. Strength and luck, both indispensable. After a while, Zhao Xiaodong rose. An hour remains, I'll grab something to eat. Go ahead and bring me a bottle of wine when you return. Jiang Shuyu reclined lazily on a swing, basking in the sun. A true wine addict, Zhao Xiaodong muttered, stepping inside the ship and boarding the elevator, pressing the button for the 8th floor, home to an excellent restaurant. The elevator arrived swiftly. Zhao Xiaodong stepped out, yawning. Strange, lunchtime has come yet not a single tourist appears to be dining. Then unease crept in. Her heart hammered wildly. The floor indicator, once reading 8, now flickered coldly 6. The ghostly steward withdrew his hands from her eyes, their depths burning with venom. This woman had ordered her comrades to move his corpse from the refrigerated chamber to the 9th floor, yet refused to cast it into the sea, denying him release. Even without Jiang Qing's request, the steward would have ended Zhao Xiaodong this very morning. Ghostly occlusion. Only then did Zhao Xiaodong realize. She bolted toward the elevator in blind panic. Too late. The bride and groom ghost emerged, seizing her limbs and snapping them one by one. Her shriek echoed across the 6th floor, unrelenting for half an hour. Meanwhile, at the open-air pool on deck, Feng Yaoao and Song Ping'an playfully tussled. Old Song teased her relentlessly, then fled chased and swatted. Jiang Qing strongly suspected the man harbored masochistic tendencies. Nearby, Chen Tianwei, now fully mobile, leaned against the railing, his gaze lost in the endless blue. His voice was low yet resonant. 25 games. Do you truly believe you can clear 20 within 3 years? Confidence matters less than courage. I'm willing to stake my life. Jiang Qing smiled faintly. Chen Tianwei murmured, so am I, willing to stake mine. I cannot remain in this world. I must return, urgently, irrevocably. 3 years ago my daughter was 7, taken by leukemia. My wife grieved for 3 years before beginning to heal. If I vanish now she'll shatter completely. She's already lost everything, she cannot lose me too. A ripple stirred in Jiang Qing's striking eyes. Your daughter died. No wonder Chen Tianwei had reacted so violently upon witnessing the red dress girl's torment. Fatherhood had awakened in him raw and unguarded. Jiang Qing's thoughts whirled as Chen Tianwei's voice trembled. Yes, so small yet she'd grip my hand and call me Dad, whispering, don't cry. You wouldn't understand when she said, Dad, my life became hers to claim. Chen Tianwei wiped his tears. Jiang Qing, bring me home. Alive. Back to the world where we belong. Will you? Yes. We'll return alive. Jiang Qing replied softly, his expression unreadable. Noon struck. The four of them each selected a door, turned their keys, and re-entered the world within the book. Wind Chime Villa, District Villa No. 7. Lin Gubei, calm composed, stood beside Su Muran, gentle refined, as they waited in the corridor. 15 minutes have passed. This trial lasted unusually long. Su Muran glanced at her watch, then lifted her hand to tuck a stray strand behind her ear. Not necessarily. They may have perished within the trial. Lin Gubei remained grim. He still believed Jiang Qing acted recklessly, possessing a full year of safety to cultivate strength yet rushing headlong into the next trial. How utterly irrational. A sharp creak, the door swung open. Song Pingan sauntered out nonchalant. Well, look who's waiting for his big brother song. Lin Gubei's lips twitched. TCH. So this fool actually survived. This is my villa, on my turf, you insult me. Go ahead, call Sister Sue over and let her slap some sense into you. Song Pingan wore that infuriating I dare you to kill smirk. Su Muran's earlier anxiety dissolved, a faint warm smile touched her lips as she extended her hand toward Jiang Qing. Welcome home. Thank you. Jiang Qing politely grasped only the tips of her fingers, then released them with quiet grace. Such a gentleman. Su Muran mused wryly before composing her expression anew. You're injured. Chen Tianyue's left arm was tightly bandaged and his pallor betrayed grave wounds. Staying alive is miracle enough. Song Pingan ambled into the living room, typing a message to his private physician. Don't just stand there, sit down and talk. Old Chen, my personal doctor, will arrive shortly, far more capable than any aboard the cruise liner. Chen Tianwei grunted assent. They gathered in the living room. Song Pingan uncorked a bottle of champagne. Let's toast to the trial's end. After the toast, Jiang Qing recounted the trial's events to Su Muran and Lin Gubei, and mentally reviewed every detail himself. Upon hearing him, Su Muran sighed inwardly. 6 ghosts, this difficulty defied reason. Her gaze lingered on his eyes, more exquisite than any woman's, before she spoke, earnest and unwavering. Jiang Qing, I knew I saw something extraordinary in you. So, will you lead us? The living room fell silent, and Lin Gubei, with his pronounced cheekbones, furrowed his brow slightly. He did not understand his wife's meaning. Could she not see it? Jiang Qing is very dangerous. Smart and wise indeed, but the line between genius and madness is often razor thin. To threaten a vengeful spirit with a video is not the behavior or thinking of a normal person. If Song Pingan's love for play is his nature, then Jiang Qing's self-destructive tendencies are his intrinsic trait. For such an unstable person to be their captain, leading the New World Organization. Lin Gubei took a deep breath, about to speak, when Feng Yao interjected, all right, my brother is incredibly powerful, all monsters and demons should stand aside. I don't mind. Old Jiang is indeed a tad bit smarter than me, Song Pingan shrugged. Chen Tianyu's voice was weak. We need a brain capable of defeating vengeful spirits. The three of them shared the same opinion, and Lin Gubei swallowed the words he was about to say, crossing his legs and falling. Facing the flattery that could kill, Jiang Qing shook his head and said, our organization does not require a captain or leader. A sharing experiences and intelligence, helping each other to complete tasks and striving to survive is the purpose of our organization. In other words, we sit here as friends bound by trust that can entrust life and death rather than any leader-subordinate relationship, and no one can command anyone to do anything. In the future, when encountering like-minded or life-and-death friends, we can invite them to join us. If there exists a hierarchy, and if someone desires to rise to power, intentionally harming teammates during tasks would be utterly unpredictable. Right now, this is quite good. We are friends who can entrust each other with our lives. Su Morong focused her gaze on the young man's face, and after a long while she chuckled softly. Sorry, I was being inconsiderate. I inadvertently thought of the Dream Chasers model. Jiang Qing, oh Jiang Qing, what kind of person are you really? If I had known. Lin Gubei, and I should have participated in the hide-and-seek game with you. Sigh. Thinking about these things is meaningless, ultimately my husband, and I do not dare to take risks. Su Murong's thoughts were myriad, and for the first time apart from Lin Gubei, she felt fondness for a man. Of course her fondness was limited to friendship, she was a loyal and devoted wife. Jiang Qing raised his glass for a sip, changing the subject. Do you know much about the Dream Chasers? Settling her thoughts, Su Morong gently nodded and recounted, Old Lin and I have been in this world for nearly a year trying not to alter the script while secretly investigating more intelligence and actively approaching some actors. The Dream Chasers. How should I put it, a bit perverse? Feng Yao's eyes sparkled like autumn water. Su Morong replied with a hum and continued, there are two major organizations. The purpose of liberation is to free all actors while the purpose of Dream Chasers is to become gods. They want to dominate this world and do not wish to return to the original world. I've heard. Their organization is very chaotic, willing to engage in any transaction, and their influence in the book world is terrifying, comparable to the financial magnates seen in dramas. I once obtained some internal videos of the Dream Chasers. Those handsome boys and girls were treated like dogs, standing naked in front of a group of masked individuals, as if they were commodities. Hearing this, Song Pangon said seriously, from what you say they are indeed dangerous. So did you all still want to join the Dream Chasers before? Feng Yao asked in confusion. Lin Gubei sighed, we didn't know when we wanted to join. Later, after investigating this organization, we realized something was off and chose to stay away, even avoiding further contact. You have been in this world for a short time. You don't understand that both the task world and the book world are equally perilous. On one side, the danger comes from vengeful spirits, and on the other from humans. 3 months ago, Su Su was once assassinated by a killer. Assassinated? Feng Yao stood up in excitement. Does such a ludicrous profession really exist? She was an ordinary girl and had never encountered such darkness. Jiang Qing clasped his hands at his lips, looking at Su Morong. Do you know who it was? I don't know. Su Morong shook her head, falling silent for a few seconds. But there are suspects. This matter, Lin, and I will handle, and it won't involve you. Jiang Qing retorted, we are on the same side. If anything happens to you, it won't be good for us, so you can rely. Su Morong smiled, gently enchanting as a city. No need to worry. When the car reaches the mountain, there will surely be a way. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. For now, we should focus more on the task world. Song Pangon clicked his tongue, speaking of which, that Zhao shouting, I wonder if she is dead or not. Dead, Jiang Qing replied succinctly. Chen Song and Feng were stunned. Jiang Qing set down his glass. The ghost waiter told me it looked for Zhao Xiaodong. That woman was unscrupulous, using its corpse to blackmail it. The ghost waiter could not kill directly, but could use a knife to kill. Ghost couple. Feng Yao and Song Pangon said in unison. Thinking of the ghost couple, Feng Yao felt a chill run down her spine. Their resentment was terrifying, emanating ghostly energy all around, and their cruelty was appalling. For instance, the time they hid above the bathroom ceiling, directly snapping her neck. It's worth noting that the bones in the neck are very hard. Being brutally snapped would bring unimaginable pain. Miracle 0 hour could prevent her from dying, but it didn't mean she couldn't feel pain. It nearly reduced the pain by Feng Yao touched her neck, still feeling lingering fear, and asked, Sister Su, in this task, Zhao Xiaodong mentioned sealed objects. Do you know about them? Did they come into contact with sealed objects? Su Morong pondered for a moment, carefully explaining, I don't know much about sealed objects. I've heard they're items that seal vengeful spirits in the book world and are the only things apart from mobile phones that can be brought into the task world. Humans cannot resist vengeful spirits, but vengeful spirits can resist vengeful spirits. I am not clear on how to obtain them since there aren't many supernatural events in this world. The next moment, everyone's gaze turned to Chen Tianwei. Old Chen stammered for a long time. I've only been in this book for a month. According to the script, a vengeful spirit will appear in the escape room 6 months later. What a disappointment. Song Pangon looked up at the ceiling. It seems we lack an experienced member. However, with Zhao Xiaodong's lesson, I trust others less now. His words were very pertinent. The biggest flaw of an organization formed by a group of newbies is the information gap. Jiang Qing bowed his head, silently communicating with Meng Wanzhou. In our first task was the copper coin that Yao threw a sealed object. Hee. What are you laughing about? Don't mess with my mindset. No. Then why did you let Song Pangon go at that time? I told you I haven't killed anyone in 3 years. That woman in the black dress violated the rules of the venue and was killed by the rules, which just happened to allow me to. I truly wanted to kill Song Pangon. He died the moment he delivered the wrong dish. Coincidentally, Feng Yao threw a copper coin, giving me a reason to let Song Pangon go. Jiang Qing was speechless. He initially thought the copper coin had saved Song Pangon's life, but the truth was that Meng Wanzhou did not want to kill. Does that mean? Jiang Qing turned his gaze to the cute girl beside him, earnestly saying, Yao, don't believe the words of swindlers in the future. Silly girl, 30,000 yuan just got scammed away. A sliver of her emerald green hoodie slipped downward, revealing a patch of porcelain shoulder. Feng Yao's mind brimmed with question marks. Brother, do you mean that copper coin? But the coin truly repelled the malevolent spirit and saved Song Pangon. Jiang Qing tapped the girl's forehead lightly. Just trust me. You're too naive. I'm not naive. Feng Yao puffed out her cheeks, looking like a wronged little sparrow. This scene piqued Su Muron's curiosity, and she asked uncertainly, are you two dating? No, Jiang Qing shook his head while Feng Yao clung to his arm. He's my brother, just like blood. They had already faced death together more than once. To her, he truly was family. Sister Su, is Xiao Lin really your husband? Feng Yao couldn't resist prying. You two don't seem especially close. Lin Gubei's brow darkened. Song Ping'an had foolishly dubbed him Shaolin, and now Feng Yaoao had followed suit. He was nearly 35, barely younger than Chen Tianwei. Su Muron laughed softly. Yes, we're truly married, 12 years. I wed Lao Lin when I was just 12. Young love thrives on affectionate displays, public kisses, embraces, lifting each other high. We experienced all that once. But marriage in its maturity settles into something quieter, steady presence, unspoken devotion. Of course, our most intimate moments happen behind closed doors. Her gentle features contrasted sharply with such bold candor, effortlessly embodying the allure of a devoted wife. Jiang Qing shot Feng Yao a stern glance. She pouted crestfallen. How was she to know Su Muron genuinely regarded them as kin? The atmosphere ripened perfectly. Su Muron elegantly crossed her legs and smiled. To foster deeper trust among us, I propose a truth session. 2 points only. First, the abilities each of us possesses. Second, the trajectory of events over the past year. Sister, are you sure you want to play this thrilling game? Song Ping'an leaned in, intrigued. Secrets were inevitable, but to dare such openness meant regarding one another as true confidants. Chen Tianwei glanced at the young man. He had awakened a miracle, and Jiang Qing had warned him to conceal it carefully. When friends entrust each other with life and death, what remains unspeakable? Su Muron deployed gentle provocation. Jiang Qing tapped his knee thoughtfully. Very well, you go first. A flicker of admiration lit her eyes. Hesitation irked her. At heart she was decisive, uncompromising. She moistened her lips, then composed her words with vivid precision. During my first assignment, I awakened a power known as a miracle. My miracle is called audience. It grants 2 abilities. First, diminish self-presence, so profoundly that I could walk before you and remain utterly unseen. A second, heightened perception, allowing me to instantly detect minute clues as though granted a god's omniscient gaze. Yet perception does not equal deduction. Though I spot clues effortlessly, weaving them into meaning still demands and this is my deepest secret, hence my full sincerity in this truth session. Song Ping'an blinked, stunned. Miracle. What in the world? Then he realized Jiang Qing, Chen Tianyue, and Feng Yaoao remained utterly unruffled. Am I the only one left out? Sunlight bathed the room warmly. Chen Tianyue spread his hands. I too awakened a miracle. Upon awakening, a voice echoed in my mind. Your miracle is dawn. It bears 2 powers. First, hope. I may physically touch a malevolent spirit and forcibly restrain it for 7 seconds, carving out a narrow path to survival. Second, light. This ability acts solely upon myself, healing injuries to a limited degree akin to restoration. Feng Yaoao bit her lip. Jiang Qing gave her an encouraging nod. All right, I have a miracle too. It's called 0 hour. After describing hers, the other's expressions twisted into a kaleidoscope of astonishment. Undeniably, Feng Yaoao's miracle ranked among the most conceptual, yet tragically restricted to activation only at midnight, severely limiting its practicality. Song Ping'an sighed wryly. Old Jiang, you don't also have a miracle, do you? Relax. Jiang Qing clapped his shoulder. Before Song Ping'an could even exhale in relief, a voice cut in. I do. Mine is called longing. It possesses but a single ability, binding red threads between any living beings, like a celestial matchmaker, though its effect is never coercive. For instance, threading 2 strangers yields instant mutual attraction. A threading 2 enemies softens hatred, but falls short of love. It even works across species, human and dog, for example. Oh, where's my dog? Only then did Jiang Qing recall the golden retriever had been absent for hours. Silence fell. Everyone silently pictured human and dog. The image was too vivid to bear. Sister Su, where's my dog? Jiang Qing repeated. Oh. Su Muron pointed toward the courtyard. He's sunbathing outside. Jiang Qing rose, opened the glass door leading outdoors, and found the golden retriever lying quietly in the corner. The dog perked up its ears, turned its head, and immediately wagged its tail, tongue lolling as it bounded over, joyful. Good boy, Jiang Qing murmured, stroking its ecstatic head. Xingkai, come here, let sister pet you. Feng Yaoao opened her arms wide. The dog ignored her completely, staying steadfastly at Jiang Qing's feet. A professional guide dog held principles. No casual summons would sway its loyalty. Song Ping'an paid no mind to the dog. Instead, he asked gravely, Old Jiang, is cross-species threading really possible? At once curious, wary glances swiveled toward him. He hurried to clarify, I've got enemies. If I made one fall for a dog, imagine the chaos. Huh. What a magnificent miracle. Brother, don't get reckless, especially not with me. Our bond is purely fraternal, Feng Yaoao whispered timidly. Su Muron gave an awkward chuckle. Little brother, I'm married. Please spare me too. Jiang Qing spat out his teeth. Thousands of unspoken curses choked his throat. What did spare me too even mean? Sister Su, did you truly say that in front of your husband? Predictably, Lin Gubei's face darkened. I believe love cannot be dictated by a mere red thread. I've no such idle interest, not in women anyway. I'm simply explaining our abilities. Jiang Qing massaged his temple with his thumb. Not interested in women. Their gazes flickered uncertainly between Jiang Qing and Xin Kai. Nor in animals. Jiang Qing gritted his teeth. What are you people, Song Pingan and Lin Gubei exchanged glances. Shaolin, do you have a miracle? No. Phew, thank goodness. Lin Gubei. Calm reflection revealed the terrifying truth: their fledgling group of 6 already housed 4 miracles, each potent enough in varying degrees to contend with malevolent spirits. Jiang Qing gently rubbed Xin Kai's ears and asked earnestly, Sister Su, I'm confused. Under what circumstances does one awaken a miracle? I only know that miracle abilities resonate in some way with the awakener's inner self. Resonate with the self. Jiang Qing weighed each word deliberately. Qin Tianyue's miracle, dawn, symbolized hope and light. He longed for his daughter's recovery from leukemia. Light carried connotations of healing, of dispelling darkness. It all made sense. Jiang Qing speculated that awakening the miracle requires 2 conditions: an unwavering obsession and being pushed to the brink of despair. The so-called unwavering obsession must have a resonance, and regrets may manifest as miracles. So, what do Yao's resurrection and restoration represent? What has she encountered that makes her unwilling to die, a strong desire to live on? What else does she wish to restore? Jiang Qing fell into deep thought, interrupted by Su Miran, who summoned her key and explained, according to my investigation, the key is the key to miracles. In the mission world, we can exert 100% of the miracle's power, but in the book world, we can only harness 20% of its power, equivalent to a max-level character under restrictions. This restriction comes from the key. With 25 missions, 5 levels, where does the grading basis lie? It lies precisely in the key. By completing 9 missions, the key will change, allowing miracles to exert 50% of their power in the book world. After 16 missions, the key changes for the second time, enabling miracles to exert 80% of their power. After 21 missions, the key changes for the third time, allowing miracles to exert 100% of their power. Pausing, Su Miran lowered her voice solemnly. After completing 24 missions, the key changes for the 4th time, enabling miracles to unleash 200% of their power in both worlds, truly crushing malevolent spirits and reaching unprecedented heights. This is the information I've gathered, and I cannot verify its authenticity. Completing 24 missions seems distant for us, far too far. The stunning woman sighed. Lastly, my script will encounter a death scene tomorrow, which has already been disclosed. Old Lin and I took advantage of the fact that the death scene hadn't started yet and completed the 2nd mission ahead of time. If we change the death scene before carrying out the mission, the difficulty will increase. Moreover, if you change the death scene but do not actively undertake a mission, the key will control you, forcing you to open a door yourself. You all should have experienced this. Song Ping interjected, what if I don't change the death scene? Su Miran looked at him as if he were an idiot and replied, if you don't change it, you'll die. All right, my disclosures end here. The wife took the lead. Lin Gubei cleared his throat with an air of authority and explained slowly, I won't say much. Tomorrow is my death scene, and I haven't awakened any miracles. As for my position, I am just an ordinary police officer with limited power, responsible for public security management at Hongfenji Polytechnic University, where Su Su is a teacher. My income is decent. After paying the 5 insurances and 1 fund, I take home 7,000. Su Su can earn 8,000 after tax if you need money. Song Ping pretended to accidentally drop his phone on the table, deliberately showcasing a 9-digit balance to every. He truly astonished them. All right, don't look for us, I'll look for this idiot. Lin Gubei rolled his eyes. Feng Yaoao rested her chin on her hands, feeling dejected. I'm the most miserable. After half a year in this world, there are 2 significant plot points left in the script. One is that soon I will be in an examination room with the female lead who orders me to copy her answers. I refuse, and afterwards she gathers a group of friends to drag me to the restroom, strip me, take photos, and slap me. The second is that the original owner, not me, but the original owner, was bullied by the female lead for half a year and ultimately jumped off a building to commit suicide. I'm considering how to change the plot. Should I let her copy the answers? Su Miran shook her head. This is meaningless. The script will guide the female lead to find you. The simplest way is to make the female lead afraid to provoke you. Afraid to provoke me. Should I act fierce? The real problem is if a fight breaks out, I'm just one girl against a group of girls. 2 fists can't fight 4 feet. Then there was Qin Tianyue, who had tattoos of the green dragon and white tiger on his arms, known as Qin Gu, a socialite who said my script has 3 key stages. Half a year later, a malevolent spirit will mysteriously appear in the escape room, and then in the following month a girl will be scared to death by the malevolent spirit, causing me to cease operations and face a lawsuit. In the death scene, the malevolent spirit will come after me and kill me. I don't even know why the malevolent spirit wants to kill me. This script is too dark. Song Ping suppressed a laugh, looking smug. Still, my script is the best, being the rich 2nd generation. I recognized you long ago, the 2nd young master of the Song family. Song Ping, the group mainly develops high-tech products, such as the latest cars, smartphones, drones, etc. Su Miran revealed this in one sentence. Song Ping raised his hand. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. My script is a bit troublesome. The original owner's father has 3 sons and I am the second. The eldest wants to eliminate the third wants to eliminate both the eldest and the second, and I want to eliminate both the eldest and the third. Everyone is in open conflict and hidden struggle. Anyway, in a month, I will try to eliminate the third. Jiang Qing frowned and spoke. You shouldn't kill anyone first. Let me try to kill an important character in the script. Let's see how much the difficulty of the next mission increases, then you can eliminate the third. The silence among the group was deafening. Lin Gubei thought to himself that this truly was a madman speaking so lightly about murder just for an experiment. Feng Yao thought to herself, my brother is so handsome, what does it matter if the mission difficulty increases? I fear nothing. Chen Tianwei wondered what this kid was always thinking. Song Ping pondered, even the order of killing matters. You are truly my one true love. Su Muron thought, it's a necessary experiment. I wonder if the audience will change the script after the male or female lead dies. 6 people, 800 pairs of eyes. If you're not smart, you won't play together. Song Ping changed to a comfortable sitting position. Who do you plan to kill? Is it that childhood friend whose brain hasn't fully developed? Or the little loser flaunting a $20,000 car key while confidently tossing out a $2 million Lamborghini? Jiang Qing smiled faintly. It depends on the situation and my script doesn't have much to say. Understood. The first sword of landing cut down the one I love. Song Ping said, half jokingly, half seriously. Suddenly the doorbell rang as the private doctor arrived. The group tacitly fell silent and wandered around the villa. An hour later the doctor redressed Shintianyu's wound and left the villa. Song Ping stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, stretching its 1:30. What do you all want to eat? I want hot pot. Feng Yaoao raised her hand. Song Ping, like Jiang Qing, doted on Yaoao. All right, hot pot it is. Are there any dietary restrictions? Avoid less. Feng Yaoao smiled. During the hot pot meal, Jiang Qing asked some questions. Uncle Chen, where is your escape room located? Near Hongfenji Polytechnic University. There are many students there, so business is good. Song Ping, does your family have any connection to this university? Yes, the original owner's father is a board member of that university. Do you all know where Yaoao goes to university? The hot pot broth was bubbling warmly and everyone's pupils constricted. They realized with hindsight that they all shared a common connection to Hongfenji Polytechnic University. Old Jiang, your words make me feel uneasy. You also have connections to this university. Is it a coincidence? Jiang Qing is not a person who believes in coincidences. Perhaps all coincidences are merely inevitabilities. Based on the original host's memories, he knows that this world has only one country called Xia, which in terms of population, provinces, cities, and ethnic cultures is not much different from the Huaxia on Earth. They are in Lanhai City, a first-tier city, with a population of 30 million and over a dozen districts. In such a vast city, yet the 6 of them are gathered in one university, or rather they all have connections to this university. Jiang Qing simply cannot believe that this is a coincidence. As for places outside Xia, he doesn't understand being referred to as the land of chaos. Ordinary citizens are not allowed to step foot there. The world in the book is more dangerous than I imagined. Jiang Qing muttered to himself. Are evil spirits terrifying? Yes, they are terrifying, but evil spirits have only one purpose: to kill you. In comparison, human nature is far more terrifying. The other party won't kill you outright, but will toy with you until you break. For instance, the female lead in Feng Yaoao's script, or the rich second-generation characters in Su Muron's script. Thinking about this, Jiang Qing felt a headache. The laws of this world are well established. How could he quietly commit murder? Those who have killed know that killing is easy. The difficulty lies in disposing of the body. He cannot possibly send himself to prison for a single experiment. That would not be worth it. After a full minute of silence, Su Muron raised an eyebrow and said thoughtfully, I heard there are ghosts haunting the girls' dormitory. Could it be related to us? What I mean is, do the audience want us to deal with this? Feng Yaoao's expression stiffened. Sister Su, don't scare me. I'm living on campus and I haven't heard of this. The teachers in the office gossiped about it. I'm not sure. Which dorm do you live in? Su Muron asked. There are 2 girls' dormitories at that university, one called Bayun Dormitory and the other Lantian Dormitory. Lantian Dormitory, Feng Yaoao replied nervously. Su Muron smiled slightly. Don't worry. They said it was the Bayun Dormitory that was haunted. Phew. Oh heavens, the task world is already dangerous enough. Why arrange for evil spirits in the world of the book? Can't they give a way out? Feng Yaoao silently complained while breathing a sigh of relief. Brother, can you come meet me for lunch tomorrow? Jiang Qing was startled, holding his bowl and chopsticks as he thought for a moment. Sure, I have nothing to do tomorrow. I might as well check out this university. After finishing the hot pot, Chen Tianwei planned to go home to recuperate, and Lin Gubei and Su Muron drove him. The golden retriever rested its head on Jiang Qing's lap, whining adorably. Happy sister will take you for a walk. Feng Yaoao particularly likes fluffy animals, especially golden retrievers, one of the 3 non-aggressive dog breeds. With Jiang Qing's permission, Happy followed the girl outside to play. Song Pingon handed the youth a bottle of cola. What's next? What do you mean next? Jiang Qing asked in confusion. Are you planning to keep pretending to be blind? Song Pingon leisurely reclined on a lazy couch. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window bathed in sunlight, Jiang Qing smiled brightly and said gently, I have a few plans that require your help. First, I have no money, but I urgently need a place to stay. A second, I will claim at the right time that I underwent a corneal transplant and regained my sight. This constitutes a significant alteration to the script. Let's see if the script will update after the changes. Sure, Jiang Qing did not put on airs and gladly accepted the other party's help. You help me, and next time on the mission, I'll bring you along. Song Pingon choked slightly. Big brother, don't repay kindness with enmity, okay? You messed up the script so badly, I can't even imagine how difficult the next mission will be. I'm not going with you. I need to call Lao Chen and Su Muron. They have awakened miracles. Jiang Qing felt the dangers of the world. If it's not feasible, he would retreat. Lao Song was a bit scared, following Jiang Qing relentlessly. Jiang Qing smiled silently. If he couldn't survive after altering the script and increasing the difficulty in the first 9 missions, what would happen to the subsequent tasks? Only with a sense of crisis can there be improvement. Jiang Qing is gradually challenging his limits. As night fell, Wuyue Square was bustling with activity, friends gathering in groups of 3 or 5. Dressed in a white coat, wearing sunglasses, and leading a guide dog, Jiang Qing returned home. As soon as he entered the door, he heard a furious shout, you know to come back. Jiang Qing ignored the other parties, squatted down, and fumbled to untie the dog's leash, acting convincingly. All right, it's rare for the child to go out for a walk. That's a good thing. A graceful woman wrapped her arm around the man's and softly comforted him. Jiang Yuan's mother, Qin Washu. Jiang Qing adjusted his sunglasses. He didn't know much about this woman, said to be the original host's father's first love from university. Out for a walk. Jiang Chengrui was furious. Xiao Yuan said he was hanging out with a group of thugs, those with tattoos and crazy hair. Jiang Qing interrupted, they are my friends. Friends? Jiang Chengrui laughed in anger, looking around and grabbing a broom ready to strike. You let those thugs bully Xiao Yuan? Are you going to beat him up? Are you trying to turn the world upside down? Qin Washu quickly intervened. Let's talk it out, don't resort to violence. The child has just been deceived, and he can't see how can he differentiate between good and bad. Watching the couple perform their drama, Jiang Qing shook his head disinterestedly and retorted, is this how Xiao Yuan told you? Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Yuan stood up decisively, pretending to be troubled. Dad, don't be angry. Although my brother had those thugs bully me, I don't blame him. It's rare for him to go out while my sister Xian, and I need to take him home. It's normal for my brother not to like me. This statement undoubtedly poured oil on the fire. Jiang Chengrui scolded, your brother is worried you might go astray, and yet you dare to bully him. Jiang Qing maintained a neutral expression, offering no explanation. Those who wrong you know best how wronged you are. Is there any point in explaining? Even if he proves that Jiang Yuan is lying, Jiang Chengrui would only casually change the subject. When bias has become established, right and wrong no longer matter. Suddenly the doorbell rang and Jiang Yuan ran to open the door. It was Gu Kersen and her family of 3. Gus' mother frowned. Jiang Chengrui, I can hear you yelling from outside. Oh, what happened? This woman from a scholarly family ignored Jiang Yuan and stood protectively in front of Jiang Qing. Gus' mother and Jiang Qing's mother grew up as best friends. Therefore, Gus' mother is very fond of Jiang Qing, treating him as her own son while being quite displeased with Qin Washu and Jiang Yuan, including Jiang Chengrui. After all, her best friend just passed away, and he married another woman. If Jiang Qing weren't living in the Jiang house, Gus' mother would have fallen out with Jiang Chengrui long ago. Dressed in a pure white long skirt, Gu Kersen spoke up, Mom, it must be Jiang Qing's fault. He was hanging out with a bunch of thugs this morning, those with tattoos all over their arms, riding motorcycles, particularly scary, and he even threatened me. Jiang Shengrui's expression was stern. This child has gone bad, and not only does he lie habitually, but he's also out all day without answering calls or messages. If he's not disciplined, what will happen in the future? Auntie, my brother has not been mentally well lately. He even threw a knife at me. Jiang Yuan reported. At this, the elders present changed their expressions. Throwing a knife is a dangerous behavior. Jiang Chengrui pushed aside Qin Washu and raised the broom, indignant. You even want to harm your own brother? You are simply insane. Jiang Qing smiled inwardly, not dodging or evading. After all, he was blind. How could he dodge? Gus' father stepped forward, grabbing the broom, his expression not looking good. This child we have watched grow up, we are clear about his character, but you? Cheating during marriage and having a love child, and now you dare to bring him back to raise him. Originally a family gathering turned into a quarrel between 2 families. Gus' mother took Jiang Qing's hand. He will marry Kersen sooner or later. He will be my son sooner or later. If you dislike him, I'll raise him to spare him from suffering in your home. These words provoked Gu Kersen and Jiang Yuan. The girl bit her lip, glaring at Jiang Qing, her gaze reflecting the feeling of being bullied and demeaned. Seeing her mother pulling Jiang Qing away, Gu Kersen panicked, gathering all her courage, and said stubbornly, I will not marry him. I don't like him at all. Can you please respect me for once? In the entryway, the noisy scene suddenly fell silent. The kind-faced mother Gu changed her expression, saying, if it weren't for Jiang Qing saving you back, then you might have already died. He lost his sight for you. You should take care of him for a lifetime. Gu Kursen's eyes were filled with tears, her voice trembling as she cried, "So you want to morally bind me for life? You and Dad are university professors and have read so many books, don't you understand the freedom of marriage?" Mother Gu was choked with anger. Of course, she understood the concept of marital freedom, but she felt that her daughter owed Jiang Qing a life debt. The once handsome and bright boy became gloomy after losing his sight, and as he grew up he hardly stepped out of the house for 10 days to half a month, feeling self-abased and pitiable. She believed her daughter must take responsibility. Mother Gu had been clear-headed all her life, but what if she was confused just this once? Otherwise she would feel guilty towards Jiang Qing's mother. Jiang Yuan stepped forward saying, "Aunt, what era is this? How can you force your daughter to marry? Kursen doesn't like Jiang Qing. Marriage is a lifelong matter. Do you want your daughter to live in pain for her entire life? In an unhappy marriage? And then hate you when she grows old? What does it have to do with you?" Mother Gu did not give him a good look, saying, "Your mother knows what she knows. You are not a good person either. You are nothing like Jiang Qing when he was young. Perhaps you are not even his illegitimate son. Your mother couldn't find a better partner, so she hooked up with Jiang Qing again." Jiang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately shut his mouth, standing rooted to the spot, flustered. Qin Wangshu felt a rush of panic. After all, Jiang Yuan did not resemble Jiang Qing. The doctor who conducted the paternity test was a friend of hers. She spent some money to have her friend fake the test results. Under the hazy moonlight, Jiang Qing spoke up, "Aunt Wen, Uncle Gu, I want to clarify something. First, I broke up with Gu Kursen. I initiated it because I suddenly realized I don't like her. I don't want to spend my life with someone I don't like, please understand. Secondly, I plan to move out. My friend has found the top ophthalmologist and is preparing to perform a corneal transplant surgery on me soon. Lastly, I originally didn't want to say anything harsh, but Gu Kursen is in love with Jiang Yuan. They have slept together and might even be pregnant." Gu Kursen's face turned pale as paper, her body trembling. Her parents were very traditional. Cohabitation before marriage and premarital pregnancy were absolutely not allowed. "I have a clean record with Kursen." Gu Kursen was agitated, saying, "Mom, Jiang Qing just wants you to hit me. How could I possibly be with Jiang Yuan? Not to get too close to Jiang Yuan, who knew. They had already slept together." Things were spiraling out of control, and Jiang Yuan stammered for a long time before retorting, "I didn't. He's lying. He loves to lie. I have a clean record with Kursen." Gu Kursen was agitated, saying, "Mom, Jiang Qing just wants you to hit me. How could I possibly be with Jiang Yuan? I only see him as a younger brother." "A younger brother." An interesting statement. "Gu Kursen, I originally didn't want to fall out with you, but since you and Jiang Yuan have repeatedly teamed up to slander me, don't blame me for being heartless. What you owe is the original host, not me, Jiang Qing." He took out his phone, saying, "Shall I open the album and play the latest video?" In the voice-controlled interface, the video played. In the video, Gu Kursen and Jiang Yuan were lying on the sofa, kissing passionately, unwilling to part. Father Gus' face turned iron blue as he raised his hand and slapped Gu Kursen, saying, "Shameless. A kiss is not a big deal. The problem is right in front of the boyfriend to embrace and kiss another man. That has gone too far." Sigh. Father Gu never imagined his daughter would do something so shameless. It completely shattered his worldview. The crowd's emotions fluctuated, and no one thought deeply about why Jiang Qing would record this, or how he could know it was a kissing video even though he couldn't see it. Of course, Jiang Qing had his reasons. If asked, he would say he accidentally hit the record button that night. Today, when hanging out with friends, his friend looked at his phone, discovered the video, and informed him. As the situation escalated, Father Gu and Mother Gu pulled Gu Kursen away. The culturally refined couple was so angry that they cursed all the way. Gu Kursen glanced back, casting a pleading look at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan deliberately averted his gaze, refusing to look at Gu Kursen. What he did was indeed unkind. Being involved with his brother's girlfriend would ruin his reputation. Once the Gu family left, Jiang Qing deeply gazed at Jiang Yuan, feeling as if he was meeting his younger son for the first time. In his heart, the obedient younger son would not lie, being clever and sensible. He named his elder son Qing and his younger son Yuan, clearly showing his favoritism, feeling that the elder son was less important while the younger son would surely go further in the future. Jiang Yuan felt anxious, lowering his head and taking the initiative to admit his mistake. "Dad, I'm sorry, I was drunk that night and Kursen sent me home. That's how we made a mistake. I admit I have a slight good impression of Kursen, but I never crossed the line. What sleeping together, what pregnancy, it's all my brother framing me. He didn't believe Jiang Qing could produce more evidence. At such a time, just deny everything." Jiang Qing took a deep breath, calming himself before tossing away the broom, saying, "Jiang Qing said he doesn't like Gu Kursen. If you like her, go pursue her. I'm not an old-fashioned parent. A young people should have the freedom to love." He did not want to dwell on this matter. Business was tough right now. He originally planned to borrow some money from the Gu family, but now that the relationship was completely torn apart, how could he still have the face to borrow money? Qin Wangshu was terrified, hurriedly chasing up to the second floor, intending to comfort Jiang Qing properly. The entryway returned to silence. Jiang Yuan sneered coldly, saying, "I underestimated you. A blind person can still record a video, do you understand? But it doesn't matter. What if I made a mistake? What if you catch me on one flaw? You can't change anything. You have completely lost. Jiang Qing chuckled silently, saying, I have faith in you. For some reason, Jiang Yuan found those words strange, not very harmful, but extremely insulting. It was as if everything he cared about was merely trash that the other party could easily discard. Just keep being stubborn. Jiang Yuan clenched his fists and turned to pace in the living room. As night fell, Jiang Qing sat in his bedroom, taking off his sunglasses and murmuring that mother and son duo schemed for the Jiang family's money, but in reality, the Jiang family has no money left. Jiang Qing hopes I marry Gu Kersen to maintain good relations between the two families and acquire the resources of the Gu family. No, whether I marry her or Jiang Yuan marries Gu Kersen, the outcome is the same. On the Gu family side, Aunt Wen and Uncle Gu are university professors with decent incomes. The older generation of the Wen family were businessmen, leaving Aunt Wen with several tens of millions in assets. Is Jiang Qing targeting those assets? If it weren't for the original host's mother helping Jiang Qing back, then providing him with funds to do business and helping him expand his network, he would not have achieved today's success. He is a typical Phoenix man. Sorting through the relationships, Jiang Qing had a clearer understanding of the script. Who do you want to kill? The voice of Meng Wannou echoed in his mind. Jiang Qing stood by the window gazing at the night sky, not in a hurry. I need to verify some things. When will you conduct the next game? The harsh words echoed in Gu Kersen's mind, her gaze gradually becoming vacant, struggling. The following morning at dawn, Jiang Qing leaned against the wall as he descended the stairs. Hearing the footsteps, Jiang Qing called out, come eat breakfast. Yet Jiang Qing ignored him entirely, walking steadily toward the front door. This provoked a frown from Jiang Qing. Are you off to idle about again? Jiang Qing halted, then turned to face him, expressionless, and replied coolly, was yesterday's statement not clear enough? At these words, Jiang Qing slammed his palm onto the dining table, startling Qin Huangshu and Jiang Yuan. You never step beyond this threshold. Where on earth do you even have friends? We've even secured the finest ophthalmologist in the city for you. Do you think miracles fall from the sky? Jiang Yuan feigned concern. Brother, hurry and eat breakfast. Don't upset father. You seem to have misunderstood something, Jiang Qing said with a faint smile. I'm not seeking your permission, I'm informing you. Qin Huangshu, dressed in elegant attire, stood utterly dumbfounded. Could this truly be Jiang Qing? The silent, withdrawn, self-loathing Jiang Qing, who rarely uttered a word. It had been 3 years since she joined the Jiang household, yet this was the first time Qin Huangshu had ever heard Jiang Qing address Jiang Qing in such a tone, as if reborn entirely. His authority challenged. Jiang Qing burned with fury and seized a wooden rod, preparing to discipline his son. Kai Xian, the golden retriever, stepped forward to shield Jiang Qing, bared its teeth and growled low and menacingly. Damn it, a dog dares bark at me. Jiang Qing laughed bitterly. Jiang Qing, you're just like your mother. That same arrogant pride runs in your blood. You look down on me. Do you truly believe I can't survive without her? And Jiang Wei, your sister, she only calls me dad when she wants money. Otherwise, she won't even set foot in this house, telling me not to bother with her. All three of you, mother and children, cut from the very same cloth. Jiang Qing crouched down and gently stroked Kai Xian's head, speaking with disarming nonchalance. You appear more insecure than a blind man. Why? Do you see yourself as a provincial upstart? Is marital infidelity so shameful? Did your wife's passing shatter your ability to run even a modest enterprise? Or do you imagine that shouting and raging will restore some pitiful shred of self-worth? Admit it, you are quite simply a man devoid of competence and courage. Each word struck like a dagger to the heart. Jiang Qing's eyes widened in outrage. How dared this boy speak to him thus? Rebellion had gone too far. He raised the rod to strike Jiang Qing. Kai Xian barked sharply, no longer gentle but fierce and ferocious. True golden retrievers rank among the 3 most non-aggressive dog breeds, but never forget they are large, powerful retrieving hounds. Once provoked, their bite can easily prove fatal. Jiang Qing froze mid-step, uncertain. Would the dog actually attack? He thrust the rod forward. A Kai Xian seized it firmly in its jaws, radiating unmistakable menace. Jiang Qing's brows drew together tightly. Behind his dark glasses, his gaze was icy cold as death itself. Are you certain you wish to restrict my freedom? I am your father. And then what? What do you mean, and then? I hold legal guardianship over you. You will not leave. You will obey me. You're mistaken. I am 20 years old. Where I go is my own choice. Moreover, do you truly Jiang Yuan spoke truthfully. I've been unwell lately. What if one night while you all sleep soundly, I slip into your rooms with a knife, quietly, silently, and end your lives with a single stroke? How intriguing, wouldn't you agree? These words sent chills racing down the spines of Jiang Qing and the others. Husband, let him go, he's dangerous. I cannot bear sharing this roof with such a person. Qin Huangshu's terror was utterly genuine, not a trace of pretense. Has he truly lost his mind? Jiang Yuan swallowed hard, palms slick with sweat. An old saying holds true: the barefoot fear no shoes. Faced with a man like Jiang Qing, unpredictable, unhinged, they were utterly powerless. Jiang Qing took a deep breath as if steeling himself for a fateful decision. His voice dropped low and grave. Think carefully, you're blind. Without this home, survival itself will be a struggle. Leaving this home, I shall thrive. Jiang Qing braced himself against the wall, reaching for the door to admit the moving crew. Jiang Qing's expression flickered, dark, uncertain. Fine. 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 You've got nerve. Take nothing belonging to the Jiang family. Agreed. Jiang Qing accepted without hesitation. Kai Xian, let's go. Stepping outside, Jiang Qing paused and glanced back, his gaze heavy with implication. I suggest you undergo a paternity test. Aunt Wen once remarked, Jiang Yuan bears not the slightest resemblance to you. In this age, do you trust every certificate handed to you? Truly foolish. No wonder your business collapsed after mother's passing and has spiraled downward ever since. Intelligence is a rare gift, one you lack. With that clad in gray athletic wear and leading Kai Xian by the leash, he walked away. He issued the warning not out of concern, but to plant the seed of a murder motive. Watching that receding figure, Jiang Qing's mind reeled. Jiang Yuan doesn't resemble me. At the dining table, Qin Huashu and Jiang Yuan sat frozen, like figures plunged into glacial water. Their three-year scheme, was it already crumbling to dust? Hongfengji University of Technology. Alighting from the subway, Jiang Qing entered the university smoothly. Perhaps due to the early morning lecture hour, many students hurried toward classroom buildings, books clutched tightly to their chests. Today marks Su Muron's death scene. She is absent from campus. Let's visit the allegedly haunted girls' dormitory. Calmly centering himself, Jiang Qing searched for over half an hour before locating Baiyun Dormitory. Though not a Project 985 or 211 institution, the university spanned considerable grounds and ranked among the top-tier institutions in Lanhai City. Jiang Qing sat on the flower bed directly opposite the girls' dormitory, observing intently. Only a few young men lingered nearby, waiting for girlfriends. Among them, Jiang Qing, with his dark glasses and golden retriever, stood starkly apart. Wow! What an adorable golden retriever. Big Golden, come here, come. A girl approached shyly and asked sweetly, may I pet him? Of course. Jiang Qing replied absently. His attention remained elsewhere. No spectral presence manifested to his unaided sight within the dormitory building. What's his name? The pretty girl pressed. Kai Xian. Kai Xian. I have bread. Are you waiting for your girlfriend? Another girl asked. Jiang Qing shook his head. I heard Baiyun Dormitory is haunted. I came to take a look. The word haunted silenced their laughter instantly. Jiang Qing noted their reactions carefully. So, is it truly haunted? The pretty girl lowered her voice. Freshman, curiosity is a dangerous thing. And don't utter those words aloud in public. The administration takes this matter seriously. Might I speak with you? Jiang Qing paused thoughtfully. I'm an enthusiast of the paranormal. No thanks, I'd lie awake all night. I've got class, bye. She waved goodbye and departed. Jiang Qing turned toward the other girls, but before he could speak, they scattered hastily toward their lectures. So terrifying. Then why do they still live there? Never mind, I'll wait for Yao Yao's class to end. He remained seated, motionless, for 4 full hours, as still as a carved statue. Jiang Qing. Tap, tap, tap. A graceful figure dashed over and seized his arm, her voice trembling with tears. Why come to campus after our breakup? Do you wish me reduced to ridicule? Gu Kersin wore a delicate white dress, her composure shattered, her eyes red-rimmed and swollen. Let go. Jiang Qing's voice was glacial. I dislike physical contact with members of the opposite sex. Woof. Kai Xian barked sharply. Terrified of dogs, Gu Kersin recoiled 2 steps. Who'd want to touch you? Go home now. At that moment, Feng Yaoao, barely 5 feet tall, came running from afar and looped her arm through Jiang Qing's. Brother, I'm starving. Let's eat first. A gentle smile softened Jiang Qing's features as he ruffled her hair. That tender gesture pierced Gu Kersin's heart. Suddenly she forgot her intent to drive him away and demanded instead, if you despise being touched by women, why is she allowed? A subtle, captivating curve lifted the corner of Jiang Qing's lips. She is the exception. The harsh words echoed in Gu Kersin's mind, her gaze gradually becoming vacant, struggling to articulate her. She undeniably disliked Jiang Qing, even to the point of loathing him, yet she seemed accustomed to his persistent entanglement. After all, it had been over a decade, a never-ending cycle. Suddenly one day, Jiang Qing stopped bothering her and instead was seen with a strange girl. It felt as if a beloved toy had been snatched away by someone else, and when her heart shattered, it cracked like wood grain, splitting completely from top to bottom. She was furious, indeed very furious. Was that girl pretty? Any normal guy would choose her over the ordinary Feng Yaoao. Gu Kersin certainly had her merits. She was renowned as a goddess in the mathematics department, standing at 6 feet tall with a well-proportioned figure, exquisite features, and both parents being university professors from an academic family. Suitors were numerous. But her childhood friend who once liked her no longer did, yet he was close with a girl who was slightly over 1 meter 50, average-looking, mediocre in figure, with only a sweet voice as an advantage. This was nothing short of an insult to her. An unnamed rage ignited within her as Gu Kursin questioned sharply, "Who is she? What is your relation?" Although she had seen Feng Yaoao once yesterday, Gu Kursin had not paid attention. Who would have known? Feng Yaoao smirked mischievously, resting her head on Jiang Qing's shoulder, and said, "Can't you tell? I am his girlfriend." Girlfriend? Gu Kursin could hardly believe it. "Do you know he is blind?" "Of course I know, we are together, so what?" Feng Yaoao rolled her eyes. Gu Kursin was unwilling to back down. "Being with him will ruin your life, and you'll be ridiculed." "Sister, you're meddling too much." Feng Yaoao playfully ruffled her happy hair. "You don't understand my brother's charm at all. Besides, why should I care about others' ridicule? Also, my little brother has found the top ophthalmologist, and it won't be long before my brother can regain his sight. You, a woman with a boyfriend who cheats, tisk tisk, are truly laughable." The word cheat pierced Gu Kursin's heart. She had been scolded by her parents last night, and her cheeks faintly ached. She was someone who cared deeply about her image, otherwise she wouldn't be so concerned with others' gazes. Jiang Qing remained silent, staring intently at the second floor of the girls' dormitory, where a girl in a white dress was standing, locking eyes with him. A voice echoed, "A vengeful spirit with a heavy obsession. You cannot afford to provoke her. It's best to leave quickly. She seems to have set her sights on you." In the next second, the girl in the white dress took a step back and vanished. Jiang Qing focused his gaze, noticing the girl hiding in the corner at the dormitory entrance, smiling at him. Every cell in his body trembled and his breath caught. Woof! Happy barked like a guard dog at the girl in the corner. Jiang Qing suppressed his fear and quickly took Feng Yaoao's hand, wanting to leave this place without delay. "Jiang Qing!" Gu Kursin called out a couple of times. Seeing he ignored her, she stomped her foot in frustration. Feng Yaoao was confused. "Brother, what's going on?" "I am great at arguing. She can't outtalk me." After walking a considerable distance, nearing the school gate, Jiang Qing sighed in relief and said, "That girl's dormitory really has a ghost, and it was fixated on me. Had I lingered even a second longer, something bad would have happened." He was uncertain if that vengeful spirit could leave the dormitory. He dared not take that chance. Despite it being broad daylight, Feng Yaoao felt chills. Really is there. Although most schools are built on former graveyards, and each year there are some students who jump off buildings or die in accidents, the matter of haunting was rarely heard of. The Baiyun dormitory and Lantian dormitory were particularly close, and Feng Yaoao had a distressed expression. "What should I do? I'm too scared to go back at night." "It should be fine, maybe, probably no problem." Jiang Qing's tone was uncertain. Feng Yaoao tugged at his sleeve, looking pitiful. "Brother, sigh." Jiang Qing felt a headache. "Then you can stay with me at Song Pangan's villa for now." "Oh yeah. I can finally stay in a villa in this lifetime," Feng Yaoao exclaimed triumphantly. The university's management of accommodations was not strict, and they wouldn't check dorms at night. They were all adults. Even if someone tried to manage it, they couldn't control it. Many students often stayed out or booked hotel rooms. After a moment of excitement, Feng Yaoao bit her lip. "What about my clothes and textbooks?" "I really can't go back. Vengeful spirits kill too quickly. They can do it in the blink of an eye. Let's talk after meeting Sumerian tomorrow." Jiang Qing spoke calmly. The two found a fast food restaurant to eat, and many students came and went until a group of girls entered, causing Feng Yaoao's expression to freeze. "What's wrong?" Jiang Qing asked. Feng Yaoao informed him, "The girl in the middle wearing earrings and a bow is the female lead from my script. According to the timeline, I should meet her for the first time in half a month." "Huh. Does this mean that by taking you to eat at the school gate, I am inadvertently altering the plot, pushing it forward, and meeting the female lead ahead of schedule?" Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow, turning to look at the group of girls. What a coincidence, their eyes met. Qiao Yayun sneered. "What are you looking at? Do you think wearing sunglasses is cool?" "Pretentious jerk." Jiang Qing withdrew his gaze, not wanting to engage, but Feng Yaoao was having none of it, retorting angrily, "Were you looking at me? Narcissism is a disease. Please take your medicine before going out next time, you fool." The atmosphere turned cold. There were 5 girls on their side and only 2 on theirs. Qiao Yayun tossed away her disposable chopsticks, with an air of authority, beckoning with her finger. "You're quite bold. Not many dare to speak to me like that. Do you have the guts to talk to me in the park across the street?" Nearby students were watching the commotion. Someone recognized Qiao Yayun and whispered to their companion, "That girl is in trouble." Qiao Yayun is a finance major in her 3rd year, and she has a group of older brothers outside, all of whom are local tough guys. "Let's go then. Whoever backs down is a dog." As soon as she finished speaking, she softly said to Jiang Qing, "Brother, you hit 3 and I'll hit 2. Jiang Qing, if you do this, it will change the direction of the script. Do you understand what I mean? Altering the script could increase the difficulty of the next mission. Otherwise..." Feng Yaoao clicked her tongue. "This female lead has a grudge and will investigate me. If I don't act tough now, then she'll call people to block me and deal with me." Hearing this, Jiang Qing analyzed the pros and cons. All right, he'll handle it. If it was his script, he wouldn't mind, but he dared not meddle too much in Feng Yaoao's, to avoid triggering more butterfly effects. But not intervening was no longer an option. Jiang Qing called Song Pingan. Where are you? Yo Lao Jiang missing me. Little master is eating at the company, wanna join. Yao's script has a problem and the female lead is arranging a fight. Send me the location, I'll be there soon. Chow Yayan noticed the young man was on the phone discreetly sending a message to a contact labeled Joga. Then the group crossed the street heading toward a less monitored park. Xiaoya. 15 men with their hands in their pockets approached. Joga, this bitch insulted me, Chow Yayun smugly declared. Joga, holding a cigarette, draped an arm around Chow Yayan's shoulders, examining Feng Yaoao with disdain. As usual, the guys beat her up and the girls take her away. This wasn't their first time doing such a thing. The thugs surrounded the two, leering at the girl. Feng Yaoao bit her lower lip. Brother, hasn't my little brother arrived yet? Chow Yayun smirked. Why aren't you so cocky anymore? Didn't you just call someone? If you kneel and lick my shoes, I might. Suddenly a commotion erupted outside the park. 20 luxury cars worth millions parked by the roadside. A group of tall bodyguards dressed in black got out wielding clubs. Song Pingan walked at the forefront, putting on sunglasses, his gray suit looking dashing under the sunlight. The sudden commotion startled Brother Zhou so badly that the cigarette slipped from his lips and fell to the ground. 20 luxury cars, each worth over $1 million, and 50 burly bodyguards. Men like them were on an entirely different tier. Well now, what's all this? Song Pingan approached with a faint, ambiguous smile. The hooligans tried to flee only to be instantly surrounded by the bodyguards. Hunter and prey had swapped roles. Song Pingan raised his hand. Say, Sister Foam. Hello, Sister Foam. A thunderous chorus reverberated in every ear. Chow Yaoan and her clique paled with terror. At heart they were merely students, occasionally venturing into bars dazzled by flashy men with deep pockets and handsome faces, mistaking such encounters for worldly sophistication. Yet before this spectacle they trembled like lambs awaiting slaughter. Feng Yaoao's grin widened uncontrollably. This was utterly exhilarating. For the first time in her life she was addressed en masse as Sister Foam, a surge of vanity flooding her chest. Zhou, the bar owner, kept his head bowed low, refusing to meet the man's gaze. Inwardly he cursed Chow Yaoan 10,000 times. Such a titan could erase him with a single word. Song Pingan slapped Zhou's cheek. Why look down? Look me in the eye, you wretch. Zhou's forced smile twisted grotesquely. Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Song Pingan glanced back. Old Jiang, was it? Jiang Qing stared blankly ahead. Don't waste time. Wrap this up, we have real business waiting. Song Pingan pouted. This old man spent his days plotting against ghosts, not even bothering with human affairs. With a single glance from Song Pingan, the bodyguards raised their batons. The hooligans dropped to their knees, clutching their heads. Resistance would only worsen their fate. A beating might yet be the lesser punishment. 5 girls collapsed, legs trembling beneath them. So young, and instead of learning virtue you choose to run with thugs. Song Pingan struck Chow Yaoan across the face. He had never claimed to spare women. Unlock your phone now. Chow Yaoan said nothing. Her earlier arrogance vanished. She hurriedly unlocked her device and handed it over. Song Pingan's instinct had been correct. Her photo album held over 100 videos, each one showing her dragging victims into restrooms and assaulting them, alongside humiliating footage shot in hotels, including explicit images. Damn, this was brutal. She treated people as if they were less than human. Should he kill her? Or send her to prison? Neither option felt clean. After a long turbulent silence, Song Pingan called out, Old Jiang, take a look at this. Chow Yaoan shook violently. She knew full well what those videos and photos proved, and what awaited her once reported. Yet faced with 50 towering bodyguards, resistance was unthinkable. Her mind raced. What if she defied him? Would that handsome man order all 52? Jiang Qing scrolled through the phone, eyes narrowing slightly. Give her 10,000. Song Pingan blinked in confusion, but complied. Having learned from Feng Yaoao's cash demand last time, he always kept 100,000 yuan in the car. Here. Chow Yaoan dared not reach for it. Sobbing hysterically, she cried, I'm sorry, I don't want money, please don't hit me. Jiang Qing removed the SIM card and handed it to her. Your SIM, back to you. The phone stays with us. Stay quiet for a while, Jiang Qing said, offering Chow Yaoan a gentle, unsettling smile. Understand? Yes, I'll change. I swear I'll be a model student. She wept as she answered. With the matter resolved, Jiang Qing and the others headed for the Fengling Villa district. Along the way, Feng Yaoao couldn't contain her curiosity. Brother, let me see. What kind of video is it? Jiang Qing tossed the phone to Song Pingan. Make a copy, then use it. We've already altered Yaoao's script slightly. For now, hold off on acting against those girls. Wait until my plan concludes. Feng Yaoao lunged for it. Song Pingan held it high above her reach. Children shouldn't pry into everything, that's strictly adult content. I'll kick your ass. Oh. So the tiger finally roars, thought I was on my deathbed. Let go, I'm Xu Daoshan. They tussled playfully while Jiang Qing stood silently before the floor-to-ceiling window, replaying the image of that female ghost, a white off-shoulder gown, long black hair cascading down her back, and a chilling, unnatural smile. Boom. The window pane exploded inward. Jiang Qing broke into cold sweat gripped by an overwhelming sense of death, as though invisible hands were tightening around his throat. Meng Wanzhou spoke gravely, trouble indeed. That is a vengeful spirit bound to a specific rule. If you think of her, the death rule activates, or she may appear before you instantly. Gah, so terrifying. Song Ping'an and Feng Yao recoiled in shock. How had the glass shattered so suddenly? Old Jiang, what the hell did you do? Brother, were you hurt? Jiang Qing wiped the sweat from his brow and recounted the incident. You're joking, just thinking about her is forbidden. Song Ping'an's pulse quickened inexplicably. Fortunately, neither he nor Feng Yao had ever seen the ghost, so mere thought held no power over them. Jiang Qing exhaled slowly. I'm entangled in this now, you two stay out of it. What kind of talk is that? Song Ping'an struck a heroic pose. Of course I won't interfere. Jiang Qing. Go die. Feng Yao kicked him, then turned anxious. This is too horrifying. She can strike from 6 kilometers away, what if? Jiang Qing raised a hand to cut her off. I'll investigate. Listen carefully, you'll attend class normally. Under no circumstances go near Baiyun dormitory. If all of us draw her attention, things will spiral beyond control. Okay, Feng Yao murmured softly. Later Song Ping'an returned to his company for a meeting while Jiang Qing and Feng Yao went shopping for daily necessities. Xin Kai followed, faithfully tail wagging side to side after the shopping trip, chewing quietly on his kibble. That night after Feng Yao fell asleep, Jiang Qing took an umbrella and slipped out, soundless as shadow. At 100 m. Wuyue Plaza lay eerily still, only the occasional drunkard stumbling past. Jiang Qing entered the residential complex and sat on a lakeside bench facing the surveillance camera, voice low and steady. Is this distance sufficient? Approximately. Meng Wanzhou replied. An invisible red thread stretched forth, undetectable to ordinary eyes. At the Jiang residence, the living room was in shambles. Qin Washu, elegant poised, lay slumped across the sofa. Her eyes were bloodshot and swollen, her face drawn with exhaustion. Beside her lay a paternity test report. Yesterday's words from Gu's mother and Jiang Qing's remarks this morning had finally stirred Jiang Chengrui's suspicion. Ignoring Qin Wangshu's protests and Jiang Yuan's resistance, he forcibly took Jiang Yuan for testing. Conducted at a top-tier grade A hospital, the results were irrefutable. Qin Wangshu could not tamper with them. When the report confirmed Jiang Yuan was not his son, Jiang Qingrui turned green with rage. 3 years spent raising another man's child. His fury was incalculable. But Qin Wangshu possessed extraordinary audacity. Sobbing, she insisted it was a mistake, declaring her undying love for Jiang Qingrui and begging for one more chance. She dragged Jiang Yuan back to the Jiang residence by sheer force of will. In response, Jiang Qingrui demolished the living room and beat both mother and son before storming upstairs to drown himself in liquor, already passed out drunk by now. At 300 m. Exhausted from crying, Qin Wangshu drifted into sleep on the sofa, Jiang Yuan beside her. Under the deep moonless night, Qin Wangshu rose abruptly from her slumber, barefoot, silent, and walked into the kitchen, picking up a knife. Step by step she ascended the stairs. Gently she opened the master bedroom door, the air thick with the stench of alcohol. Jiang Qingrui lay sprawled on the carpet, 3 Jin of Baijiu consumed, utterly unconscious. 1 stab, his heart pierced. 2, his throat severed. 3, his skull cracked open. After a dozen more, Jiang Qingrui's corpse lay unrecognizable. Qin Wangshu turned and descended, stopping in the living room before Jiang Yuan, drenched in blood. In the darkness, Jiang Yuan felt something sticky on his face. Opening his eyes, he witnessed a sight seared forever into his memory. Qin Wangshu smiled at him, then drove the blade deep into her own throat. Ay. Jiang Yuan's scream tore through the night, awakening light after light in neighboring homes. Thunder rumbled. Ripples spread across the lake's surface. Jiang Qing unfurled his black umbrella, utterly composed, and murmured, "It's raining." A spring rain brings warmth. Soft, persistent droplets patter upon the lake's surface, accompanied by distant thunder. Meng Wanzhou frowned in puzzlement. You're not going to kill Jiang Yuan. Not yet. Patience is essential. Experiments must proceed step by step. Jiang Qingrui and Qin Wangshu are pivotal supporting characters in my script. I'll first observe how drastically the mission difficulty escalates upon eliminating them. If the increase remains within my capacity to endure, I'll proceed with further trials. But what if I directly eliminate the male or female protagonist? The difficulty would surge to a terrifying degree. What then? Would I perish in the very next mission? Caution is non-negotiable. Besides, a female ghost has already set her sights on me. Meng Wanzhou fell silent for a long moment before asking, "Then you feel not the slightest pang of remorse?" Jiang Qingrui was, after all, the original body's father, and yours as well. Jiang Qing smiled faintly. Do you know? In the real world, I killed my own parents. They drew the first blade against me. Later, I was committed to a psychiatric hospital. At dawn, inside the police station, 3 officers sat stern-faced, scrutinizing the young man before them. Why did you leave Phonling Villa district late at night, walk all the way to Wuyue Plaza, and then, not returning home, sit idly by the lakeside in your residential complex? Yesterday morning I quarreled with my father. He refused to let me move out, but I left anyway. Later I felt deeply ashamed and wanted to apologize. Yet as I wandered through the neighborhood I couldn't find the words, so I simply sat by the lake lost in thought. Jiang Qing's statement was flawless. The three officers exchanged glances. The senior officer continued, do you know that Jiang Qing took Jiang Yuan for a paternity test yesterday? I didn't know. Jiang Qing shook his head and countered, officer, how did my father die? The senior officer tapped lightly on the desk, his voice low but steady. According to our investigation, Jiang Qing discovered Jiang Yuan was not his biological son and assaulted Qin Huashu. That evening, intoxicated, he was stabbed to death by Qin Huashu, who then took her own life. My condolences. Jiang Qing stared blankly. How could this happen? Isn't Jiang Yuan my younger brother? Correct? Another officer folded his fingers atop the desk. The case is straightforward. Qin Huashu, enraged and humiliated by Jiang Qing's assault, seized the opportunity while he was drunk and killed him. As for why Qin Huashu chose suicide, that remains undetermined. Perhaps she suffered a severe psychological shock. You may go home now. Keep your phone accessible. We'll contact you at any time. Jiang Qing murmured an acknowledgement and slowly pushed himself up from the table. I'll escort you, offered the younger officer warmly. As they exited the interrogation room, the senior officer replayed the neighborhood surveillance footage once more. Captain, is something wrong? The senior officer furrowed his brow. It's all too coincidental. Xiao Wang, I've been investigating cases for 23 years. My instincts are rarely mistaken. I sense Jiang Qing is deliberately constructing an alibi for us. Look, how does a blind man end up by the lakeside at midnight? And precisely beneath the surveillance camera captured in full view. It's unnatural. Deeply unnatural. But this case is crystal clear. Qin Huashu is the murderer. If anyone warrants suspicion, it should be Jiang Yuan. He's the only person alive who was present at the scene. I still find Jiang Qing suspicious. The senior officer trusted his intuition. Xiao Wang sighed inwardly. How could a blind man commit murder? 3 years ago his mother passed away, now his father has been murdered. He is the true victim. Jiang Qing, supported by the officer, entered the police station's main hall. Jiang Yuan sat trembling on a chair, comforted softly by Gu Kersen. Gu's parents remained in another interrogation room, cooperating with the investigation. Thank you, I can make my way home alone, Jiang Qing said, tapping the ground ahead with his umbrella. Just outside the station, Jiang Yuan leapt to his feet and pointed, shouting, it was you. You killed father and mother. Jiang Qing halted, turned slowly, and removed his sunglasses, revealing eyes of startling clarity and serenity, a faint, enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. Jiang Yuan shrank back, collapsing onto the floor, whispering in terror, you're not Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing died in the hospital. You're a ghost, a malevolent spirit. Regrettably, you're no longer my biological brother. Not a single cent of the Jiang family fortune will ever be yours. With that final soul-shattering blow, Jiang Qing slipped his sunglasses back on and walked away. On the road, Meng Wanzhou remained perplexed. Why strike last night? Jiang Qing passed through security and waited patiently for the subway. Silently he replied, last night offered the highest probability of success. First, through subtle guidance, Jiang Qing was certain to pursue a paternity test. He loves no one, not even himself, more than he loves certainty. He would never tolerate uncertainty about his own bloodline. Second, once the test results emerged, their relationship would inevitably shatter. Qin Huashu had spent 3 years plotting. She would never abandon her schemes so easily. Obsessive persistence was inevitable. Third, when a man suffers such devastation, especially a middle-aged man with neither wealth nor friends, he retreats inward, drowning his despair in alcohol until he collapses into unconsciousness. The conditions for murder were thus perfectly aligned. Under those circumstances, Jiang Qing stood utterly defenseless. Afterward, the paternity report and Qin Huashu's history of domestic abuse became the most credible motives for homicide. Meng Wanzhou frowned in confusion. Did you begin planning Jiang Qing and Qin Huashu's deaths as early as yesterday morning? Jiang Qing merely smiled, silent. After some time, he arrived at a commercial street near Hongfenji University of Technology and located a puzzle escape room named Despair. The storefront was spacious. Behind the counter sat a beautiful young woman watching surveillance footage. Hello, Jiang Qing approached. Where is your manager? Ah. She looked up. Hello, you're looking for the manager. He's currently portraying an NPC. Was Qinshu really so short on funds he couldn't afford staff? Jiang Qing waited quietly for a moment. Then Qin Tianwei emerged clad in a flowing white gown and holding a ghost mask. Their eyes met, and Jiang Qing burst into laughter. This outfit. Impressive. Ahem. We're understaffed. Occasionally I step into the role myself. I am absolutely not a cross-dressing enthusiast. No need to emphasize that. Jiang Qing laughed, clutching his stomach, then snapped a photo and sent it to the 6-person WeChat group New World. Su Muran, Lin Gubei, Qin Tianwei, Song Ping and Wo, Old Chen's got hidden talents. Cross-dressing enthusiast indeed. Feng Yao eyes burning. JPG. Jiang Qing, I'm at Uncle Chen's place. Anyone free to drop by? Lin Gubei busy. Su Muran, I'm free right now, on my way. Lin Gubei, not busy anymore. I'm coming. A textbook case of spousal devotion. Song Ping and you two carry on. I'm mid-argument with third brother. Business as usual. Feng Yao Wa. I've got an Ada. Class. What cruel, painful enlightenment. Chen Tianwei flushed crimson and shot Jiang Qing a glare before hurrying off to change. When he reappeared, he wore a black dress shirt and jeans, his short hair neatly combed back, cool, composed, effortlessly sharp. Has your injury healed? Jiang Qing asked. Nothing serious. Chen Tianwei stretched his arms and lowered his voice. Are you preparing for the next mission? Jiang Qing shook his head. Today's Tuesday, I'll act this Saturday. Take me along. Uncle Chen, I'm conducting an experiment. The next mission will be perilous, perhaps even more dangerous than the last. You lack confidence. Chen Tianwei sounded genuinely startled. Jiang Qing's tone softened, tinged with quiet resignation. Missions are inherently unpredictable. The sound of piercing screams echoed in the secret room, and Chen Tianwei sighed. Indeed, when faced with malevolent spirits, humanity is enveloped in uncertainty, forever the weaker party, like pitiful creatures struggling for survival in a quagmire. Jiang Qing reached out and patted old Chen's shoulder. It's not that tragic, we have already awakened miracles. The next step is to acquire 1 or 2 sealed items in the world of books. Based on Su Murian's description, my judgment is that miracles lean towards completing missions for self-preservation and dealing with treacherous actors, while sealed items are meant to restrain malevolent spirits, even to devour them. We've seen the fate of buyers who are ghosts devoured by couple ghosts. Only ghosts can contend with ghosts. Chen Tianwen nodded, then shook his head, saying that may be so, but the difficulty in obtaining sealed items is extremely high, and they are all related to malevolent spirits. The two chatted for a while when a mature and wise older sister, a law teacher from Hongfengji Polytechnic University, arrived. Su Murian was dressed in a high-end professional outfit, her soft hair cascading over her shoulders and back, wearing a pair of golden-rimmed glasses, holding a law book, her every smile and frown exuding pure desire. At 33, she was at the peak of her feminine charm. No wonder those rich second-generation heirs wanted to kidnap her and do some unspeakable things. Jiang Qing openly admired her, giving a thumbs up and praising, Sister Su, you're truly beautiful. Chen Tianwei felt indifferent in his eyes and heart. His own wife was the most beautiful. Looking around the escape room, Su Murian elegantly sat down and spoke softly. Tonight I have a date with old Lin to celebrate escaping a death plot, so I dressed up just a little. That is indeed worth celebrating, Jiang Qing nodded. Has your script been updated? When the annual death plot was altered, the script would automatically update. Do we really have to bring this up when we're happy? Su Murian shot Jiang Qing a glare and lightly pressed her red lips together, informing, in the second year's script, I had 2 rather dangerous encounters. The first time on a night 2 months from now, I was kidnapped on my way home, suffering 7 days of imprisonment and torment, eventually controlled by the male lead in the script, becoming. What? Jiang Qing asked, puzzled. Su Murian clicked her tongue, mind your own business. The second time, after a while, the male lead got bored and sold me to a place called Midnight. I suspect it's the underground trading venue of the Dream Pursuit Society, where anything can be bought and sold. Listening intently, Jiang Qing pondered. After breaking up with Gu Kersen and killing Jiang Chengrui and Qin Wangshu, even after taking those steps, the death plot still had not changed. Within a month, Gu Kersen would still choose to kill him. Why? Where did it go wrong? I have been avoiding Gu Kersen lately, and I won't be in contact with her afterward. There's no reason for her to kill me. Jiang Qing, half in thought and half in questioning, asked, Sister Su, do you have any visuals from your 2 dangerous encounters? Su Murian's chest rose and fell as she earnestly said, Little brother, I thought you were a decent boy, not the flirtatious kind. Has your true nature been revealed? Chen Tianwei, serious, advised, Little Jiang, she is a married woman, don't mess around. In miracles, they were quite wary of Jiang Qing making connections. Jiang Qing was speechless for a moment. What are you thinking? I just wanted to clarify whether the script update means a memory appears in your mind out of nowhere, whether it's a visual or textual form that informs you of significant events that will happen in the next year. Chen Tianwei let out an awkward laugh and turned his face away. Su Murian's ears turned slightly red as she coughed lightly. There are no visuals. It's similar to reading a novel. You have a god's perspective and know the future. Oh, I see. Jiang Qing lifted his cup and took a sip, glancing at the girl at the counter not far away, lowering his voice. Sister Su represents beauty, Yao represents bullying, Uncle Chen represents the supernatural, Song Pangon represents business warfare, Lin Gubei represents political affairs, and I represent romance. Compared to them, my script is the easiest. Su Murian shrugged. Being too beautiful is also a kind of sin. Beauty is a bonus for the upper class, a valuable asset for the middle class, but a disaster for the poor. Unfortunately, Su Murian's family in the world of books is a thoroughly ordinary family that cannot provide her. Jiang Qing's phone rang, displaying Jiang Wei. He didn't answer, switched it to silent mode and smiled. How do you plan to change the plot? Su Murian crossed her legs and smiled lightly. The simplest way is to avoid the people who want to kidnap me, of course. It's just a temporary fix and danger always lurks, which is quite troublesome. Tap tap tap. Lin Gubei, dressed in police uniform, rushed in. Wife. You really came. Su Murian was astonished, thinking her husband was joking in the group. She had no classes that morning, and as a police officer Lin Gubei was usually very busy and rarely took. Lin Gubei sat down, glaring at Jiang Qing. This kid possesses the miracle of matchmaking. I don't feel safe with you around him. What if he likes married women? Chen Tianwei couldn't hold back a laugh, patting Jiang Qing's back. Haha. Married women. Su Murian tugged at Lin Gubei's ear. You're becoming more and more distrustful of me. It's not that I don't trust you, it's that I don't trust this kid. Men understand men best. Oh. Old Lin, does that mean you like married women? Facing his wife's half-smiling expression, Lin Gubei, the obedient husband, dared not breathe, loudly, desperately explaining. Joking aside, Jiang Qing clapped his hands to quiet the three. I have 3 things to discuss with you. First, there is indeed a female ghost in Baiyun dormitory. She has her eyes on me. Just thinking of her appearance makes me. A disposable cup fell to the ground, water pooling together, and the girl in a shoulder-bearing white dress met Jiang Qing's gaze, her smile eerie. Damn it, I couldn't control it at all. Jiang Qing pulled out a large amount of tissues to cover the water stains on the floor, his heartbeat racing. Chen Tianwei and the others were covered in goosebumps. Sigh. That's the situation. This female ghost is terrifying. She can appear regardless of distance. Su, sister, please help me investigate if there have been any deaths in Baiyun dormitory in recent years. Su Murian nodded seriously. I'll investigate this afternoon. I can also investigate if there have been any deaths at Hongfengji Polytechnic University in recent years, especially any unnatural ones. They would have been reported and the police station would have records. Lin Gubei chimed in. Thank you, Jiang Qing expressed his gratitude. Second, I plan to undertake my 3rd task this Saturday. Third, last night I killed an important supporting character from the script, significantly altering the plot. Therefore, for Saturday's task I plan to go alone, as I'm unsure how much the difficulty has increased. Su Murian thought to herself, Saturday seems too soon. He just took a few days off, and he has no lingering fear. At this speed of undertaking tasks, something will eventually go wrong. Lin Gubei was horrified. Killing. This guy killed someone last night. To speak of murder so lightly, does he really think NPCs will handle it? Well, I still need to remind Su to pay attention to Jiang Qing's emotions. He's acting like a madman. Jiang Qing took off his sunglasses, his attractive eyes meeting the trio's gaze as he pondered. Before the task begins, I have some things to take care of. Before he could finish, his phone lit up again, displaying Jiang Wei. Go ahead, let me grab coffee. I'm exhausted from waking up so early. Su Murian spoke with calm, gentle warmth. Jiang Qing nodded slightly, preferring not to discuss serious matters amid constant interruptions. He took his phone and stepped out of Lao Chen's shop, standing in the corridor on the 5th floor before answering the call. Before he could utter a word, Jiang Wei's voice broke through, trembling, choked with tears. Why didn't you answer my call? Where are you? Dad and Aunt Qin are dead. Jiang Qing sifted through his memories. His younger sister existed only faintly in his script, a peripheral figure barely more than a name. Returning to the present, he parted his lips. I know. I've already cooperated fully with the police investigation. As for where I am, that's none of your concern. Remember, this Jiang Yuan is not father's biological son. Now that father and Qin Wangshu are gone, distant relatives will surely surface scheming to seize the family assets. Sign nothing. Fear no threats. If you're uncertain, go to Aunt Wen, she'll shield you from those vermin. Once the police conclude their investigation and the bodies are cremated and laid to rest, I'll renounce all inheritance. 3 apartments, the car, and 1 or 2 million in savings, all will be yours. You're 18 now. Take care of yourself. That's all. Without granting her a chance to reply, Jiang Qing ended the call. Wealth. A sister. None of it mattered to him. What consumed him was survival, the path to completing the trial, resisting the malevolent spirit, enduring until the final threshold. If he perished mid-trial, no fortune would hold meaning. Jiang Qing had done all he could, surrendering every asset to Jiang Wei, giving her security, a lifeline. Though Jiang Wei disliked him, ashamed of having a blind elder brother, she had never inflicted real harm upon him. And that he thought was enough. Yes, enough. Jiang Qing stilled his mind and re-entered the shop. Su Murian had yet to return with the coffee. 3 men stood in quiet mutual regard. Officer, why are you staring at me? This is a perfectly legal business. Chen Tianwei teased lightly. Lately his spirits had lifted, he'd found purpose, and with it the will. Wah. I'm never playing again, ever. The escape room door swung open. A young woman wept uncontrollably, tears streaming like rain. Her boyfriend fumbled desperately to comfort her. Lin Gubei let out a low whistle, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and smiled wryly, reducing teenage girls to tears. Yes, unquestionably legal. Try it yourself. I guarantee I'll make you cry too, Chen Tianwei challenged. Lin Gubei tapped his police uniform. Sorry, I pledge allegiance to the party. Ghosts don't frighten me. Jiang Qing watched their banter with quiet amusement, thinking how much livelier it would be if Song Ping'an were here. That man fought poorly, but debated flawlessly, mastering psychological warfare with uncanny precision. His phone flickered, a cascade of voice messages from Jiang Wei. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Jiang Qing paused, then replied tersely, none of your business. Jiang Wei shot back, you can't even see the road, you'll get hit crossing the street and die. Jiang Wei, you're unbearable. Where are you? Jiang Wei, Dad's dead, and now you've abandoned me. Jiang Qing ceased replying. This girl was deep in rebellion. Boarding school meant she rarely came home, barely respected Jiang Qingrui, and treated Jiang Yuan with marginally more kindness. Because Jiang Yuan knew how to lower himself, to buy gifts to charm Jiang Wei. Yet now, how would she face him knowing he wasn't her true brother? Lost in thought, Jiang Qing felt a breath brush his ear, a whisper frail and pleading, help me, find her. Find her. Jiang Qing's blood ran cold. I don't know anyone named Pundi. You've mistaken me for someone else. Midnight, dormitory, come. The ghost's voice cut off abruptly. Jiang Qing froze rigid as stone. Lin Gubei sensed something amiss. What are you muttering to yourself? She wants me there tonight, Jiang Qing said, the words seeming to drain his last strength. She. Lin Gubei and Chen Tianwei exchanged glances, scalps prickling. Neither had Are we going? Chen Tianwei slapped his chest bravely. I'll go with you. Jiang Qing rolled his eyes. How foolish to obey a ghost's summons without question. Then what do we do, eh? Chen Tianwei scratched the back of his head, disliking thought and finding it useless anyway. Jiang Qing tapped the table. She asked me to find someone, Pundi. Pundi. Lin Gubei narrowed his eyes. That name reeks of patriarchal oppression, born into a household desperate for a son burdening a daughter with a name that brands her shame. Chen Tianyu, we truly won't go tonight. Jiang Qing, Uncle Chen, let's drop this. If you want to go ahead. Fine. Chen Tianyu fell silent. Tap tap tap, the light rhythmic steps echoed as Su Miran returned carrying 4 cups of coffee. What's wrong? Why so solemn? Jiang Qing recounted everything. Su Miran listened stunned. Pundi. No university student would keep such a name. She likely changed it before enrollment, making her nearly impossible to locate. Su Miran shook her head. Their authority was limited, they couldn't simply dig into anyone's records. Chen Tianyue, shall we go together tonight? The 3 exchanged grimaces, no one took the bait. Time slipped swiftly by. Saturday arrived. These past days had been hectic for Jiang Qing. After the police closed the case, he attended once more to oversee Jiang Qingrui's cremation. As for Qin Wangshu's remains, he left them to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan protested for 2 days, his demands simple: a 3 million yuan penthouse apartment and 1 million in cash. No one acknowledged him. The Jiang family's assets consisted of only 1 property registered under Jiang Qingrui's name, the other 2 were held separately under Jiang Qing's and Jiang Wei's names respectively. Jiang Qing intended to transfer all properties to Jiang Wei, leaving himself utterly assetless. Of course, the legal procedures wouldn't conclude in a day or 2, he'd endure Jiang Wei's persistent entanglements for some time longer. Feng Yaoao clung to Jiang Qing's leg, kicking and wailing. No way, I'm going. She dressed deliberately in black sportswear and cheap sneakers, ideal for fleeing mid-trial. Jiang Qing sighed helplessly. Will you obey me? Brother, I'm always obedient. Good. Then obey me, don't go. Feng Yaoao, you're awful. Su Miran interjected, I think it's too dangerous for you alone. You should bring Yaoao and Song along. Song Ping'an gaped. Wait, sister, we've got no grudge whatsoever. Hear me out, Yaoao's storyline has already shifted, dramatically. The trial's difficulty won't be trivial. As for Song Ping'an, Su Miran pursed her lips. Huh. Song Ping'an stared incredulous. What does that mean? So I'm just filler. Su Miran turned to Jiang Qing. Just a suggestion, your trial, your call. Feng Yaoao grinned fiercely. Brother, let's go solo. Crush that spirit together. Her reckless, thrill-hungry nature shone through. Jiang Qing drew a slow, deep breath and made his decision. All right. The 3 of us go together. Wait, I never agreed. You're ignoring me. Song Ping'an panicked. Su Miran curved her lips. Don't you wish to awaken your miracle? But Shaolin hasn't awakened either. Song Ping'an pointed accusingly at the man sipping tea. Lin Gubei chuckled. A single team may consist of no more than 3 members. Jiang Qing and Feng Yao occupy 2 slots, and I'll always stay with my wife. So, good luck, little Song. We're counting on you. Jiang Qing summoned his key. Feng Yao did likewise. Their keys fused seamlessly. No pressure, it is dangerous. You. Jiang Qing hadn't finished speaking when a 3rd key merged into the pair. Damn it, I'll go. Can't let Shaolin look down on me. Song Ping'an declared, pride flaring. Are you certain? Jiang Qing asked gravely. Feng Yao trembled, eager yet terrified. Brother, I'll guard you for 1 minute each day. You guard me for the remaining 1439. Song Ping'an shrugged. Let's go. If I die, I'll haunt your beds every night. Each bore full responsibility for their choice and for their life. Once Jiang Qing received unambiguous assent, he inserted the key into the lock and turned it clockwise gently. The doors swung open. Strings of text erupted forth, coiling like rope around their throats, dragging them inexorably into darkness. The Ada M class is an inescapable nightmare for every university student. Inside the classroom, 15 actors sat motionless in their assigned seats, stripped of voluntary control over their limbs. In the back row, Yang Yi, clear-browed and refined, gazed forward, a flicker of anomaly flashing deep within his eyes. It's her, Jiang Qing. I heard she completed her 6th mission last week and was promoted to management by the Dream Chasing Association. Just 1 week later, and she's already embarking on another mission. What extraordinary confidence this woman possesses. Yang Yi silently counted 15 people. Is this my 9th mission? According to veterans' experience, actors who have undergone fewer than 9 missions are never matched with those who have completed 9 or more. In this game, I am the most seasoned actor. Yet, the 9th mission marks a threshold. Rumor has it that a 1% chance exists for an anomaly to appear. I sincerely hope I'm not that unlucky. Upon completing this mission, my ki will undergo metamorphosis. Within the book world, miracles will manifest at 50% of their full power, and I'll be eligible to apply for senior leadership within the Liberation faction. A quiet satisfaction bloomed in Yang Yi's heart. He felt no particular anxiety. Not only had he awakened a rare miracle during his 7th mission, but he also possessed a sealed artifact. So long as this mission featured only a standard vengeful spirit, not an anomaly, he was virtually guaranteed victory. Well, if it isn't Senior Sister Jiang. At the sound, all heads turned. A fair-faced young man in white casual attire stood there gazing at a woman with mischievous amusement. Song Ping'an blinked lazily. Senior Sister, don't glare like that. I prefer youth. You're already past 30, nearing 40, practically 50-60, makes no difference, and by 70 you'll be 6 feet under. Honestly, I'm not interested. Stop glaring. I know I'm handsome and charming, you're just lusting after my body. But hey, credit where it's due, I admire your courage. We weathered last week's storm together, and here we are again this week. Fellows, allow me to introduce. This Senior Sister is Jiang Qing. Last mission, she led over a dozen people to their deaths. Tread carefully. Shut up. Jiang Qing exploded in fury. Her head throbbed. How could she possibly run into this fool again? How dare these 3 throw themselves so recklessly into missions? Do they fear dying mid-mission? Song Ping'an clicked his tongue twice. She's flustered. Look, Senior Sister Jiang's lost her composure. Gentlemen, stop staring. She's embarrassed. Whoever gazes must take responsibility. Marry her, honor her, and father 8 sons. Those present were elite veterans of 6 to 8 missions. Normally they wouldn't laugh, unless utterly unable to suppress it. Fine. Excellent. Jiang Qing laughed coldly, her voice edged with threat. I hope you survive until the mission ends. I accept your blessing gladly. I'm certain I won't die before you do. I've got heaven-linking proxy access. You've got nothing. During the last mission, Jiang Qing had formed a group chat and betrayed many. Though Song Ping'an himself had evaded her trap, this woman radiated ill intent, so he'd seized the chance to stir up animosity against her. Feng Yaoao tried to bow her head, but couldn't. Brother being near him is so embarrassing. Jiang Qing remained silent, yet instantly grasped Song Ping'an's strategy. A sudden clarity struck him. Bringing Song Ping'an along had been profoundly wise. The man was peerless at destabilizing minds, a perfect verbal proxy for his own thoughts. After the previous mission, Jiang Qing had pondered deeply why had Zhao Xiaodong survived the 4th night. There was only one answer: Jiang Qing had saved her. Then why save her? At first, Jiang Qing had clearly intended to kill Zhao Xiaodong. The conclusion was self-evident. Jiang Qing and Zhao Xiaodong were accomplices, staging an elaborate charade. Zhao Xiaodong extracted clues from Jiang Qing and immediately relayed them to Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing in turn bartered those clues to manipulate others, reaping all rewards while remaining unscathed. This was Jiang Qing's hypothesis, a plausible scenario though its veracity remained uncertain. And truth ultimately mattered little. Damn it, don't bicker now. How many missions have you each completed? Curious question, Jian Yuqing asked sweetly. Her face was radiant, her voice honeyed, her expression angelic, a quintessential sweet girl. Song Ping'an cleared his throat. I'm Song Ping'an. This is my 13th mission. Huh. Jiang Qing stared blankly. Jiang Qing fell silent. In the back row, Yang Yi shook his head. Actors with fewer than 9 missions are never matched with those who've completed 9 or more. Oh shit, I've messed up. No one warned me. Song Ping'an chose selective oblivion. Yang Yi looked out the window. The sky hung low and gray, yet faintly a crimson moon shimmered through the haze. Yet the wall clock read 7:59 a.m. No, 8 o'clock. Instantly stark white characters materialized across the vast blackboard. Your Senior Sister Wen Pan is writing a novel, but she's stymied by plot development. Over 7 days assist her in completing the manuscript. Each day at noon, return to this classroom to play an inspiration game with her. Hint: the Senior Sister prefers women. All regained mobility and simultaneously pulled out their phones to photograph the blackboard. Jiang Qing frowned. Inspiration game. Song Pingan muttered, prefers women. Feng Yaoao bit her lip, novel writing. How terrifying. Why would the senior sister prefer girls? Jian Yuqing slumped onto her desk. To her the senior sister was a vengeful spirit, and if she preferred women female participants would be targeted first. Yang Yi folded his arms and asked aloud. What are your initial impressions of this mission? Not simple, Jiang Qing replied. Not easy, Song Pingan added. Not happy, Feng Yao murmured. Don't. Jian Yuqing sighed. Not comprehensible, Jiang Shuyu declared. As soon as the words left her mouth she froze, realizing too late she'd been led astray. A cliché disguised as insight. Yang Yi glanced around, everyone else shook their heads in mute agreement. With so little to go on, just two terse announcements on the blackboard, no meaningful conclusions could yet be drawn. Suddenly a bespectacled middle-aged man strode toward the classroom door. Where are you going? Yang Yi demanded. The man adjusted his glasses with a sneer. Cattle herd together, tigers walk alone. I need no teammates, understand? Allow me to translate, Song Pingan interjected, delighting in chaos. His meaning is clear, I'm not singling anyone out, all of you right now are garbage. Step forward and fight me if you dare. Flinch once and I'll call you a dog. Feng Yaoao burst into laughter. You truly understand translation. If you ever quit literature, I'll oppose it fiercely. The man, sensing hostile glances, tempered his arrogance and muttered under his breath. What nonsense, pure disruption. Hear that? He called us nonsense. Can we tolerate that? Song Pingan declared with solemn indignation. I must be insane, the man choked, swallowing a torrent of curses before storming out. Conversing with this pretty boy would surely hasten his demise. Practice harder if you're weak. Song Pingan silently scoffed. He never argued to win, he argued to break his opponent. Jiang Shuyu gave a sharp, contemptuous snort and departed with her two teammates. Yang Yi too had two teammates. He shook his head and walked out. Of the 15, 7 vanished in an instant, leaving 8 staring wordlessly at one another. Hey, Song Pingan's delivery service, are you 3 a team? Jian Yuqing asked. She had only one teammate, a novice who'd barely survived 5 missions, while she herself was a veteran of 7 now undertaking her 8th. To her, anyone below 6 missions was a green recruit, above 6 a master. Song Pingan rolled his eyes. Delivery service. Brat, what makes you think I'd waste time with you? You insulted me. Jian Yuqing puffed up indignant. Jiang Qing glanced at the wall clock, then checked his phone, confirming both times matched precisely. He set 2 alarms, 1130 m and 1150 m, then strode resolutely from the classroom. Song Pingan followed, closely turning back to tease Jian Yuqing. Brat, bye-bye. Ugh, he insulted me. I didn't provoke him, why me? So random. Jian Yuqing scowled, venting her frustration to her teammate. In moments the 15 had fractured into 6 independent teams, each dispersing across the university campus. The crimson moon faded into obscurity. Sunlight spilled across the earth, the mission had begun. Under the sunlight, Jiang Qing's expression shifted from calm to confusion, and then to disbelief. Yao, have you noticed? Feng Yao nodded, her ponytail swaying. This university is just like Hongfengji Polytechnic University. Just like. Song Pingan, who had never been to Hongfengji Polytechnic University, replied, I feel it's pretty similar. Pretty similar. What do you mean by that? Feng Yao punched Lao Song on the back, speaking earnestly. Just now I noticed that the buildings, trees, playgrounds, and so on at this university are the same as those at Hongfengji Polytechnic University. For a moment I thought the key was wrong and that we were still in the world of the book, but clearly that was not possible. Jiang Qing tucked his left hand in his pocket and took off his sunglasses with his right hand, saying, the environment for this mission is a one-tune simulation of the world in the book, but I wonder, is the female ghost in Bayun dormitory here? If Chen Tianwei were here, he would definitely say, shall we go take a look together? However, Jiang Qing was not keen on taking risks at the moment and was more concerned about the inspiration game at noon and a senior sister named Wen Pan Pan. Let's go to the admissions office. The 3 of them arrived at the admissions office, where a sorrowful-looking female teacher was seated. Knock, knock, knock. The teacher looked up and said, come in, what can I do for you? Jiang Qing recited the draft he had prepared in his mind. Hello teacher, I am a student majoring in accounting, Wen Qing. My cousin is named Wen Pan Pan and she is also a student at this school. She has recently gone missing and I have been unable to contact her. I would like to ask if the teacher could provide me with her file so that I can reach out to her parents. The female teacher furrowed her brow, missing. You are her cousin, don't you have her parents' phone number? Do you not have it from your advisor either? Jiang Qing remained calm and said, I am a distant cousin, and I really don't have her parents' phone number. Our advisor doesn't have it either. Teacher, please help me. My cousin suffers from severe depression and mania. When she is depressed, she thinks about suicide, and when manic, she thinks about killing. What if something happens at school? Hearing this, the female teacher's expression changed to, if something were to happen at school, that would be serious. When Pan Pan right? Which department, which major, and what year is she in? Jiang Qing shook his head. I'm not sure. The teacher furrowed her brow, opened her mouth to say something, but hesitated, wrapping her right hand around a red thread. After a while on the computer, she pulled up the student file. There are 3 girls named Wenpanpan. You can take a look yourself. Thank you, teacher, Jiang Qing politely expressed. He walked over to sit down and exchanged a glance with Song. Lao Song smirked. Teacher, we saw a group of students fighting outside by the flower bed when we came in. Should we? Fighting? The teacher was skeptical. How could they be fighting in the teacher's office building? She paced the hallway as Song Pangon gave Jiang Qing an okay sign, following closely behind. Once the teacher left, Jiang Qing clicked on the information of the 3 girls, not bothering to look closely, and took a picture with his phone, finishing in 20 seconds. Meanwhile, outside the office, Song Pangan's voice echoed, Teacher, I'm not lying. Someone must have stopped them. The fight was intense and loud. Did you not hear it? The female teacher, feeling displeased, entered the office. Did you find it? Found it, thank you, teacher. I'll make a call now, goodbye. Jiang Qing replied dismissively. The red thread vanished, and under the bewildered gaze of the female teacher, the 3 of them left quickly. Every day there are just too many troublesome matters. The female teacher complained as she took a sip of water and continued working. In the tree-lined path, Feng Yao Yao with her short legs huffed, You all lie without even turning red. Little girl, this is the world of adults, you wouldn't understand. Song Pangon pretended to be mature. Feng Yao Yao scoffed, I wouldn't believe a word you say. In the future, you're just a little dog. Jiang Qing looked down at the photos on his phone. 3 girls named Wenpanpan, 1 in her 2nd year, 2 in their 3rd year, 1 study. Jiang Qing looked down at the photos on his phone. 3 girls named Wenpanpan, 1 in her 2nd year, 2 in their 3rd year, 1 studying journalism, 1 studying law, and 1 studying physics. There are 3 phone numbers here, shall we each call one? Feng Yao Yao and Song Pangon remained silent. Call to confirm. How should I start when the fierce ghost Wenpanpan answers? Cousin, I am your distant cousin. Where are you? Have you lost your mind? Jiang Qing chuckled lightly. Just joking with you. Here are the photos of the 3. At noon, when we meet Wenpanpan, we will know who she is. See, old Jiang is quite devious. He's really dark-hearted. A bit, Feng Yao Yao couldn't refute. At 1150 a.m., 15 people gathered in the classroom, staring at each other, each reporting that they had not found any. Jiang Qing sat in a corner by the window, resting his chin on his right hand, gazing into the distance. The sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a faint golden glow on his tousled hair, quiet yet handsome. In contrast to Jiang Qing's silence, Song Pangon and Jian Yuqing exchanged glances, the latter looking quite annoyed. Lao Song didn't understand. Taiwan girl, why are you glaring at me? You're the one who's a Taiwan girl. Jian Yuqing became even angrier. You are really rude. You are so annoying. Song Pangon teased, mimicking the girl's tone. Jian Yuqing put her hands on her hips. You're really going to get beaten up like that? Go ahead and hit me. Hit me. Song Pangon acted playfully, disarming the girl with just 2 sentences. Jian Yuqing's eyes turned red. She snorted and leaned on her desk, sulking alone. Many people said she looked like she was pouting when angry, but she was genuinely upset. Feng Yao Yao looked at her disdainfully. Pervert. How am I a pervert? Song Pangon said, feeling aggrieved. She wanted to hit me. I let her hit me, but she wouldn't. Is that my fault? Jiang Shuyu. After a while, at exactly 12 o'clock, the classroom suddenly fell silent. The sound of footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, growing Jiang Shuyu. After a while, at exactly 12 o'clock, the classroom suddenly fell silent. The sound of footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, growing closer and closer. The senior sister stopped at the door, knocked 3 times, and gently nodded at everyone before entering the classroom. A living person. Jiang Qing was astonished. This girl wore a simple floral long dress, her waist-length hair falling messily down her back. She held a diary in her hand with heavy dark circles under her eyes, looking only in a mediocre state. She walked up to the podium, said nothing, and instead picked up a piece of chalk and wrote on the blackboard, My name is Wenpanpan. A dead silence filled the classroom. After a long pause, Jiang Qing clapped his hands with a smile. Welcome, senior sister. The others were puzzled, not understanding Jiang Qing's actions. Unexpectedly, the next second, the senior sister wrote 2 words on the blackboard, thank you. A blush appeared on her cheeks, giving her a shy demeanor like that of a young girl, her personality very introverted. Old Jiang is trying to boost his favorability. Song Pangon suddenly understood. This ghost is quite polite. They concluded Wenpanpan was a ghost purely because they thought a fierce ghost would play games with them. The senior sister continued writing on the blackboard. Today's theme is for 3 students to share a personal supernatural experience. Experiences from the mission world do not count. Next, I will call names. Everyone stared at the words, calling names, their scalps tingling. The moment the senior sister turned around, more than half of the students lowered their heads, afraid to meet her gaze. The remaining students either looked out the window, chose to daze off, or pretended to be calm. Feng Yao Yao thought to herself, don't pick me, don't pick me. Song Pangon thought, I've graduated for 5 or 6 years, how can I still face this situation? Jian Yuqing thought, don't see me, don't see me. Yang Yi thought, this is bad, if she calls randomly will I be killed on the spot for not cooperating? Jiang Qing thought, telling ghost stories to a ghost. At this moment it felt as uncomfortable as sitting on pins and needles. The senior sister calmly observed the anxious crowd finally fixing her gaze on the face of a middle-aged man. She turned and wrote 3 characters on the blackboard: Lu Wangyu. Damn it. The middle-aged man cursed under his breath, his expression exceptionally grim. No one could be certain what would happen to the person called out to tell a story after finishing. Oh, I thought it was someone else, turns out it's the lone tiger. Xiaohu, get up, the senior sister is calling you to tell a story. Still sitting there. The senior sister, he's not giving you face, get him. Song Pangon egged on. When Pan's expression turned cold and Lu Wangyu, terrified, decisively stood up as if his butt was on fire. He glared at Song Pangon through gritted teeth, saying, I curse that you will be next. I actually have many stories to tell, but the senior sister hasn't called my name. Song Pangon said with a hint of sarcasm. On the surface, he seemed to ramble endlessly, but in reality, he was observing when Pon testing the waters. So far, this ghostly senior sister's temper was surprisingly good, revealing oddities everywhere. Lu Wangyu clenched his right fist and tapped on the table, his mind racing as he gathered his thoughts. I had a supernatural encounter in the real world. That day, on the 15th day of the 7th month during the ghost festival, I followed my parents to burn paper by the roadside. Suddenly it started to rain. I escorted my elderly parents upstairs and walked home with an umbrella. Well, I'm not married and don't live with my parents. The distance isn't far. It takes about 10 minutes to walk back. In the neighborhood, as I walked, I heard footsteps behind me. Because it was very quiet and the rain wasn't too heavy, the footsteps were very clear. But when I turned around, there was no one. Hiss. Feng Yaoao gasped, hugging herself tightly, fully focused on listening. Lu Wangyu swallowed hard, a hint of fear in a serious tone. I was a bit panicked at that time. After all, it was late at night and during the ghost festival. I immediately quickened my pace to return home and locked the door. After turning on the lights, I felt like I had come back to life. It's not that I am timid, but the atmosphere. It's indescribable, you cannot empathize with it. At around 2 or 3 in the morning, I was lying in bed. My bed was against the wall, and I usually slept on the side facing the wall. As I was sleeping, someone touched me, their hand resting on my shoulder. When I turned around to look, it was an elderly man about 70 or 80 years old lying beside me, saying, "Return my money." Lu Wangyu breathed rapidly. I was so scared that I rolled off the bed wide awake. My heart was about to leap out, and my mind was blank for quite a while. When I came back to my senses, I looked back, and the bed was empty. Nothing was there. I thought it was a dream, but after being scared, I couldn't sleep. By the time dawn broke, I planned to wash my shoes because they got dirty from the rain yesterday. When I looked at the soles, there was a piece of paper money. This was my only encounter in reality. Later, I saw others burn paper and kept my distance to avoid being contaminated by bad things. The senior sister lowered her head, seemingly deep in thought. She picked up a pen and wrote in her notebook for a while, then looked up, signaling the middle-aged man to sit down. Who? Lu Wangyu let out a deep breath, feeling relieved. Song Pingon leaned closer to Jiang Qing's ear, saying, "It seems there's no danger just telling stories." We share our stories to provide her with creative inspiration. Jiang Qing interlocked his fingers on the table, shifting the topic, but I have an uneasy feeling. I feel the same way, inexplicably anxious. Song Pingon restrained his smile and clutched his pendant necklace. Jiang Qing bit his lip. Maybe when Pan isn't a fierce ghost, but something strange. Old Song's pupils contracted. Fierce ghosts follow rules and cannot act outside of them. A strangeness is the very existence of setting rules. It's fine when reasoning, but encountering a capricious strangeness could lead to death at any moment. They had no experience dealing with strangeness and didn't know how to restrain it. Even their experience facing fierce ghosts was scant. The senior sister once again scrutinized the crowd, writing 3 characters on the blackboard: Jiang Qing. "I'm calling your name." Song Pangon gently nudged the girl's arm. "I had my head buried under the desk and you're calling me." Jiang Qing had a mournful expression as she reluctantly stood up, her head buzzing. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The senior sister's dark eyes turned blood red and the temperature in the classroom plummeted, causing everyone to shiver. "Hurry up and speak or you will surely die," Jiang Qing urged from the back. He didn't want anyone to die on the first day. The difficulty of this task would be high, and the more people that survived, the safer they would be. Jiang Qing took a deep breath. I'm not sure. One night, I was sitting in the living room watching TV when there was suddenly a knock on the door outside. I remember the time, it was 1:02 a.m. I was startled. I was the only girl at home who would knock at the door in the middle of the night. I ignored it, but the knocking continued. I became more frightened, turned off the TV, and quietly walked to the door, looking through the peephole. The corridor was dark. I took out my phone to message the property management, and they told me not to open the door, they would come right away. After waiting about 5 minutes, the knocking stopped, and I heard the property management yelling, "Don't run." When I saw the senior sister's blood-red eyes return to black, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued. After a while, the property management came to knock on the door, telling me the bad guy had been caught. My mind short-circuited, and I opened the door. It was a man dressed in black with a hood, and I couldn't see his face in the dark. I was just about to thank him when he inexplicably asked me a question. Do I look like a person or a ghost? He pulled back his hood revealing half of his face, which was rotten. Feng Yaoyao, who was eagerly listening, couldn't wait to ask, and then, Jiang Qing said seriously, I woke up from the dream. The silence of the crowd was deafening. No wonder the girl was dazed for 3 minutes, without speaking. She apparently wasn't sure if it counted as a supernatural story. Strictly speaking, this was just a dream. The senior sister pondered for a few seconds, then lowered her head to write in her notebook. After a long time, she raised her hand signaling Jiang Qing to sit down, and the girl slumped over the table as if drained of strength. She had already sensed something was off. A normal fierce ghosts don't have high intelligence, only knowing how to scare the living and kill. Someone like Wen Pan Pan was definitely not a fierce ghost, but rather something bizarre. How unfortunate, how unfortunate. As a girl with 8 missions, how could I end up matched with a boss who has 9 missions? The probability of encountering a bizarre being on the 9th mission is 1%. There's no way to find a way out. Jiang Qing felt a tinge of despair, the spark in her eyes dimming slightly. The senior sister called out one last time, writing on the blackboard Yang Yi. This boss of the 9th mission was momentarily taken aback, standing up calmly, and began to speak leisurely. When I was 13 during Qiming Festival, the weather was nice, and my family went to sweep the tomb. We would bring a lot of food, clear the grass around the tombstone first, then eat and chat. I was just a mischievous child, and when the adults weren't paying attention, I ran off to play. I picked up a stick and jumped around. Not far away, someone was waving at me, and without thinking much, I curiously. Strangely, no matter how far I walked, the distance between us remained unchanged. Suddenly, someone grabbed my hand, and when I turned around, it was my dad. He was very scared because there was no path ahead, just a huge slope. Later, I fell seriously ill, spent a week in the hospital with a high fever that wouldn't go down. My grandma said I was possessed, so she asked someone to burn paper, cooked some eggs, and used a few yellow talismans. The next day, my fever broke and I was discharged from the hospital. Having finished his story, Yang Yi cast a sidelong glance at senior sister Jiang Qing, the faintest trace of a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips, as he politely asked senior sister, may I sit down now? By the way, senior sister, you're truly gentle. Song Pingon muttered with evident displeasure. Old Jiang, this fair-skinned pretty boy is copying your charm offensive tactics. What charm offensive tactics? I speak from the heart, Jiang Qing replied with solemn absurdity. I genuinely welcome senior sister's arrival, and truly find her kind and virtuous. Jiang Shuyu inwardly scoffed in disdain. He doesn't even have a face left, then flashed a sweet, radiant smile. Senior sister, may I invite you to dinner? The others fell silent, pondering, could this truly be a path to survival? Ahem. Song Pingon rose to his feet, and as if performing sleight of hand, produced a pink flower. He strode deliberately toward the podium. Senior sister, standing up there must be exhausting. Hey, race the flower. Let me fetch you a chair. Middle-aged Lu Wangyu spat contemptuously under his breath, a pack of sycophants. Up on the podium, the senior sister stood flustered. These students' overwhelming warmth left her deeply embarrassed. She pressed both hands to her cheeks, steadying her racing pulse for several long moments, then wrote a single line on the blackboard. Thank you. You are good people, and you will certainly die. A glacial chill swept through the room. Was cultivating goodwill truly useless? Jiang Qing's lips moved almost imperceptibly. You will certainly die. Is this a formal pronouncement of judgment? The senior sister gathered her notebook and ballpoint pen, offered the class a gentle, fleeting smile, and departed the classroom. That smile was warm, courteous, and thick with the unmistakable scent of death. It lingered in everyone's mind, haunting and ever-expanding. That's it. Xi Yaoyang blinked, utterly bewildered. As Jiang Qing's teammate, he had completed only 5 tasks and never encountered anything like this before. In past missions, vengeful spirits attacked without warning or dialogue. Death came instantly upon sight. It was profoundly strange, beyond reason. After all, even within elite factions like Liberation and the dream-chasing society, knowledge of the uncanny remained closely guarded. Only veterans who had survived 7 or more missions were entrusted with such truths. A frail-looking boy raised his hand. Esteemed seniors, I'd like to ask, what difficulty level is this? I've only completed 3 missions. This is my 4th, and I'm completely lost. Your 4th? Yang Yi responded, half questioning, half skeptical. Impossible. Did you drastically alter the script? The boy gave a wry, self-deprecating smile. I ran over the male lead with my car. Now it made sense. Yang Yi paced to the podium, placed both hands upon the wooden desk, and leaned forward slightly. I don't know how you classify difficulty, but my system divides all missions into 25 tiers. This one is level 9. Correct, no need to doubt it. This is my 9th mission. A heavy silence descended upon the classroom. Song Pingon tugged Jiang Qing's sleeve and whispered, Old Jiang, we've bitten off more than we can chew. You and I are on our 3rd mission, Yao Mei is on her 4th. Being matched with someone like him. We're doomed. Jiang Qing analyzed calmly. This proves one thing. Participants with fewer than 9 missions will never be paired with those who have completed 9 or more. Shift perspective: if we survive this mission and accumulate experience, then before reaching our 9th mission we retain full freedom to rewrite the script. The upper limit of difficulty remains fixed at level 9. On the podium, Yang Yi spoke gravely. This mission bristles with too many anomalies. First, why has the ghostly senior sister refrained from attacking us? Is there some binding rule? Is violence forbidden within this very classroom? Second, every day at noon, we must gather here to participate in the inspiration game with the ghostly senior sister. Is this a form of collaborative creation? Remember, our objective is not merely to survive 7 days, but to assist the senior sister in completing her novel within 7 days. Should she fail to finish by the 7th day, we perish. Third, hints are often traps. The senior sister supposedly prefers girls, yet she shows no outward sign of being a lesbian. Her true nature remains for now unknown. Fourth, where do we reside during these 7 days? The mission briefing provided no answer. Suddenly, an anonymous text message appeared on everyone's phones. Jiang Qing glanced at his screen. Maple Leaf Men's Dormitory Room 444. Feng Yao Ao paled White Cloud Women's Dormitory Room 233. Song Pangon muttered Maple Leaf Men's Dormitory Room 337. Expressions turned uneasy. Yang Yi had just raised the question of lodging and instantly it was resolved. Was the senior sister watching them? Yang Yi pocketed his phone and deepened his tone. This mission's difficulty defies imagination. Not ordinary level 9, but hell tier level 9. I urge everyone to remain disciplined. Do not attempt to sacrifice others to probe the ghostly senior sister's killing rules. His final words were directed squarely at Jiang Qing, clearly aware of the woman's notorious history. Enough. I am neither captain nor leader. Each of you must safeguard yourselves. With that, Yang Yi gestured to his 2 male teammates and exited the classroom first. Let's go, Jiang Qing said, stretching his limbs. Wait. Jian Yuqing's voice was honeyweed as she addressed the young man. There are only 2 of us. I'd like to team up. Honestly, I'm exceptionally capable. I'm on my 8th mission. Huh. Song Pangon stepped forward, scrutinizing the girl. You've survived 8 missions. I won't talk to you. You only exist to irritate me. Jian Yuqing huffed indignantly, fiercely so. 8. Jiang Qing shook his head unfazed. Teamwork demands sincerity. Share 1 critical clue with us, and only then will we consider partnering. Of course, fairness applies. We'll reciprocate with 1 vital clue of our own. But the mission has just begun. I don't have any major clues yet. Jian Yuqing protested. Then unfortunately, we decline. Jiang Qing replied with a faint courteous smile and walked past her out the door. In the corridor, Qi Daoang watched the young man's retreating figure, narrowed his eyes and murmured. His implication is clear. He already possesses a crucial clue. Should we? How naive you are. Jian Yuqing crossed her arms, her décolletage striking. Didn't you see? He's baiting us. If we strike first, we may be the ones who die. No, it can't be that serious. He doesn't even look intelligent. Ugh. You're impossible. 5 missions and still this dense. Do clever people wear their intelligence on their foreheads? Jian Yuqing stomped hard on Qi Zhaoyang's sneaker, then stormed off, still furious. She'd been in a foul mood all morning. Beneath the leafy canopy of the shaded pathway, towering trees blocked the sun's harsh glare. Jiang Qing forwarded Pan-Pan's dossier to the others and stated seriously, when Pan-Pan, 21 years old, a junior majoring in law. Her Gaokao score 533 points. The digital file contained exhaustive records from elementary school through high school enrollment forms, physical exams, college applications, academic transcripts, and more. Song Pingon read intently. No significant medical history, so natural death is ruled out. Old Jiang. He looked up, startled. Feng Yao had vanished, and Jiang Qing was waving to him from a distance. When did you get that far ahead? Song Pingon grumbled, quickening his pace. Where's Yao Mei? As he walked, a hand seized his arm from behind and yanked him sharply backward. Pain shot through Song Pangon. Reality blurred. Had he taken 1 more step forward, he would have plunged into the lake, its water oily green, fathomless and still. You're insane. Jiang Qing gasped, breathless. I've been shouting for ages, yet you marched straight toward the lakeshore. Shouting. The lakeshore. Sunlight bathed the scene, but Song Pingon's limbs were ice cold, his voice trembling. Oh, old Jiang. I saw you waving right in front of me, waving continuously. Waving. Jiang Qing gazed deeply into the placid lake surface. Waving, that's straight from Yang Yi's ghost story. Feng Yao shuddered. The story has become reality. The 3 of them realized the seriousness of the problem. If the ghost senior turned eerie stories into reality, it would mean that there were already 4 ghosts in the school. Song Pingon leaned against a willow tree, calming his emotions for a few seconds. Old Jiang, have you ever thought that if the ghost senior plays a game of inspiration with us every day at noon, allowing the 3 of us to share personal eerie stories? Not to mention surviving until the 7th day, just reaching the 5th day would mean facing at least 15 malevolent spirits with no upper limit. Hearing this, Feng Yao turned pale. WWHY, is there no upper limit? Because you can't guarantee that each person's eerie story only features 1 ghost. Jiang Qing helped Song Pingon answer the question, his voice revealing an inexplicable heaviness. Is this the difficulty of level 9? He sighed inwardly, finally understanding how challenging it was. The last hide-and-seek game should belong to level 6, while this time it jumped 3 levels to level 9, a difficulty capped by the first 9 tasks. I only killed 2 important supporting characters in the script. Is the difficulty really that exaggerated? Jiang Qing was at a loss. The level 9 difficulty made him feel an unprecedented pressure of impending death. I shouldn't have brought you along. He gently patted Feng Yao's head with his right hand, a hint of apology in his eyes. Feng Yao bit her lip, took a deep breath, and straightened her chest and abdomen. Brother, am not afraid. Last time was also dangerous and desperate, yet we still survived. This time we can definitely make it to the end. Song Pingon interjected at an inopportune moment. You're too optimistic. This time it's not just about surviving until the 7th day, but we have to help the Ghost Senior complete her creation within 7 days. You brat, is it wrong for me to be a little optimistic? Feng Yao glared at him fiercely. The midday sun was bright and couples strolled by the lakeside. Jiang Qing withdrew his gaze. After pondering for several seconds, he led the 2 away from the water while narrating. Actually, there's no need to be too pessimistic. The 3 ghosts that have appeared so far can be dealt with. First is the beckoning ghost. Its appearance occurs during the day and cannot actively attack the living. It can only create illusions to lure the living into dangerous places, leading to falls or drowning. Moreover, the illusion is only effective on 1 person at a time. As long as we stay together, if we notice anyone acting strangely, we can wake them immediately. Song Pingon nodded. The appearance of this ghost forces the actors to team up, and those teams of 2 are indeed dangerous. 3 people are comparatively safer. I get it. This is called 1 person shouldn't enter the temple, 2 people shouldn't look at the well, and 3 shouldn't hug a tree. Teams of 2 are indeed dangerous. If one of them tries to use the beckoning ghost to harm the other, it would be impossible to guard against. They sat down on a bench in front of the flower bed, and the fragrance of flowers spread through the air. Jiang Qing fiddled with his sunglasses and continued. Secondly, regarding the knocking ghost in Jian Yuqing's story, remember, she said the knocking occurred at 1:22 a.m. So we won't encounter it during the day. After 1 a.m., we shouldn't open the door for anyone who knocks. Finally, regarding the decollecting ghost in Lu Wang's story, this one is a bit harder to guard against. We should avoid sleeping on our sides at night. It will appear behind you the moment you turn over. In summary, there are 3 rules. First, don't act alone during the day. Second, don't open the door if you hear knocking at midnight. Third, don't sleep on your side. Feng Yao swung her short legs. I can't sleep still at all. You all don't think so? It feels terrible to lie. 7 days without sleep is impossible. Sleeping during the day and acting at night won't work either. From what we see, acting at night is more dangerous. Simple, I'll just tie you up with a rope. Song Pingon laughed heartily. Feng Yao distanced herself from him. Pervert. Jiang Qing pondered for a moment before saying, tonight I'll try another way to break this situation. The decollecting ghost appears behind you while you sleep. If I lean my back against the wall, isn't that also sleeping on my side? Can it still appear then? Right. Song Pingon clapped his hands. It can't possibly be stuck in the wall. Old Jiang is indeed a genius. In just 1 encounter, he analyzed the 3 ghosts thoroughly, his composure terrifying. Or maybe not, perhaps he was just pretending, appearing calm, but inwardly panicking. Song Pingon muttered silently, casting aside his negative emotions as a smile crept onto his lips. Old Jiang equals a sense of security. This Jiang route is something this young master intends to hold on to until the end. With the issue of the 3 ghosts resolved, Jiang Qing suddenly proposed, my own thoughts are limited. I need your cooperation to play a game with me. A game? Feng Yao glanced sideways, her ponytail swaying, her expression adorably cute. Jiang Qing succinctly explained, I ask questions and you refute me. Wow, you're just throwing yourself into the line of fire here, come on. Song Pingon became interested. Jiang Qing collected his thoughts, his tone calm yet slightly puzzled. In novel creation, why does the Ghost Senior use a notebook instead of a computer? I do. Feng Yao raised her hand. Brother, what if the Ghost Senior is very poor? Literally, she can't afford a computer and can only write in a notebook. Jiang Qing replied, does that make sense? Isn't writing meant for publishing online? Isn't it to earn money? Old Song shrugged. What if the Ghost Senior simply enjoys writing? Jiang Qing countered, simply enjoys writing. Eerie stories. A shy girl like her would be more inclined towards romance stories, right? Song Pingon frowned. What are you considering this for? Is it related to the task? Jiang Qing shook his head, just curious. Speechless, Old Song rolled his eyes. Speechless +1, Feng Yao added. The laughter of students echoed in the background as Jiang Qing fell into contemplation. In the game of inspiration, are we really helping the Ghost Senior create? What if we are helping the Ghost Senior kill us? What if the novel created within the task has nothing to do with eerie stories? If only we could obtain that notebook, perhaps we would uncover the Ghost Senior's secret. Various doubts swirled in his mind. Jiang Qing was not omnipotent. In Feng Yao's eyes, he seemed impressive, but he felt just like an ordinary person. At most, he was a bit more thoughtful and observant. After that, the three of them wandered around the university for half a day, but found no useful clues. At exactly 11 p.m., Jiang Qing stayed in room 444 of the Maple Leaf Boys' dormitory. This was a four-person dormitory with the other three beds empty, and only one bed was laid with clean bedding. They considered staying in one dormitory tonight, but upon further thought they felt the risk was too great. Since they received the dormitory allocation message, if they didn't sleep in their respective dorms, they might be killed on the first night. Jiang Qing sat at the desk chatting with Feng Yaoao, comforting her not to be afraid. What do you think about this task? Meng Wan's his voice sounded, lying down sitting however you want to see it, just do it. I'm not joking. Jiang Qing clicked his tongue. Neither am I joking, Meng Wanno said seriously. I can't interfere with your task, otherwise we will all die. At most I can lend you some miracles and give you a few seconds of warning when danger approaches. After a moment of silence, Meng Wanno sighed. Haven't you discovered a way to survive? Jiang Qing paused his typing. What do you mean? You found a way to survive. Jiang, you're very smart, but the smarter people often overlook their friends around them. The ghost senior needs to write eerie stories in the notebook to turn them into reality. Meng Wanno paused. Have you forgotten Feng Yaoao? She is undoubtedly a conceptual deity. One of the abilities of the Miracle 0 Hour is to restore an object to a certain stage from the previous day. Meng Wan's hiss words struck like thunder. Jiang Qing shot upright from his chair, his pupils slowly focusing on the phone screen, where the two characters Yao Yao blazed with unnerving clarity. He held his breath for a long moment, then let loose a single explosive exclamation, damn. And could it really be? Using Yao Yao's miracle to restore the diary's contents to their state before noon, and Meng Wanzhou's voice trembled with dread. I can't help you in this game anymore. I've been marked. Marked? By whom? Jiang Qing pressed urgently. A full minute passed in silence. Meng Wanzhou offered no reply, clearly too terrified to utter even a single word more. Jiang Qing's heart sank. Whatever had frightened Meng Wanzhou must be far more formidable than mere anomalies. And with no time to dwell, he threw on a white outer coat and bolted out the door, dialing Feng Yaoyao's number. Yao Yao, something urgent has come up. I need you to wait for me at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Nah. Now. Wait, how do I know you're really my brother? The passphrase. And Jiang Qing's lips twitched in mortified embarrassment as he reluctantly recited the code. After hanging up, he sprinted to room 337 on the third floor and pounded sharply on the door. It's not even midnight yet. Why is the knocking ghost already after me? Old Zhang's analysis must be flawed. Song Pingan's voice rang out from within, then fell abruptly silent. Bang, bang, bang. And open up, it's me. Nold Jiang. Song Pingan sounded stunned, then instantly wary. No, this ghost mimics voices. Mimic your grandfather, open up now and come with me. We're out of time, Jiang Qing urged. And 8 seconds of heavy silence followed inside. Then Song Pingan muttered 2 words, passphrase. Jiang Qing nearly swore aloud. This man was usually carefree, yet now suddenly hypervigilant. And he repeated the code. The door swung open and Song Pingan gave an awkward grin. Truly old Jiang. Let's go, I found a path to survival. And without another word, Jiang Qing seized Song Pingan's arm and hurried toward the girls' dormitory, spotting the girl waiting by the gate in the distance. Brother. Feng Yaoyao waved and ran over, eyes narrowing at Song Pingan. What are you doing here? And Song Pingan slung an arm around Jiang Qing's shoulders and smirked. We're soulmates. Night deepened and a mysterious crimson moonlight draped the university in a spectral rose-hued veil. Jiang Qing brushed off Song Pingan's arm, glanced cautiously around, then lowered his voice. NIV found a path to survival. The senior ghost sister won't strike us, at least not yet. But she's using the ghosts born from urban legends to attack us. Remember how after each story was told she'd bow her head and write in that diary? She's recording every tale. In other words, for a story to manifest as reality, it must first be inscribed in the diary. And Song Pingan slid his hands into his pockets. That everyone knows. Is that really a lifeline? I don't get it. Feng Yaoyao shook her head. And Jiang Qing smiled faintly enigmatically. Then may I assume this? If we erase the stories from the diary, the vengeful spirits vanish along with them. Yet Song Pingan and Feng Yaoyao remained utterly unruffled. And brother, no offense, but I've already thought of that, Feng Yaoyao said flatly, then countered. So how do we seize the diary? How do we erase them? By duct tape at the supermarket and cover the pages. And Song Pingan pressed the back of his hand to Jiang Qing's forehead. Old Jiang, are you running a fever? Don't put so much pressure on yourself. This problem has crossed all our minds. Even those others, unless utterly foolish, must have considered it too. The crux is, we have no idea where the senior ghost sister is. Even if we did, would anyone dare snatch the diary? Are they insane? In truth, most of the obstacles Jiang Qing foresaw they had already foreseen. The truly foolish had perished in the first or second trial. This task is simply impossible, otherwise someone would have acted long ago. Faced with their skepticism and rebuttals, Jiang Qing wore a subtle, inscrutable smile. Yao Yao's miracle, 0 hour, restores one object each day to its state at a chosen moment the previous day. If executed flawlessly, will perform it once daily, guaranteeing absolute safety between noon and midnight. Because we can ensure every storyteller recounts only tales whose ghosts appear after midnight, and at midnight we reset the narrative anew. Do you see? Upon hearing Jiang Qing's plan, both stood frozen in disbelief. And damn. Song Pingan gasped, speechless. And he wasn't just outwitting the senior ghost sister, he was exploiting her fundamental flaw. Assuming the plan succeeded, the senior ghost sister would indeed cease targeting them directly, and safety would be assured. And Feng Yaoyao cradled Jiang Qing's head in both hands, peering left then right. Brother, how does your brain work? His initial shock fading, Song Pingan regained composure. Wait, this plan won't hold. And first, we still don't know where the senior ghost sister is. Second, does restoring an object require physical contact? And who do you think you're underestimating? Feng Yaoyao planted her hands defiantly on her hips, brimming with pride. My restoration ability operates within a radius. I've tested it. At maximum range, I can restore an entire academic building. You call that one object? Song Pingan's eyes bulged. And Jiang Qing raised his hand. A silken thread of longing line shimmered into view, coiling tightly around his wrist, its other end vanishing into the darkness. Who said I don't know where she is? And Jiang Qing's lips curved upward. Did you really think I was just building? A sharp collective inhale. And you laid this trap at noon. And brother, this is beyond. To prepare so meticulously, so far in advance. And beside Jiang Qing, they felt like children stumbled. Now all conditions are met. We can exploit the senior ghost sister's flaw. And I'm certain once the diary is restored, she will not rewrite today's tales. Jiang Qing's beautiful eyes half dissolved into shadow, at his voice calm yet edged with quiet anticipation. And for some reason he savored the sensation, defying death itself, turning despair into triumph. Mocking the Reaper's impotence. Nold Jiang, you're my god. And Song Pingan's admiration surged, genuine and profound. And before, he'd seen Jiang Qing as merely brilliant, someone whose intellect offered sanctuary. Now he grasped the chasm between them. Jiang Qing never moved without laying down escape routes. And recalling how everyone had rushed to flatter the senior ghost sister that afternoon, Song Pingan flushed. Surely in Jiang Qing's eyes they'd looked like clowns. Song Pingan paused, then muttered, all this effort, and they reaped the rewards for free. NWE grind they coast, unacceptable. Feng Yaoyao puffed out her cheeks indignantly. And Jiang Qing chuckled softly, reframe it, 3 ghosts pose an existential threat. Not eliminating them means none of us can guarantee survival tonight. By executing this plan covertly, we eliminate fear of ghostly assault. We can hunt clues openly and sleep soundly at night. Meanwhile, they'll live in perpetual dread of phantoms that no longer exist, tormented physically and mentally. Once someone cracks under the strain, we'll dangle bait, one crucial clue, in exchange for absolute immunity from Brilliant, I love it. Song Pingan burst into laughter. None clue feels stingy. What about 3? Feng Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with cunning. TCH, this girl's even more devious. Song Pingan silently mourned for the others. And Jiang Qing shook his head. Per trial, 1 vital clue suffices for survival. None of them could possibly uncover 3 or more. It's 1123 p.m. And we're running out of time. Let's find the senior ghost sister first. On the second floor window of the girls' dormitory, Jian Yuqing hurried downstairs and melted into the shadows, trailing them unseen. The crimson moonlight illuminated death. The night at this university was unusually quiet, resembling a graveyard rather than an institution of learning. Song Pingan moved stealthily, stopping to observe at the slightest rustle. Old Jiang, what if those guys notice something amiss and deduce that the vengeful spirit has vanished? So what if they deduce it? We must first ensure our survival. That is the premise of everything. If we can gather clues on top of that, great. If not, it matters not. Jiang Qing paused for a moment. Don't be too petty. Their survival is also beneficial for us. There is no conflict of interest between us. The more people who live, the more they can divert the attention of the ghost senior sister, preventing her from targeting us. Feng Yaoyao tightly gripped Jiang Qing's sleeve. So today the ones targeted were Lu Wangyou, Jian Yuqing, and Yang Yi. Who knows? Jiang Qing responded. They had encountered these 3 in the afternoon, and they appeared flustered, definitely having been attacked by the beckoning ghost. They hadn't met again that night. The university was quite large, making it hard to run into each other. After a while, Jiang Qing arrived near a teaching building through the connection of the lovers' line. The entire building appeared exceedingly eerie under the moonlight, the open glass door resembling an entrance to hell. A light is on the 5th floor. Song Pingan's expression was tense. While others avoided it at all costs, they were actively seeking ghosts in the dead of night, acting like lunatics. Jiang Qing squinted. What is she doing in this teaching building? Isn't she returning to the dormitory tonight? Not wanting to dwell further, Jiang Qing instructed the 2, Yao go in the middle, you stay behind. If you encounter danger, run decisively, prioritize your own escape over saving anyone. Feng and Song nodded vigorously. The 3 entered the teaching building. A bone-chilling cold assaulted them, the temperature significantly lower than outside. Jiang Qing thought, could there be other ghosts? Song Pingan thought this environment is a bit terrifying. Feng Yaoyao thought, is there a sound of footsteps? Cautiously reaching the third floor, Jiang Qing paused and gestured to the two to go ahead. He crouched in the shadows at the stairwell corner, and sure enough a head soon poked out from below. Jian Yuqing, dressed in light beige sportswear, tiptoed unaware of Jiang Qing, her gaze fixated above, murmuring to herself. What is she doing here at night? There must be some untold secret. I am the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Haha. Hello, a large hand suddenly grabbed her shoulder. Jian Yuqing screamed, her eardrums nearly deafened, and she instantly pulled out a copper mirror. In the darkness, a ghostly face appeared in the copper mirror, and the next moment there was silence. Shut up. Jiang Qing slapped the girl on the back of her head and swiftly snatched the copper mirror. Hearing the familiar voice, Jian Yuqing realized too late. Her eyes turned red as she wailed, "Woo-woo. Return my sealing object, it's mine, give it back to me." Sealing object. Jiang Qing's eyes brightened. He discreetly pocketed the copper mirror, grabbing the girl by her collar to prevent her escape. Why were you following us? Song Pingon and Feng Yaoyao came down from the fourth floor, their expressions unfriendly as they locked onto the girl. Sealing object mine. Jian Yuqing sobbed softly, looking at Jiang Qing with a pitiful gaze. The sealing object is only effective against vengeful spirits and has minimal harm against actors. Jiang Qing spoke earnestly, you are still young and can't handle the sealing object. Big brother will keep it safe for you. Now tell big brother, why were you following us? If you don't speak the truth, Song Pingon is a big pervert. Big pervert. Song Pingon was taken aback, then cooperatively rubbed his hands together, grinning lewdly. Little girl, not bad looking, little master. I'll speak. Jian Yuqing's face turned pale with fear. She was only 22 and had never had a boyfriend, as she didn't want to lose her virginity in the task world. Song Pingon pouted. How boring, little master just started his performance and she's already giving in. Jian Yuqing moved away from Song Pingon, hiding behind Jiang Qing, hesitating for a long time before saying, I saw you chatting under the girls' dormitory. Although I don't know what you were talking about, you seemed very excited. I thought, did you discover a way out? So I quietly followed behind. That returned my sealing object, okay? Song Pingon retorted. I'm angry. I've been crying. In this environment, scaring people is terrifying. Jian Yuqing appeared to be in a fit of anger, looking fierce and adorable. She was fixated on the sealing object, her expression pitiful as a bubble of snot appeared from her nose. Jiang Qing coughed. What sealing object? Let's go, I'll take you to find a way out. Not going. Return my sealing object. You can't use it, it's bound to me. Damn it. Jian Yuqing sat on the ground, stubbornly acting as if she wouldn't leave until it was returned. Not going. Then goodbye. Jiang Qing walked towards the fourth floor without a hint of hesitation. Song Pingon chuckled, little girl throwing a tantrum. Old Jiang is a pure straight man, you cry all you want, if he softens for a second I lose. The sealing object. Freely given. The three ignored her and Jian Yuqing hurriedly stood up to chase after them, her voice laced with tears. Will you return it to me, okay? It's bound to me. You can't use it, but I have an important clue to share. Jiang Qing checked the time, it was 1:54 p.m, no time to listen to your clues. Be quiet and follow us. Once we finish our business, we can haggle. Oh. Jian Yuqing was unhappy, but under the eaves she had no choice but to lower her head. She had miscalculated. If it were a ghost, the sealing object would attack immediately, allowing her to escape. Who knew? The one who caught her was Jiang Qing, not a vengeful spirit. Whoa, I want to cry. The group reached the fifth floor. The corridor was silent, with only a classroom at the end illuminated. Is the ghost senior sister here? How did they know? Jian Yuqing felt quite puzzled. The girl was even more curious. How is the way out related to the ghost senior sister? Are they going to snatch the diary? Jiang Qing walked in front, lowering his footsteps, breathing lightly as he cautiously approached. The classroom door was ajar. Unlike the classroom in the inspiration game, the desks and chairs were piled on both sides, with a single chair placed in the middle. A girl in a floral long dress sat quietly, her gaze clashing with Jiang Qing's. The senior sister smiled, and the uncertainty of life and death loomed. Jiang Qing's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly calmed down. She must have noticed me early on, seemingly waiting at the classroom door for my appearance. Locking eyes, time felt slow at that moment. Until the sound of the alarm rang, when Pan Pan finally spoke softly, as if asking Jiang Qing, shouldn't the ending of a beautiful story involve all the bad people dying? Why am I the one who dies? Her voice was low-laced with pain and endless discomfort. The ghost senior sister isn't mute. Jian Yuqing covered her mouth with both hands, utterly horrified. Feng Yaoyao leaned out, noticing the diary on the table, activating the miracle of zero time. The diary flipped open automatically, the words written at noon disappearing one by one. The senior sister was astonished and then smiled. Brother done. Feng Yaoyao was drenched in cold sweat. Go. Jiang Qing urged. They raced toward the stairwell, feeling the panic of being caught while stealing. Pat pat pat. As they ran, Feng Yaoyao vanished, Song Pingon disappeared, and Jian Yuqing was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Qing focused and saw two large words that sent a jolt through his nerves. Fifth floor. Pat 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 pat. Light footsteps sounded behind him as the senior sister walked out of the classroom. The floral white dress gradually stained red, blood flowing down her legs, her eyes identical to the crimson moon in the night sky. When Pan Pan reached out, her right hand grasping the invisible lover's line and forcefully tearing it apart. In the face of despair, Jiang Qing stepped forward. When Pan Pan was puzzled, "You not escaping." The moonlight was hazy. Jiang Qing took off his white coat, revealing a radiant smile. "You are a good girl." Suddenly, he climbed up to the open window on the left and jumped down without any hesitation. Below was a large tree with lush branches and a soft flower bed of soil. When Pan Pan stood dazed for a while before regaining her senses, she hurried to the window and looked out. A white coat was hanging on the tree and Song Pingan was carrying a barely conscious Jiang Qing as they fled. "You are a good girl." When Pan Pan repeatedly murmured this phrase, her mind in disarray. "Damn it. The 5th floor. That's the 5th floor, you just jumped." Song Pingan completely lost his composure. "Old Jiang, hold on for me. If you die, Lao Chen will definitely beat me." Only now did he realize why Jiang Qing had scanned the surroundings before entering the teaching building. Apparently jumping from a height had been his contingency plan for escape. Feng Yao's eyes brimmed with tears as she clenched her teeth to stifle her sobs, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Qing's face was streaked with blood, his white shirt and gray trousers soaked crimson. He had long since lapsed into unconsciousness. Even with a pre-selected landing spot, the impact of leaping from the 5th floor was hundreds of times more agonizing than anticipated. The three sprinted all the way to the infirmary where 2 on-duty nurses were engrossed in gossiping while watching a drama. Bang! The door flew open under a forceful kick. Startled, the nurses nearly leapt from their seats, only to meet Song Pingan's bloodshot, ferocious gaze. Their rebuke died mid-breath, replaced by, "What's happened? Doctor, please save my brother. He fell from a height." Feng Yao blurted out, voice rapid and urgent. "Fallen." The nurse instructed Song Pingan to lay the injured man onto the examination bed. Only then did they fully assess Jiang Qing's injuries: a deep gash across his left cheek inflicted by a branch, a grotesquely swollen lump distorting his right ankle, and a tear across his abdominal clothing. Fortunately, the wound beneath was shallow. This marked Jiang Qing's first injury across all 3 missions. At that moment, he dared not gamble on whether the ghostly senior sister would strike. He chose defiance over passive surrender to death. At least he'd clung to life. "I've already called the doctor. He'll arrive shortly," said the nurse, flipping through antiseptic supplies while sternly reprimanding them. "Don't crowd around. Step outside and wait." Feng Yao bit her lip, glancing back repeatedly as she and Song Pingan reluctantly exited the room. Jiang Qing remained impassive, quietly slipping Jiang Qing's bronze mirror from his trouser pocket, murmuring softly, "This belongs to me. I'm taking it now." "Your silence means consent." "Thank you." Had Jiang Qing been conscious, he'd have spat blood and roared, "My sealed artifact." The crimson moonlight slowly faded, yielding to golden dawn light, awakening students bound for their 8 o'clock classes. Jiang Qing's eyelashes fluttered faintly. With a pained expression, he opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. "I'm not dead. Truly, my fate is astonishingly resilient." "Where am I?" "The school infirmary." His gaze shifted left, and there, slumped beside him in sleep, was Feng Yao, drooling slightly at the corner of her mouth. "Yao's here too, so even if we don't stay in our assigned dormitory at night, nothing happens." "Please," Song Pingan interjected, voice weary, "analyze later. Can you just rest for 5 minutes?" "No time to rest." Jiang Qing braced himself with both hands and struggled upright. "Last night yielded rich dividends. Not only did we rewrite the diary's contents, but we also deduced the dormitory deception, even." His fingers frantically searched his pockets, then froze. "Where's my sealed artifact?" From the chair beside the doorway, Jiang Qing, sweet-faced and demure, timidly raised her hand. "I asked you last night, you didn't object, so I assumed consent. Besides, it was mine to begin with." "When?" Song Pingan blinked, bewildered. "Give it back, now." "No way. It's mine. I won't hand it over, HMPF." Jiang Qing turned her face away, refusing to meet his gaze. "Ugh, liver aches, heart aches, head aches. Just one nap, and I've lost a sealed artifact." Jiang Qing massaged his temples with his thumb, striving for calm diplomacy. Xiao Jian, last night was quite the thrill. We've shared peril, forged trust. Sealed artifacts are off limits. Just let me take a look, broaden my horizons." "No. You'll steal it outright, conscience unburdened." "Fine, let's compromise. Tell me, what abilities does it possess?" Jiang Qing relented slightly. This girl wasn't as easily misled as her appearance suggested, nor could she be. Anyone truly gullible wouldn't survive to their 8th mission. Hers was a lucid, almost guileless innocence, not genuine naivety. Jiang Qing snorted softly, flashing a pair of adorable fangs. "Nope." "Whoa." Song Pingan rolled up his sleeve and flexed his fist. "Know what this is?" "A fist the size of a sandbag, one punch, and your own mother wouldn't recognize you." Unfazed, Jiang Qing retorted, "And do you know where we are?" "One cry of assault, and you're arrested. Step beyond this university's gates. Does that trigger mission failure?" Song Pingan's eyelid twitched. "Old Jiang, would it?" Jiang Qing frowned, the memory of his first mission vivid and raw. The black-gowned woman stepping from the villa, his right leg severed instantly. Left untreated, he bled out and perished. Leaving the mission site was forbidden, the most fundamental rule. Feng Yaoao stirred drowsily from her slumber, instinctively swallowing, then gasped with delight. Brother, you're awake. Ouch! 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 You're crushing my hand. Jiang Qing winced, halting her next move. Simultaneously, Jian Yuqing received a call from Qi Chaoyang. Sister Qing, where are you? A guy's dead in the boys' dorm. Jian Yuqing's gaze sharpened instantly, her demeanor shifting from playful to steely composure. Why had someone died? Hadn't they altered the diary's contents, eradicating 3 ghosts? Last night should have been safe. Who's the deceased? His name is Shi Yan, paired with that timid boy only on his 4th mission. The boy lives next door. He says he heard knocking last night, then was attacked by the knocking ghost. However, I'm currently at the scene. The body lies on its side, face turned toward the wall. We suspect he rolled over during sleep and was slain by the debt-collecting ghost. Jian Yuqing activated speakerphone and moved closer to Jiang Qing. He silently gestured several times, shaking his head. All right, I understand. Let's meet at the first cafeteria later. She ended the call with a perfunctory reply, then turned to him earnestly. What's your assessment? Jiang Qing threw off the blanket and, leaning on Feng Yaoao for support, slipped on his shoes, his tone devoid of emotion. That boy killed Shi Yan, either for advantage for clues, or for a sealed artifact. Impossible. Once a sealed artifact bonds with its master, no one else can wield it, even if the master dies, within this mission. Only if carried out alive and rebonded could another use it in a subsequent mission. Jian Yuqing stated this with textbook seriousness. A faint smile curved Jiang Qing's lips. Thank you for telling me. She realized belatedly, you tricked me. Let's go. Breakfast first, then to class to await the ghostly senior sister. A flicker of anticipation lit Jiang Qing's eyes. Her behavior today would confirm, or shatter, his hypothesis. 1152 M. Yang Yi, refined and clear-eyed, arrived at the classroom with 2 companions, the last to enter. She froze. Your face. And your leg. Attacked by the knocking ghost last night, Jiang Qing sighed, gripping his cane with his right hand. Yang Yi sat down and offered gentle reassurance. Alive, that's what matters. Be cautious tonight, don't sleep too deeply. Thank you. Jiang Qing returned her smile. Jian Yuqing rested her chin on her left palm, eyeing him askance, muttering inwardly, liar. Not a trace of shame, and he threatened me not to breathe a word of last night. I'm furious. As the group chatted, idly probing one another for clues or loopholes, only the frail-looking boy sat silently in the corner, his evasive eyes betraying unmistakable guilt. Precisely at noon, the ghostly senior sister appeared at the classroom door, wearing a white floral dress, her long hair cascading to her waist, cradling the diary in her arms. As always, she rapped 3 sharp knocks, bowed politely to the class, and strode to the podium. Without uttering a word or glancing at Jiang Qing, she picked up chalk and wrote upon the blackboard today's theme: 3 students shall recount the final moments of their lives, no falsehoods permitted. The chalk paused for 3 seconds. Beneath that line she added 2 characters: Jiang Qing. The group fell into thoughtful silence. No longer ghost stories, now it's the last story before death. Expected. The moment I saw the words today's theme yesterday, I knew this would happen. The last story before death sounds unrelated to specters. Surely it can't spawn a vengeful ghost. They had all survived the hand-waving ghost's assault the day before, and now understood stories manifested as reality. Anyone who'd survived 5 or more tasks was no fool, each concealed countless layers of calculation. Jiang Shuyu, however, was an exception. She lacked aptitude for deduction or clue hunting. In past missions, she'd always been paired with weaker participants. She used them to probe the rules, test the ghost's killing conditions, and uncover safe paths to survival. But this mission, one veteran with 9 completed tasks surrounded by a cohort of 7 and 8-time actors, she couldn't manipulate them, nor did anyone heed her. Song Ping'an had ruined her reputation on day 1. At that moment, seeing Jiang Qing singled out Jiang Shuyu, sneered coldly and muttered inwardly, serves you right. She'd finally grasped the truth. Song Ping'an was merely a loudmouth. The true puppeteer was Jiang Qing. Seconds stretched, tense, silent, before Jiang Qing, gripping his crutch beneath his armpit, struggled upright. His senior sister's icy gaze softened ever so slightly. She parted her lips. Please remain seated while speaking. A hush descended upon the room. Jiang Shuyu stared in disbelief. The ghostly senior sister isn't mute. Lu Wangyu clenched his fists. Why her? Yesterday when I sat, you glared at me like a threat. Yang Yi narrowed his eyes. Something's wrong. Ghosts feel compassion. Preposterous. Qi Chaoyang frowned in quiet wonder. Has Jiang Qing somehow earned the ghostly senior sister's favor? Those 4 simple words sent ripples through the assembled actors. Just as expected. Jiang Qing mused inwardly, then sat back down, cleared his throat, and began slowly. The last story before death. Let me think. I was a psychiatric patient. That day, no, not noon, but afternoon, around 2 o'clock. A massive fire erupted at the asylum. Amid the chaos, I escaped. There was no way to prove my sanity. Doctors refused to believe me even when my emotions were stable, even when my daily routine was orderly. Jiang Qing spoke these heaviest of truths in the calmest voice, holding the ghostly senior sister's gaze unflinchingly. After fleeing the asylum, my first thought was to go home, to see my parents. Though they were already dead, they'd always told me to come home again and again. Jiang Qing broke out in gooseflesh. What does that mean? Dead parents urging him to return home. A contradiction. Was it delusional disorder? Jiang Qing continued. I walked along the street, but passers-by seemed to recoil from me, pointing and whispering. Perhaps it was my own insecurity. As an introvert, nothing terrified me more than becoming the center of attention, so I kept my head lowered the entire way, failing to notice the traffic light. A car rushed forward and struck me down. How to describe it? It didn't hurt, not really. I lay on the pavement like a broken marionette, deaf to all sound. In the end, I was exhausted. So cold. And at last, I bade farewell to the world. As his final words faded, Jiang Qing offered the senior sister a faint, gentle smile. Silence blanketed the classroom. All eyes swept over the young man's upper body. Feng Yaoao, my brother, a psychiatric patient. Song Ping'an, this is bad. Very dangerous. Jian Yuqing, a massive fire. Did he set it? To escape. The senior sister pursed her lips in contemplation, then wrote copiously in her diary, only lifting her gaze 10 minutes later. Later I withdrew from school and stayed home. My condition worsened. My parents, fearing I might harm them, committed me to a psychiatric hospital. The girl with the ponytail froze, hesitated, then rose slowly, her expression layered with conflict, before finally speaking. Before death, I was a senior high student. Severe depression robbed me of ordinary life. I often self-harmed, slashing my own hands with a blade. Later I withdrew from school and stayed home. My condition worsened. My parents, fearing I might harm them, committed me to a psychiatric hospital. I never understood it. The world was ill, yet only I was forced to take medicine. I remember it was an afternoon, a massive roaring fire. I stood quietly by the window. I didn't flee. Instead, I found it dazzling, beautiful, even thought dying like this wouldn't be so terrible. But before death, I took the doctor's phone and called my parents. I told them I was about to die. They replied, then go ahead and die. Flames consumed me, agony beyond measure. This was the most torturous death imaginable. I must have screamed for ages, but memory failed me then. It simply hurt, unbearably. Silence reigned, more eloquent than any outcry. Eyes flickered between Jiang Qing and Feng Yaoao, understanding passing unspoken. The girl sat down and gave Jiang Qing a sweet, tender smile. Jiang Qing smiled back, warm, gentle. The senior sister appeared deep in thought, then began writing 3 minutes later, scribbling steadily for nearly 5. She picked up chalk, turned her back to the group, and wrote 3 characters on the board. Before anyone knew whose name it was, Song Ping'an shrugged and stood up. When the senior sister stepped aside, there it was, bold, unmistakable Song Ping'an. Had they been targeted because of last? Jian Yuqing silently speculated. Song Ping'an slouched carelessly, twirling Jiang Qing's sunglasses in his fingers, and drawled. Back in life. A corporate drudge, get it. A programmer, 9 grind every day. That Saturday I discovered my girlfriend had betrayed me, with my best friend. At that moment, I was furious. Absolutely livid. We dated for 7 years, from university into adulthood. You know what that means? I loved her utterly. Around 3 in the afternoon, she and her friend were shopping. She texted me to meet them for dinner, and added that my best friend would soon arrive downstairs to pick me up. Yang Yi's eyes held quiet sympathy. 7 years. Betrayed by both lover and closest friend, what bitter enlightenment. Song Ping'an leaned against the window, his expression utterly devoid of sorrow or nostalgia, as if recounting someone else's trivial anecdote. I got into his car. At first I said nothing, just brooded. Then my emotions surged. I'm not one to swallow rage, so I confronted him directly. He panicked, denied it frantically, until I slammed photos and chat logs onto his lap. He went silent. Damn it, silence was his answer. I slapped him hard. Oh, how smug he looked. One hand gripped the wheel, the other swung wildly at me, fierce, chaotic, and then a thunderous crash. Someone struck. The car didn't stop, not even to see who we'd hit. All I wanted was to kill that bastard. Then the vehicle veered out of control, slamming into the roadside. Absurdly, my door jammed shut, while he wrenched open his and fled. Was I supposed to accept that? I shattered the glass with my fist and lunged after him, only to feel a blade pierce me. In my final moments, I heard shouts, "Catch the thief." Saw a tattooed man chasing one and glimpsed a couple standing at a mall entrance, then gone. Hey. Well, last life, poor overworked beast of burden. This life, heir to a fortune, spending without pause. I indulge in everything I once dared not touch, because after all, no one knows whether tomorrow or the Reaper will arrive first. My only regrets. Failing to kill that bastard, and never slapping that treacherous woman, never uttering those words, "We're done." Under the sunlight, Song Ping'an winked playfully at Jiang Qing. Old Jiang, I've realized you're my true love. Hope you don't mind. A faint enigmatic curve lifted Jiang Qing's lips, neither fully a smile nor quite a smirk. Of course I don't mind. To Jian Yuqing their exchange carried a far darker, more chilling implication, one that chilled her to the bone. A coincidence? Or are these three fabricating a story? The likelihood of fabrication is slim. They could not have foreseen today's theme, and the ghost senior sister explicitly forbade lies. Yet this alignment is uncanny. Feng Yao perished in Jiang Qing's fire. A Jiang Qing died in Song Ping'an's car crash. Song Ping'an was slain by a thief. Thoughts swirled as Yang Yi laced her fingers tightly on the desk. Something felt profoundly off, though she couldn't quite name it. At the podium, the senior sister gathered her thoughts and began writing Song Ping'an's story in her diary. In the next instant, eerie power surged, the classroom doorway shimmered, and a figure materialized out of thin air, clad in a black overcoat wearing a pure white mask, his right hand idly stroking a dark golden engraved lighter. More unsettling still, beside the arsonist stood a girl with her head bowed low, her arms crisscrossed with grotesque scars, a blood-dripping fruit knife clutched in her hand, radiating an aura of deathly stillness and dread. Jiang Qing nibbled at her fingernail. This is acceptable. She turned to the senior sister with wry disbelief. Come now, be subtle. You're not even pretending anymore. Are you just going to kill us outright? Song Ping'an glanced briefly at the third specter, the thief. At least yesterday, you performed the charade, wrote the entry, then vanished. The ghost struck without warning. Today, however, all pretense was stripped away. She wielded the power to transmute narrative into reality, to crush hope itself. Expressionless, the senior sister collected her diary and ballpoint pen, then walked calmly from the classroom. The three specters dissolved into silence. Old Jiang, our plan succeeded only halfway. We still can't evade them by day, Song Ping'an murmured near Jiang Qing's ear, his voice edged with quiet bitterness. Jiang Qing replied with detached calm, so far no matter what tale we tell, the ghost senior sister can manifest a specter. Her ability defies logic. Yang Yi interjected from the back row, it's not that her power is unsolvable, it's that we're misdirected. I suspect the task can be completed within a single day, perhaps even within an hour. If the senior sister fails to finish her novel, each passing moment multiplies our peril, 10 specters 2030. Then what precisely is the novel she must write? Feng Yao rested her chin on her palms and mused aloud, if only we could seize her diary. At those words, everyone exchanged uneasy glances. Jiang Shuyu, a woman whose fox-like beauty curved into a knowing smile, tilted her lips upward. With cooperation, we can retrieve the senior sister's diary. Without it, she cannot conjure specters, and its contents may reveal the true nature of the novel we must complete. Song Ping'an let out a sharp theatrical whoa. Listen up, my sister Jiang takes point, no one else steps forward. To do so would be to insult her. We'll stand back, watch her brilliance unfold, and remember to applaud. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Shuyu did not bristle. Instead, she accepted with serene candor, very well, I'll lead. I possess a sealed artifact capable of briefly restraining specters. But during that time I cannot divert my focus. Who among you will seize the diary? Qi Daoang gnawed at the dead skin on her lip. Is this truly viable? Everyone knows the diary is central to the task. Can a single sealed artifact truly hold off the ghost senior sister? Yang Yi, the veteran who had survived 9 trials, offered a faint, composed smile. I can provide a sealed artifact. As you know, such artifacts may be used only thrice within a trial. A fourth use risks awakening the bound specter, escalating the trial's lethality. I've already expended one. Jiang Shuyu crossed her arms. Proposal: those bearing sealed artifacts will restrain the senior sister, those without will retrieve the diary. Agreed. Lu Wangyu, the middle-aged man, paused for 3 measured breaths before nodding. Agreed. I have one. Then. I do too, Jian Yuqing added swiftly. Of the 14 participants, 5 possess sealed artifacts. Jiang Qing spoke with quiet finality. We withdraw. A collective pause. Eyebrows furrowed. Qi Baoyang blurted out, blunt as ever, you intend to reap the rewards while others labor. Absolutely unacceptable. And just how, pray tell, does one expect a disabled person to snatch something? Jiang Qing's gaze turned glacial. And who precisely are you, to issue commands here? Qi Zhaoyang's eyes flared with indignation, attempting moral coercion. When unity is paramount, you choose withdrawal. A dry chuckle escaped her. How absurd. Everyone sees your motives. You claim disability, fine. But what of them? Are they mentally impaired? If anything, you should retrieve the diary, to prove your worth. Jiang Qing uttered a single word: song. Oh, whose unruly dog slipped its leash and started biting indiscriminately. Song Ping'an shot back instantly. Worth. My 26-key keyboard holds more dignity than you. Your sole value lies in keeping your leash taut, lest you sink your teeth into another soul. The infirmary carries no rabies vaccine. Staring again. Look at yourself. You're shaped like a well, upright or sideways, you're still a 2. Stretching your neck won't make you a giraffe. I'll buy a carrot and shove it down your throat. You. Qi Zhaoyang's chest heaved, face flushing crimson, yet no retort emerged. Song Pingan scoffed. Anyone else? All present averted their eyes, untouchable. TCH. Song Pingan wheeled Jiang Qing's chair from behind. Let's go, old Jiang. Lingering here dulls the mind. We'll win effortlessly, while you strive valiantly. Farewell. The moment the trio departed, the classroom erupted. Qi Zhaoyang's face flushed violet. What arrogance. Dreaming of effortless victory. Go die instead. Lu Wangyu spat contemptuously. We risk our lives, while they lounge in triumph. Unacceptable. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses. They survive unscathed while we complete the trial. That sits ill with me. Jiang Xiu traced her lower lip with her thumb. My verdict. Those who refuse to conform must fear. Amid the clamor, Yang Yi remained as still as Mount Tai, yet deeply puzzled. Jiang Qing, he is undeniably brilliant. Why provoke hostility now? The ghost senior sister's demeanor toward him is extraordinary, and his own stance toward us is unmistakably hostile. Is he planning to use her to eliminate us? But why? There's no motive. Wait, perhaps there is. They lack sealed artifacts. Could they intend to kill us and seize ours? Yang Yi. Her teammate called twice. She refocused. Ignore them. I'll create a group chat, join it. Then we'll locate the ghost senior sister, confirm her position, and coordinate in the chat. Only when all are assembled shall we execute the plan. As the sole veteran of 9 trials, her authority carried weight. Near the literature building on a sunlit bench, Song Pingan sprawled lazily, grinning. Old Jiang, am I not fearless? I'm fearless, you're merely the younger brother, Feng Yao huffed. Leaning against his wheelchair, Jiang Qing gazed up at the 5th floor of the literature building and smiled faintly. Deceiving ghosts proves unexpectedly delightful. Indeed, their stories were half truth, half invention. No coincidence existed. Their timelines differed entirely. Feng Yao had spent half a year in the book world of Song Pingan, over a month, the Jiang Qing mere days. They could never have died on the same day. Song Pingan yawned. Old Jiang, how did you deduce the stories could be fabricated? Jian Yuqing, Jiang Qing replied, uttering the girl's name. Have you forgotten? Her story yesterday recounted a dream. Could that possibly qualify as first-hand supernatural experience? In essence, this is a game of deception. The ghost senior sister cares nothing for truth or falsehood. She requires raw material to forge specters to slay us. That is her assigned task. Jiang Qing rotated his injured wrist, sunlight glinting in his striking eyes. After today's midday trial, I am certain the diary is irrelevant. It bears no relation to completing the task. The novel the ghost senior sister must finish may not be a novel as we conceive it. I must ask tonight. Ask? Feng Yao recoiled. Ask whom? Song Pingan sat upright, his expression grave. Are you mad? Last night nearly killed us. No, I misjudged. I simply arrived at the wrong hour, Jiang Qing countered, earnest and precise. Feng and Song exchanged a glance. Hour? Yes, the hour. The ghost senior sister told us plainly from the outset when we may seek her. Jiang Qing formed a loose fist and tapped 3 deliberate knocks upon the wooden bench. Thud. 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 This silence lasted several minutes. Song Pingan drew a deep breath and lowered his voice to ask, Are you certain? Not at all. Jiang Qing responded without hesitation, offering a faint smile. How many things in this world are truly certain? I am no deity. Precisely because nothing is certain, we must seek certainty. Like Schrodinger's cat, until the box is opened, one can never know whether the cat lives or dies. Song Pingan parted his lips slightly. Old Jiang, you have only one life. Lose this gamble and you die. Isn't that precisely what makes the mission compelling? Jiang Qing smiled easily at the two of them. He dared stake his life and dared act. To hesitate in the face of danger would seal his fate with death alone. He had always understood paths to survival are invariably laced with peril. To others, this mission was perilous, a confrontation with an eerie entity. But for Jiang Qing, he would rather face a rational communicative anomaly than a mindless, slaughter-driven, vengeful spirit. After a moment's pause, Feng Yao, standing just 153 meters tall, gazed up at her elder brother, whose demeanor seemed unervingly detached, and asked, Brother, shall we still erase the contents of the diary tonight at midnight? Jiang Qing pressed his lips together, granting himself 1 minute to reflect before speaking calmly and evenly. I'd like to hear your thoughts. First, last night's events clearly demonstrated that erasing the diary's contents enrages senior sister ghost. It's intuitive enough. Imagine, Song Pingan, you've spent an entire day writing a program. Then some careless hand deletes it the moment your back is turned. How would you react? A muscle twitched at the corner of Song Pingan's mouth. I'd crush him. So, Jiang Qing massaged his temple with his thumb. This is a lethal dilemma. Though erasure may indeed be a path to survival, it grants others safety, while turning us into senior sister ghosts' primary targets of hatred. Last night fortune spared us from falling to our deaths. What of next time? Wait. Song Pingan raised a hand, his mind racing. Yao's 0-hour ability has a maximum range encompassing an entire building. We need not confront senior sister ghost directly. Hold on. Feng Yao pouted. The restoration ability has a strict limitation. It can only restore one inanimate object within my line of sight. When I say restore a building, I mean only its outer facade. The interior remains untouched. Otherwise, why would my brother and I have risked approaching Senior Sister Ghost yesterday? I didn't know that. Song Pangon silently grumbled to himself. Jiang Qing continued unruffled, second attempt to raise Senior Sister Ghost's favor. She is an exceptionally unusual anomaly. Her emotional stability borders on the uncanny, and her capacity for communication opens infinite possibilities. In summary, we have two viable paths to survival. Either draw Senior Sister Ghost's enmity and keep the number of vengeful spirits under 3 each day for 7 days. Or cultivate her favor, allowing her to complete her mysterious novel within 7 days. Both paths carry risk, and neither guarantees absolute safety, and the second remains profoundly uncertain. On certain matters, Jiang Qing refused to rule unilaterally. He was after all merely human. Many variables lay beyond his foresight, control, or smooth execution. He needed trusted friends just as much as they needed him. As the trio whispered among themselves, 11 others, including Yang Yi, gathered at the base of the literature building. Qi Chaoyang spotted the three almost instantly. His expression froze into icy disdain. Stalking us. You've sunk so low as to lie down and win. Shame has clearly abandoned you. Jian Yuqing arched a brow, hesitating mid-sentence. Some teammates were simply impossible to lead. Lie down and win. Where had this group been when Jiang Qing's trio faced Senior Sister Ghost Heaton? Where had they been while Feng Yaoao erased the diary's contents? Without the trio's sacrifice, they would today confront 6 vengeful spirits. Yang Yi glanced over and declared, let's assign tasks first. Senior Sister Ghost has been confirmed in the final classroom on the 5th floor. Upon ascending, Jiang Shuyu and I will use sealed artifacts to restrain her. Lu Wengyou, Jian Yuqing, and Zhao Yunfei, you 3 will guard our rear against attacking spirits. The remaining 6 must retrieve the diary and conduct a full sweep of the classroom. Any suspicious object is to be seized immediately. The group nodded solemnly without delay. Action commenced at once. Yang Yi produced a pair of embroidered 3-inch bound foot shoes. Jiang Shuyu withdrew a blood-red candle. Each sealed artifact imprisoned a single vengeful spirit, and each user could wield only one. Clattering footsteps echoed upward as the group rushed to the 5th floor. Those bearing sealed artifacts fared somewhat better. The rest grew tense, hearts pounding wildly with every step closer to the classroom, an inexplicable dread seizing them. The senior sister emerged in her floral white dress, fixing the group with a glacial stare. Go! Yang Yi roared and hurled the embroidered shoes. A vengeful spirit lunged towards Senior Sister Ghost. Jiang Shuyu hesitated for 2 seconds, then lit the candle with a lighter. A vengeful spirit cradled the flame. A nauseating stench filled the air as rancid corpse oil spilled across the corridor, chilling the space with creeping frost. Some actors witnessing sealed artifacts for the first time stood petrified, soul-struck, frozen in place. Move. Yang Yi kicked Qi Chaoyang hard in the buttocks, sweat beading on his forehead, breath ragged. He felt utterly mad to dare challenge an anomaly Heaton. Frankly, Yang Yi was growing desperate. With at least 3 new vengeful spirits appearing daily, he couldn't guarantee surviving past day 4. He had to strike now and complete the mission today. Qi Chaoyang and 5 others swallowed hard, faces pale and drained, and charged forward despite their terror. Senior Sister Ghost did not impede them. Instead, she traced the character release in midair with her right hand. Yang Yi trembled violently, panic flooding his features for the first time. His voice cracked with horror. Impossible. The sealed artifacts are destroyed. She has awakened the spirits. His first encounter with an anomaly had revealed his fatal overconfidence. Just one misstep, and the game was lost. Run, he shrieked, hysterical. Entering was easy, escaping proved far harder. The shoe-bound spirit and the candle-holding spirit fully awakened, and surged into the classroom, slaughtering indiscriminately. Boom. A severed head flew from the classroom into the corridor, rolling twice before stopping at Jian Yuqing's feet. Qi Chaoyang's head. You wretched woman, you've doomed us all. Uncle Lu Wangyu screamed at Jiang Shuyu. Jiang Shuyu's mind went blank. This was an anomaly. Even sealed artifacts offered no defense. She fled in blind panic, shouting accusations. Blame me. It was Feng Yaoao who proposed it, and beneath the sun on a park bench a girl basked comfortably. Jiang Shuyu proved remarkably cooperative, merely suggesting it tentatively, and I'd already lured an entire group into peril. Song Pangon watched Feng Yaoao's impish grin and sighed. You've grown wicked. I'm simply emulating my brother, she replied. Her eyes, clear as autumn waters, twinkled playfully. Besides, when you cannot determine whether you can defeat an enemy first, give that enemy other enemies to contend with. The facts speak plainly. Senior Sister Ghost is MVP. 5 elite users of sealed artifacts couldn't overcome her. And equally clear, drawing her wrath is untenable. Cultivating favor remains the optimal strategy. Right, brother? Jiang Qing kept his gaze fixed on the 5th floor window. Indeed. There is no inherent conflict of interest or personal enmity between us and them. Yet, if sacrificing a few inconsequential lives reveals vital rules, the cost is justified. In truth, they care no more for our survival than we do for theirs, only that we refuse to be deceived. Suddenly a figure plummeted from the fifth-floor window, unfortunately landing directly on concrete. His neck snapped grotesquely, a wide bloodshot eyes stared emptily, dead beyond redemption. Song Pangon shook his head. Truly believes he's Superman, 5th floor, not 5 centimeters. By the way, old Jiang, is that pale-faced fellow really a veteran from Cycle 9? Far too impulsive. He panicked. Jiang Qing watched the entrance of the literature building with quiet fascination. That's the advantage of information asymmetry. He believes there are already 6 vengeful spirits and dares not delay. So he chose the most reckless approach, rallying a group to seize the diary. Had he known only 3 existed, he would never have risked it today. Still, why did Jian Yuqing join this operation? She's no fool. Surely not. Song Pangon hesitated, but finally spoke. Isn't it possible that Jian Yuqing isn't as smart as you think, but rather a completely indecisive fool? Do you understand the herd effect? Yang Yuqing has become the leading sheep and the other fools just follow along. Jiang Qing was puzzled. A herd effect. So that's it. Jian Yuqing didn't want to be excluded, or rather she feared isolation. With a veteran who had completed 9 missions leading, it sounded quite reassuring. Yesterday I thought about collaborating with Yang Yi, but he seemed unwilling to partner with anyone. Amidst Jiang Qing's swirling thoughts, the middle-aged man Lu Wangyu was the first to flee from the literature building. He held a piece of yellowed shroud in his left hand, and his right hand was twisted in an irregular manner, his face filled with fear of death as he stumbled towards the sunlight, not daring to pause for a moment. Suddenly a man in black burst out from the corner, stabbing Lu Wangyu in the abdomen. Ah! The shrill scream echoed. Lu Wangyu used the shroud for the 3rd time, binding a hideous ghost that ensnared the man in black. Old Lu seized this opportunity to escape, leaving behind a trail of bloody footprints. Feng Yaoao tilted her head. Brother, did you notice? Something's not right. Jiang Qing stared at the distant man in black. The thief in Song Pangan's story is too weak compared to the 3 ghosts from yesterday. It doesn't even qualify as a ghost. Feng Yaoao animatedly explained. So the ghost senior sister created today isn't really a ghost, but rather an unpredictable criminal, not on the same level as a ghost. No wonder. Song Pangon recalled something today. After everyone finished their stories, the ghost senior sister pondered for a long time before writing. She probably doesn't have much ink in her belly and can't write the criminal as a heinous ghost based on our descriptions. Song Pangon gazed deeply at the man in black. Jiang Qing nudged him and said impatiently, still watching. They're coming for us. I thought you weren't afraid. Song Pangon shrugged. Jiang Qing, feeling anxious, said, my legs are shaking. Hurry and push me to run. The two, belatedly realizing the danger, quickly pushed the wheelchair away from this perilous place. All the way Song Pangon chattered nonstop. If only old Qin were here, the miracle Dawn could control a ghost for 7 seconds with just 1 punch. To be honest, I suspect that the 3 ghosts today combined aren't even a match for old Qin. Society, my brother Qin, tough but not talkative. Old Qin, I miss you. It's tough. Feng Yaoao could no longer hold back, kicking Song Pangan's behind. Stop wailing. Indeed, if Uncle Qin were here, we wouldn't be in such a predicament. Jiang Qing sighed inwardly. Qin Tianwei was simply a synonym for security. When things got serious, what did it matter if there were ghosts? In the last mission, the ghost couple that had evolved through devouring was subdued by Qin Tianwei with just 2 punches. How terrifying. At the entrance of the library, Song Pangon looked around anxiously for a long time and nervously said, there are many students here. Arsonists, self-harming girls, and thieves shouldn't dare to come. Jiang Qing nodded. The 3 of them are easy to analyze. The arsonist can only act indoors and cannot set fire in open spaces. The self-harming girl also acts indoors, as those who self-harm often don't want to be discovered, so she would only attack isolated individuals. The thief acts outdoors, appearing from blind spots or corners to stab you. Are you sure? Song Pangon asked. Jiang Qing chuckled. Song Pangon. Due to Jiang Qing's limited mobility, they decided not to look for clues and spent the afternoon basking in the sun at the library entrance. As the sun set, a crimson moon emerged in the sky, gradually replacing the warmth of the day. Not far away, Jian Yuqing, in a dirty light beige tracksuit, limped over with disheveled shoulder-length hair and a dispirited expression. Yo, girl from Taiwan, what's up? Just back from coal mining. Your face is so dark. Song Pangon joked. Jian Yuqing had no mood to retort, gripping Jiang Qing's wheelchair with both hands, leaning forward very close, almost to the point of kissing. I want to rely on you. A breeze swept by and the girl's hair exuded a sweet fragrance. Jiang Qing's tone was distant, not accepted. Having learned from the last mission, it was hard for him to trust the actors in the tasks. Because everyone was the same, willing to sacrifice anyone, including companions, to survive. The youth's response was anticipated by the girl. She took out a stack of photos. These are the clues I found. I can give them to you, and my sealing object can be used once more. Plus a piece of absolutely terrifying news as my bargaining chip to join you. The situation was escalating. Jian Yuqing understood that the difficulty of this task was beyond her ability to survive. She had already chosen the wrong side once and did not want to do so a second time. Jiang Qing furrowed his brows considering the conditions are tempting. You go first with the news. At this point, with no way out Jian Yuqing's side, 2 more ghosts have been added to the task, not ordinary ghosts, but more terrifying than the 3 from yesterday. She recounted her experiences in the literature building. After listening, Jiang Qing's expression turned grim. This group was more of a hindrance than a help. So it means only Yu Yang, Lu Wangyou, Jiang Shuyu, and Zhao Yunfei are left while the other 6 are dead. Song Pangan's heart sank, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Can't be stopped. Jian Yuqing sniffed. This is my first encounter with the eerie. I don't know if it's the ghost senior sister's ability, or if all eerie things can revive the ghosts in the ceiling objects. This task has already fallen into a deadlock. If the ghost senior sister doesn't finish the novel, no one can survive to the end. On the first day she told us, you are good people, you will definitely die, which seems like a prophecy. Jian Yuqing had never failed in the matter of dropping the ball. Her luck was too bad. Feng Yao's eyes twinkled. Brother, I have an idea. I'll go to the 5th floor of the literature building at midnight, find the damaged ceiling object, and restore one of them. This way not only will I seal a ghost, but I will also obtain a sealing object. Yao Mei, what the heck? Song Pingan was no longer calm. In a game, a sealing object can only be used 3 times. Your miracle +1 sealing object can be used 3 times in a day. Only at this moment did he realize that Feng Yao's 0 hour was not about revival, but restoration. It was truly concept level. Miracle. You awakened a miracle. Was it a miracle you used last night? Jian Yuqing gasped, covering her mouth. Before Feng Yao could speak, Song Pangan rolled his eyes. You've done 8 missions, haven't you? That's really foul. Jian Yuqing relaxed her tense nerves, sitting down enviously, saying, in my 8 missions I've seen over 100 actors, only 2 awakened miracles, and they were particularly useless types that died quickly. Don't you understand the value of miracles? Out of 100 actors, if 5 can awaken miracles, that's already quite exaggerated. A certain big shot once said sealing objects can resist ghosts, but only those who awaken miracles are qualified to compete with the eerie. Among our New World 6 members, 4 have awakened miracles. No, I haven't awakened, I borrowed the miracle of Meng Wanzhou. Jiang Qing pondered. In the end, the 3 discussed and agreed to Jian Yuqing's joining, and the sealing object was entrusted to Feng Yao for safekeeping. 7 days, 15 people on a mission, and just the second day, only 8 remained alive. As night deepened, a scarlet moon hung like a velvet curtain symbolizing death. Beneath the literary building, Jiang Qing took a deep breath, a hint of worry flickering in his beautiful eyes. Yao, you only have 1 minute. You must run fast and not linger. Don't worry. Feng Yao was warming up her knees, her voice confident. It's just the 5th floor. I can dash up in 30 seconds, grab the forbidden object, and jump off the building. Jump. Jump off the building. Jiang Qing was left speechless. Feng Yao took off the hair tie from her wrist and tied her hair into a high ponytail, saying, brother, it's only a minute. If I don't jump after getting the damaged sealed item, will I wait for the vengeful spirit to attack? Revived in spirit, Jian Yuqing genuinely envied her, saying, the resurrection of the dead, what an exaggerated miracle. Ding dong, at midnight the phones of Jiang Qing and Feng Yao rang with the sound of bells. Pray. Feng Yao gathered her strength and ran forward, grabbing the stair railing with one hand and leaping. She moved swiftly, reaching the 5th floor in just 20 seconds, panting as she searched for the forbidden object. Where is it? Where is it? At the end of the corridor, a red embroidered shoe took a step. With just that one step, every cell in Feng Yao trembled. Chinese horror is always simple and unadorned, dismantling a person's defenses at every moment. At the same time, the red candle ignited with flames. Feng Yao had no time to think and activated 0 time on the nearest red candle in her line of sight. The power of miracles was beyond even the vengeful spirits. The sealed object instantly returned to its state from noon yesterday, a time when the vengeful spirit had not yet awakened. Tap, tap, tap. In the darkness, the red embroidered shoe approached step by step. 32, 31, 30. Feng Yao's breath caught, tears welling up in her eyes. She was after all a timid girl. Calm down. There's nothing to be afraid of. I won't die. The girl kept comforting herself as she dashed to the middle of the corridor and bent down to pick up the red candle. The moment her palm touched it, Feng Yao suddenly realized the red embroidered shoe was just inches away. Pain shot through her chest as the vengeful spirit of the embroidered shoe seemed to want to say something heartfelt to the girl. Thud, the girl collapsed. 1918. The vengeful spirit of the embroidered shoe turned and left. Humans were so fragile before such spirits. 1098. Suddenly, the vengeful spirit sensed something was wrong and turned around. Feng Yao stood on the windowsill, raising her middle finger at it, saying bye-bye. She jumped back, her body free-falling, the wind howling in her ears, along with the roar of the vengeful spirit. As her flesh met the concrete ground, her head exploded like a watermelon, blood and bone fragments splattering, causing Jian Yuqing to tremble in fear. So crazy. Jiang Qing's gaze darkened. On the surface, he remained calm, but inside his heart was gripped tightly by a hand. Yao Mei. Song Pingan, who disliked hiding his emotions, dashed over, abandoning Jiang Qing. In just a second, the brain recovered, all broken joints healed, a miraculous feat. Such a miracle if not for the constraints of midnight, and the chimes would be absolutely invincible. Jiang Qing thought this as the voice of Meng Wannou echoed in his mind, the sealed object. Just as I guessed, when Pan Pan restrains the sealed object, she is equivalent to 3 powerful vengeful spirits herself. You are okay again. Jiang Qing exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean I'm okay again? The gaze that was probing me has temporarily vanished. Meng Wannou said with irritation, I remind you, do not anger when Pan Pan, her miracles are irrational. Jiang Qing couldn't believe it. She has a miracle. Could it be that she was an actress in her previous life? No, she is a person from the world within the book. Meng Wanzhou retorted sharply, vengeful spirits have a chance of awakening miracles, and when Pan Pan is among the best of them. Jiang Qing was taken aback. The miracle of fate, no living person or vengeful spirit can escape the arrangement of fate. Something is wrong with the red moon in the sky. I cannot continue communicating with you. After Meng Wannou finished speaking, she fell silent. The moon has a problem. Jiang Qing instinctively looked up, the scarlet moonlight plunging the university into an eerie silence. As if it were not a moon but a blood red eye watching this mission. Jiang Qing's palms grew sweaty, fear creeping and stemming from the unknown from within. Brother, I did it. Feng Yaoyao excitedly raised the red candle in her hand. The girl's voice awakened Jiang Qing, who regained his composure and smiled as gently as possible, saying, If we survive and return, you will have an additional assurance for the next mission. Jiang Qing felt an unreasonable anxiety. This anxiety was intense, as if something bad was about to happen. Song Pingan, disregarding gender differences, reached out to pat Feng Yaoyao's head, arm, and thigh. Sister, does it hurt? Are you really okay? I'm tough as a mountain, get your paws off me, Feng Yaoyao growled like a ferocious dinosaur. I'm just concerned about you, let me see your legs, Song Pingan said with a smile, unbothered. Like Jiang Qing, he truly regarded Feng Yaoyao as a younger sister. Sometimes looking at the lively and adorable Feng Yaoyao reminded him of his real younger sister, causing a heaviness in his heart. Jian Yuqing bit her lip. What next? Wait, Jiang Qing summarized in one word. Soon it was 2:55 a.m. Jiang Qing tightened his cane under his arm and earnestly instructed, do not let your guard down. There are still 4 vengeful spirits in this school. Even if 3 of them are relatively weak, living people cannot overcome them. If things go wrong, you should run and find a place to hide. Brother. Old Jiang. Don't worry, this is not a march to death, it is the first step towards survival. Jiang Qing's eyes were calm. He turned to Jian Yuqing, let's go. Despite her reluctance, Jian Yuqing took back the sealed object from Feng Yaoyao's hands and entered the literary building with Jiang Qing. The 5 floors were not high, but it took them 4 minutes to walk. Jiang Qing stood in the corridor on the 5th floor, muttering to himself, the embroidered shoe, is it gone? Thank you, you may leave now. Without waiting for Jian Yuqing to say anything further, he stepped towards the last. The senior sister in the floral white dress sat quietly. She seemed to only speak in front of Jiang Qing, saying, in the dead of night, are you not afraid of dying? At that moment, 3 figures appeared outside the window, an arsonist, a self-harming girl, and a thief. Jiang Qing didn't even glance at them, pulling out a chair and sitting in front of the senior sister. To be honest, there's no place safer than being by your side. The attractive senior sister sighed, being too smart leads to having no friends. I'll be your friend. Speaking of which, I also enjoy reading Journey to the West. I remember Sun Wukong sought out his master and received 3 knocks on his head from Patriarch Bodhi, after which he went to find his master in the middle of the night. Jiang Qing casually recounted mythological stories. Friend. When Pan Pan's eyes dimmed in waiting for a girl, the kindest girl in the world. Who? Jiang Qing followed the topic and asked. When Pan Pan fell silent, then abruptly changed the subject. According to the rules of the game, I give you 30 seconds to search. Search. Yes, when Pan Pan said softly, the novel that needs to be completed for the mission is in this classroom. You only have 30 seconds to find it. So far, no actor has ever left my game alive, not a single one. Jiang Qing stared at the senior sister for a while, leaned back and crossed his arms. Let's begin. When Pan Pan looked confused, are you very confident? Of course, you already told me where the clue is, Jiang Qing said, pulling out his phone and starting the stopwatch. The 30-second countdown began. He sat in the chair unmoving. Aren't you going to search? When Pan Pan could not understand. Their eyes met, and with 10 seconds left, Jiang Qing stood up and apologized. Senior sister, I'm sorry. Jiang Qing's right hand reached for Wen Ponpon's collar, probing deeply, and pulled out a letter. The cover of the letter bears the character when the paper is very coarse and yellowed, exuding a sense of cheapness. Jiang Qing met Wen Pan's astonished and confused gaze, not in a hurry to open the envelope, but instead elaborately explained, this classroom is approximately 9 meters long and 6 meters wide, which is the standard size of an ordinary classroom. Just now I spent 20 seconds counting. There are 2 rows of desks on the left side with another desk on top of each desk. Counting only the bottom row, there are 11 desks, and with the top row there are 22 desks, making a total of 44 desks on the left side. The right side is the same, totaling 88 desks. Behind there is a row of storage cabinets. I didn't have time to count, but I estimated there are more than 20 cabinets. When Pan Pan covered her chest with her right hand, gradually becoming distracted, saying, "How does this relate to finding the object? Just listen to me." Jiang Qing gently placed the envelope on the table, maintaining a gentle smile. It is obviously impossible to search through 88 desks and around 20 cabinets in 30 seconds. But the time you gave is 30 seconds, which indicates that this time is sufficient to find the object. Then, you must have hidden it in a place I can easily reach, like this desk. In the middle of the classroom there is a desk with not much on it: a diary, a ballpoint pen, a book titled Fate, and a beautiful butterfly hairpin. That's all. However, Jiang Qing fixed his gaze on Pan-Pan's black eyes. "You told me that until now none of your games have allowed anyone to survive." "Then that's interesting. I think there must be actors like me who have reached this point and have certainly narrowed it down to this desk." "Is the answer really like that? I estimate that even if you tear apart the diary and smash the desk, you still won't find this letter. You are a ghost, and the actors would never dare to lay a hand on you. To be precise, they wouldn't dare to touch you, and besides, in a white floral dress with no pockets, the actors wouldn't think to search you." When Pan-Pan's black eyes glinted with a hint of crimson, "Then how would you think of searching me?" Jiang Qing raised 2 fingers, unafraid of her slightly threatening gaze, and gazed back deeply. "First, the task is related to the novel, and since the novel is not written on a computer, it must be written on paper. Hiding a few pieces of paper on your body is not a difficult task. Second, I once wrote a love letter to a girl in a mental hospital. Halfway through, she approached me from behind and snatched the letter away. I stood up to grab it back, and she stuffed the letter in." Upon hearing this, when Pan An fell silent. "This Jiang Qing is truly insane. Would a normal person dare to jump from the 5th floor? Would a normal person dare to fabricate stories to deceive a ghost? Would a normal person dare to reach out and flirt with a female ghost? The time in the world of the book and the task world is inconsistent." When Pan Pan has been in the task world for 3 years. A total of 277 actors have died in her game. As long as this letter cannot be obtained, death is inevitable. Jiang Qing is the first person to break the situation. Perhaps some actors have guessed it, but no one dared to reach into Pan Pan's underwear to retrieve it. 3 full minutes passed when Pan Pan wondered, "You got the object, why aren't you leaving?" "Leaving?" Jiang Qing glanced out into the corridor, thinking to himself, "What the hell, the 3 criminals are not following the rules guarding in the hallway, and if I go out they will stab me. It's still safer to stay with you." "Ahem," he said seriously, "the night is long, let's chat for a bit." When Pan Pan smiled without speaking. Some things are better left unspoken. Chatting. When Pan Pan's gaze became deep, "Then tell me, what is the meaning of life?" Jiang Qing replied calmly, "I cannot answer you because I am also confused. In my life I have struggled and resisted, but gradually everything has become a silent scream, stirring not a single ripple. I know you have suffered very painful injuries, and I also know that the scars of the soul can forge armor and defensive gazes can coalesce into blades. You are in pain, so you choose silence." Pausing, Jiang Qing walked to the window, gazing at the red moon. His tone softened. "Jian Yuqing provided me with an important clue, a stack of photos about you. You have been humiliated by a group of boys, beaten and tormented by many, and your resistance was merely a silent scream. I even looked at the files and found that the dates were all the same as the day we participated in the mission. You changed the files to give us false information. What do you not want us to know? Your hometown address, information about your parents and younger brother, or your real name?" Sitting in the chair when Pan Pan was silent for a long time, then asked in return, "Jiang Qing, if one day the world forgets me, will anyone still look for me?" "Yes," Jiang Qing said firmly, his beautiful eyes meeting when Pan Pan's dark ones. "A girl asked me to help her find someone, a girl named Pandy." The male dormitory on the 3rd floor had a tungsten filament lamp hanging from the ceiling. The handsome Yang Yi finished his 3rd cup of coffee, forcing himself to wake up a bit. However, after 2 days and nights without sleep, it is difficult for the will of a person to combat the brain. He stood by the bed, swaying, feeling as if he would fall at any moment. "Damn it," Yang Yi cursed and rushed into the bathroom, turning on the faucet. The tap water splashed down. He bent down, buried his head, and splashed water with both hands on his face. The hair on his forehead soaked through water droplets, sliding down his skin and neck, the coolness waking him up. Yang Yi slowly raised his head, looking at himself in the mirror, giving a self-deprecating smile. "You really look disheveled." When had he ever looked so disheveled? First mission. Or the second? It was something from many years ago. "Yang, you must survive. Yang, I'll treat you to a big meal when you come back. Brother, you are the best." The voice of the team leader, the voice of a close friend, the voice of his younger brother. The echoes of voices filled his mind. Yang Yi smiled. "Just the 9th mission, I will definitely survive to show you all." He stepped out of the bathroom, his pupils suddenly constricting. Unbeknownst to him, there was an extra pair of red embroidered shoes by the bed. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Yi grabbed his phone and fled through the door. The corridor was pitch dark. He ran for a long time, his face increasingly grim. No, that ghost doesn't have the ability to create ghost walls. It is a wedding dress ghost. I fell asleep. Realizing this, the surrounding environment changed. Yang Yi suddenly sat up, gasping for breath, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He looked around and couldn't remember when he had fallen asleep in bed. Careless. What time is it now? He turned around to grab his phone from beside the pillow, and a wedding dress ghost in a red dress lay quietly beside him, eyes closed, as if she were a sleeping beauty. His brain crashed for 3 seconds, and Yang Yi was so frightened that he fell to the floor, his right hand brushing against the pair of embroidered shoes. The sealing object was a double-edged sword. Once the sealed ghost revived, it would be the first to seek its host. Yang Yi kicked away the embroidered shoes and stood up. The wedding dress ghost was gone. This torment pushed him to the brink of collapse. I can't stay indoors. I need to go to the playground. A thought flashed, and Yang Yi opened the dormitory door. The red embroidered shoes were neatly placed at the entrance. The classroom was eerily silent, and Pan Pan was momentarily stunned before falling into silence again. Jiang Qing knew that continuing to test the waters would yield no results and would only provoke the ghostly senior. He had already guessed most of it. First, when Pan Pan would not attack the actor proactively. If the actor provoked her, including damaging her diary, the ghostly senior would become furious and eliminate the opponent. Secondly, when Pan Pan's death was linked to both her family and school. From the 2 characters in her name, it was not difficult to deduce that she lived in a family that threatened her life. Finally, Jiang Qing walked over to pick up the envelope, murmuring softly, "Everyone's life is like a novel, and the so-called novel is her life." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing vowed he regretted opening this letter. Inside the envelope were several sheets of paper, and he unfolded them one by one. "My name is Wenpundi. That was the last time I saw Lele. She wore a beautiful off-shoulder white dress and carried a canvas bag, gifting me a lovely butterfly hairpin. When I sent her to the station and watched the bus fade into the distance, my heart ached. She came alone to see me, and now she had to return all by herself just to tell me that she didn't perform well on the college entrance exam and couldn't get into Hongfenji Polytechnic University, planning to retake it for a year. She was clearly so timid, 2 years younger than me, yet she cared for me like an older sister. That day I stayed at the station for a very long time, thinking about the wonderful future ahead and our promise. 2 years ago, I was accepted into a prestigious university, but my parents wouldn't let me go. I was going crazy. What did they want from me? Am I a beast? They said a girl only needed a high school diploma, that they would help me find a good husband in a while, and that the bride price could also support my brother in marrying a wife. I felt like I was born to be my brother's servant. He often stayed in my room all night. I was in so much pain. I didn't want to live my whole life in a mountain village. I wanted to study. I heard that the outside world is a society ruled by law, where everything must be governed by law. I planned to study law. I wanted to prove that my parents' and brother's actions were wrong. Am I in the wrong? Day after day, my parents forbade me from going out, fearing I would run away. They said they had found a good family for me next door. A bachelor in his 40s from the neighboring village offered an 88,000 bride price. That night, after my brother tormented me, he left, perhaps thinking I had no strength to escape, and forgot to lock the door. Then Lele found me, took my admission notice, and gave me 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan. I didn't know where the money came from, but Lele told me to escape, to go to university, that gaining knowledge could change my fate. I couldn't cry out in this world. Only Lele was good to me. I loved Lele the most. Her family wasn't wealthy either, but her parents loved her very much and supported her studies. She was a cheerful girl. At 3 in the morning, I ran away. Before I left, Lele promised me she would definitely get into Hongfenji Polytechnic University and study at the same school as me. At that time, I was quite naive, full of passion, daring to go to a strange city in pursuit of the future. But I regretted it. I regretted escaping that night and regretted all my choices. On my way back to school, I was kidnapped. They didn't care whether it was a crime or not. They locked me in a room and tormented me repeatedly. They made me count. If I didn't speak, they would hit me. It hurt so much. I was wrong, truly wrong. I counted 1, 2, 3. I didn't know which person it was anymore. I felt like a broken puppet lying on the dirty ground, allowing those people to manipulate me. I didn't know whom I had offended or why they treated me this way. It really hurt. My legs were bleeding and I lost all sensation. But all of this was just the beginning. They attended the same university as me, took many photos of me, and ordered me to go to the 5th floor of the literature building every night, otherwise they would release the photos. I had learned a bit of law, so I immediately reported it to the police. Strangely, they weren't caught, and the next day I was kidnapped again, this time to a villa, spending the dirtiest 3 days of my life. During that time I was alive. No, it felt like I was dead. I couldn't distinguish. I really couldn't tell. Who could tell me? Am I in the human world or hell? They threatened me, saying that if I reported it again, they would kill me. I knelt on the ground begging for mercy. I didn't want to die. I was afraid of death. I had collapsed. I did whatever they said, not daring to resist even a little. Afterwards, I dragged my broken body through the heavy rain, crying and cursing the unfairness of fate. Fate seemed to tell me that when I felt I had broken free, it was merely a different way to bind me, guiding me back to where I started. I couldn't escape. They all bullied me. I no longer had the heart to study. What supported me to live was the promise I made with Lele. I struggled to live and live. Until one day they grew tired of playing with me and sent those photos out. I seemed to have lost the last bit of courage to continue living. At that moment, I thought if living was more painful than dying, what was the point of striving? If the future was darker than the present, it would be better to stop here. This incident caused quite a stir. Everyone knew about it. My advisor called me in for a talk, and I numbly said they bullied me. The advisor asked me why they bullied me and not others. Indeed, why? I wanted to know the answer too. I asked him why. Why? He told me to write a letter of understanding saying I couldn't afford to offend those people offering me $200,000 as compensation. How nice, and my value was not $88,000 but $200,000. If my mother heard this, she would definitely smile, praise that raising me wasn't in vain, and then gladly accept the terms. Hey. Ha ha. Ha ha. 3 days later I compromised. The moment I walked out of the police station, those who had bullied me looked at me with mockery, as if telling me that resistance was meaningless. It was utterly meaningless. I finally understood what it meant for a beautiful flower to bloom in a barren land. It was a sin. I shouldn't have run away. Then my life would have been marrying a 40-year-old man, having 3 to 5 children, waking up early and staying up late to do housework, tending to livestock until the end of my life. I was too greedy. I shouldn't have longed for knowledge. This must be my retribution. That night I took a shower. I wanted to be clean, wore the only white floral dress I had, and put on the butterfly hairpin Lele gave me. I prepared to end it all. It was raining that day when I changed my name. From now on I will no longer be known as Wenpundi. I will be Wenpan. I killed the boy who initially kidnapped me with one knife. There was no fear as I had imagined, only a sense of liberation. I knew my life was over, but I didn't want to spend it in prison. Nor could I leave this university. I had made a promise with Lele. I would wait for her. The literature building was tall. I stood on the rooftop below, where a crowd of police and students. I heard someone shout, "Stop putting on a show. If you have the guts, jump." I also heard, "Is she that bad girl?" It seemed no one wanted me to live. Why? Why is living a sin? Then fine, I will leave this dirty shell in this world and let my soul go to a clean place, a place where no one bullies me. The wind slapped against my face. I felt liberated. Unfortunately, I didn't wait for Lele. The content of the letter ends here. On the last page of the stationery, the final line is left blank, obviously. The so-called help for senior sister in completing her novel is to write something on this last line to give Wenpan a conclusion. A sharp pain came from his palm. Jiang Qing looked down, realizing too late that his right hand was pressed against the sharp corner of the table, gripping it too hard, cutting his palm, and staining the first few sheets of stationery red. He remained silent, carefully and seriously folding the stationery and placing it into the old envelope. No wonder when Wenpan intended to attack me last time her legs were bleeding. She must have been tortured terribly, far worse than what I understood through the clues. Jiang Qing tightened his grip with his right hand. He suddenly felt that Wenpan's life was similar to Feng Yao's script. If it weren't for his and Song Pangan's interference, Feng Yao might have become the next Wenpan. There will always be some people who inflict harm on others for their own amusement. Directly opposite, Wenpan showed no change in expression, asking, "Can you promise me one thing?" Jiang Qing was taken aback. "You say? Don't tell anyone about my experience." Wenpan's voice trembled slightly. Jiang Qing, with his body largely wrapped in bandages, was stunned for a long time before responding, "I promise you." He understood now why the death rate of the inspiration game was 100% and why Wenpan wanted to hide this letter close to her heart. She didn't want others to know her pain. "Thank you." Wenpan nodded gently. After pondering for 6 or 7 seconds, she lightly tapped her diary with her fingers, speaking in a weary tone, "Tomorrow at noon, everything will be over. During this time, the vengeful spirits will not attack you. Go back and rest or do something meaningful. Everything will be over." Jiang Qing's breath hitched, an inexplicable pressure engulfing him. "You mean after I receive this letter, it's equivalent to a countdown to death? You won't wait to kill us 7 days later, but tomorrow?" Wenpan remained silent, pointing to the corridor. "Are you pushing me away?" Jiang Qing asked, half stubborn and half afraid. "What if I don't leave?" Suddenly the white floral dress turned red, and Wenpan's cold gaze fixed on him. "Stop." Jiang Qing grasped the cane under his arm, limping as he walked out. "You win." At the door of the classroom, he paused. "I noticed the last line of the last sheet of stationery is empty. If you write something, will we have completed the task?" Wenpan nodded. "Aren't you going to take the letter?" Jiang Qing said weakly, "What use would it be for me to take it? You wrote it, not me. You might as well keep it hidden in your underwear until I figure out how to deal with you." "Deal with me?" Wenpan burst into laughter. "To be honest, you look quite beautiful when you smile." All right, don't be angry, I'll leave. I'm not a bad person." Jiang Qing gritted his teeth as he walked out of the literature building, the pain in his body exceeding expectations, especially the large swelling on his right ankle showing no signs of subsiding after just one day. Song. It hurts like hell. I'm coming, you really are my lord." Song Pingon pushed the wheelchair over from a distance. Feng Yao looked concerned. "Bro, are you okay?" Jiang Qing looked expectant. Is there a way to survive? I'm fine, but the situation is grim. Tomorrow is the last day. The ghost. When Pan wants to kill us and the specific method is unknown. The last day. Jiang Qing staggered back a step, her gaze blank. It's only the third day. Isn't the task supposed to be within 7 days? Damn it, did you provoke her? Jiang Qing shook his head. Anyway, until noon tomorrow the vengeful spirits won't. The next moment a figure in black rushed out from behind a tree brandishing a dagger, lunging at Jiang Qing. Holy shit. Song Pangon reacted the fastest, pushing the wheelchair forward. The two girls were startled and followed closely behind. Old Jiang, what do you mean the vengeful spirits won't? Jiang Qing's face turned red, unable to utter a word for a long time. On the 5th floor window, when Pan curled her lips, scoffing, trying to weave stories to deceive me. I'll deceive you once, and we'll call it even. Besides, you believe in ghost stories, how naive. The crimson moonlight draped the buildings of this university with an eerie veil. Jiang Qing was drenched in sweat. Slow down, the wheels are smoking. There are steps ahead, steps. With a scream, Jiang Qing fell into the flower bed, his insides aching, feeling as if his bones were about to fall apart. This guy is definitely doing it on purpose. I don't want him to push the wheelchair anymore. I will die at his hands sooner or later. Before Jiang Qing could react, Song Pangon picked him up in a princess carry, abandoning the wheelchair. What are you doing? Jiang Qing stared in disbelief. Old Song swallowed hard. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive I won't abandon you. My wheelchair. Screw your wheelchair. Jiang Qing. Why are you glaring at me? That thing is too heavy. By the way, you're lighter than that, holding something soft with a hint of blood. Are you on your period? Jiang Qing. If you were, ask Yao Mei for a sanitary pad. Oh right, you bled a lot yesterday. I should have sucked it up for you, it's great for stopping bleeding. Jiang Qing. Old Jiang, I think I can't run anymore. Look back and see if that dog thing is still there. That night Jiang Qing wanted to strangle Song Pangon. 1:50 a.m. The handsome Yang Yi held his stomach as he entered the classroom, and after sitting down he leaned over the desk. Song Pangon nudged Jiang Qing's arm with his elbow. Old Jiang, have you noticed? This kid is quite pretty, he's either a sissy or gay. Hearing this, Yang Yi glared at him fiercely. What are you looking at? Song Pangon glared back. What? Did you get your period? Do you need a sanitary pad? Yang Yi frowned. Are you giving it to me? At this the whole room fell silent. Wait a minute. Song Pangon rubbed his temples. I'm confused. You. A girl. Yang Yi weakly replied. Did I say I was a boy? She miscalculated her menstrual cycle, coming 3 days early. Feng Yao's eyes lit up, her smile uncontainable. She was plain, but at least she had something. A girl. Jiang Qing couldn't believe it. Are you guys annoying? Does it matter whether you're male or female? I like being a boy, and usually my brother calls me brother. Is there a problem? Yang Yi's eyes welled up with tears from the pain. Do you have anything? She had gone to the school supermarket this morning, but it was closed. Everyone shook their heads, unable to help. So annoying. Really annoying. Yang Yi leaned on the desk as if she was about to cry from the pain. Song Pangon was puzzled. Is it really that painful? You wouldn't understand. Jiang Qing empathized deeply. Lu Wangyu spat to think she's a girl and still made it to the 9th task. Jiang Shuyu's right hand was bandaged, her face devoid of color, despair reflected in her eyes. This task is too difficult, leaving no room for survival. It's already the 3rd day and she doesn't even know what the so-called novel is. How can she help the ghost's senior sister complete it? The atmosphere in the classroom was oppressive. At exactly noon, when Pan arrived, she did not knock but walked straight to the podium, picked up a piece of chalk, and wrote a line. Today's theme is for 3 students to share their biggest regret, and no lying is allowed. Jiang Shuyu. The 3 bold characters made that cunning woman tremble, and she reluctantly stood up. Sigh. Is there no way to escape? Can't I be named again? I truly have nothing to regret. Let me think. Regret. Those 2 words do not fit my character. I have indeed harmed many actors, but who among us hasn't? I just want to survive, that's all. If I had to mention one regret. Zhao Xiaodong, she is my disciple. I took her on 2 missions and invited her to join the Dream Pursuit Club. She is the most talented girl I have ever seen, just like me, ruthless. We are natural partners. Unfortunately, during the last mission it clearly should have ended, yet she still died at the hands of a vengeful spirit. I can't accept it. I should have stopped her from eating something. Jiang Shuyu calmed her agitated emotions and sat down slowly without looking at Jiang Qing and the others. As expected, she was in cahoots with Zhao Xiaodong, setting a trap. Jiang Qing said coldly. Strangely, when Pan did not write Jiang Shuyu's story in her diary, she continued to name Yang Yi. Yang Yi, suffering from menstrual pain, was going crazy. She couldn't even stand. Senior, I request to speak while sitting. I'm in too much pain. Yang Yi pleaded with a desperate tone. When Pan's gaze turned cold and a terrifying killing intent surged, distorting the classroom slightly. Yang Yi, frightened, stood up, her body trembling. There were some bloodstains on the chair. She hurriedly recounted, my greatest regret. I shouldn't have taken 50,000 from home. In my junior year, I was addicted to games, hated reality, despised flattery, and detested the complexities of human relationships. Only in the gaming world could I find freedom. In the game, a big shot added me claiming to be the boss of a certain media company. They asked me if I was a girl and if I wanted to be an internet celebrity. I admit I was foolish because there was a girl in our dorm who was an internet celebrity. After a live stream, she earned thousands. For me back then, it was an irresistible temptation. Gradually, I was tricked into buying courses and paying training fees. A total of 50,000. Haha. I didn't become an internet celebrity, and when my mom had a car accident, my dad discovered the money was gone while trying to pay. My mom died in the hospital, my dad almost killed me, and I didn't want to live anymore so. Yang Yi bit her lip, her voice choked and trembling. That's it, I'm done talking. Could someone with 9 missions be deceived? Feng Yaoyao seemed to have discovered a new world. But then she thought Yang Yi was talking about experiences in the real world. She was only a junior then. Now she must be around 24 or 25. When Pan's expression remained unchanged as she continued to call names, Zhao Yunfei, a middle-aged man with a low presence and an unremarkable face, stood up from the corner. I regret falling in love with a heartless woman. She was diagnosed with leukemia, the early stage. I spent everything to treat her, quit my job to stay by her side, and in the end, she recovered and married someone else. I still can't forget that line. She said it was your choice. The classroom fell silent for a moment. When Pan put down her diary and pen and turned to leave, the crowd was shocked. What does this mean? No more diary. Jiang Shuyu, closest to the podium, rushed forward first. Woman, hurry and see what was written. Lu Wangyu rushed over, asking anxiously. Jiang Shuyu opened the diary, flipping through the pages, her forehead creasing more. This isn't right. There are no stories, just character descriptions. Names, gender, height, weight, age, appearance. What kind of mess is this? Jiang Shuyu broke down, her eyes bloodshot. Sunlight streamed in through the window, and Song Pan perked up his ears to listen, asking, Jiang, what's going on? Jiang Qing bit her nails, her thoughts racing. There are no stories in the diary. Just detailed descriptions of characters. What on earth is Pan trying to do? Jiang Shuyu proposed. There are still 4 days left. Let's destroy the diary. Then the ghost senior won't be able to create vengeful spirits. Perhaps even the vengeful spirits from the past 2 days will disappear. Then what are we waiting for? Lu Wangyu urged. Zhao Yunfei nodded. It's worth a try. The 3 of them conferred, and Jiang Shuyu took out a lighter and set a corner of the diary ablaze. Jiang Qing stared at the growing flames at the diary that was half burned, at the curling black smoke rising, her unease rapidly amplifying. Let's go, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Jiang Qing stood up with the help of Song Pan and Feng Yaoyao and walked to the classroom door. A chill ran down his back and he instinctively turned around. The originally empty classroom was now filled with vengeful spirits. Even the hand-raising ghost, the knocking ghost, and the decollecting ghost from the first day were among them. Over 40 vengeful spirits stared at them in unison. Run! Someone shouted, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. Jiang Shuyu realized they had stirred up a huge disaster and forcefully pushed the frail Zhao Yunfei aside, fleeing the classroom. In an instant, Zhao Yunfei's limbs were laid across the desk, his eyes still rolling. He cried out in pain, begging, pitifully, waiting hopelessly for death. The most terrified were Yang Yi and Jiang Qing, one suffering from severe menstrual pain and the other severely disabled. It's over, it's over. Song Pan picked up Jiang Qing and rushed downstairs, muttering, the diary is a trap. The ghost senior calculated that those fools would destroy it, leaving it intentionally behind. Once the diary is destroyed, the seal will be lifted and all the vengeful spirits written in the diary will resurrect. Jiang, is that right? Jiang Qing turned to the side as a group of vengeful spirits charged at them. There's no time. Head to the arts building. Wait for me. Yang Yi's face was pale, bleeding as she ran in excruciating pain. Just as it seemed she was about to be caught by the vengeful spirit, Jian Yuqing gritted her teeth and took out the soul-summoning mirror. A vengeful spirit appeared in the mirror, blocking the hand-raising ghost and giving Yang Yi time to escape. This is the last time I use the sealing item. You owe me a life. Jian Yuqing pulled Yang Yi out of the teaching building, closely following behind Jiang Qing and the others. Yang Yi said weakly, thank you. The sky suddenly changed, dark clouds gathered and a red moon hung above. Damn, is this level 9 difficulty? This is going to destroy the world. Jiang Shuyu cursed, glancing back to see the vengeful spirits close at hand. Lu Wangyu had one leg severed, lying on the ground, desperately reaching out to Jiang Shuyu. Save me. Save me. You die. Jiang Shuyu had already gone mad, shouting insults. She didn't need to run faster than the ghosts, just faster than these people. On the other side, just as they were about to reach the literature building, a pair of red embroidered shoes appeared out of nowhere. This vengeful spirit was too terrifying, emitting an aura far surpassing those created vengeful spirits. Song Pan hit the brakes and changed direction to escape. Jiang Qing punched him in the chest. Let me down. Shut up. Song Pan shouted loudly, feeling he could no longer run, that he would die at the hands of the vengeful spirits, not even having time to check on Feng Yaoyao's condition. Suddenly 3 vengeful spirits appeared ahead: an arsonist, a self-harming girl, and a thief. Dozens of vengeful spirits chased from behind. This mission left Song Pingon in despair. Jiang Qing was unwilling, having come this far. As long as he saw Wen Pan, he would definitely win. The voice of Meng Wanzhou echoed in his mind heavy, but you must pay 1/3 of your life for me to appear. This will cause an irreversible situation. The audience might intervene. Jiang Qing laughed a mad laugh. 1/3. Take it. I want to see Wen Pan. The vengeful spirits lunged forward. Feng Yaoao bit her lip hard, thinking, don't be afraid, you are a brave girl. Jian Yuqing collapsed on the ground, thinking, why? I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Yang Yi was calm as water, thinking, forget it, let it end like this. Mom, I'm sorry. Song Pingon was also laughing madly. Old Jiang, how many chances do I have to take them on? Dream. Cough cough. Jiang Qing laughed until his voice became hoarse, almost shouting, Meng Wanzhou. At the critical moment, red threads pierced through dozens of vengeful spirits, manipulating them like puppets. The man wore a black coat, his cheeks sunken and gaunt, controlling a group of vengeful spirits with one hand. Feng Yao Yao, dream. Jian Yuqing, Wang. Yang Yizhou. Jiang Qing coughed up blood and said to the crowd, keep running. After 5 minutes, use the key to open the door and go back, trust me. 5 minutes. Having lost 1/3 of his life and sustained serious injuries, he was at the end of his strength. Meng Wanzhou took Jiang Qing without even looking at the group leaping onto the literature building. The wind on the rooftop was fierce, and when Pan looked down at the ongoing slaughter in a floral white dress, she seemed numb, as if accustomed to it, maintaining a cold expression throughout. When Pan gazed intently at the 2 uninvited guests, I noticed something was off long ago. Your miracle doesn't belong to you. I never expected. You were hiding a ghost. Let me guess. Hong Do Siang Si Wanzhou Si Qi. Senior, am I right? Fate, I really don't want to be. Meng Wanzhou twitched her finger and red threads filled the rooftop. These red threads were incredibly sharp, capable of slicing through limbs with ease. Jiang Qing's hands trembled as he held onto the railing, his voice heavy as if he had a severe cold, questioning. What do you need to write the last sentence? It's not that I don't want to write it, I just don't know how. I haven't seen Lulu yet, and life shouldn't end with a period. So, are you going to stay here forever? Jiang Qing clutched his chest and coughed twice, guarding a fall school for a lifetime, killing actors year after year. When Pan retorted, I'm just following the rules, your deaths have nothing to do with me. Jiang Qing felt dizzy. Losing 1/3 of his life was a heavier price than he imagined. Cough. When Pan, let me take you back to meet Lulu to help you kill those who have bullied you. This dream needs to end. You're such a good girl. Jiang Qing's voice was hoarse and strained. He could no longer hold on and began to fall to one side. There was no sound of him hitting the ground, only a soft embrace. When Pan caught him speaking each word slowly, can you take me back? Yes, I will take you home. Jiang Qing replied. Home. When Pan's eyes glistened with tears, I have no home. We are your home. Jiang Qing said with a gentle smile, raising his right hand and placing it on the girl's head. Meng Wanzhou retracted the red threads, half squatting beside the 2. This phrase struck when Pan's heart like an arrow, deeply piercing and impossible to pull out. She lowered her head, her soul trembling. I'm not a good girl, I'm dirty. She found it strange. Sometimes she could be so fragile that she would burst into tears over a single sentence, while at other times she could grit her teeth and keep going alone. The dirty ones are not you, but those who hurt you. You have left that skin behind in that world with you now. Is not. Jiang Qing was so weak he might faint at any moment. He whispered in the girl's ear as if to reveal the greatest secret of this world. I. When Pan raised her head, tears blurring her cheeks, she was just a fragile girl who couldn't withstand even a little warmth. She feared the light named Jiang Qing shining into her dark world only to suddenly vanish. She was afraid this redemption would be fleeting. Meng Wanzhou, help me up. Jiang Qing stood at the edge of the rooftop holding the girl's hand. Be brave, come, I'll teach you. I say one sentence, you say one sentence. I am not called Wen Pan. The girl bit her lip for a long while before speaking. I am not called Wen Pan. Louder. I am not called Wen Pan. The girl shouted loudly at the sky. I am called Wen Pan. I am called Wen Pan. I control my own script. I am not anyone's appendage. I was born to be the protagonist. The girl repeated this loudly. Though her voice trembled, it pierced through the night sky like an arrow breaking through the darkness. Jiang Qing fell backward into Meng Wanzhou's embrace. Pan, don't shrink into the corner of self-doubt anymore. Do not avoid the painful encounters. You are a mountain, not a stream. If you don't know how to write the last sentence, I will teach you. Jiang Qing whispered a sentence in the girl's ear. When Pan burst into tears, thank you. She took out that letter and wrote on the last page the final line. This was our promise until the end of death. Yes, they had promised to attend the same university, but when Pan died and Lulu also died, however, they did not forget their promise, one waiting, the other searching. The letter burned, swirling through the air like a dancing fire butterfly flying far away. Jiang Qing lost himself gazing at the direction of the fire butterfly, so beautiful, just like her. What? What was her name? I seem to have never asked. On the tree-lined path, Song Ping and held Jiang Yi running while gagging, his throat burning. Don't puke on me. Yang Yi panicked, her face covered in the other's spit. Song Ping couldn't utter a word. His legs were numb, calling out for Jiang Qing in his heart. Old Jiang, I can't hold on any longer. I'm really going to die this time. I'm still a virgin. Old Jiang. Open the door. The fire butterfly flew by and Jiang Qing's voice echoed in every actor's ear. Ha ha. Cough cough cough. Ha ha. One. Old Jiang won. Song Ping laughed, maniacally rushing toward the nearest girl's dormitory, summoning the key to open the door. Vengeful spirits screamed. Before leaving, Song Ping raised his middle finger at the group of vengeful spirits, fully insulting them. He took a step back, disappearing into the darkness, returning to the world of the book. Feng Jian and Yang, the three girls, had no mood to provoke the vengeful spirits and returned first. At the entrance of the chemistry lab, Jiang Qing summoned the key, inserting it into the lock. Her right hand fell to the ground, a red embroidered shoe appearing behind her. No. No. Jiang Qing screamed like crazy. She reached out her left hand, which was snapped off with a crack. She knelt on the ground, both crying and laughing, staring intently at the key on the lock. As long as I can open it, as long as I can open the door. Jiang Qing opened her mouth to bite the key. The embroidered shoe vengeful spirit grabbed her foot, slowly dragging her back. A step away, as if a chasm. I'm willing. The contract was fulfilled, and when Pan Pan became Jiang Qing's second ghost, the second resident of the library. Suddenly the ground shook, cracks appeared on the walls of the literature building, spreading rapidly. The red moon in the sky resembled an eyeball with countless paper money strung together into a deadly black line. The building collapsed and Meng Wanzhou held Jiang Qing in the air, gazing at the black line. The audience is making a move, throw the key down. Jiang Qing was startled, summoned the key and tossed it toward the ruins of the key, opened a door on the ground, the door back to the world of the book. It can be done this way. Does ruins have the meaning of being opened? Without giving him time to ponder, Meng Wanzhou let go. You're not ready for level 9 difficulty yet. Jiang Qing fell rapidly, seeing Meng Wanzhou and when Pan Pan blocking the black line. He knew. The puppet master of this world was watching him. Ha ha. Jiang Qing laughed. You're afraid, you fear me. Once I understand all the rules, I will drag each of you down to hell. Let you realize I am the greatest terror. Meng Wanzhou and when Pan Pan returned to the library. Jiang Qing fell behind the door. This game has come to a conclusion. Jiang Qing slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness pulling away from the darkness. It's over, he exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief, as if he had survived a calamity. At the same time, Jiang Qing realized an important fact: a level 9 difficulty task was terrifying. It perfectly illustrated the saying, tasks are always filled with uncertainty. He believed he had found 2 paths to survival, thinking everything was under his control. However, in reality, his understanding of the bizarre was minimal, and any slight change could lead to total failure. The script cannot be changed for now. In the first delivery game, Meng Wanzhou had been completely lackadaisical, constantly showing mercy, as if playing a cat-and-mouse game, almost shoving the clues for success right in front of him. In the second hide-and-seek game, the difficulty was level 6, and it almost cost him at the last moment. Fortunately, Uncle Chen awakened a miracle and turned the tide, so it was a close call. In the third inspiration game, the difficulty was level 9, nearly unsolvable. When Pan Pan stated that the success rate was 0%, had I not sacrificed 1/3 of my life to summon Meng Wanzhou, I would have undoubtedly perished. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Jiang Qing rubbed his temples and focused his gaze. Before him stood an ancient and unadorned bookshelf, neatly arranged, while the vaulted ceiling sparkled like a starry river. A girl in a floral dress with shoulder-length hair swayed nervously, her beautiful face watching him intently. Her concerned gaze felt like needles trying to stitch together the terrifying rifts. Jiang Qing looked astonished. Your hair. When Pan Pan grasped the armrest of the sofa, leaning forward, their eyes meeting at a very close distance. I used to have short hair, it was easier to manage. After I committed suicide, I became a vengeful spirit. In the repeated attempts to scare others, I found long hair to be more frightening. This is my true form. A vengeful spirit. Jiang Qing caught onto the keyword. Aren't you supposed to become bizarre after death? I was a vengeful spirit after death, filled with great resentment, considered a top tier among vengeful spirits. Later, as each actor perished in my game, they became my nourishment, which allowed me to awaken miracles and ascend to become bizarre. Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow and shifted his gaze to Meng Wanzhou, who was sitting on a black single sofa. What are you looking at? I am like this too. Meng Wanzhou set down the book in her hand, her voice rich and deep. Actors can awaken miracles and also utilize sealing items. Naturally, vengeful spirits have their paths to promotion. Otherwise, do you think those vengeful spirits would exert all their efforts to kill every actor in the tasks? After a pause, he changed the topic. You have been in a coma for 6 days and your injuries are severe. That guy named Song called in a group of doctors to treat you, saving your life. 6 days. Jiang Qing exclaimed abruptly, standing up. No way. How can it not be? Meng Wanzhou once again informed him, using my miracle causes damage to you in various aspects such as body, mind, and lifespan. After all, this power does not ultimately belong to you. Using it once a day is fine, but exceeding that. Hey. And to have me appear in the task world, you must sacrifice 1/3 of your lifespan. Of course, it's best not to use it again. If you do, your body won't be able to withstand the task's intensity. Jiang Qing fell silent. The second task had instilled great confidence in him. He had not expected that killing 2 important side characters in the script would match him with a level 9 difficulty boss. Ultimately lacking experience, taking too large a step is prone to failure. He sat down with a blank expression. Meng Wanzhou had told him about the difficulty settings of the tasks. For example, Jiang Qing had completed 3 tasks so far, and before embarking on the 4th, minor changes to the script wouldn't increase the difficulty, while substantial changes would define the level based on the extent of the alterations. Yang Yi had mentioned that the actors from the first 9 tasks would not match with the bosses beyond the 9th. The 3 of them gathered and chatted for a while. Pon, once I recover, I will take you to Hongfengji University to meet Lele. I will also investigate Lele's death if... Jiang Qing's gaze turned cold. Let those people pay back blood for blood. Thank you. When Pan bit her lip. She did not know why Lele had died. If it were the same as her situation, that would be too painful. As Jiang Qing was about to leave the library when Pan quickly grasped his hand seriously, saying, I can also lend you my miracle. My miracle is called Fate. Firstly, it can allow events that have already occurred to manifest again, including people, provided that one understands everything about their past. Only then can Fate be activated. Understanding the past. No wonder the inspiration game is about storytelling. It seems to involve understanding us, and then activating Fate, causing past fears and unpleasantness to resurface. This kind of miracle is somewhat terrifying. Jiang Qing stroked his chin deep in thought. Strands of hair fell beside his face, and when Pan's gesture of pushing her hair back was as beautiful as an angel. She continued to elaborate. Secondly, it can slightly alter the future, allowing the predetermined fate to deviate, creating a reasonable and feasible path to survival in a hopeless situation. Change the future. Jiang Qing inhaled sharply. If I buy a lottery ticket and the script states that I want win, can it be changed to winning? It can, but as I said, it's only a slight change. At most you'll win 2nd prize or 3rd prize. When Pan paced a couple of steps, then turned to stare at Jiang Qing. Life is like a script. The audience arranges the actors clearly. Fate is a miracle that can alter the script, denying the predetermined development. Understanding this clearly, Jiang Qing's beautiful eyes regained confidence. Humans can definitely defeat ghosts. He needed the miracles of Meng Wanzhou and when Pan to survive. Pon, I will definitely take you to the end and fulfill your wishes. This was a promise, a pact, a new beginning for Jiang Qing and when Pan. Leaving the library, Jiang Qing felt dazed on the bed. What's going on? He struggled to look at his lower body, his left hand and right leg encased in plaster. After struggling for a while, he accepted the fact that he couldn't get up, staring blankly at the ceiling. In the quiet of the bedroom, only his faint breaths could be heard as beams of light streamed in through the cracks in the window, with dust swirling in them. The golden retriever perked up his ears, quickly stood up and leaned its large mouth against Jiang Qing's face, wagging its fluffy tail vigorously, making soft whimpering sounds. Happy Jiang Qing forced a smile. The injury on his left cheek pulled slightly, causing a bit of sting. He wanted to reach out and touch the happy dog's head, but there was no strength in his body, as if it did not belong to him, an indescribable discomfort crawling all over him like ants. Go. Jiang Qing's throat felt uncomfortable, and after a long time, he managed to spit out 3 words: call. Someone. The happy dog tilted its head in thought, then ran towards the bedroom door, scratching at it, until it opened, rushing down to the living room on the 1st floor of the villa. After about 30 seconds, Jiang Qing heard footsteps and a familiar female voice. Hey, don't bite my pants. Where are you taking me? Slow down. Do you want to eat, or drink water? Or go to the bathroom? Can you say something? The happy dog rolled its eyes. It could really talk, and the girl seemed quite displeased. Are you taking me? To see your master. The half-open door was pushed fully open, and Jian Yuqing bent down with a plate of fruit in her left hand, and her right hand pressed on the golden retriever's head, her pant legs all wet with dog slobber. Jiang Qing was taken aback. Jian Yuqing. Jiang Qing. You're awake. Jian Yuqing exclaimed joyfully, throwing the fruit away and rushing over. Woo-woo. Jiang Ge, big shot. My next mission is level 9 difficulty. Please carry me. You are my idol, the most powerful actor I've ever met. I sincerely wish to team up. I will definitely obey. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to catch birds, I won't catch chickens. Jiang Qing frowned in disdain. Get off. Cough, cough. Move away. Your snot is about to fall into my mouth. Cough, cough. Don't press on me. Weak Jiang Qing could hardly withstand the disturbance. He had been unconscious for 6 days, not having eaten a bite, solely relying on a ventilator and nutrient solution to survive. Oh, I'm sorry, I got a bit too excited. Jian Yuqing awkwardly stood up. She was wearing a pink home pajama with an open collar, her short hair looking cute, and when she smiled, her small tiger teeth charmed the opposite sex. Jiang Qing weakly murmured, "Help pour me a glass of water." Right away. The girl quickly dashed out of the bedroom and swiftly returned with warm water. Jiang Qing took a sip to moisten his throat, feeling slightly better. "How come you're here?" In the final moments, he wasn't sure how many had survived, but unexpectedly the girl had good luck. Jian Yuqing walked to the window to let Jiang Qing breathe, then cautiously sat on the edge of the bed and said, "I exchanged contact info with Yao Yao in the mission world. After returning, I rested for a day, and then took the subway from Tianqing City to Lanhai City. I'll tell you, I'm now a member of the New World." "You?" Jiang Qing frowned. He didn't know much about this girl. She was a bit clever in the mission, but also somewhat of a fool, initially aligning with Yang Yi's team, barely escaping a total wipeout before finding them. "What about me?" Jian Yuqing placed her hands on her hips, speaking with a hint of a spoiled tone. "I'm really awesome, okay? In the first 7 missions, I relied on myself and the ceiling item to survive. Who knew the 8th mission would be level 9 difficulty? It scared me to death." Jiang Qing didn't engage, countering with, "What about them? Those who work go to work, those who study go to school. Today is..." Jian Yuqing shook her head, her short hair swaying. "I've also become the secretary of Song Pingan, but he's too stingy, giving me 3,000 a month, claiming that I won't have to pay for food and lodging. 3,000 is enough to live on. This is a first-tier city. 3,000. That's gone after buying a few clothes. How can I be happy?" Jian Yuqing liked to say not happy as if it were her catchphrase, giving off a silly vibe. "Secretary." Jiang Qing's mind was a bit slow to process. Cough. "Do you plan to stay in Lanhai City? What I mean is, aren't you worried about drastically changing the script?" Upon saying this, Jiang Qing felt speechless. He had forgotten that this girl had already been through 8 missions. Jian Yuqing laughed cheerfully. "You forgot my next mission is the 9th, which is the highest difficulty. No matter how I change the script's direction, the difficulty will remain level 9, and I won't be matched with actors above level 9. That counts as us catching a bug in the audience. By the way, how many times have you been?" I asked them, but they wouldn't tell me. "I have cleared it 3 times. Jiang Qing casually disclosed. 3. Jian Yuqing stared in astonishment. "No way. This. So this means the inspiration game is your 3rd time. You are a complete novice. How can you be carried through?" "I thought I was clever and a genius, completing 8 missions in 5 years. You." Jiang Qing internally boasted, feeling too exhausted to engage with Jian Yuqing. The two stared at each other, a golden retriever's head hanging by the bed, watching its owner with concern. This awkward silence lasted 3 minutes until Jian Yuqing could no longer tolerate it and broke the quiet, asking, "Do you want something to eat? I can prepare some for you." "No appetite. The noodles I cooked are super delicious, I promise." "No appetite." "Oh, then do you want some water?" "Sister, be quiet, my head hurts." "Old, does your wife hurt?" Jiang Qing's face displayed his speechlessness. "Then I'll stay here with you. If you get hungry, call me, okay?" Jian Yuqing pouted, sitting cross-legged in the corner of the bed, unhappily resting her chin on her hands, gazing out at the scenery. Jiang Qing looked at the girl's back and thought, since Su Morong accepted her joining, it must be that she has been assessed for her character. Having an actor of level 8 difficulty, along with the ceiling item in her possession, is a good thing in the long run. The sun set in the sky, the night gradually descended, and a group of people returned to the villa one after another. Feng Yaoao untied her hair tie, wrapped it around her wrist, tidied her cascading hair, and walked to the 2nd-floor bedroom, momentarily frozen, before rushing over. "Brother." Jiang Qing looked at her gently, his voice soft. "You're pressing on my hand." This attitude made Jian Yuqing unhappy. "You're so double-standard." Feng Yaoao giggled, stood up, and tapped Jiang Qing's cast on his left hand. "It's quite hard." "Whoa, old Jiang, you finally woke up. I almost thought you were going to kick the bucket. This girl here has been my secretary for the past week, taking care of you at home. I'm quite generous, right?" Song Pingan took off his suit jacket, leaning against the door frame, winking at Jiang Qing. Jian Yuqing seriously reprimanded him. "Hey, I'm not a Taiwanese girl. My mother is a stunning beauty from the Jiangnan Watertown. I inherited many of her excellent genes." "Jiangnan Watertown." Song Pingan was quite surprised. "Can't tell, but your figure is really great. Do you know what a secretary is supposed to do?" 3,000. "What do you want me to do, eh? If it weren't for the poor job market in Lanhai City and my lack of savings, I wouldn't be begging you for a job." "Damn capitalists, you're exploiting me." Song Pingan exclaimed, but was restrained by Chen Tianyue's hand on his shoulder. "Stop messing around, Xiao Jiang is a patient." Jian Yuqing stuck her tongue out at Song Pingan, giving a hit-me-if-you-dare expression. She was the type of cheerful girl who never internalized her struggles. The gentle and graceful Su Morong nodded at Jiang Qing, speaking calmly. "Yao Yao and Song Pingan told us that your team almost suffered a total wipeout during this mission. Fortunately, you saved the day." "Speaking of which..." Feng Yaoao looked confused. "Brother, who was that man at the end? Was he a fierce ghost or what? Why did he save us?" Jiang Qing knew he couldn't avoid this topic, opening his mouth to fabricate. "That was the fierce ghost in the mission who had a grudge against Wenponpon, so he saved us. I'll sue you for defamation." Meng Wan's his voice echoed in his mind. Jiang Qing shifted the topic. "Not talking about this, I'm a bit hungry. I don't want to lie down." "Wait." Before he finished speaking, socialite Chen Ge lifted him in a princess carry. "Uncle Chen, put me down." Jiang Qing felt like crying. This was too embarrassing. Song Pingon exchanged glances with Lin Gubei, and everyone quietly headed downstairs first. Chen Tianwei was domineering. Don't move. Forget it. My face and dignity are all gone. Whatever happens on the ground, I give up resisting. Chen Tianwei walked steadily, carrying the young man downstairs. The living room was dark, the lights off. Yao 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 yao. Jiang Qing called out a couple of times, but no one replied. What's going on? Suddenly the lights turned on and Song Pingon and the group stood in the living room with firecrackers in hand. Bang bang bang, colorful ribbons arced through the air. Song Pingon smiled. So how is this plan of mine? Does it provide enough emotional value for you? Feng Yaoao cheerfully said, brother, welcome back. Lin Gubei rarely spoke, saying welcome back. Su Morong smiled slightly. Jiang Qing, welcome back. Jian Yuqing showed her tiger teeth. Jiang Ge im Jian Yuqing, a new member of the New World Organization. Even Chen Tianyue, who usually didn't smile and resolved issues with fists, laughed. Next time I'll go with you. You can be the brain and I'll be the fist. And welcome back. Jiang Qing's eyes turned warm, not daring to look directly at this group of partners. What are you doing? Don't mess with happy tail wagging woof. In a spacious living room, Song Pangon called for a table laden with light delicacies, and everyone feasted heartily. Jiang Qing took a couple of sips of thin meat porridge, feeling sluggish, and pondered for a moment before asking, did Jiang Wei come looking for me while I was unconscious? Not just looking for you, said Lin Guibei, a mature and charming man wearing glasses. 3 days ago, your sister reported to the police that you had been missing for 3 days. The police quickly investigated and found this place. Fearing it might disrupt your script, Song Pangon didn't intervene. It was Su who handled it. Alarmed, Jiang Qing thought, reporting to find me. Is he out of his mind? I said before that I would walk my own path from now on. It's best if we don't meet again. Jiang Qing internally lamented. He understood that it wasn't good for Song Pangon to get involved. A blind man of ordinary status living in the home of a super-rich second generation as a friend could lead to all sorts of troubles if Jiang Wei or other relatives found out, pestering him and trying to get clothes, even asking for money, which could easily alter the direction of the script. Sumerian, an excellent university teacher, had relatively fewer concerns in this regard. The script. Jiang Qing's expression gradually turned to confusion. His script had been updated. This time there were 5 new points in total. First, Jiang Yuan was unwilling to give up the Jiang family's assets, persistently clinging to Jiang Wei. Second, Jiang Wei found Jiang Yuan's true disgusting face unbearable and had someone teach him a lesson. Third, Jiang Yuan, unwilling to concede, went to pester Gu Kersen, who was belittled by Gus' parents. Fourth, in desperation, Jiang Yuan kidnapped Gu Kersen, demanding 5 million from Jiang Qing for her release. Jiang Qing was stabbed by Jiang Yuan, who was then arrested by the police, while Gu Kersen fell in love with Jiang Qing. Fifth, Jiang Qing and Gu Kersen lived together and agreed to marry after graduating from university. After sorting out the script, Jiang Qing couldn't help but curse, am I really that cheap? What do you mean by saving Gu Kersen, living together, and agreeing to get married? Are they out of their minds? This plot will wrap up in 3 months, and strangely, there's no death plot. His curse left everyone dumbfounded. What's wrong? This feast costs 7,000, is it not to your taste? Song Pingon frowned. In his past life, he had never been a wealthy second generation. In this life, he was either spending money lavishly or spending even more. If he were to die during a mission one day, at least he would have enjoyed life once. The 300 million in his bank account was startup capital given by the original owner's father, hoping he would achieve something. Losing it wouldn't matter, as the Song Group was not short of 300 million. Of course, among the 3 sons of the original owner, the father valued the mature and steady eldest son far more than the frivolous second son or the indulgent third son. Jiang Qing felt a headache coming on as he glanced at Jian Yuqing, contemplating whether to recount the script again. Feng Yaoao was displeased, saying, what is this? Is this supposed to make my brother a love-struck fool, a backup plan? Gu Kersen might have even slept with Jiang Yuan. Jian Yuqing pointed out, this is just a method for the audience to toy with us. Some scripts are truly disgusting. If you don't change your course, you might not die, but adhering to the script is absolutely unacceptable. If you change, the difficulty of the next mission will increase, leading to a deadlock. Sumerian nodded in agreement, saying, for example, my script indicates that 2 months from now I will be kidnapped on my way home and suffer 7 days of imprisonment and torture. I must change that to avoid it. With the demeanor of a political bigwig, Lin Guibei lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and asked, what are you planning to do? Jiang Qing was secretly displeased, not wanting to get involved with Gu Kersen, yet the script insisted on this arrangement. And then there was Jiang Wei, an inconsequential supporting character, who had now become an important one after this update. This is troublesome. I don't understand the mechanism behind the increase in mission difficulty. Last time, after killing 2 important supporting characters, the difficulty jumped straight to level 9. Don't look at me, to be honest, the luck factor accounts for a large part of surviving this time. Jiang Qing thought for a moment, my assessment is that we can currently handle level 6 difficulty. Yao has ceiling items and we have miraculous bugs, it's possible to also clear level 7. Feng Yao with some self-awareness said, brother, don't flatter me. Without you leading with my sealing items and miracles, I feel like I can only manage level 5 difficulty at most. Admitting one's lack of high intelligence and reasoning skills wasn't difficult. Sumerian sipped her chicken soup and said earnestly, we are just a group of novices lacking experience. There's no need to focus on level 7, 8, or 9 difficulties. We should first understand the patterns of levels below 6. After a brief pause, the gentle older sister looked at Jiang Qing and asked, when do you plan to participate in the next mission? I don't know. Jiang Qing shook his head. I need to recover first, and there are things to handle. Jian Yuqing blinked and said, Brother Jiang, don't be too anxious. Do you know why there's a 1-year buffer period after completing a mission? For 2 reasons. First, some actors have serious injuries, and without lying in bed for a few months, they definitely won't be able to participate in the next mission. Second, the audience gives us time to adjust our mental state. I've seen some actors who returned alive suffer from post-traumatic stress, unable to sleep through the night, feeling ghosts around them as soon as they close their eyes. Anxiety and psychological pressure lead to various mental illnesses, causing hallucinations and the like, which is very serious. Thus, living in the world of the book is necessary. Don't feel regret for what has happened, and don't feel anxious about what hasn't happened to stay optimistic. Sipping a spoonful of chicken soup, Jian Yuqing said cheerfully, 2 frequent missions can drive one insane. This is not an exaggeration. Post-traumatic effects. Jiang Qing turned to the girl who was 153 meters tall and swinging her legs, asking, do you have trouble sleeping at night? Nope. Feng Yaoao snorted, they can't scare me, it only makes me stronger. She was lying. She had indeed been suffering from severe insomnia lately, with terrifying images and scenes uncontrollably flashing in her mind as soon as she closed her eyes. Dinner concluded. Song Pangon brought a bottle of red wine, saying, I don't understand this stuff. It's just expensive. Sister Su and you and Xiaolin plan to participate in the 3rd mission. Yao has completed 4 missions. I and old Jiang have completed 3, while the girl from Jiang and has completed 8. You 2 couples and old Qin have only done it twice. Sumerian elegantly took the wine glass and said, Jiang Qing, next time, I'll join you with old Lin. That won't do. I booked first with Jiang Qing, will be invincible together. Jin Tianwei hurriedly claimed a stake. Wow, old Jiang is quite popular, Song Pangon shrugged. If you ask me, you 3 should team up. There's no plot change, so the difficulty is level 3. What's there to be anxious about? Feng Yaoao rolled her eyes. Some people are getting cocky. They're not afraid of level 3 difficulty. Jiang Qing seemed like a coveted prize, with everyone wanting a piece of him. Each mission allows a maximum of 3 people to team up. I can't take everyone. We should cultivate 3 to 5 actors who can remain calm and lead during missions. Upon hearing this, several gazes turned towards Jian Yuqing. The girl felt a bit shy, saying, I'm average. I'll wait for Brother Jiang to lead. After all, there's a 1-year buffer period. Let's enjoy life first. What are you thinking? Old Jiang has woken up. You're going to work with me tomorrow, and you want a freeload on the salary. Song Pangon shattered the girl's dreams of life. He was just playful, enjoying teasing girls, but he never dared to tease Sumerian. This older sister always gave off a vibe that if she took action, she would control the entire situation. Feng Yaoao fiddled with the mouth of the golden retriever, recalling something, and sweetly said, Brother Yang Yi has contacted me. She said she wants to meet us, claiming to be one of the liberated ones. Yang Yi. Jiang Qing was taken aback and asked, do you have contact with her? Yes. Feng Yaoao puffed out her chest, raising her head. I added her quietly. More friends mean more paths. Song Pangon rubbed his forehead, a social bandit. During the mission, he was focused on surviving and helping Jiang Qing, having no time to add anyone's contact information, and even thought it would be useless, since they would remain strangers in the book world. Jiang Qing pondered seriously for a moment, not quite understanding, why does she want to meet us? Feng Yaoao took the red wine glass handed over by Song Pangon, took a light sip. She is also a local of Lanhai City, living in Mingwei District, and she opened a bar called Sleepless Night. She wants to invite us for drinks to thank my brother and... The girl paused, quickly organizing her thoughts. She didn't say it outright, but hinted that she seems to hope we join liberation, and she could act as a middleman. I haven't expressed my stance. Oh. The intelligent and gentle Su Morong smiled gracefully, saying meaningfully, from what I know, liberation is a strictly managed organization, and the requirement for joining is to complete 5 missions. Perhaps Yang Yi sees you as actors for the 7th or 8th missions. Do not join. Jian Yaqing said seriously, let me tell you, liberation and dream chasers share a common point, and you must disclose the detailed script. Think differently. In our new world, there are fewer people and everyone unites. Hey. You newcomer, what do you mean by unity? I could say that. Song Pangon interjected. Come on, don't interrupt me. Jian Yaqing pouted unhappily, her right fist lightly tapping her forehead. It's just. There are many members in liberation, hundreds or even thousands. This can lead to a problem. More people mean more conflicts. If someone wants to harm you and learns your script, they could directly kill the male or female lead in your script, making the next mission a definite level 9 difficulty. Song Pangon clapped his hands. Damn, this is indeed a tricky move to harm someone. Especially those actors who have only completed 4 or 5 missions. If their male or female leads are killed, the difficulty of the next mission would rise to level 9, leading to a guaranteed death in the mission. For instance, if members of an organization don't openly target you, using this trick is indeed insidious. Jiang Qing's beautiful eyes fixed on the girl. Today is Friday. Yao, contact Yang Yi and tell her we're coming to see her on Sunday night. Are you all going? Jiang Qing turned her gaze to the others. Su Morong raised an eyebrow. Your condition? Uncle Chen. Jiang Qing called out. Chen Tianwei hesitated for a moment. All right, I'll push you there the day after tomorrow to see what it's like to be an actor who has cleared 9 missions. Sounds impressive. Pfft. Song Pingon couldn't help but laugh. It really isn't simple. On the 3rd day I'd be curled up on the desk crying from menstrual cramps. That's just tragic and pitiful. The 3 ladies Su Feng and Jian looked at him. Old Song immediately covered his mouth, quickly blinking his eyes, pretending to be clueless. What nice weather. Feng Yao huffed, then carefully said, Yang Yi. How should I put it? She's a bit aloof. If you see her at first glance, you might not even realize she's a girl. She has delicate features and a handsome demeanor with a rather calm personality. A couple of days ago, she told me she actually found 3 clues, and if time permits, she has a 30% chance of completing the mission. The only impulsive instance led to the deaths of 6. While not entirely her fault, a Jiang Shuyu was the real culprit. Yang Yi merely provided a sealing item to block the ghost senior. This girl has a good impression of Yang Yi. She can really chat with anyone. Jiang Qing shook his head inward. He wasn't very good at socializing because many people didn't like him, thinking he was crazy. In the real world, the only one who truly accepted him was the girl sitting under the camellia tree. The group chatted until 10 p.m. Besides Jiang Qing, Feng Yao and Jian Yaqing, the rest went home. Song Pingon didn't live here, or recently, he was trying to get closer to the original owner's father to deepen their father-son bond. 2 days later, Jiang Qing and the others were waiting for the subway at the subway station. It was the peak time after work, and since they might drink in the evening, it was better to take the subway than to drive. Dressed sweetly, Jian Yaqing poked Song Pingon's arm, cautiously testing. I inquired, and secretaries in Lanhai City start with a minimum salary of 10,000 a month after tax. Song Pingon put his hands in his pockets, looking at the girl with a half smile. You also mentioned that after sleeping. You. Jian Yaqing felt as if she was punching cotton. All right. Song Pingon said half jokingly, I wouldn't even look at you. How about this? I'll give you 1,000 more a month, capped at 10,000. You should be content. You're always watching short dramas in my office, eating my food, drinking my drinks, living in my villa. Who else gets this kind of treatment? Jian Yaqing turned her face away shyly. I work. I help you clean the office. And don't use bad language, that's really too much. In my hometown, fines could leave you bankrupt. She muttered inwardly. Song Pingon was silent for a moment. Business battles are battlegrounds. Without gunpowder, and language is the most powerful weapon. If I don't act tough, others will be tough on me. Old Chen definitely understands me. Holding the wheelchair handle, Chen Tianwei paused and retorted, I don't talk with words, I talk with fists. Old Chen, don't ruin the stage. Your answer makes me very awkward. Song Pingon said helplessly. Soon the subway arrived, and after about half an hour they reached Mingwei District from the Twilight District. I'll call Yang Yi. Feng Yao casually said as she took out her phone to call. Hello. Sister Yang, we're almost there. Okay, I'll wait for you at the door. Actually, there was no need to wait at the door. The group quickly spotted a cool black sign from a distance. Sleepless night. I must say this sister really knows how to name a place. Song Pingon nodded in agreement, observing more. From the looks of it, the space isn't small. She must be quite wealthy. Jiang Qing, sitting quietly in the wheelchair, noticed Yang Yi at the door. She wore a loose white sweatshirt with a large rainbow pattern on the front and a pair of gray sweatpants. Her left hand was in her pocket while her right hand held a phone, and her short hair was tied into a short ponytail. This outfit made it obvious she was a girl, yet she had a cool style with an inexplicable contrast. Yang Yi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting 7 people to arrive at once, then smiled lightly, saying, Jiang Qing, long time no see. Jian Yaqing, are you with them? This is a case of choice over effort, Jian Yaqing said seriously. Jiang Qing's thigh she was determined to cling to. Wow, sister, you look pretty cool today. Song Pingon casually greeted her. Sister. Yang Yi found the term baffling. Your mouth is still as sharp as ever. What do you mean? Are you on your period today? Yang Yi took a deep breath. I want to hit you. Feng Yao pushed Song Pingon aside. Don't block the way. Sister Yang, let me introduce you. This is my big sister Su Morong, and this is her husband Lin Gubei, and this is my uncle Chen Tianwei. Hello everyone. Yang Yi nodded. She invited everyone into the bar where melodious music wrapped around their ears. The guests in the hall gathered to chat, mostly young people and girls, without the loud noises. As Song Pingon walked past the bar, he casually picked up the price list and glanced. Forgetfulness water, 300 a glass. Old Yang, does this forgetfulness water really make you forget? Yang Yi shot him a glare. Drinking it will keep you awake all night. Chen Tianwei commented, the decor style is nice. I also own a bar in the real world. Uncle Chen, you own a bar too. Feng Yaoao was hearing this for the first time. Jin Tianwei raised his arm to show off his tattoo, which wasn't only on his arm, but also on the back of his neck and back. I couldn't make it in civil service and most jobs wouldn't take me. Later I discussed it with your aunt, and we opened a bar. Business is pretty good and no one dares to cause trouble. Everyone looked at him thinking with your height of 185 centimeters and a strong physique who would dare to cause trouble. While chatting, a girl cast a peculiar glance at Jiang Qing and whispered, "It's the first time I've seen someone in a wheelchair at a bar. This guy is truly odd. That tattooed guy looks fierce. Sister, don't look at him, I'm scared. The boss seems quite friendly with the guy in the wheelchair. Could he be his boyfriend?" Yang Yi led everyone to a private room with a sign that read "The rest of your life." Next door was another room titled "Disheartened," mainly featuring a sad and emotional theme. As the host, Yang Yi was generous, filling the beer and providing 5 bottles of liquor along with various fruit platters. Let's start with some liquor. I've treasured this bottle for a long time. It costs 5,300 a bottle and isn't very strong. Yang Yi poured 7 cups and glanced at the 8th empty cup, pursing her lips. "Jiang Qing, can you drink?" "What to drink?" "The doctor said my brother needs to quit alcohol recently." Feng Yaoao poured Jiang Qing a cup of hot water. "Don't mind him," Song Pingan said, fiddling with playing cards, and directly asked, "Old Yang, I heard you're from Liberation." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Yang Yi set down her cup, pulled out a lattice cigarette, lit it, and exhaled smoke rings. "That's right, I am from Liberation. I passed the review yesterday and became an executive." "Executive?" Jiang Qing pondered for a moment. "Does that mean more power?" Yang Yi hesitated for a moment. "I can only share what I can. In Liberation, the benefits of being an executive are quite extravagant. First, you can apply to claim a ceiling item at any time. A second, members within your jurisdiction must follow the executive's arrangements for tasks. For instance, if I tell someone to team up, they must comply. A third, there is a support fund of 1 million each year. Money is really important. Ever since my mother passed away, I've deeply understood this, including in the world we read about. We need to eat, we need to live, and it's no different from the real world. Those actors who can't make money and get injured during tasks can only wait to die after returning. Applying for a ceiling item at any time. This is the foundation of Liberation." Jiang Qing was somewhat shocked. They went to great lengths to obtain a ceiling item. The big organization simply gives them away. Su Murian squinted slightly. "I'm curious, how long did it take you to get to this point?" "For years," Yang Yi admitted. "In the first year, I completed 4 tasks with a resolve to face death. By a stroke of fate, I joined Liberation. The captain leading me said that one day we would liberate all actors and let everyone return to the real world. I was moved by the captain and took every task seriously. Completing the 8th task was a year ago. At that moment, I was temporarily liberated and didn't have to worry about the storyline development. I borrowed 3 million from the captain to open this bar, because I had no intention of working a regular job. I love freedom. Being the boss means I can make many decisions myself." After finishing a glass of liquor, Yang Yi rolled up her sleeves and continued, "During the last task, I really didn't expect there would be a bizarre occurrence." "Do you understand?" Your blank expressions show that you don't. "In the 9th task, there is a 1% chance of a bizarre occurrence, so damn, what bad luck. If it were a normal difficulty 9th task, I would definitely carry you. A 1% chance." Jiang Qing was slightly taken aback, his right hand resting on the cast on his left arm. "But from another perspective, I would prefer to match with the bizarre. At least we can communicate. If it were a top-grade fierce ghost, perhaps we would be annihilated on the first day. Fierce ghosts don't follow rules." Yang Yi patted Jiang Qing's thigh. "But ceiling items can withstand fierce ghosts, and fierce ghosts must follow rules when killing and moving. That ghostly senior sister. Transforming the story into reality is too extreme." "It is indeed too extreme." Feng Yaoao nodded in agreement. "After the diary was destroyed, over 40 fierce ghosts attacked us. They're all weakened fierce ghosts. If you run a little faster and find a place to hide, you can avoid them." Jiang Qing calmly analyzed, pushing away Yang Yi's hand on his thigh, and tentatively asked, "Do you hope for us to join Liberation?" Yang Yi was taken aback, nodding and shaking her head. "At first I hoped so, but after meeting you I realized you probably won't join. You all seem to have such a great atmosphere. Do you know each other in reality?" If it were just Jiang Qing, Feng Yaoao, and Song Pingan, she would have confidence in persuading them. But once she faced the seemingly mischievous Su Murian, she knew this woman was not simple. Convincing such a group to join would be very unlikely. Perhaps the 7 of them were a small organization. Song Pingan said, "Seriously, of course. Didn't the game mention that ghostly senior sister?" Old Jiang burned Jiao made a death. Young master crashed into old Jiang, and old Chen chased down a thief who stabbed the young master. Su Jia and Xiao Lin were bystanders. This relationship is one of life and death. "That's great," Yang Yi chuckled. "This is good. Are you crazy?" Yang Yi looked at Jiang Qing. "What task number are you on?" 3 times, Jiang Qing said while drinking plain water. Cough cough. Yang Yi choked and widened her eyes. 3. Just like my reaction, Jiang Qing laughed heartily. Her alcohol tolerance was poor and her face turned red after calming down for a while. Yang Yi earnestly said, "You are the second genius I've ever seen. My captain is also impressive." During the 5th task, he carried a level 9 expert, and during the 7th task, he also carried a level 9 expert. In his first 9 tasks, he experienced 3 level 9 difficulties. Since this is your 3rd time, I have a friend who is currently on her 4th time. Her grace period of a year is about to end, and she must undertake her 5th task. I would like to commission you to guide her once. The reward is a sealing item. Everyone gasped in awe. Offering a sealing item as a reward is extraordinarily generous. Girl, that's not acceptable. A Jiang Qing is mine. Chen Tianhua frowned. Jiang Qing tapped on the cast. I'll think about it and get back to you in a while. Then you should decide quickly. She must participate in the task in a month and a half, Yang Yi said with a hint of anticipation. Based on Jiang Qing's performance, guiding a level 5 difficulty task should not be a problem. There is indeed a concept of guiding among actors generally when the difference in task numbers is within 3. Guiding once comes with a decent reward. At 2 in the morning, the 7 of them had drunk 120 bottles of beer and 5 bottles of liquor, all of them intoxicated. I need to go out for some fresh air. Yang Yi tugged at her collar, loosened her hair tie, and tossed it aside. Her steps were a bit unsteady. Jiang Qing suddenly spoke up. I also want to go out for some fresh air. Yang Yi took a long time to react, eyeing the young man with a strange look and smiled ambiguously. You can't possibly have a crush on me, right? I don't even have a chest. Do you like me like this? Drunk people indeed don't make sense. Then I won't go. Jiang Qing, the only one drinking plain water, rolled his eyes. However, Yang Yi had already grabbed the wheelchair, childishly shouting, "Charge. Here comes the little flying stick." Jiang Qing became anxious. Slow down, take it easy. At the entrance of the bar under the big tree, Yang Yi bent over and vomited. You run a bar and you can't handle this much alcohol. It's speechless. Listening to Jiang Qing's words, Yang Yi sat down on the side armrest of the wheelchair saying, "Does a bar owner have to be able to drink? Does a restaurant owner have to know how to cook? I'm so dizzy." The streets in the early morning were desolate, with only the occasional car speeding by bringing gun. After a long silence, Yang Yi reached out as if trying to grasp the moon in the sky, her voice choked with emotion. I miss my mom. She must blame me for taking away 50,000 yuan, which was her life-saving money. My dad blames me too. He turned gray overnight. Yang Yi suddenly broke down, crying loudly. Mom. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is Yang Yi's lifelong regret, the one thing she wishes she could change. She chose to commit suicide to escape, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in the world of the book. Jiang Qing. Yang Yi cried, gasping for breath. God must exist, right? Yes. God must exist. Jiang Qing said with certainty, I also have a wish to make. Perhaps every actor who enters a book has their regrets, their people, or things they wish to make amends for. Yang Yi cried for half an hour, then bent over to vomit, her face streaked with snot and tears. Jiang Qing. Mom told me before she died to smile, to face life with optimism, right? Optimism. Jiang Qing's tone softened. Your mother loved you very much, truly loved you. After chatting for a bit, Yang Yi regained some spirit and pushed Jiang Qing back into the private room. As the door opened, a loud voice erupted. Give me a cup of forgetfulness. Exchange for a life without sorrow. Song Pingon sang with tears streaming down his face, pouring out his heart and soul. 7 years. From university to society, yet there was no wedding dress, no white hair. How many 7 years are there in life? How many youth? How many times to deeply love someone? What's wrong with this fool? Jiang Qing was exasperated. Su Morong covered her head, leaning against Lin Gubai's shoulder, complaining, he wants to forget love. Stop howling, it sounds terrible. Feng Yao Yao weakly kicked Song Pingon twice. Old Song was indifferent, his drunken gaze revealing a calmness and rationality. Due to the late hour and everyone's drunken state, they decided to stay at the sleepless night to rest. A few days later, Jiang Qing had mostly recovered, and he and Lin Gubai were on the second-floor balcony. Old Lin leaned against the railing, holding a cigarette in his right hand, and said, recently I went through the case files and found the cases of Wen Pundi and Xia Lele. Wen Pundi died a year ago committing suicide by jumping from the literature building at Hongfenji Polytechnic. At that time it caused quite a stir. Some things that were originally suppressed were reinvestigated, and 3 rich second-generation individuals and 1 official second-generation were arrested. Even so, about 7 to 8 people remained at large. Thinking of what was recorded in the case files, Lin Gubai felt a surge of unnamed anger and extinguished his cigarette. After a long pause, he slowly calmed down and continued. Wen Pundi's fate was tragic, but the school and those above quickly controlled public opinion. The 4 convicted were merely scapegoats, marginal figures in their circle. Half a year ago, Xia Lele was admitted to Hongfenji Polytechnic University, and she investigated when this action brought her calamity. Those rich second-generation individuals who had escaped punishment kidnapped her and similarly violated her. Not long after, her body was found in the Bayun dormitory. Listening quietly, Jiang Qing's calmness concealed endless madness and coldness. If you can investigate this, it means that those in higher positions can also investigate. Aren't they going after those criminals? Dressed in a black leather jacket, Lin Gubei shook his head. You should understand. Indeed, why don't they go after them? Hee. Jiang Qing laughed. Old Lin, which is greater, the law or power? Don't ask me such childish questions, you know deep down. Lin Gubei leaned on the railing. Jiang Qing continued asking, compared to those guys, who has a stronger background, Song Pingon or them? Sigh. Lin Gubei sighed, understanding Jiang Qing's insinuation. I advise you to calm down. The Song group is just wealthy, not powerful, and they don't even reach the level of the wealthiest. And those who remain unpunished, if you offend one, they can destroy your whole family. Lin Gubei patted Jiang Qing's shoulder, patiently advising, you indeed possess miracles, but miracles in the book world can only exert 20% of their power unless you complete 9 tasks. To put it bluntly, even if you could exert 100% of your power, what good would it do? Can your flesh and blood withstand bullets? Can you withstand cannon fire? Can you withstand high technology? Do not challenge authority, you will suffer greatly. Including our lives, in some people's eyes they are utterly insignificant. Bathed in sunlight, Jiang Qing's expression was emotionless. You are wrong. A ghost told me that if I join forces with him, I can definitely overturn the supernatural era. He can destroy Blue Sea City within an hour. Before those people, they are equally ridiculous, weak enough to be crushed to death with a light pinch. Lin Gubei's heart sank as he gazed deeply into those beautiful eyes that seemed not to belong to Jiang Qing, eyes that could seemingly see through everything, and he said earnestly, you are sick. As a member of an organization known as family, I hope you can remain calm. Your one reckless act may endanger endanger everyone. I am very rational. Jiang Qing raised his right hand, pointing into the distance. If I were not rational, this city would have already been destroyed by me. Do you believe it? He could pay 1/3 of his lifespan for Wenpundi to appear, a strange horror intertwined with fate capable of slaughtering millions in minutes. But the cost is too great. A Jiang Qing's remaining life can hardly bear such a price. Before Lin Gubei could speak, he changed the subject. Just kidding, I don't know Wenpundi or Xia Lele. I am simply enraged by the actions of those dogs. I will solve it in my own way. Jiang Qing vowed in his heart. I hope so. Lin Gubei still reminded him, we live in this world, so we must abide by certain rules. Both ghosts and humans are terrifying to us. All right, I took an hour off work to find you. It's time to go back. Lin Gubei pushed Jiang Qing back to the bedroom clumsily, helping him onto the bed. Rest well. As soon as he left, Jiang Qing entered the library. 11 black single sofas were arranged with Xiang Si Meng Wano sitting on the left of the main seat and Su Ming Wenpundi sitting on the right. Jiang Qing stepped toward the main seat, the three of them seemingly holding a serious and solemn conference. According to old Lin's description, those guys have backgrounds bigger than Song Pingon. It's not just about wealth, it involves a complex web of relationships. I want them dead. Wenpundi's floral white dress slowly turned red, murderous intent surging. Jiang Qing clasped his knees, his voice low yet firm. Once I can move on my own, I will investigate deeply. Those scum. No one shall live. He is a person who keeps his promises. Whatever he promises, he will accomplish. The book-loving Meng Wanzhou reminded him with a serious gaze, silently killing someone is easy, but if too many people die in the same case, the police will definitely trace it back to Lin Gubei and Su Morong, as they have been inquiring about this matter recently. When that time comes, how will you deal with it? Does it matter to them? Jiang Qing retorted, it's just inquiries, it's not illegal. If I kill those people, they need evidence to arrest me, and our advantage lies in leaving no traces behind. Moreover, I have decided to carry out the 4th task on the last day of the month. Double opening. Double opening. Meng Wanzhou repeated the 2 words. Are you planning to test your luck? Jiang Qing adjusted to a more comfortable sitting position. 6 people, 2 groups, opening the door together. It indeed tests luck, but I feel my luck is not good, so it's crucial to be cautious and decide on the groupings. Jiang Qing pondered for a moment, his tone as calm as water. Su Morong and Lin Gubei avoided the one-seer death plot through 2 missions, so their next difficulty might be level 4 or 5. Yaoao has already completed 4 missions, and the next one is exactly at level 5 difficulty. They will form a group of 3. 2 have awakened miracles, 0 time and audience, and Yaoao possesses a sealing item. Even if we don't match together, they can handle level 5 difficulty very steadily. After a pause, Jiang Qing lightly tapped his knee with his fingers. On my end, Chen Tianwei and Yang Yi's friend. Uncle Chen possesses the Miracle Dawn, and there have been no changes to the script recently. Yang Yi's friend has cleared 4 missions, and the next one is at level 5. If the 3 of us form a group, the probability is also level 5 difficulty, which is quite stable. Additionally, it'll take some time to talk to Yang Yi and get my payment in advance. Having 1 more sealing item provides extra assurance for the tasks and games. Jiang Qing's lips curled up. If our 2 groups match together. Upon hearing this, Meng Wanzhou face-palmed. If these lunatics matched together, and it was only level 5 difficulty, it would be a total massacre. But the probability is indeed low. He doesn't understand the matching mechanism, and probably the audience is controlling. Jiang Qing yawned. Next there are two things. First, take good care of your health. The second, go to school and find Lele. It's strange I've been thinking about her lately, but she hasn't appeared. Meng Wanzhou picked up a book titled Love and flipped through it, her voice deep and magnetic. You lost a third of your life, and there's still an anomaly within you. In a sense, your magnetic field leans more towards the ghostly. She perhaps fears you. Leaning towards ghosts. Jiang Qing quietly repeated, not particularly concerned. Half a month later. Incredible, your physical fitness exceeds that of an average person. Your bones have healed remarkably well. The attending doctor observed Jiang Qing's limbs after he removed the cast. Another female doctor measured Jiang Qing's blood pressure. Everything is normal. This is absurd. Jiang Qing moved his wrist. Perhaps it's because I've been resting well lately and my diet has improved. The attending doctor put away her tools. You still need to rest for a while. Avoid strenuous exercise for 4 weeks and contact us anytime if you feel unwell. Once the doctors left, Jiang Qing got out of bed without any pain or discomfort. Just as Meng Wanzhou said, he now leaned more towards the ghostly, and his physical prowess had improved to some extent. Jiang, your sister is looking for you. A voice came from downstairs, followed by 2 footsteps coming up. Jian Yuqing pushed the door open, met Jiang Qing's gaze, then shrugged helplessly. You guys chat. I'm going to take a walk and have some fun. The bedroom door closed and Jiang Qing looked at the vibrant girl filled with youthful energy. The girl was 18 in her last semester of high school with just a month and a half left until the college entrance exam, wearing a blue and white school uniform, her hair tied in a high ponytail, her features and face shape quite beautiful, already a budding beauty. As their eyes met, Jiang Wei opened her mouth, her tone uncertain. Did your surgery succeed? The older sister named Su Morong had told her that Jiang Qing underwent a corneal transplant and it would take 2 to 3 weeks to restore his sight, during which time she was not to disturb him. It had only been half a month and Jiang Wei couldn't help but come looking for him again. Jiang Qing slowly sat down, his tone flat. Very successful. Things are a bit blurry. The doctor said it would take 3 to 6 months to fully recover, varying from person to person, and I shouldn't overuse my eyes during this time. Upon hearing the words very successful, a complex expression appeared on Jiang Wei's face. Indeed, it was not joy or happiness, but complexity, a reflection of her age where she couldn't hide her emotions. The siblings fell silent, neither of them speaking, the atmosphere awkwardly palpable as if they were strangers. Jiang Qing rubbed his temples with his thumb. What do you want from me? Jiang Wei swallowed her concern that was on the tip of her tongue and instead said, I want to sell that villa after all. Dad and Aunt Qing died inside and I can't bring myself to live there. Jiang Qing nodded. The house has been transferred to you. You can handle it however you like. The Jiang family owned a villa and 2 large flats. The original owner's mother loved them dearly, giving 1 flat to the son and 1 to the daughter without favoritism. Now Jiang Qing didn't want any of it, plus a car worth 500,000 and Jiang Shangrua's savings of over $1 million. As for Jiang Shangrua's small company, it went bankrupt recently with no assets and no debts. It is no exaggeration to say that 18-year-old Jiang Wei was already a little rich woman with assets worth. Jiang Wei stood by the door, unsure of what to say. After a long hesitation, she expressed, Jiang Yuan has been harassing me lately, demanding half of my property. I found out. He has turned into a terrible person. Jiang Qing waved to the girl. The girl hesitantly walked over and sat down. Jiang Qing looked closely at the girl. It's not that you discovered he became a terrible person, he was already awful from the beginning. And you don't like me, you've disliked me since I lost my sight, just like Gu Kurson. Therefore there's no need to come find me every few days, it's meaningless. You are an adult, you understand the barriers between us, and no, I will not forgive you. Having millions in assets. As long as you don't break the law after graduating from college, finding a stable job will ensure you never worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Jiang Wei gritted her teeth, holding back tears, and said aggrievely, I was young and didn't understand back then. Both Dad and Mom are gone. You are my only family in this world. After a moment's contemplation, considering the girl was about to take the college entrance exam, Jiang Qing softened his tone. Don't think too much. Today is Thursday, don't you have class? Your current task. Study. Study. I know, I need to study hard now. Jiang Wei shouted through tears. But with you like this, how can I study properly? How can I get into a good university? Is it typical for a rebellious girl to get so easily angered? So troublesome. Jiang Qing sighed in resignation, lightly tapping his forehead with his right hand. It's okay, if you can't get into a good university, you have money anyway, so you won't starve. He is someone who can offer comfort. Then what does my effort over these 3 years count for? Jiang Wei, agitated, blew a bubble from her nose. Jiang Qing chuckled. You care so much about a good result. Otherwise, I worked so hard, and if I don't get into a 985 or 211, I'll be devastated. Jiang Qing shook his head, speaking earnestly. But why do you want to negate the process? Because of an outcome that is still uncertain. Negating your 3 years of hard work in high school. You must understand, often an unsatisfactory ending means the process is definitely very exciting. Jiang Wei gradually lowered her head, her shoulders trembling, her thoughts drifting back to 3 years ago. I'm not studying anymore. I want my mom. I want my mom. You blind man, get away. I don't want you to comfort me. It's annoying. I don't like you at all and don't call me sister outside. Really? If I study hard and get into a good high school, will mom in heaven be happy? Jiang Wei reached out to touch Jiang Qing's hand, but he dodged. I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you. Jiang Wei broke down, tears streaming down her face. I also don't understand my behavior back then. Brother, can you forgive me? Jiang Wei left disappointed, having heard no word of forgiveness from Jiang Qing. On the second-floor balcony, Jiang Qing watched the slender, fragile silhouette of the girl recede into the distance. Toward this younger sister bound to him by blood, he harbored neither malice nor kindness. This was all he could offer. Ultimately, they were not cut from the same cloth and coexistence was impossible. At least that was how Jiang Qing saw it. After a long silence, he changed into clean clothes, a white hooded sweatshirt and black athletic trousers. Tap tap tap. Descending the stairs, he found Jian Yuqing, still curled on the sofa, absorbed in her drama series. Whimper Xingfu wagged his tail eagerly as he approached, whining softly, his way of pleading to go outside to relieve himself. Still watching. You haven't even taken the dog out. Jiang Qing tapped lightly on Jian Yuqing's head from behind, then said, I'm stepping out for a bit. Huh. Jian Yuqing scrambled barefoot onto the sofa. Where are you going? My job today is to take care of you, remember? Jiang Qing handed her the leash. Take him for a walk first, I'll contact you later. Jian Yuqing nodded obediently, yet couldn't help adding, walk slowly, watch the traffic lights, don't get hit by cars, and don't eat street food. Jiang Qing shot her a sharp warning glance. She turned her head away, muttering under her breath, you did die after being hit by a car in your last life. Leaving the Fengling Villa complex, Jiang Qing took the subway toward Hongfengji University of Technology. As the destination drew nearer, when Pan Pan grew increasingly anxious, bombarding Jiang Qing with questions. What should I say when we meet? Jiang Qing, will Lele hate me? What if she refuses to see me? Jiang Qing patiently reassured her, you both pledged to attend the same university. She's a girl who honors her promises. She repeated a whole year just to pass the entrance exam. So no, she won't hate you. You were best friends. Returning to the foot of Bayun dormitory, Jiang Qing felt none of the fear or trembling he'd known before. His legs gave out, he sank beneath a tree, gazing up at the second-floor dormitory windows, whispering softly. Lele. At 3 in the afternoon, few students lingered in the girls' dormitory. The surroundings were hushed, bathed in warm golden sunlight. Xia Lele. Jiang Qing called again, straining to recall the girl's face. A sleeveless white dress. Strands of hair cascading over her chest. An oval face crowned by a pair of luminous eyes. In an instant, a figure materialized at the second-floor window, hollow-eyed, staring down at Jiang Qing with unnerving intensity. Lele, it's really Lele. When Pan Pan trembled with emotion, but remained trapped inside the library. In a flicker of distortion, the spectral figure vanished from the window and reappeared at the dormitory entrance. Jiang Qing's pulse tightened. Uncertain whether the apparition retained any rationality, he silently asked, is there any way to let Pan Pan step out and meet Lele? Or should I subdue Lele instead? Don't act rashly. Meng Wanzhou warned sternly, Xia Lele clings to existence solely through obsession. Her reason is nearly gone. Approaching her is tantamount to suicide. And if Pan Pan draws near, she may appear beside you, but you'll pay with years of your life, perhaps 2 or 3, perhaps 4 or 5. This. When Pan Pan hesitated. Maybe, forget it. Just seeing Lele is enough for me. Fine. Jiang Qing cut her off as though life itself meant little to him. I expect to live to 90, I'm 20 now, so 70 years remain. Subtract 1/3, 46 left. Then subtract another 3 or 5, I'll still have over 40 years. No need to panic. Meng Wanzhou scoffed, you're far too optimistic. What if you only live to 50? Ha ha ha, then I still have over a decade. Jiang Qing laughed low and grim, his gaze resolute. I promised Uncle Chen I'd complete 20 missions with him within 3 years. 5 remain, even if I take on just 1 per year, it's enough. Whatever you wish. Meng Wanzhou fell silent. When Pan Pan's eyes brimmed with tears. Thank you. At the very moment the girl in the floral white dress appeared, the ghost standing at the dormitory gate froze, her hollow eyes shimmering back to life with color. Xia Lele smiled sweetly. I got in. When Pan Pan broke down completely, clutching her dearest friend, sobbing uncontrollably. Jiang Qing did not intrude upon the two spirits, nor could he leave. He simply sat quietly beneath the tree. Night descended, and the sun's final glow faded, yet Pan Pan and Lele continued talking. On the expressway, Song Ping'an sped in a crimson supercar, pursued by assassins. Hello, this is the police station. You. Someone's trying to kill me. Send help now. I'm on Jiangcha Boulevard. Please stay calm. Who's threatening you? Calm down. My ass. I'm about to die. Hurry up. His phone died abruptly. Song Ping'an's face darkened. He pulled out his private phone, dialed the emergency number, and paused. Then he called Jiang Qing instead. Beneath the tree, Jiang Qing felt drowsy when suddenly his phone rang. The screen read Song Ping'an. What? Jiang, save me. Jiangcha Boulevard. Song Laosan hired a gang to kill me. Damn it, that bastard has zero honor. He sees I'm thriving and now he's striking first. I'm driving. Their cars outnumber mine. They're trying to force me off the road. Jiang Qing's expression hardened instantly. He sprang to his feet. Don't panic. Share your location with me. Got it. Pan, this ends here today. Song Pingan is being hunted. Jiang Qing spoke rapidly, already sprinting toward the campus gate, leaving Xiao Lele motionless beneath the tree. His mind raced. He dialed Qin Tianwei. Uncle Qin, something's wrong. Meet me at the main gate of Hongfenji University. Hurry. He hung up and immediately called Lin Gubei. Old Lin, do me a favor. I need the real-time location of Song Laosan, third young master of the Song group. At the main gate, Qin Tianwei stood waiting, clad in black leather helmet gleaming astride a roaring motorcycle. Jiang Qing had no time to explain. He thrust his phone into Qin Tianwei's hands. Uncle Qin, follow the shared location and rescue Song Pingan. Old Lin's already dispatched officers. Go, now. Qin Tianwei secured the phone without uttering a word, only giving Jiang Qing a crisp, confident thumb up before vanishing like a thunderbolt down the street. Clouds veiled the moon. A drizzle shrouded the city in gloom. On Jiangcha Boulevard, the crimson supercar was struck hard on its left side by a black minivan, slowly inexorably forced toward the right edge of the elevated highway. Song Pingan's heart hammered against his ribs, his palms slick with sweat as he fought to steer. He'd planned to eliminate Song Laosan in due time, but the man had struck first, brazenly, recklessly, mad. After a short, desperate stretch, the crimson supercar ground to a halt mid-bridge. Blood trickled from Song Pingan's lips. Clutching his chest, he staggered from the wreck and fled blindly into the distance. Yet the effort was futile. 3 vehicles converged, encircling him. From them emerged 10 figures, black-clad, black-hatted, masked in cheap black fabric, hired killers, cold and silent. Song Pingan backed away step by step, then glanced behind him, a sheer drop of dozens of meters, a river churning below. Wait, how much did that bastard pay you? I'll give you 10 times as much. The 10 assassins remained mute, only drawing their daggers, eyes glacial, closing in like hunters surrounding prey. Damn it. If only I'd awakened my miracle, maybe I'd stand a chance. Song Pingan coughed twice, then roared into his phone, Old Jiang, if I die you better survive. Vurumum. Vurumum. A beast's guttural roar. The clash of machine and fury. The crack of thunder amid the storm. The deafening night-shattering thunderclap. The motorcycle tore forward like lightning. Qin Tianwei delivered a brutal elbow strike, snapping a killer's neck, then slammed to a stop before Song Pingan. Song Pingan burst into wild laughter. Old Qin. Get on. Qin Tianwei tossed him a helmet, his aura alone freezing the killers where they stood. Raindrops splattered on the ground, a corpse lying before the headlights, its neck twisted at 150 degrees. The assassins found it hard to believe at that speed an elbow strike had killed one of their own, yet the target remained unscathed. Qin Tianyu's right hand tingled with numbness, the self-healing power of the miracle dawn rapidly restoring his injuries. Though he could only unleash 20% of his strength within the book's world, localized treatment was sufficient. Song Pingan strode over, mounted the motorcycle, fastened his helmet, and tightly embraced Qin Tianyu's waist. The assassins' expressions shifted as they drew their blades ready to strike. The next second, a roar erupted and the motorcycle shot through the gaps between vehicles. It all happened too fast, barely a few seconds. One assassin, enraged, punched the hood of a commercial vehicle and immediately called the mastermind behind the scenes. Once the call ended, the assassin's gaze turned icy as he said succinctly, the employer no longer wants the body. By any means necessary, the target must be killed tonight. They opened the trunk, retrieved several drones, and equipped them with remote-controlled bombs. The drones took flight and the assassins packed up their dead comrade's body before resuming the chase. Whoop! Song Pingan raised his right hand high and shouted, awesome. 10 assassins. Bring on 20. I'm terrifyingly strong now. Amid the howling wind and drizzling rain, Qin Tianwei couldn't make out what Song Pingan was yelling. He glanced at the rearview mirror and saw drones closing in. Something's wrong. At the critical moment, Qin Tianwei accelerated sharply and one drone crashed to the ground. The explosion echoed through the night. Damn it, they're even using drones. They're determined to kill me. Song Pingan flipped off the drones, trusting in Old Chen's driving skills. His judgment was sound. He switched to his private phone and contacted Jiang Qing instead of calling the police. Jiang Qing's judgment was equally astute. He first instructed Qin Tianwei to mount a rescue before calling the authorities for help, knowing that by the time the police arrived, Song Pingan would likely be a corpse. Facing the drone bombs, Qin Tianyu's heart sank. On the ground, he couldn't shake the aerial pursuers. He sped toward the city center, betting the assassins wouldn't dare cause chaos there. Another thunderous explosion. The blast wave and searing heat nearly sent Qin Tianwei tumbling. A bunch of cowards. If it weren't for the rain messing up my visibility, even 100 more couldn't hit me. 3 drones remained in the sky, encircling him from left, right, and rear. He was about to reach the other side of the viaduct when he hit a traffic jam. Whether from the earlier explosions or some other cause, dozens of vehicles were stalled unmoving. Without time to think, Shin Tianwei slammed the brakes, the motorcycle skidding away. He shielded Song Pingan, rolling several times on the ground before crashing heavily into the guardrail. Song Pingan clutched his arm. It's broken. It hurts like hell. 3 drones struck the motorcycle, flames engulfing the vehicle as parts flew everywhere. Shin Tianwei staggered to his feet, his back and knees burning with pain, drenched in blood. Bastards, you blew up my bike. Old Shin, I'm gonna die. With me here you won't die. Even if Jesus comes, I'd punch him twice, I swear it. Shin Tianwei roared. He hoisted Song Pingan onto his back and stood on the viaduct. The 20-meter height made Song Pingan's legs tremble. Stop showing off. Maybe we should surrender. Maybe surrender gets us half off. Shin Tianwei gasped for breath. You can't run anymore, and neither can I. 1 against 9, my odds aren't great. If we jump, we might survive. Damn it, how can we survive a jump? Song Pingan panicked. They won't stop until I'm dead. The implication was clear. Even if they jumped, the assassins wouldn't let it go. After all, they needed to see the body. Shin Tianwei looked back at the 3 speeding cars. Do you trust Jiang Qing? I only believe in light. Song Pingan's despair was tinged with defiance. He could die at the hands of a vengeful spirit without fear, but not like this. Believe in whatever you want. Shin Tianwei gritted his teeth and leaped off the viaduct with Song Pingan on his back. Old Shin. Listen. Go to hell. In a suburban villa, old Third Song sat in the living room sipping red wine with a beautiful woman in his arms. Second brother, don't blame me for being ruthless. Between us, you're carefree and I'm all about pleasure. Being useless was fine, but lately you've been trying to impress father. I wouldn't dare touch big brother, but you. Head dead and father won't grieve. The woman winced, her chest aching. Third brother, easy. Old Third Song slapped her face with each word. Dogs don't talk. Suddenly, the villa's front door burst. A young man in a white hoodie and black sweatpants stormed in. Without a word, he plunged a knife into the woman's heart, killing her instantly. Old Third Song was stunned. As he tried to rise, the young man stabbed him once in the left leg, once in the right, once in the left hand, and once in the abdomen, avoiding vital spots. Heart-wrenching screams echoed through the villa. Unfortunately, Old Third Song had given his maids and bodyguards the day off to retrieve Song Pingan's corpse, so no one came to his rescue. You are Jiang Qing. Old Third Song lay on the carpet, his eyes wide with rage. You investigated me. Jiang Qing's killing intent deepened. Old Third Song trembled, gritting his teeth in silence. He had indeed investigated Jiang Qing, more precisely the people who had recently appeared frequently around Song Pingan. He couldn't understand how Song Pingan had suddenly become close to a blind man, a university teacher, a police officer, a female student, and an escape room owner. The investigation yielded nothing. These people seemed unrelated. Why did they often gather? It turned out Jiang Qing was ruthless, killing his mistress the moment he entered without blinking, his face devoid of any emotion, like a professional assassin. Not talking. Jiang Qing, wearing white gloves, handed the phone on the table to Old Third Song. Call them and cancel the assassination on Song Pingan. You have 10 seconds. For every second that passes, I cut off one of your fingers. 1. Old Third Song's left pinky was severed. I'll call. Don't kill me. Old Third Song frantically dialed the assassin's number. Cancel the mission. I'll wire the final payment. Jiang Qing snatched the phone and hung up. He didn't know if Shin Tianwei could save Song Pingan or if the police would arrive in time. To be safe, he had Lin Gubei send him Old Third Song's location, intending to solve the problem at its root. Old Third Song was truly terrified. He had seen ruthless people, but someone like Jiang Qing was rare. Spare me. I'll give you any amount of money. Or work for me, I'll pay you 10 million a year. Song Pingan is nothing but trash. Jiang Qing narrowed his eyes and called Song Pingan, but no one answered. Had something gone wrong? Was he too late? Expressionless Jiang Qing called Feng Yaoao, his tone gentle. Yaoao, did Song Pingan ever mention whether Old Third Song is a protagonist or a supporting character in his script? Well, he told me his eldest brother and sister-in-law are the male and female leads, both ruthless. Third brother is an important supporting character and his father is also one. Brother, what's wrong? Why the sudden question? Nothing. I'll hang up now. Jiang Qing slit Old Third Song's throat with one swift motion, his clear bright eyes fixed on him. He had no desire to hear pleas for mercy or confessions, nor did he care about any tragic backstory. He slowly released the knife handle, took a step back, and looked down at the wide-eyed corpse. Unfortunately, you're just a supporting character. Time to exit. Jianqiao Avenue, a grand bridge that divides Lanhai City into 2 stretches over 1,300 meters. It stands as a landmark and a famous spot for visitors. In the midst of the storm, a sturdy figure struggled through the river carrying an unconscious man on his back. Fortunately, they were just over 100 meters from the shore. With his formidable physical strength and the miracle known as Dawn Break, Shin Tianwei managed to swim through the frigid waters, bringing Song Pingan to safety. Song Pinggan's face was as pale as paper, his lips quivering as he faintly spoke, Lao Chen, I'm so cold, am I going to die? Chen Tianwei remained motionless, his body in agony to the point of numbness, experiencing an unbelievable haze. It perfectly illustrated what it meant that when the body reaches its limit, the will lead you through. By the time he was halfway, he was already numb. The coldness of the river was beyond imagination. Cough. Chen Tianwei coughed up water, turned, and assessed Song Pinggan's condition. Hey Song Pinggan, damn it you big fool. Wake up. Chen Tianwei was anxious. He bent over to perform CPR on Song Pinggan. After struggling for a long time, it seemed futile. Song Pinggan's body was too cold, resembling that of a corpse. Wail, 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 the sound of a siren echoed. A group of police officers rushed out from 5 police cars, led by Lin Guobei, who sprinted forward. Where's the ambulance? Old Lin sternly questioned his subordinates. Recently, after avoiding a fatal plot, he was inexplicably promoted and assigned several subordinates. 3 minutes later, the ambulance arrived and the medical personnel immediately began treatment in the vehicle heading to the nearest tertiary hospital, with Lin Guobei accompanying them the whole way. At the hospital, Song Pinggan and Chen Tianwei were taken to the emergency room while Lin Guobei stood in the corridor repeatedly calling Jiang Qing, but all calls went unanswered. What he did not know was that Jiang Qing had given her phone to Chen Tianwei, and during the escape the phone had already been destroyed, along with the motorcycle, by a drone. This madman. Wouldn't she go looking for trouble with Song Laosen alone? Lin Guobei felt quite anxious. He feared that Jiang Qing in a fit of rage would end up killing Song Laosen. First, in today's society, surveillance is everywhere. Tracking a person's movements is too easy. Second, Jiang Qing is not a professional killer. If she truly commits a crime, she is bound to leave behind some clues. In short, if the police were to conduct a thorough investigation, Jiang Qing would most likely be arrested. Lin Guobei strolled through the emergency exit, sat in the stairwell, and smoked a cigarette to calm his emotions. He called his wife. Su. This is the situation. After hearing his account, Su Morong chuckled softly. Old Lin, let's make a bet. If Jiang Qing killed Song Laosen, you absolutely won't find a single clue, not even a hair, so don't expect the surveillance to have caught her. Her miracle is red thread, she cannot kill silently. Lin Guobei frowned. You must trust my judgment. Just like back in the day when my family opposed my marriage to you, I still chose you. Over the years of marriage, you have proven I did not marry the wrong person. Jiang Qing is not simple. After chatting for a bit with his wife, Lin Guobei hung up and extinguished his cigarette. He stood up, contemplated, and called phone. Yao, has Jiang Qing contacted you? Yeah, but it wasn't my brother's number. A stranger's number called me. What's up? A strange number. Song Laosen's phone. Lin Guobei pondered. Shaolin, what's wrong? Lin Guobei's mouth twitched. By the next day, the pale blue sky hung with a golden sunbeam, and the Friday morning belonged to the working crowd and university students. At the police headquarters, a meeting was held early in the morning. Lin Guobei, who participated in last night's rescue operation, was among them, and everyone was solemn and serious. Last night it suddenly rained in the suburbs, causing many surveillance cameras to malfunction. We did not capture the perpetrator. Our side investigated the crime scene and found no traces left by the perpetrator. Song Laosen was in the suburbs last night, a sparsely populated area. After visiting, we found nothing. After listening to the reports of everyone, the chief pondered for a long time, looking at Lin Guobei in the corner. Understanding the implication, Lin Guobei stood up. At 7:49 p.m. last night, I received a call from my friend Jiang Qing. He and Song Pinggan were good friends, and during Song Pinggan's pursuit, he called Jiang Qing for help, after which Jiang Qing called me. I immediately dispatched to assist while reporting to the higher-ups. We investigated Jiang Qing. He had just undergone a corneal transplant surgery. His vision was blurry, and he had recently broken his leg after falling downstairs, only having the cast removed yesterday. He spent the afternoon at Hongfenji Polytechnic Institute, and after contacting me, he returned to the Fengling Villa area to wait for news. Initially, some suspicious individuals shook their heads. How could someone with vision problems and mobility issues travel so far to the suburbs to kill Song Laosen and a female internet celebrity? The meeting lasted all morning. As Lin Guobei exited the conference room, he saw Jiang Qing sitting in the lobby waiting for him. Since Jiang Qing was the reporting party, he was obligated to cooperate with the investigation and had been at the police station since early morning. Waiting for me. Old Lin was taken aback. Clad in a black trench coat, Jiang Qing replied, let's go to the hospital together. All right. Lin Guobei did not hesitate. The two did not take a police car but walked to the tertiary hospital, which was just a 10-minute journey. After hesitating for a while, Lin Guobei leaned in and whispered, how did you manage that? This is called destiny. Jiang Qing said meaningfully. Last night it rained on Jiangqiu Avenue, but it did not rain in the suburbs. To leave no trace, Jiang Qing consulted Wen Pan, who informed him that in the world of the book, 20% of the strength of destiny cannot directly kill someone. However, destiny can help him leave no trace, such as creating a rainstorm. Although the probability of rain causing surveillance to malfunction is low under the influence of destiny, it is 100% guaranteed to malfunction. Additionally, due to the rain, the residents of the suburbs opted to stay indoors. Everything rationalized. After the fact, Meng Wan'o utilized the love line to help him clean up the scene. Along with Lin Guobai's cooperation, no one would suspect him and no evidence could be found. Is there such a thing as a perfect crime? Jiang Qing did not know, but if there was, it must be the vengeance of a fierce ghost. You kid. Lin Guobei sighed. Forget it, if you don't want to talk then don't. But you were still impulsive. A Song Lao Sen is a supporting character in Song Pingan's script. Jiang Qing smiled. It was all part of the plan. Last time I ran away from home and killed 2 important supporting characters, the difficulty was raised to level 9. Song Pingan only killed 1 important supporting character. Judging by his current record of completing 3 tasks, the difficulty would at most rise to level 7 or 6. He has a year to recuperate, and besides, I won't need a year. In 6 months, I will lead a team to challenge the level 9 difficulty again. Jiang Qing's eyes flashed with determination and madness. Dressed in a police uniform, Lin Guobei stood frozen in place, deeply gazing at the slender figure of the youth. What burden was he carrying? What compelled him to keep moving forward? It's inscrutable, truly inscrutable. Lin Guobei sighed quietly, inexplicably feeling that Jiang Qing might actually complete 25 missions one day. To be honest, he felt a sense of despair. Even the 9th level difficulty was akin to a no-win scenario. What about the 10th level? The 20th level? The final challenge? The 25th level? Can humanity truly overcome the vengeful spirits through wisdom-sealed artifacts and miracles? The midday sun was warm. Jiang Qing paused, half turning to look at the mature man, smilingly asking what's wrong. Reflecting on his thoughts, Lin Guobei continued walking forward and casually said, I feel you look quite handsome. That's too fake. You paused for quite a while. Jiang Qing replied lightly, but thanks anyway. The 2 of them arrived at the hospital, not visiting Song Ping, and as the Song family was all present and did not accept visits from outsiders. After a night of rescue, he was stable now. In another ward, Chen Tianyu was wrapped like a dumpling, lying immobile on the hospital bed. Jiang Qing placed the fruit basket he bought at the entrance and apologized. Uncle Chen, I'm sorry you got hurt. He had no idea how perilous last night would turn out to be, with assassins using drones and bombs, even daring to damage the landmark bridge of Lanhai City. Truly a group of desperados. Chen Tianyu's voice was hoarse. I'm actually fine. I just need to rest for 2 days. The nurse insisted on wrapping me up like this. I can't even get out of bed. Old Lin helped me to the restroom to relieve myself. Lin Guobei pointed at Jiang Qing. Why don't you call him? You're a police officer serving the people and you can't even lend a hand. Chen Tianyu joked. The miracle dawn had brought him terrifying recovery abilities. A normal person would either die or need to lie down for half a year after such injuries, yet he was barely harmed. Lin Guobei had 100 curses stuck in his throat, glaring at Chen Tianyu. Get up. You help. The 2 of them bickered their way to the restroom. Jiang Qing slowly walked to the window, disliking the strong smell of medicine in the hospital. It reminded him of a mental hospital. After a while, confirming that both Song Ping and Chen Tianyu were fine, Jiang Qing left first. He took a taxi to Hongfenji Polytechnic University. Just as he entered the campus, a group of girls walked towards him. In a white dress with white socks and shoes, Gu Xian was holding 2 books. She looked at the familiar youth, unaccompanied by a cane, a guide dog, or sunglasses. Her clear and bright eyes outshone many girls, seemingly reflecting all purity. The youth walked steadily with a clear direction, not deviating even slightly. Gu Xian broke away from her group of friends, quickly running over to stand in front of the youth, incredulous. You can see now. Please step aside. Jiang Qing spoke calmly without a hint of emotional fluctuation. This detachment irritated Gu Xian, but she suppressed her anger. My parents often mention you, asking me to invite you over for dinner. Jiang Wei hasn't answered my calls lately. Is it because of you? Facing the obvious questioning, Jiang Qing rubbed his forehead, slightly fatigued. Do you understand the meaning of a breakup? Gu Xian coldly smiled. Do you think I'm being clingy? Get this clear, my mom treats you like a son, ordering me to invite you home for dinner within a month, or will I ignore you? So, what if you can see? I just don't like you, that's all. And you are truly cold-blooded. You won't even give Jiang Yuan a bit of money. He has called Jiang Uncle Dad for 3 years. Shouldn't he receive 1/3 of the inheritance? Jiang Qing retorted, by your logic, anyone who calls Gu Uncle Dad for 3 years should be entitled to half of your inheritance. If someone calls a rich man dad for a while, will they also get a share? You. Gu Xian stomped her foot in anger. This is different. Jiang Yuan is your brother. We have no— Jiang Qing took 2 steps to the left and then slowly moved forward. Gu Xian, do you understand? Without experiencing another's suffering, do not advise others to be kind. If you were me, you might not have even half of my compassion. Gu Xian turned around, her face alternating between green and red. She had been overly protected by her parents, never experiencing the harshness of society, and had sailed smoothly, developing an arrogant and spoiled character. You suffer. Jiang Yuan can't even afford a meal right now. You are not even 1/10 as miserable as he is. Gu Xian shouted at Jiang Qing's back. In Baiyun dormitory, Jiang Qing stood under the big tree. Lulu. Lulu. He called softly without a response. What is going on? When Pan Pan's choked voice echoed in his mind, she has left. Meeting me was Lilith's last wish. Look under the tree. Jiang Qing was lost in thought for a long time, struggling to articulate the complex emotions within him. His gaze gradually lowered, spotting a dirty butterfly hairpin on the surface of the soil. He bent down to pick up the hairpin, gently brushing off the dirt without speaking, hiding it in the inner pocket of his coat, as if the wind was a bit chilly. He stood under the tree for a long time. April 30th, Friday, 7:04 p.m. sultry, suitable for undertaking a mission. Song Ping'an lay on the sofa, reading the date, his left hand in a cast, still not fully recovered. Aren't they coming yet? Jiang Qing mumbled. The girl held her phone. Let me ask. Feng Yao Yao Yang Jia, it's almost 7:30, haven't they arrived? Yang either at the door, it's Villa no. 7. Feng Yao Yao, yes, hurry up. Before long the delicate Yang Yi entered the villa with a very attractive woman. The woman was wearing a khaki-colored mini dress that barely covered her knees, with a khaki denim jacket on top, a hat, and a shoulder bag, her expression cool and elegant. Without waiting for Yang Yi to speak, the woman scanned the crowd and said, let me make it clear first, during the mission, I must be the center, and my safety is more important than yours. The living room fell silent. Every word was understood, but they couldn't grasp the meaning when put together. Yang Yi pulled Jiang Qing into a guest room, closed the door, and said, her name is Yulan. I'm not making it hard for you, I owe her a favor. She has a quirky personality. While others avoid disgusting plots in their scripts, she willingly allows herself to be taken care of by wealthy men. By the way, she is a big star, well, not exactly, more like a second-tier one with some influence, but not quite at first-tier status. Jiang Qing smirked slightly. If I didn't know your character, I might suspect you wanted me to bring along a burden to die in the... I'm also at my wit's end. She saved me 3 years ago when everything was quite normal. In recent years her status has risen rapidly, and she has become rather inflated. Yang Yi said helplessly, once I repay the favor, I won't contact her again. Jiang Qing contemplated for a moment. What if she dies during the mission? That has nothing to do with you. Yang Yi answered seriously. I understand. Jiang Qing nodded. The two walked around the living room. Jiang Qing briefly explained the idea of splitting into teams. Feng Yao Yao frowned. Bro. You are no longer a newbie, you have miracles and sealed artifacts, you are invincible. Jiang Qing gently patted the girl's forehead. Ugh, you're flattering me to death. Feng Yao Yao pouted, looking at Su Mu Ran and Lin Gubei. Su Mu Ran pursed her red lips. That's fine, I avoided the death plot with old Lin. The mission difficulty is probably around level 4 or 5. A Yao Yao is on her 5th mission just right. As for Song Ping'an, he was lying down waving at them and singing safe journey, ah safe journey. Everyone summoned their keys to merge. Jiang Qing glanced at Yulan. Aren't you going to change your outfit? You don't need to worry about that, I just ensure my safety, and Yulan said coldly. Watching the scene, Song Ping'an chuckled to himself. Wow, so bold. If old Jiang lets you come back alive, I'll take your surname. Uncertain how much time had passed, Jiang Qing regained his sight, and before him stood a massive stone tablet inscribed with the words Kaoshan Village. This ancient stone tablet, weathered by time, was covered in moss. Jiang Qing glanced around, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes as he realized that Su Muran and the others were not with them. 1, 2, 3. 13 people. Chen Tianwei counted again, silently searching for the task. Jiang Qing felt no urgency. He was observing Kaoshan Village. It was not as impoverished as he had imagined. All around were 3 to 4-story small villas with some sections paved in concrete, though most were still dirt roads. He could also see a large orchard and a lush tea garden on the hillside. This was a prosperous village. Suddenly Yulan tugged at Jiang Qing's arm, covering her mouth and nose, exclaiming, it stinks here. His thoughts interrupted. Jiang Qing frowned slightly and retorted, so what? So hurry up and complete the task so we can get out of here, this place is disgusting. And Yulan did not hide. This remark left Jiang Qing momentarily stunned, thinking, is this woman really on her 5th task? He believed that any normal person, after experiencing just one task, would not speak like this. To Yulan, it seemed like completing the task was as easy as drinking water, something that could be done at any time. Jiang Qing ignored her, took a couple of steps toward the stone tablet, and called out, over here. Everyone turned their attention, and blood-red characters began to seep out from the surface of the stone tablet, still eerie even in broad daylight. Wu Lao is an orchardist from Kaoshan Village. Recently, after visiting the orchard, he discovered 3 important items missing upon returning home. Assist Wu Lao in recovering the lost items within 5 days. Tip: the vengeful spirit is right beside you. Jiang Qing took out his phone to take a picture, and the others were momentarily stunned, mimicking him to capture the image. Immediately, one by one, the blood-red characters disappeared. A scavenger hunt. Jiang Qing pondered, an orchardist, 3 important items within 5 days. Meanwhile, the others were more focused on the tip, pulling away from each other and watching cautiously. The vengeful spirit is right beside you. Interesting. Will this vengeful spirit disguise itself as a living person? Who is the vengeful spirit? Step forward and say something to stop with the tricks. Are you crazy? Do you think shouting for the vengeful spirit will make it appear? How foolish. Out of the 13 actors, it appeared there were 4 groups: Jiang Qing's group of 3, another group of 3 females, and 2 groups of 2 males, with 3 individuals remaining solo. Everyone was suspicious of one another, shouting loudly. And Yuelon, the only one wearing a short skirt, covered her mouth and nose, urging, "Hurry up and start searching. Why are you all just standing there?" As the arguing ceased, everyone turned to examine her. Jiang Qing and Chen Tianwei subtly moved a couple of steps aside, pretending they were not familiar with her. And Yuelon raised an eyebrow. "Did I say something wrong? This is clearly a scavenger hunt. If we don't look for the 3 important items, do you expect us to search for the vengeful spirit?" Everyone considered her words. They made sense. If they weren't looking for the items, were they supposed to look for ghosts? Chen Tianwei leaned over to whisper to Jiang Qing. "Jiang, what do you think?" 3 points. First, we need to find Wu Lara. At the very least, we need to know what 3 items are missing. Second, we must confirm our identities. The audience will definitely assign us roles. Third, we need to explore the killing rules of the vengeful spirit, which is crucial for our survival. What about the tip? The tip. I can't figure it out. It feels like it doesn't refer to our... Chen Tianwen nodded, pondering, then quietly said, "This is a bit annoying. How about... Old Chen was a ruthless man. Anyone who dared to hinder Jiang Qing's search for survival would be dealt with." He was fundamentally different from Song Pangon. Old Song was eloquent, focusing on psychological manipulation, while Old Chen was not good with words, focusing on psychological attacks, the kind that struck directly at the heart. Jiang Qing shook his head with a smile. "This is just a tool for exploring the vengeful spirit's killing patterns. Let's not waste Yang Yi's good intentions. Just ignore her princess temper for now." "Hey, what are you talking about? Why are you standing so far away from me?" And Yuelon questioned loudly. Apart from her first task, she had relied on others in her second, third, and fourth tasks, because she was wealthy, and there were many actors who needed money. In each task, she did not need to do anything, and the hired actors would fully protect her. After all, if she died during a task, the actors would not receive their payment. And Yuelon had heard that Jiang Qing had asked Yang Yi for his payment in advance, but Yang Yi had refused, stating that according to the rules, payment was only given upon completion of the commission. Anyway, she did not think the task was particularly dangerous or difficult. The first 3 times went quite smoothly, with only some footsteps, knocking sounds, and the occasional ghostly face to frighten her. Thus she naturally believed that with 25 tasks it would be that simple. As long as she could afford to hire people, it wouldn't be hard at all. Jiang Qing remained silent, and Chen Tianwei said nothing either. Mute. And Yuelon clicked her tongue. At that moment, an elderly man, stooped and dressed plainly, approached. The old man's face was wrinkled, his palms rough, and he smiled as he greeted everyone. "Hello, I am Wu Lara, the one who hired you to help pick fruit." He was Wu Lara. In an instant, everyone had many thoughts. Picking fruit. What is our identity? Seeing that no one spoke and everyone remained vigilant, Jiang Qing took a step forward and politely asked, "Grandpa, Wu, are you the only one in this village?" Wu Lara looked at the young man and smiled kindly. "Yes, just me. Everyone else has moved to the city after making some money, but I don't want to leave my homeland. I want to be buried here together with my late wife. However, my son will come to see me in 5 days. He is a doctor, very capable. He told me he has saved many people and the accolades are all over the walls of his office. But he is too busy, only coming back once a year with his wife and daughter. I don't want to be a burden to them, so every year I hire someone to take care of the orchard. When the fruits are ripe, they are picked and sent to the city for sale, so I can save a bit for my son's family to have a better life in the city. Enough about that. Let me take you to your accommodations. We used to have great scenery here, and we built a guest house for tourists and vendors who come to pick fruits and tea leaves. You can stay there for the next few days." On the way, Jiang Qing quietly observed the village. The buildings were quite new and the front yards were clean, not at all like a place that had been uninhabited for a long time. However, it was too quiet, resembling a ghost village. Wu Lara led them to the guest house in the village, pointing to the keys on the counter. "The first floor is the dining area. You can handle it yourselves. You can stay on the second and third floors at your discretion. The fruits, just pick them within 6 days. I will check on the 6th day, and during this time do not disturb me." With that, Wu Lara walked away, hunched over. The short-haired girl was confused. "Pick them within 6 days. But our task is only 5 days. It means it doesn't matter whether we pick the fruits or not. By the 5th day, we'll either be dead or have left. Who will wait for him to check on the 6th day?" A well-mannered young man in glasses stepped forward, adjusting his coat, and smiled at Yuelon. "Ainen, my name is Wenbin. I'm your fan. I didn't expect you to be an actor too." As a second-tier star, Yuelon had a decent level of fame and had endorsed many products. She ignored the glasses guy, picking up 3 keys from the table. "You stay in 204, I'll be in 205, and he'll be in 206, making it convenient for you to protect me." Jiang Qing accepted the arrangement. "All right." He took the key for 204, rubbing it between his fingers, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. After sorting the dorms, the group searched the inn, but found no significant clues. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they gathered in the dining room, exchanging glances. The short-haired girl Mu Zihan rested her chin on her hand, saying, "It's so difficult. In such a large village, finding 3 items in 5 days is simply a pipe dream. Are there really no clues? The bespectacled boy looked at the goddess with a flattering gaze. Ainin, what do you think we should do? And Yulan's demeanor was completely different in public than in such a place, as she sarcastically remarked, idiot, can't you all think through such a simple question? First, let's find Wu Lao Heir, appeal to his emotions and reason with him to clarify what the 3 lost items are, then narrow down the search. Since Wu Lao Heir mentioned that the villagers have moved to the city, the one who stole his important items could be a thief, or, generally speaking, the most dangerous place is the safest place, so the thief or the fierce ghost must be hiding in Wu Lao Heir's house, and the 3 important items have never left his home. And Yulan elegantly crossed her long, beautiful legs and quickly analyzed, leaving everyone astonished. Even Jiang Qing was surprised. How could this woman's intelligence fluctuate so dramatically? Or is she not actually foolish, but merely arrogant, thinking herself above others? When Bin praised the goddess and immediately began to applaud, Ainin is amazing, I'm enlightened. Mu Zihan cast a disdainful look and silently cursed, suck up. What are we waiting for? Let's go to Wu Lao Heir's house. With one person leading the group felt the argument was reasonable. They were actors on their 3rd or 4th mission, inexperienced, but aware that sitting and waiting leads only to dead ends, while survival often requires proactive searching. Moreover, there is a clever and wise female star. This task is bound to succeed. And Yulan enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by admirers and waved her hand, saying, go complete the task early and return. You too. Jiang Qing, go Chen, something you have a big build, stay and protect me. Jiang Qing shook his head, neither old Chen nor I will go, we plan to take a nap, we're tired. Chen Tianwei was stunned for a second, then yawned, oh, I'm so tired. I played mahjong with those dropouts all night, time to sleep. The 2 of them went up to the 2nd floor with their arms over each other's shoulders. And Yulan appeared displeased, but said nothing. She was testing their bottom line and didn't dare to truly offend them with Chen Tianwei's build. If he pinned her down, she would be done for. In another group, 3 girls rose to go to the kitchen, disagreeing with going to Wu Lao Heir's house, deeming it too reckless. The remaining 7 boys, under Wen Bin's encouragement, all eager to impress Yulan, decided to head to Wu Lao Heir's house. On the 2nd floor in room 204, Jiang Qing stood by the window, looking down at the 7 boys' backs. Chen Tianwei seemed puzzled. Aren't we going? You said before that we should first ask Wu Lao Heir to clarify what the 3 lost items are. That was before we... Jiang Qing withdrew his gaze, meeting Chen Tianyu's bewildered eyes, and casually said, I already know who the ghost is. Chen Tianwei was taken aback. Who? Wu Lao Heir. Jiang Qing enunciated each word. As soon as this was said, the temperature in the room seemed to drop, and Chen Tianwei felt a chill down his spine. Why? He wouldn't doubt Jiang Qing's judgment, but he couldn't understand why Wu Lao Heir would be the ghost. From their previous interactions, he showed no signs of being a fierce ghost. Jiang Qing sat on the clean bed, delivering a shocking statement. He told me himself. Wait. We've been together this whole time. When did he tell you? Jiang Qing squinted his eyes. Do you remember he said that in 5 days his son would come to see him? Right, Chen Tianwei pondered. Is there a problem with that? Jiang Qing emphasized, but his next sentence. His son is too busy, only comes back once a year with his daughter-in-law and granddaughter. Once a year, haha. If you had a 60 or 70-year-old elder living in a village with no other households, would you be sure to only visit once a year? Jiang Qing raised his phone, illuminating the screen. In this task, the time and date on the phone correspond with the task world. What's today's date? Chen Tianwei glanced at it. March 31st. What date is it 5 days later? Jiang Qing asked again. Chen Tianwei calculated, his pupils dilated, cold sweat rolling down. April 4th, Qiming Festival. This is a ghost village. Wu Lao Heir has long been dead. His son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter come back to pay respects only once a year during Qiming Festival. The ghost is right beside us. Isn't that just beside us? Jiang Qing appeared relaxed, but in reality, this led to a serious problem. They would certainly be unable to ask Wu Lao Heir about the 3 items. Without knowing what the items are, how could they complete the task? A dead end. Sure enough, a level 5 difficulty wouldn't be simple. It's just 1 level lower than the game of hide. Jiang Qing habitually bit his nails, his mind racing, as he reviewed everything from the start of the task until now, arriving at many questions. Every household's entrance is very clean, which contradicts Wu Lao Heir's description. What's a... Chen Tianwei scratched the back of his head and asked. Jiang Qing was very patient with his people. A contradiction is like the relationship between spear and shield. If only Wu Lao Heir lived in the mountain village, then every household's entrance couldn't be this clean. If every household in the village has someone living in it, then Wu Lao Heir must be lying. Furthermore, where did the villagers go? Ugh. My head hurts, I don't understand. Chen Tianwei lightly knocked his forehead with his fist. What are we doing now? Jiang Qing looked up and uttered 4 words, hold our position. With too few clues, he needed a sacrificial victim to see Wu Lao Heir's attitude towards them. Chen Tianwei shrugged, then we'll just wait. The 2 of them lay on a large bed staring at the ceiling, the air filled with a musty smell. After a while, Chen Tianwei spoke up and asked, can I call you Xiao Jiang? Jiang Qing, while resting his eyes, murmured, "You and Song Ping'an and Yao Yao are the same, underestimating Sister Su. She is terrifying, the kind of terrifying that is rational to the extreme." Did you think I was the first to find clues in the delivery game? When I learned about the miraculous audience's ability, I had a moment of fear towards Sister Su. She was the first to go up to the third floor. Surely she found clues, but she didn't take them. Why? I even suspect that when she saw that bowl of red bean smoothie in the fridge, she already knew the answer. Chen Tianwei was dumbfounded. What the hell? Is it that mystical? If she's that amazing, how come she has only completed 2 tasks in over a year? This is the 3rd time. Jiang Qing changed his sleeping position, a faint smile playing on his lips as he calmly said, "Let's wait and see. I've set a trap for Sister Su. Yao Yao is my eyes." In the world of the book Villa Area 7 Fengling, Song Ping'an glanced at the 2 women standing in the corridor and called out leisurely, "Secretary Jian, come here and help the boss massage his legs." "Secretaries don't do such work. You keep teasing me, ugh," Jian Yuqing replied in a soft and cute manner. Disguised as androgynous, Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and sat down on the single sofa, trying to make conversation by asking, "I heard from Yao Yao that you were attacked by assassins recently." "Assassins, my foot." Song Ping'an vividly described, "Assassins carry out dark killings. Those guys are just like terrorists, definitely organized with access to weapons. Perhaps some big shots are their protectors." Over 10 days have passed, and the police have no clues at all, as if they vanished into thin air. Jian Yuqing became interested, quickly ran over to sit down and blinked while asking, "So, is the police still investigating the cause of Song Laosan's death?" "Of course they're investigating. How could they not?" Song Ping'an took a sip of warm water and told the 2 women, "After all, Song Laosan is the 3rd young master of the Song family group. My cheap old man insisted on getting to the bottom of it. Initially the police suspected old Jiang, but he had a perfect alibi. Then they suspected Song Lauda and the friends of Song Laosan. In short, there are a lot of suspects, but up until now nothing has been found. Because Yang Yi was present, Song Ping'an wouldn't tell her that the one who killed Song Laosan was Jiang Qing. During this time, the investigation into Song Laosan's death and the whereabouts of the assassins had made 0 progress. The police were under immense pressure, busy and overwhelmed every day. Little did they know, once the actors and miracles intervened in these cases, it would be difficult to uncover the truth. Song Ping'an put down his cup, his eyes turning cold as he shifted the topic and questioned, "Old Yang, what's the situation with that woman? We trust you and cooperate with you, and you bring in an ancestor to trick old Jiang, right? She's quite rude." Jian Yuqing huffed. Yang Yi licked his lips. "How should I put it? I talked to Jiang Qing, and Yuan is unlikely to come back alive. That's fine, if she dies in the mission, she won't bother me anymore in the future." "Oh." Song Ping'an scoffed, "You're quite adept at this backstabbing game. If the people behind that woman settle the score, wouldn't old Jiang end up taking the blame? Don't worry, she has no backing, she's just a plaything of the rich." Yang Yi interlocked his fingers over his knees and leaned forward slightly, "For those rich men, playthings can be replaced at any time. I can't kill her in the world of the book. Taking her on a mission is even less possible. After all, my next level is a difficulty of 10. Pausing for a moment, Yang Yi narrowed his eyes, and well on is quite annoying, as she belongs to that type. Traditional in thought, open in body, economically dependent, independent in personality, and random in her children. Once she drugged me while drinking, and when I saw through it, she used the excuse of having saved me to morally blackmail me." "Understood." Song Ping'an's lips curled upward. "That type of woman balances both money and wealth equally. Despicable." Old Song restrained his smile and scrutinized Yang Yi seriously, however. "You're quite insidious. She saved you before, yet you want to kill her without her knowing, and she even thanks you for your help this time." Yang Yi retorted seriously, "I already returned her favor long ago, and not just once. Song Ping'an, I believe that in relationships between people, even the best of friends need a sense of distance. And Yuan overstepped. She thought she could control me for a lifetime. Now I must make her understand what hell truly means." Jian Yuqing gulped, feeling conflicted. "Sister Yang, you also owe me a favor. You won't set me up to die in your plan. I'm not a bad person." Yang Yi shook his head helplessly. "Just don't continuously use favors to mess with me. I am a very kind person." Jian Yuqing immediately added a character trait for herself. Song Ping'an rolled his eyes at the girl again and looked back at Yang Yi. "By the way, where are you from?" "Chengdu, Sichuan. I'm a fellow townsman with Yao Yao, so we get along well." Yang Yi spoke in standard Mandarin. "Wow, another Sichuan Chongqing dragon." Yang Yi's lips twitched, raising a finger. "Prejudice in people's hearts is a Sichuan." Song Ping'an's Jian Yuqing was used to it. "See, this person is quite annoying, not good at all. If you're annoyed, then be annoyed. Your liking won't elevate my life in any way. Also be careful not to have your salary deducted." Secretary Jian, Song Ping'an said, half jokingly, half threatening. The 3 fell silent for a moment. Yang Yi thought Yuan is used to living in luxury and will definitely offend Jiang Qing and Chen Tianwei. Jian Yuqing thought it's better to find an opportunity to resign. "This bad person keeps threatening and teasing me. Song Pingon thought old Jiang and old Qin being together isn't a big deal, but on Yao Ao's side. Sigh. I wonder if they've matched up together. In the task world Feng Yao Ao's fifth mission. On the fifth floor of the hospital, the corridor lights suddenly went out and footsteps continuously approached the three. Su Morong turned on her phone's flashlight and pointed to a surgical room diagonally across. Let's go in. Lin Gubei and Feng Yao Ao quickly entered while Su Morong closed the door and looked through the glass, locking eyes with the malevolent spirit. I saw his medical record in the initial office. He had mid-stage brain cancer and underwent 3 rounds of radiation therapy, ultimately dying in the operating room. To him, the operating room is a forbidden zone, a place of death. For the past 3 days, under the constraints of the rules, he wouldn't enter here. Once she finished speaking, Su Morong turned to the bloody operating room, pondering, of the 17 of us this time too, have one person died in the women's restroom on the 3rd floor where a female ghost is hiding the evasion method. One person was dismembered in the emergency room. The second malevolent spirit is a doctor, the evasion method. The third malevolent spirit appears when the lights are out and there are footsteps. It doesn't run very fast. The task is to escape the hospital within 5 days. The windows cannot be smashed open and the main door is locked with an iron padlock that requires a key to open. It's easy to guess that there must be a 4th ghost holding the key. Su Morong calmly analyzed while Feng Yao Ao listened in shock. From the beginning of the task until now, in just half a day, Su Morong had thoroughly studied the 3 malevolent spirits. That terrifying analytical ability, that seemingly foresight into the future, gave her the illusion of following Jiang Qing in missions. My sister Su is so strong. Lin Gubei was not surprised at all. In the real world, Su Morong was a wealthy young lady. While she might not reach the level of hundreds of billions, her family still had assets in the tens of billions. Growing up, Su Morong was always the envy of others, receiving top-notch educational resources. She always ranked first in various competitions, got into a 985 university at 16, pursued a master's and doctorate continuously at 20, married Lin Gubei at 21 despite family opposition, dabbled in investments at 23, earning over 30 million in half a year, and worked as a lecturer at a prestigious university abroad at 25. Su Morong's life was synonymous with brilliance, as if she had a cheat code. Old Lin's thoughts drifted, recalling the second mission. Lin, Su, are there clues on the 3rd floor? Su, there's something behind that painting, also under the bed in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Jiang Qing was right, the contrast is too great. Valuable items are displayed openly while cheap items are protected in cabinets. Everything feels off. Don't touch that painting, I have a rough idea of what the dinner will be. Lin, what will be sent? Su, it's a secret. I want to see if there's anyone smart among this group. If they can't complete the task the next day, we'll take care of it, and there's no need to contact them upon returning. Lin, that girl named Feng Yao Ao is okay. Song Pingon is average. Chen Tianwei isn't very bright, and Jiang Qing is rather quiet, making it hard to gauge him. Su, Jiang Qing gives me a unique feeling. Oh, don't be jealous, I love you the most. Speaking of which, this task seems overly safe. The malevolent spirits are merely scaring us, and there's no real harm. That's one point I can't figure out. Lin, it's the first day, so it's quite safe. If they complete the task, we can ally with them once we return. What are your plans? Su Morong's eyes flashed with madness. My wish. I want to create a new world. A fleeting memory passed through Lin Gubei's mind, and he felt a surge of happiness, secretly thinking my wife is the most outstanding woman in the world without exception. In fact, he was equally exceptional. During university, he met Su Morong, who was pursuing both a master's and a doctorate. They crossed paths in the library, both fond of the same book and equally passionate about academic research. After exchanging contact information, they unknowingly grew closer and soon got married. After graduation, Lin Gubei started a company and quickly rose in the business world within a few years. More importantly, he cherished his wife, always keeping Su Morong's words in mind. When Su Morong once said she didn't want to have children, Lin Gubei supported her without hesitation. What are you grinning about? Su Morong nudged her husband's chest with her elbow. Lin Gubei coughed, awkwardly glancing at Feng Yao Ao. It's nothing. The 3 of them were hiding in the operating room. Although the smell of blood was overwhelming, they dared not run out. As night fell, a scream echoed in the corridor. Su Morong stood up, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses. Let's go. The vengeful spirit has killed someone. There is a brief safe period where it can't kill continuously. We need to go to the dean's office. They ran all the way, and at the end of the corridor they saw a charred corpse. The 3rd vengeful spirit stared at the 3 of them with resentment, but did not take any action. In the dean's office, Lin Gubei locked the door while Su Morong searched through the documents on the desk, casually saying, "We will rest here tonight, each of us for 3 hours. Yao Ao, you can sleep first. We need to ensure that 2 of us stay awake." Okay. Feng Yao Ao did not put on airs. A sufficient sleep was essential during the mission. An hour later, the room was quiet. Feng Yao Ao lay on the sofa, Su Morong sat at the desk reading materials, and Lin Gubei stood by the window gazing at the night. Suddenly, Lin Gubei quietly approached his wife sitting sideways on the desk and asked softly, "What do you think Jiang Qing means?" Initially the plan was for our group to team up with Feng Yaoao and Tianyue and Yang Yi's friend. How did this last-minute change result in us being grouped with Feng Yaoao? Su Muron put down the document in her hand, her beautiful eyes flickering. Jiang Qing is testing me. We can reject such grouping, but the cost of rejection is. The gap will only widen. Yao has been on her 5th mission, Jiang Qing 4 times, Song Pin gone 3 times, Chen Tianwe 3 times, and Jian Yuqing about to have her 9th. We are only on our 3rd. Lin, you understand. Society is very realistic. Even if friends grow up together, one rises steadily earning millions a year while the other stays stagnant earning tens of thousands a year. Slowly, they will not be able to play together anymore. If we remain stagnant, the end result will be everyone going their separate ways. If we accept this grouping, Yao will be Jiang Qing's eyes monitoring us. After a pause, Su Muron looked at the girl lying on the sofa. Do you believe that little girl isn't asleep but is eavesdropping on our conversation? Feng Yao started snoring, but after a couple of puffs, she felt it was too fake and couldn't help but look up, meeting Su Muron's amused gaze. There was no embarrassment greater than this. Su Muron waved at the girl. Feng Yao obediently walked over. Tell your brother I'm not hiding my talents, it's just that everyone has their own opportunity to shine. Su Muron smiled slightly, her beauty captivating, giving off a sense of closeness, like that of a friendly elder. Feng Yao nodded and thought for a moment. Sister Su, you are so impressive. If you teamed up with my brother for a mission, maybe you could challenge level 9 difficulty. Level 9 difficulty. This shouldn't be the limit for me and Jiang Qing, it should be a starting point. As the sun set, Kaoshan village gradually fell into an eerie silence resembling a graveyard. Dressed in black sportswear, Jiang Qing stood by the window on the 2nd floor, his brows furrowing slightly. Have all 7 people died? Chen Tianyue in a leather jacket leaned against the wooden door, his voice deep. It's impossible. If 7 people die on the first day, how will the rest play? Jiang Qing bit his nails. Let's go down and check. The two left the room and walked to the dining area on the 1st floor of the guest house, where Nguyen and 3 other girls were sitting together, seemingly having some beers, chatting and laughing, the atmosphere warm. Stick with me, and I won't say you'll earn $1 billion, but $1 million a year is certainly possible. The girl with the baby face spoke hopefully. Sister, and I also want to be a star, just look. You. And Nguyen shook her head sharply, commenting, your looks are below average, and your figure is ordinary. I need some supporting actresses for my next film, you can give it a try. If your acting is up to par, then we can talk. This light-hearted atmosphere made it seem like they were in the countryside for a leisure experience. And Nguyen glanced sideways and waved her hand. That guy can something go fry 2 dishes. It's already 7 o'clock and a bunch of idiots still haven't returned from their task, wasting my time. We are only responsible for ensuring your safety, Chen Tianwe said expressionlessly. If it weren't for this woman being useful to Jiang Qing, he would have punched her, undoubtedly making her cry. And Nguyen was displeased. If you can't cook, just say so. In this day and age, what's the difference between a guy who can't cook and a disability? This foul-mouthed woman should argue with Song Pin gone in the world of the book. Chen Tianwe thought to himself that Song Pin gone probably wouldn't even bother with such a person. Just a second-tier star, old Song could easily throw money and resources to elevate a bunch of second-tier stars. As night fell, Kaoshan village had already plunged into darkness, and Jiang Qing stared intently at the muddy dirt road. Had they really been wiped out? What a joke. 13 people and 7 died in one afternoon. This doesn't fit the dramatic expectations of the audience. The pace couldn't possibly be this fast. Various thoughts surfaced, and Jiang Qing racked his brain but couldn't comprehend how a single vengeful spirit could wipe out 7 people, especially those with 3 to 4 missions of experience. After a long while, several figures rushed out of the darkness, and the bespectacled man Wen Bin was terrified, bursting into the guest house and collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. There were 4 other boys, all of them looking disheveled, some with blood stains on their faces. 2 died. Jiang, the sudden turn of events sobered the girls up, and they rushed over to ask what happened. What about the other 2? What did Wu Lao say? Did you figure out what the 3 important items were? Speak up. Wen Bin on the ground trembled and said in a shaky voice, They are dead. Wu Lao ERS place. There really are ghosts. Jiang Qing squatted down, looking directly into his eyes. Have you seen Wu Lao Air? Wu Lao Air. Wen Bin was terrified, his thoughts slow to react. No, I haven't seen him. The short-haired girl Mu Zihan gritted her teeth. How could you not have seen him? You went out all afternoon and didn't bring back a single clue. The baby-faced girl scoffed. What a bunch of useless people, completely unreliable. One boy got angry and cursed, go to hell. If you have the guts, go. We're out here looking for a way to survive, and you guys are here enjoying yourselves. Am I your dad or your mom? Another boy spat on the ground and took the keys upstairs. At this point, only the bespectacled man was still fawning over the goddess. The 4 boys angrily went upstairs. What kind of people are these, getting upset over a single word? The baby-faced girl shouted at the staircase. And Yulin's face darkened as she turned her gaze to Jiang Qing and the others, realizing the severity of the situation. Jiang Qing smiled gently. It's getting dark. Let's rest early. Tonight won't be safe. It is not that Jiang Qing is trying to scare anyone, rather it is a fact that the night is synonymous with danger. The girls turned pale, for they had survived until now by following the big shot. Actors like them who mix in such circles generally have more tasks in their second, third, and fourth rounds. By the fifth task, the difficulty escalates sharply, and everyone is too preoccupied with their own survival. Unless they share a bond of life and death, no one will protect anyone, nor can they afford to carry a burden around. Inyulan regained her composure and loudly questioned, "Hey, where are you going? Aren't you going to protect me? To sleep? What do you want to join us?" Jiang Qing looked at her with calm eyes like still water. He intentionally said this to provoke disgust and wariness in the girl, thus reducing the likelihood of her bothering him. Inyulan clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white, and her voice carried a hint of threat. "Put away your filthy thoughts. Don't forget, if I don't survive, you won't get your reward." Jiang Qing shook his head. "I thought you were very clever and perceptive, mingling in the wealthy circles, but now it seems you are just a pretty face. Don't you understand our attitude towards you? To be honest, a sealed object doesn't help us much, it's optional." As soon as he finished speaking, the two returned to room 204 on the second floor. Chen Tianwei washed his face and stared at his reflection in the mirror, stroking his chin. "Jiang, have you laid your cards on the table with her? She has always lived in her own world, unafraid of evil spirits. It's a miracle she has made it this far." Jiang Qing sat by the window, finding a piece of white paper and a pen, doodling as he thought. Chen Tianwei came out of the bathroom, took a closer look, and curiously asked, "What are you writing?" "I'm sketching a map of Kaoshan village from memory while organizing my thoughts." Jiang Qing held the pen in his right hand, making small marks on the paper. "Uncle Chen, it seems we might have gone the wrong way." Chen Tianwei crossed his arms, his large muscles and white tiger tattoo imposing wrong way. "Do you remember what Wu Er said before he left?" Jiang Qing asked. Let me think." Chen Tianwei slapped his forehead. "It was something like, pick the fruit in 6 days and I'll check on the 6th day. Don't disturb me in the meantime." Jiang Qing paused with his pen. "Right, don't disturb me in the meantime. Who likes to be disturbed?" The dead, Chen Tianwei blurted out. Jiang Qing dropped the pen, his expression grave. "Yes, the dead do not wish to be disturbed, and they do not stay at home, but rather in the graveyard." "Hiss. Jiang, you just gave me goosebumps in the middle of the night," Chen Tianwei said nervously. The 7 boys went to the so-called Wu Er's house, but found no one, only to encounter a ghost. Wu Er does not live at home, but in the graveyard. Jiang Qing picked up the paper, his mind clearer than ever, and said slowly, "I have 2 hypotheses. Listen and help me analyze them. First, Wu Er is a ghost residing in his original home. The 3 lost important items are 1 at home, 1 in the graveyard, and the 3rd in his son's hands. Otherwise, when his son returns in 5 days, it will mean nothing to us unless he possesses one of the items. In other words, this task has 2 phases. 1 is to survive until the 5th day, and the other is to gather all. Second, Wu Er is a ghost, and the so-called home is the graveyard. The 3 lost important items are burial goods, which means there is at least 1 living person in the village who has stolen the items." Jiang Qing interlocked his fingers by his lips, his beautiful eyes becoming even more profound. "Based on the clues at hand, I can only analyze in these directions. What do you think?" Chen Tianwei frowned. "I have a question. Why do you think the locations of the 3 items are 1 at Wu Er's house, 1 in the graveyard, and 1 in his son's hands?" Jiang Qing replied without hesitation. "Tasks never disperse clues or important props too much. They are definitely related to the places Wu Er frequented. Just like in the game of hide and seek, the last safe room is the crime scene. We need to learn from each task we undertake." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianwei found it difficult, pondering for a long time. "Let's go with the first one. Usually the first instinct is the most important. You also mentioned that his son will definitely come back with an item in 5 days, or it would mean nothing. What we need to do is find the other 2 items before that and survive." Jiang Qing nodded. "Tomorrow morning after we eat, let's go check out Wu Er's house." "Uncle Chen, I still don't know. Can your miracle dawn be used continuously?" "No, that won't work." Chen Tianwei waved his hand. "This thing consumes stamina. At most. Well, I can throw 100 punches continuously before my stamina is completely drained, and I won't be able to move." 100 punches? Jiang Qing exclaimed in shock. 1 punch can control an evil spirit for 7 seconds. 100 punches means 700 seconds, which is equivalent to 11 minutes and 40 seconds. Damn me. This is invincible. No, wait, dawn requires contact to control the evil spirit, but many evil spirits are unreachable and some can kill in an instant before you even react. Furthermore, if there are 2 evil spirits, dawn becomes difficult to handle." Jiang Qing pondered quietly. Indeed, there are no miracles that are absolutely invincible. They all have certain flaws. The 2 chatted for a while, one keeping watch while the other slept. Outside the window at midnight, the sounds of cicadas and frogs could be heard, as if the world had been pressed on pause. It was quiet yet terrifying. 1 o'clock in the morning. Knock, knock, knock. Are you guys asleep? Jiang Qing opened his eyes, slowly straightening his back, while Chen Tianwei by the window clenched his fist. What is that woman doing in the middle of the night? Jiang Qing gestured to Chen Tianwei to be quiet. Knock, knock, knock. I'm scared alone, let me in. And Yulan's voice trembled with a hint of crying and pleading. Knock knock knock, I can let you all sleep once, I beg you to protect me. And Yulan's emotions seemed to be fraying. Something felt off, this was not the proud woman. Jiang Qing got out of bed and walked barefoot towards the door. He tried to make no sound, slowly approaching the peephole, and saw many thread-like red lines. In the next moment something outside the door stepped back. It was an eye without a pupil, only whites and blood vessels. Jiang Qing's heart skipped a beat, and no matter how many times he faced evil spirits, fear was always present. Chen Tianyue, sensing something was wrong, rushed forward and pulled Jiang Qing behind him, staring intently at the mottled wooden door, ready to strike at any moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. There was no sound from outside the door, and it was unclear whether the ghost had left. After 20 minutes of stalemate, Jiang Qing leaned in to take another look. The corridor lights were on, and everything seemed normal. He breathed a sigh of relief. Could it be a ghost that mimics sounds? Or, is Yulan already dead? Simply put, Chen Tianyue punched the wall heavily. Is that woman still alive? You must be crazy. You scared me half to death in the middle of the night. And Yulan's sharp voice came from the next room. Chen Tianyue looked at Jiang Qing. She's still alive. Jiang Qing. Can you be a little gentler? Jiang Qing rubbed his forehead and shook his head helplessly. Chen Tianyue curled his lips into a grin. Why bother? This is straightforward and efficient. Fine. Jiang Qing let out a breath, pointing at the bed. You get some sleep. I'll keep watch. Chen Tianyue was about to refuse, but after a moment's thought he decided to rest. There was no immediate danger, and he needed to conserve his energy to better protect Jiang Qing, who was as weak as a lamb. Old Chen was convinced that, even in an unknown fight, Jiang Qing might not stand a chance against Song Pingon. Jiang Qing was simply too thin, standing at 177 meters, but weighing less than 120 pounds, he had the look of an easy target. Once Chen Tianyue was resting, Jiang Qing sat by the window, peering through the gap in the curtains. The night in Kaoshan village was serene and tranquil, with silvery moonlight spilling over the fields and illuminating a figure. Jiang Qing's breath caught. It was too far and the hour too late to make out who it was, but the figure had a slight hunch like Wu Lauer. He didn't dare look too long, pulling the curtains tight so no light seeped through. The warm glow of a desk lamp inside brought a measure of calm to his heart. When Pan Pan's puzzled voice echoed in his mind, "Aren't you going to use my miracle?" Jiang Qing replied, "Don't become addicted to power that isn't yours. Meng Wanzhou." When Pan Pan fine. In the dead of night, a sharp scream jolted everyone from. Jiang Qing, half asleep, started and rubbed his temples with his thumb. How did I fall asleep? Chen Tianyue sprang up like a fish leaping, then crept to the door and pressed his ear against it. Faint footsteps echoed in the hallway, along with the sound of something heavy being dragged. That scream. It was either the short-haired girl or the one with the baby face. Chen Tianyue spoke, uncertainly retreating to the bedside, his drowsiness gone. Jiang Qing tapped the table lightly, lost in thought for a moment, then took out a piece of paper and began to write. Chen Tianyue craned his neck to read. During the mission, at the moment Jiang Qing faced mortal danger, destiny future triggered destiny past, manifesting the ghostly couple from memory to attack the malevolent spirit before him. What the hell is this? He was utterly bewildered. Jiang Qing finished writing, tucked the paper into his pocket, and said dismissively, "A kind of prophecy." When Pan Pan's teasing voice chimed in, "Don't become addicted to power that isn't yours." Meng Wan's hiss voice carried a mocking laugh. This kid. He's actually quite afraid of death. Of course, only those who know fear learn how to survive, Jiang Qing thought to himself. Initially, he had planned to avoid using the miracle, attempting a level 5 difficulty on his own. But the scream just now had jolted him awake. In missions, don't take risks. Survival was everything. When Pan Pan's destiny was powerful but too unstable. The spirits it summoned might attack them as well, so he added a condition: they would only exist for 10 seconds. That way, even if things went out of control, it wouldn't be a total disaster. The second floor fell silent, and no one opened their doors. They were all waiting for dawn. At 6:40 a.m., another piercing female scream shattered the air. Jiang Qing and Chen Tianyue burst out of their room. Before them, the short-haired girl named Mu Zihan was slumped outside room 212. Jiang Qing walked over and looked inside. His expression shifted instantly. The scene was beyond anything he had expected, a brutal and human slaughter. 2 girls lay naked on the bed, black cloth covering their eyes, knife wounds on their necks. Clothes and tissues were strewn across the floor, and a foul stench hung in the air. Chen Tianyue entered the room and examined it carefully, his voice low. Not a malevolent spirit. This was human. A knife to the throat, then assault. The black cloth. The victim's eyes wouldn't close. The killer was afraid of being stared at. That scream we heard last night. The killer failed to kill one of the girls on the first try. There's another wound below her collarbone. The first stab missed, the second slit her throat. Bloodstains in the hallway. The body was dragged from room 213 to 212. Based on the wounds and other details, there were at least 2 perpetrators. As he finished, Chen Tianyue glanced back at the 5 boys standing at the door, all of them pale with shock. Jiang Qing was stunned. He had heard of such things, but never witnessed them. In the middle of a mission. Facing malevolent spirits. And they still had the nerve for this. Murder and desecration of the dead. He turned slowly, his gaze coldly sweeping across the faces of the 5 boys. In this mission, aside from Chen Tianwei, who was in his 30s, the rest were a group of young men and women around 20 full of reckless energy. The blonde stammered, "Well, what are you looking at me for? I stayed in my room all night." The short, stout boy was incredulous. How brutal. What kind of animal would do something like this? The bespectacled boy Wenbin finally reacted. "Ainen. Where's Ainen?" He rushed to room 205 and kicked the door open. It was empty, and Yuan was gone. Jiang Qing followed him in scanning the room. He spotted a phone on the pillow. She left her phone. Did a malevolent spirit kill her last night? Uncle Chen checked on her around 1 a.m. She was definitely in her room. I fell asleep later and didn't hear any doors opening or footsteps. A shadow of gloom settled over everyone. In just the first night, 2 girls had been brutally murdered and Yuan had vanished. Adding the 2 who died yesterday, only 8 of the 13 actors remained alive. No one was more terrified than Mu Zihan. She was the only girl left among the 8, and she had just witnessed the horrific deaths of her companions. She couldn't imagine what kind of hell awaited her. In the mission world there was no law. If the actors ran wild, the thought made Mu Zihan tremble. She fled the 2nd floor immediately. She couldn't bear to stay with these people. Every second was psychological torture. Wenbin also ran out shouting and well on through the village. The 4 boys averted their eyes and returned to their rooms. Standing in the hallway, Chen Tianwei shoved his hands in his pockets. These people have some nerve. Who do you think the killer is? Jiang Qing went back to room 212 and grabbed a blanket to cover the 2 girls. The killer. Chen Tianyu's eyes darkened. It could be any of those 4. Jiang Qing wrapped the bodies and picked one up. You're the strongest here. The killer might target you, take you out and have nothing to fear. Uncle grabbed one. Let's bury them. Chen Tianwei was taken aback. Bury them. The 2 of them dug shallow graves in an abandoned field with a pickaxe and laid the bodies to rest. Jiang Qing stood before the graves, hands clasped, murmuring, "If you have grievances, take them up with those who wronged you. Don't come after us, we at least gave you a proper burial." Chen Tianwei couldn't help but laugh. "Is that why you buried them?" After a few more muttered words, Jiang Qing's expression turned serious. Missions are full of uncertainties. If malevolent spirits killed them, the audience would dispose of the bodies. But if actors killed them, they might really turn into vengeful spirits. Remember the first mission? That black-dressed girl with the broken leg, I covered her body with a blanket, and she never harmed me. The second mission, we sent the bodies of the white-dressed and red-dressed girls into the sea, and they ended up saving our lives, didn't they? Jiang Qing looked up at the pale blue sky and said with deep meaning, "Sometimes humans are more terrifying than ghosts, and ghosts are kinder than humans." These words deeply moved Chen Tianwei. He bent down, picked 2 wildflowers, and gently placed them in front of the mound, saying, "Safe travels." Jiang Qing exhaled a breath of cold air. The northern wind swept through the mountain village in the morning, and it was very cold. The 2 returned to the guest house, and the dining room on the 1st floor was empty, much more desolate than yesterday. "I can cook porridge, do you want some?" Jiang Qing wandered around the kitchen and found some rice. Chen Tianwei smiled and said, "I'm not picky, I used to fight with wild dogs for food. As long as I can fill my stomach, that's enough for me." Jiang Qing, while washing the rice and cooking the porridge, curiously asked, "Are you an orphan?" Chen Tianwei casually recounted, "I stayed in an orphanage, but it closed down shortly after. When I was around 6 or 7, I had to fend for myself on the streets. I would do anything for a meal." "That must have been tough," Jiang Qing remarked. "You get used to it." Chen Tianyu's brown eyes locked onto the young man. "I remember the first time I killed someone, I was 12. Damn it, a group of thugs beat me for over an hour. I was really angry, picked up a stone, and smashed it over one of their heads, not knowing how many times I hit him. Afterwards I was scared and kept running away. I once saw a group fighting, it seemed to be a bar brawl. I squatted by the side watching them. Damn, they were so tough, smashing each other with beer bottles. The bar owner noticed me and asked me to come over. I ended up getting mixed up with him without knowing why." Lost in thought, Chen Tianwei held his left arm's tattoo, with his right hand giving a self-deprecating smile. "When I was 18, I went to get a tattoo and got beaten up by a boss who scolded me for not learning anything good and learning this instead. I was wronged. I went through several sessions to finish it. It hurt like hell. The boss had a sister who was never allowed to enter the bar. One time the little girl was bullied at college, and a group of us brothers went to the school gate to keep watch, catching those bastards and beating them to a pulp. I was the youngest and the fiercest back then. The little girl, Ha ha." As he spoke, Chen Tianwei laughed, unable to suppress the corners of his mouth. "I didn't expect her to become my wife. I never even finished elementary school, yet I married a college student who is exceptionally gentle." Jiang Qing stirred the white porridge and looked up at the tattooed man, saying, "Love has nothing to do with education." As they spent time together, Jiang Qing realized that Chen Tianwei wasn't a bad person. When the woman in the black dress was injured, he was the first to rush over to check on her. He was genuinely good to those he recognized. His only flaw was being a bit too straightforward. He disliked entanglements and just acted. After a silly grin, Chen Tianwei asked back, "What about you? Did you have a good life in the real world? I mean, before you were sent to the mental hospital, you must have been in college." Jiang Qing shook his head. "I didn't finish high school. I entered the mental hospital at 16, where a gentle big sister accompanied me for 4 years. Oh. Chen Tianwei had a knowing expression. "Did you like her?" "She was very good to me. I wrote her a love letter, and she stayed by my bedside every night." A slight smile appeared at the corners of Jiang Qing's mouth as memories filled with warmth surfaced. But this statement made Chen Tianwei feel something was off. A mental hospital staying by the bedside every night. Why did it feel increasingly eerie? Did she not sleep? Chen Tianwei pressed further. Jiang Qing covered the pot, simmering it on low heat, washed his hands and said, "In my impression, she didn't need to sleep. She watched over me during the day, and at night accompanying me through one arduous day after another. Unfortunately, I don't remember her name. Maybe I never asked, or perhaps I lost my memory." Chen Tianwei fell silent. Why was the conversation getting more and more morbid? Was she really a living person? After finishing their white porridge, the two cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks and began searching for Wu Lauer's house. The mountain village was strange. Every household had a sign at their door indicating who lived there. Jiang Qing speculated that this was an important setting in the task, a hint for the actors. Not far ahead, Jiang Qing noticed a figure standing in the field. Wu Lauer. In the sunlight, Wu Lauer was smoking a pipe, his expression gloomy as if lost in thought. Chen Tianwei grabbed Jiang Qing's wrist and forcefully pulled him behind, saying, "Seriously, don't run around to stay behind me. If he is really a ghost and suddenly attacks, I need to protect you." All right. Jiang Qing gave up, struggling. "You're hurting me, let go." Old Qin was truly strong. The two slowly approached, and as Wu Lauer hunched over, he suddenly turned around, his expression changing dramatically. He shook the tobacco leaves and revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth, smiling kindly as he asked, "Young man, is there Jiang Qing peered out from behind Chen Tianyu's tall frame and countered, without answering, "Wu Laoi, it's pretty cold in the morning. Why aren't you at home? What are you doing here?" "Ha ha." Wu Lauer laughed heartily. "I'm old, I can't sleep, so I like to wander around in the morning. Speaking of which, it seems there were some screams last night, continuous screams. Did you hear them?" "Continuous screams." Jiang Qing furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. "I didn't hear anything. After those two girls were killed, the murderer wouldn't have made any noise." Jiang Qing was stunned. Could it be Anwelon? Is she still alive? Just imprisoned in another place? What about those boys towards her? But Anwelon isn't foolish. How would they deceive her out of the room without a sound? Simply deceiving her out of the room isn't enough. They need to leave the second floor. Otherwise, any noise in the corridor, even if I'm asleep, Uncle Qin will definitely wake up. Damn me. What on earth are those boys thinking? Driven by lust? Do they not care about the task anymore? Or do they feel the need to enjoy themselves before dying? Jiang Qing couldn't understand why such a trashy group was assigned to this task. Maybe I just misheard. Wu Lauer's voice pulled Jiang Qing back to reality. He stopped testing and asked directly, "Sir, have you lost anything recently?" Wu Lauer's gaze flickered. No. You guys hurry up and go pick some fruit. There's something off. This person definitely has something to hide. Jiang Qing tugged Chen Tianyu's sleeve. "Let's go. Sir, enjoy the cool weather." Chen Tianyu's voice was deep and rich. "All right," Wu Lauer responded. The two turned back every few steps, occasionally making eye contact with Wu Lauer, both parties sharing an awkward smile. After walking far, Jiang Qing crossed his arms and slightly lowered his head in thought. Did I misanalyze? Wu Lauer gives me a feeling of being alive. That gaze, those actions, that expression. Chen Tianwei agreed. I also feel he seems like a living person. What did I overlook? There must be some important clue. Jiang Qing observed the surrounding buildings. The village chief's house. Chen Tianwei, with his short hair slicked back, looked puzzled. Is there a problem? Generally speaking, village chiefs are not simple characters. Jiang Qing changed direction. Let's go check it out. The iron gate was locked, but that didn't stump Chen Tianwei. He simply climbed over the wall and entered the house through the second floor window, opening the door for Jiang Qing. In the main hall on the first floor, there was an altar with a statue of a bodhisattva, and the chairs were all old pieces. After searching around, Jiang Qing went upstairs and found a photograph on the bedside table in the master bedroom. His pupils focused on the photo, and all the inconsistencies were explained. Chen Tianwei picked up the photo and said, "Strange, why is Wu Lauer's photo in the village chief's house? Is he the village chief?" No, Jiang Qing studied his emotions and said with certainty, "Wu Lauer is not the village chief, but the village chief could be Wu Lauer." What do you mean, huh? Chen Tianwei was confused. Jiang Qing pointed out, Wu Lauer must be dead. The village chief is impersonating Wu Lauer.